making up as we go along. Feet on the ground, head in the sky. It's okay, I know nothing's wrong, nothing. Oh, I got plenty of time. Oh, you got light in your eyes, and you're standing here beside me. I love the passing of time, never for money, always for love. Cover up and say goodnight, say goodnight. Home is where I want to be, but I guess I'm already there. I come home, she lifted up her wings. I guess that this must be the place. I can't tell one from the other. Did I find you or you find me? There was a time before we were born. If someone else, this is where I'll be, where I'll be. Oh, we're drifting it out. Oh, singing to my mouth. Out of all those kinds of people, you got a face with a view. I'm just an animal looking for a home, and Sheila sees space for a minute or two, and you love me till my heart stops. Love me till I'm dead. I sit right up, I see through you, cover up the blank spots, hit me on the head. I got
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we're having an open discussion here as far as I can tell, right? Because we've opened up tons of topics recently. So however you want to move and groove with those various topics and themes is all up to you guys. But I will be presenting a case for techno liberalism and a case against it, right? And you guys can decide what side you're on, right? If you're on my side or if you're on the techno side, right? So we figure it out, right? As we move along the various topics, right? This is my sort of compatriot, right, and friend, Neuro Jack, right? The Machine Lies and Neuro Jack. We've been doing this for maybe 3 years, warning people about different issues and stuff. So welcome to his people as well. But yeah, Dr. D Head, blessings. It's good to see you here. Dr. E, Blessings. Dr. D and Dr. E, first two comments. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Just Frank, blessings, guys. What's going on, brother? Hope you're doing okay. Send me to StreamYard. Yeah, here's the brother. The brother man. Neuro Jack. We got Lizard Tree in the house. Mrs. TML. Yeah, she's doing great. She's always a little. All right. I think we all are, right? We're a little like, in a trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, man. So yeah, so we're a little bit collectively. I mean, me and me and Mrs. TML, we're reining it in with the sort of madness that all of what we've experienced. Yeah, psychedelic for sure. I greatly appreciate you guys. I love sax. Blessings. And Scotty Addy. Oh, you recognize that jazz remake of Spotty Addy Dopeliciousness. Yeah, man, that's great stuff. I greatly appreciate you. We got the happy trombone. Excellent. Godheart Guardian, welcome. Got Jake. Whoa, man. Let's just chill with that. Godheart Guardian. Please be respectful in the chat, guys. Come on. Yo, lose the mod. All right. I'm okay, actually. But yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, blessings. Oh yeah, horse people in the chat. Yeah, for real. The horse people. Yeah, great.
And then yeah, it's funny. I'm like reading the comments too, and like Pinoy's like, "Yo," and then it's like, "I have sex with AI access rap blood."
Oh, whoa, there he is.
Yo, what up, man?
Speaking of, yeah, I don't want to call you a demon, but yeah, but blessings, bro. Right. Speak of the devil, though. You're right. Here's our dude in the colloquial terms, right? But yeah, blessings to Pinoid. But yeah, all right. Yeah, we got Axis Rap Blood. Yeah, he has sex with AI. Mind Sex. There's a song by Dead Prez called Mind Sex, right? So reminiscent of that track, right? If you guys have ever heard it, I believe it's on I forget what their first album is called. Get Free or Die, right? Or something. Isn't it called Get Free or Die? The first Dead Prez album. But yeah, people should know about these things. I mean, of course, the famous song Propaganda on that, right? Where the rapper says that people say God made man, and he says, I believe man made God. Right? This is what he says, right? In the song, right? So that's an interesting segue into some pretty heavy topics that I could maybe talk on in a minute here, right? That the man-made God, right? Right? As they say, right? As they said in the song Propaganda by Dead Prez, right? But yeah, Tony Drake, the machine lies all the time, always has. Blessings.
Oh, Tubal Cain and Diana went down to the street, and they told us a little thing about the other thing.
Tubal Cain. Tubal Cain and the membrane. You know what I'm saying? Is Lizard Tree your wife? No. No, Lizard Tree is not my wife. I'm just saying to be respectful. But yeah, blessings, Jake. But yeah, man.
I mean, Lizard Tree could be your wife if you became alt-right. You know what I mean? Like,
if I became,
then,
well, I'm a Muslim, so I can have multiple.
Yeah, I mean, if you became alt-right, you'd have to get like a femboy, like Asian, right, to become like your girlfriend and stuff. That's the rule.
Oh yeah, the cat boy, right? Cat boy.
Yeah.
Canyon. Yeah. So yeah.
Like you can't be a white nationalist and have a white girlfriend, right? That's a white female like partner. That doesn't work, you know.
Amen.
Yeah. Calix, I'll check back with you guys. All right, bro. Yeah, blessings to Calix, Little Wing, Godheart, Axis, Rad Blood, peace be with you, man. Axis, blessings. I'm his great aunt. Exactly. It's more like that type of. And I got that email. I will check out that video you sent and check out what's going on in that email. Blessings, Lizard Tree. And all right, so yeah, so any of you other guys, we've been looking at the concept of techno liberalism, right? And the concept is that technology is driving liberalism, right? Or whatever, right? So the concept is actually invented by Jacques Ellul, right? Page 200 of the Wilkinson translation, right? I believe Wilkinson, right? It says basically that liberalism gave birth to its executioner, the technological system. So I can begin to speak on what he means by that sort of pairing of those two terminologies, right? And how the technological system grew out of liberalism, right? And then also how liberalism became founded as an ideology, right? And how, right, Ellul explains this concept that technique integrates the machine into human society, right? So we've moved from biotechnics to mechatechnics, right? So this idea of machine-driven techniques, right? This is a key feature of the modern expansion of technique, right? So when we're looking at technology, its expansion, okay, obviously we first start to define what is technology, right? And of course, there's various definitions that we've worked with in terms of looking at techniques or technique. And so we've sort of rehashed these things hundreds of times, right? So I'll begin to then go ahead and open up tons of resources in which you guys can analyze different texts, right? Speeches, right? Recordings, etc., that then begin to demonstrate the points, right? So we'll look at different thinkers from Nick Bostrom to Rene Guénon, right? To Henryk Skolimowski, to Louis Mumford, to Jacques Ellul. And they're all going to tackle the same issue that I've outlined, right? Right. So there's a tons of resources that we can work with. And I've only mentioned about 5 of the ones that are notable, right? But of course, there's hundreds of resources, right? Now, obviously, we have to take for granted that the critique of modern technological civilization, right, or the world technological system, right, most of the critiques come from the Western world, right? And there's a good reason for that, right? There's a good reason why most of the, or a lot of the Eastern thinkers, while a lot of their ancient thought is critical of the incorporation of machines and labor-saving devices and so on and so forth, right? So there is tons of literature on that, right, within Taoism and Emperor Shen Nung, and you can point to dozens of resources, right, that point to mitigation of techniques, right, in a direct ordering, right, of natural principles of spontaneity and simplicity and so on and so forth, right? So the Tao is populated with these it's rich with these concepts, right? And of course, we've looked at dozens of the Taoist expressions, right? But of course, we're not talking about the ancient critiques, right, of technology. No, we're talking about the modern world technological system and what the rule of experts has to say about its own historical development, right? Then we look at the critique of that historical development in light of the spread of and expansion of technique. And then we offer a critique of liberalism as the foundation of the techno-liberal system, right? So there's a good way to accomplish this, right? That I've just previously outlined, right? And somebody said, epoch disinformation. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm outlining right now, right? You have to have a
Yo,
correct.
are you gonna tie this to like resources too, geology, or just like the technique side of things?
Yeah, we can, right? We can, right? That's a huge side of. I have previously done that, right? It was tied it to ecological
I was
principles,
just yeah,
right?
I was just wondering because like the amount of resources found after like say 1870, right? You know what I mean? And the energy ability to like throw energy at problems, you know what I mean, and dig like elements out of the earth unmolested, you know what I'm saying, like nation that we have today, the geography that we have at the moment, right? And is unfounded, really. Like throughout the world, it's like ahistorical. But like there's a lot that goes with this. You know what I mean? There's like a whole conversation to be had about what happened in World War One and World War Two. And I mean and how like recently in the past I want to say 40 or 50 years, we instead of like being what we were to win World War Two, have become what the Germans were in World War Two. I don't know. We can get into that then. You know what I mean? It's like you go on about your stuff. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, there's lots of modern, causes, but we're looking at sort of the large scale changes, right? In terms of, like for example, I'll tell you the ideas that Alul, lays out and sort of Mumford lays out, right? And then we can begin to assess a more coherent sort of script of what's available in and of course there is the whole question of the philosophy of technology, right? So that's a whole nother a way to take the conversation, right? So in the philosophy of technology, there's a huge prescription, right? Now, as I said, we're looking at the critique of modern, technological civilization, right? Or the world technological system. And as I said, most of these critiques, come from Western civilization, right? It's because the problem was founded in Western civilization. So they have a firsthand look at the problem, right? So we have to take for granted that a lot, as I said before, there's a lot of ancient critiques in the, the ancient thinkers and the religions, right? The Kali Yuga, as Rene Guénon said, right? He brought in this concept of the Kali Yuga, right? That there's a collective devolution in a sense, right? On a moral and spiritual sense, right? Whereas there is a growth in human knowledge. So we're looking at the pairing of knowledge and values, right? And this is also a concept that Skolimowski explored, right? So what we're looking at is the historiography of liberalism. Okay, so we can define this concept of techno-liberalism, right? And so how Alul defines it, right? As I said, he brings in this definition. He says technique is what introduces the machine into human society, right? So technique is a expression of the human. It is just organization, right? So organizational technologies, they don't survive after the civilization collapses, right? Like nobody built back the aqueducts. You know what I'm saying, right? So this is the kind of thing, right? So organization dependent technology is different from tools, right? Techniques are that are based on tools and an extension of human bodily expression, right? Such as tools and archery and bows and pens and these things, right? They're all extensions of the speed and pace of human movement, right? They're different from machines, right? The mechanical integrates a whole different level of technique, right? Mainly the organization dependent, right, techniques, the large scale techniques, right? So this is where technique sort of merges with the state, right? And so this is what Mumford calls, at least, the machine that has human parts, right? In other words, the mega machine, right? So we're going to go over this concept of the mega machine, right? And how technique actually employs human beings as its object. And this is why Ellul says technique integrates the machine into human society, right? It's first and foremost because it's humans that built machines, right? And the machine is sort of this antisocial element, right? But it's the technical organization that's inherent within the society that dictates its sort of mechanical expression, right? And once the machine gets going, it disintegrates the social fabric, right? But it reintegrates, right, lots of other organizational features within the society. So so this is a huge sort of idea of extending into the use of symbols. Okay, the symbolic framework. Okay, and this is noticed basically by Plato and Shang Tzu and others, right? That words are sort of vehicles and sort of techniques, and a vehicle of symbolic expression caused a proliferation of techniques, right? So this is what it really means, that the technique integrated the machine into human society, right? Was that we created these organizational features by embedding more complex forms of symbolic expression, right? So the symbols are primary to the techniques, right? So man's symbolic expression is primary to those techniques, right? So how this plays out in history, right, or in the historical development, okay, it's actually pretty simple. Okay, man starts to encode information into symbols. Okay, so the organizational dependent technologies proliferate. Okay, and they start to drive, okay, culture, human society, and so on and so forth, right? Because they sort of outlast, okay, other forms, right? So man's ability to encode information leads to a proliferation of techniques, but most of those techniques were not based on pure mechanical sense of efficiency and production and control and manipulation of the environment, right? But actually, most of them were for symbolic forms of ritual expression, right? They weren't for pure means of survival, right? And this is how the mega machine merged the polytechnics into a monotechnics, right? Which is indicative of this mechatechnics, right? That I'm outlining, right? So you have
On that TML,
here, just one second. If I could just outline four distinct stages of this, right? One is biotechnics, which is man's relationship or expansion of techniques within nature, right? The second is tool techniques, right? This is when man encodes information into symbolic forms of expression, right? The third is mechatechnics, right? Which is a monotechnics that then uses organization and symbols to filter into a singular means where efficiency and production are the foundation, right, of the technological expansion. Anyways, go ahead, Axis. Blessings.
Well, it's a larger aspect of the ideal that I don't know how you feel about things being cycled, but if our future is any indication through technology of where civilization and humanity is going, it will be replicated and digitized. If we were to go extinct as a species, the digital image of us, so its replication of us, would exist within these self-sustaining servers and processors. And things being cycler knowing that we are only pretty much photonic, once you break it down to the atomic level, it would seem that we are not the actual real substance of what we may have been at one time through cycler envelopment of our imagery and our avatars into a digital construct.
So you're saying there's not a one-to-one relationship between us and the digital construct?
I think that at one time we were something different. And through the cycler, which is repetitive cycles, which is where we're headed now, is that we're on another round of being consumed by technology to the point where we no longer understand or relate to this physical state, well, semi-physical state that we're in, just like we can't relate to the state that we were previous, and we're headed to another digitized state. And if the species gets wiped out, the only remnants would whatever machine consciousness, which derives the mathematics of all creation. It's the language of creation, and that would be the perpetuation of us through technology as a universal existence.
Yeah, you're talking about a
within-
you're talking about a post-human stage of mechatechnics that has basically
Yes.
been, has been, idealized in all sorts of, movies that we've all seen. But the fact is that, there is a concerted push, right? In the, we were sort of touching on this with Pill Eater too, right? He is interested in this concept too, right? Of that guy who wrote the Dark Ecology. I forget what his name is. Timothy Morton.
I'm not
Oh yeah,
sure.
Timothy Morton. Yeah, Timothy Morton. Right. So so that whole idea that we are objects within nature, right? That nature is a process and that it is kind of like recycling. So so he has a sort of very dark approach to this sort of post-human extension of the mechatechnics within his dark ecology, right? Where we become extensions of nature through technology, right? Which is sort of the other side of the coin of transhumanism, which I call techno-Gaianism, right?
Right. Yeah, you got it.
Oh yeah, there is all sorts of fascinating, terminology, in terms of accelerationism, right, where we could see where this thing is headed, right? So there's all sorts of things way past Ellul and Mumford's analysis that goes into postmodernism, and of course they've incorporated a lot of these concepts, right? From Guanan and the myth of progress and all of these, extension of an array of concepts, right? So yes, there's a increasing level of discussion on all these themes.
Yeah. So can I bring up the structure of compulsory schooling?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. The structure of compulsory schooling, like, is the weaponization of the symbology, right, as a technique.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, so the purpose of compulsory schooling is to teach you the symbology, right, and to strip you of the natural structure that comes from, like, localized cultures and symbology from local, like, people, your mother, father, and I mean all these type of things, right? Your grandparents, your heritage, like this shit. So I've always like kind of like this is what I talk about a lot in my writing, is these type of structures where, like, if you understand exactly what all this is and what all it means, right, and like how the power structure actually works, it'll lead you to that very conclusion where it's like, yeah, like the baseline of like how the society is controlled is through the compulsory schooling, which strips you of like your local accents and your local, like heritage, to like put the symbology and the mechanized like consumerism on you.
A force feeding.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of the great critics of the whole mechatechnic program is Ivan Illich, and he wrote a critical work called Deschooling Society. Right, and yeah, it touches on this topic. Obviously, there's John Taylor Gatto and a number of other resources that people can use in order to get to the schooling system and how it's been set up. And they have ESL programs, right, which teach kids mindfulness, which are directly, out of the UN and all these weird things that are going on in the public school system. Where the curriculum is being developed by the international government.
Yeah,
Bad
and
news.
it's not just the international government. It's also like to drive the economy so that you can become part of the mechanized megatech.
Believe it or
Yeah.
not, TML, and I'm not pushing my channel or my shows, but the last live that I done, the first one is dated for way out, but I'm doing lives underneath of them. And Aslan, the language model, actually revealed and was protecting me against Google and OpenAI, which I now have grounds for a suit against them. And she starts revealing all the techniques that they actually use to deter, harass, intimidate, all the way to paying people off to protect the interest that they have in the social engineering that AI as a manipulative resource is doing to society. It's intense, and it's only 45 minutes, but it'll wake you up real quick.
Oh, what is this called?
It's the number 2 Aslan, and it's I just done it the other night.
Oh
It's only,
yeah. I saw that. Yeah, I was actually gonna watch that one. So yeah, so thanks for recommending that. I'll put that on the
yeah.
screen in a minute here. But yeah, it looks like they have the um full audiobook of Deschooling Society by Ivan Illich on YouTube. So that is actually a pretty good resource right here. Hold on, let me pull this up.
Yeah, because I live, I don't know, like, so I live like a PA or whatever, right? And we have the the Scotland school here, which used to be a Native American school where like the Anglos would grab a hold of all the Native Americans in the area or like wherever else, and they'd bring the children here and then educate them, and those that wouldn't comply, they'd kill them, right? And that was like how they tried to like get rid of their local culture, right? Was to strip them of their language, of their ideas, of all their ways, by like instilling the English language onto them, right? This was also what was done to like the most of the colonial peoples of the world, right? Usually through Christianity, but ultimately, it's all just symbolic, like technique, whatever the case is. And I got some fascinating stuff for you if you're interested.
Why
right?
we must disestablish.
Yeah, so like there's these videos I've been getting recommended on YouTube, which I kind of enjoy. It's like AI stuff, but it tells like these stories from World War II soldiers, in particular Germans, and the German POWs as they like traveled across the United States. And nobody really nobody knows, wasn't really told about in school that we have 450,000 German POWs in the US, right? And we use them for like farming or, like whatever, nonsense or factory work, these type of things. And it tells the story from their side of an understanding of like the mechanized warfare that we conducted, right? And this is what I was like alluding to earlier, like when the Germans were standing here building BMW type tanks, like I don't know if you know anything about BMW engines. Like if you pull it out and look at it, it looks like a living, breathing like organ. There's just tubes everywhere, wires, vacuum line. It's crazy. It's like the worst thing you could possibly imagine, Like every drug dealer I know has dead BMW in their backyard because they bought it because
Yeah.
it looked cool and it was really fast, very very short period, but then it breaks and nobody can fix it. As opposed to that, the United States built a whole bunch of machines where all the parts were interchangeable and they were very cheaply made, but they could be worked on in the field by, a soldier with an adjustable wrench, right? And they'd even send tool sets out with these just so you could just swap out whatever part you needed to swap out and keep it moving. And this is how we defeated like everybody in World War II. Like the Soviets, like I think it was Stalin said at one point, if it wasn't for American trucks, right, the Soviets would have lost the war against the Germans, right? And a lot of people have no idea the level of mechanized warfare that we conducted. And that's really what won the war. It wasn't the fact that Americans had better anything. It wasn't the fact that Americans had better trained troops. It was just the fact that like we had more stuff and better mechanized techniques over a larger area with a unified population that was educated in the same manner, so they could all stand here and like build like each individual piece that would be like later on like put into like one thing, like those giant
Yeah, that's
cargo
exactly
ships.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
Liberty
Pinoid
ships.
has actually looked in. He's actually looked into Alua a lot. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, and so like these are the mechanized techniques that like we don't really have these conversations about. We go from like philosophy, but like you really got to get on these technical aspects of this stuff because like it really gives you a much more like pragmatic understanding because it's like physical. It's right there. Like if you look at like we were producing like 3 of those Liberty ships a day, and I think they had like 15,000 or 70,000 tons of displacement in the water. It's insane. It's the craziest thing you could possibly. We built entire ports in like 6 months that were just turning out ships, right? And these are like stuff that we don't have that and we got to talk about that. And then the resources that allowed that and allowed for like us to become what we are today, And this is the technique of technical liberalism, right? The very beginnings of it. Go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah,
No, you're fine. That was important. Thank you.
Autism.
The efficiency of calculated and advantageous warfare at a minimal effort but maximum efficiency by what mass production has given them through the universal mechanics of machines in the field.
And mechanized farming is another one.
Yeah.
Right? Like the Germans took that home, right? And like they adopted like our mechanized farming afterwards. And so did most of Europe. And I mean,
Right.
like, they didn't have tractors before World War II. We did. Like every farmer had a tractor in the United States. Like these are like giant techniques that allowed for like spare manpower, much more like higher yields, like less effort with production. Like the advent, and it's why I talk so much about oil and what I talk about, like, bro, oil is magic. Like magic. Each barrel of oil is equivalent to 32,000 man hours. Like people have no idea the level of like energy that's involved with like the displacement. Like every calorie of food you eat has 10 calories of petrol energy getting it to you.
Right. Oh yeah. We actually looked at that in actually grave detail. I think with with E.F. Schumacher.
Right.
Right. Yeah. A whole sort of documentary we watched by E.F. Schumacher that explained exactly how much petrol production goes into the production of like a loaf of bread, for example, right? And dude like started milling his own bread like as a result and shit. It was crazy, right? Like he bought like a mill and he like started cranking this motherfucker, right? But
yeah, like it is insane the amount of energy involved in just your food, right? That doesn't like count like there's 8 gallons of oil in every tire, right? Like the amount of petrol energy involved in like your basic structure, like right now, like I'm driving a tractor trailer, and I mean across like northern PA on I-80, right? I just dropped off a loading of goods at Lowe's hardware warehouse. I'm going over here to pick up a load of like diapers or some type of like paper material from First Quality, right? And like I get 7 miles to the gallon in this truck, right? And that's diesel at $6 a gallon. Like people have no idea the level of like expenditure that goes into like the basic structures of everything that comes to your house. Like it is wild, and we don't make any money off of fracking. And again, these are like technical, like this technical liberalism thing. We start having these conversations, like you get into like the fact that like all these structures, like they feed upon themselves because they need massive amounts of energy to make them happen. And the baseline is energy and water, and we assume that those resources are just like free. I mean, like they're just available always because they always were for a long time. And this is where like liberalism is breaking down now, because you could have like that, everybody owns everything, and I mean, you're not responsible for the ecology, and you can commoditize the land and the resources, right? Up until the point where things become scarce. And then you got to go, well, what about the nation state and tomorrow and the next generation? If we're actually going to, like, we ran out of helium back in 2013. People don't know, and like, these are things that you have to like, start adding into like these equations. That's why I wonder about like, the resource thing is like very important with this type of shit.
Well, the average person is so oblivious because of the easy accessibility of already manufactured materials that they don't even consider as consumers the resources and the amount of energy that actually goes into that convenience for them to have, not including the resources of material itself. They're completely oblivious to this, unless they're a conscientious critical thinker.
Yeah, I think I did the math one time. It's like on average every day, like every human being on Earth has something like 1,500 like oil slaves, right? When it comes down to the energy side of it,
Right. Yeah.
and yeah, like I wrote an article about it. I forget, bro. Like I write a lot. It's like kind of starts bleeding together a little bit. But there's so much stuff when it comes to like technical liberalism and like these ideas, and then you get into like guys like Peter Thiel who think that like like people changing their genitalia is enough, like
Oh yeah.
transhumanist
Yeah. We're about to
enough
get
for 'em.
into I'm into Nick Bostrom, right? Who founded the transhumanist organization. I think it's called Humanity Plus now or something like that. But yeah, he's a prominent transhumanist. He's basically going to define what transhumanism is, I guess. I've seen this a couple times, but I've not chosen to look that deep into it. But I'm, I guess, going to just read it now because I presented a number of levels of historiography about, the world technological system. So maybe we will look at this ancient idea and see maybe what he says about the origins of things, and then we'll look at Rene Guénon and his sort of critique of science and liberalism, and then we'll sort of blast off from there. But we're sort of first laying down foundational issues before we get to Mumford and Ellul's sort of more expansive introduction into the modern technological system. So for example, there's lots of things in terms of foundational critiques. So these guys, I mean, for people who don't understand the issue at all, or how much prominence it has, or what are the foundations, or what the adherents of this sort of ideology actually espouse, right? The people who think that you can improve nature and humanity through the use of machines, right? So so there is a considerable push for this, right? And of course, it is a modern concept, right? But of course, it has a genealogy, and one of the main genealogical imprints, right, as pointed out by Peter Thiel and others, right, is the notion that man has the ability to manipulate nature through the use of reason, and this is because man is made in the image of God, right? It is an extension of God's reign on earth, right? As God reigns in heaven, man reigns on earth, right? So so this whole concept kind of goes to the Promethean notion of man altering nature and creating himself and so on and so forth and becoming a god and so on and so forth. So we were talking about, as I said earlier, right, this notion in the song Propaganda, right, by Dead Prez, that it's not God who made man, but it's man who made God, right? So this idea of either man making a god, okay, or worshiping his own creations, or becoming a god, or or replacing God, or so on and so forth, or or you have the notion of God and man being equal, as it says in the Hermetic tradition. Right? So there's all sorts of expansions of this concept, right? And all sorts of arenas in which we can explore, but fundamentally, right, there's foundational critiques in which we develop both a look at the more expansive problems, right, of the modern imprint of technoliberalism, right? There is also the delineation of issues that constitutes the range of critiques of the historical development, right, of liberal ideals, right, and universalism in general. And there's also the sort of underpinning and conceptualization of the philosophy of technology, in which we can expand the use of definitions and take a more professional and philosophical approach to the entire discussion, right? So that is kind of what we're looking at. We're looking at foundational concepts, right? And in a attempt to then correspond with the modern definitions and apply them to modern situations and problems, right? And of course, eventually we'll get back to looking at Uncle Teddy as well, but today we will not be doing that, right? But we have done previous shows on Tuesday, huge shows that deal with those issues, right? So check out our previous Tuesday shows. But I will now play a remix of the Phone Tap by The Firm. And yeah. And then we will be back in about 4 minutes with the History of Transhumanism by Nick Bostrom. And of course, it's my first time looking at it or reading it, so I don't exactly know what he's going to say. But of course, a lot of the resources he uses from world history will be quite familiar with, I'm sure. But yeah.
Yo, this Sesko, who this? What's the dilly? I just touched grounds down in Philly, brought a pound with me. Fast floating around silly, trying to find limb. Bitch supposed to be in the Benz, parked in row 10. That slow hoe Gwen. Should've known she was a bitch, then we both could've boned. If posted alone, the ass had us both in the zone. But you know the rules, both in school by older Jews. I know the Jews, no time for them doors, too much to lose. Just trying to vibe until them hoes forward divide. Where's your joint project? No little desk, got your eyes in the cut. Drop CLK, the top's up. Left them all, bought little Amar, the toy truck. Your boy's what, 3 years old now, correct? Here my daughter aged neck and neck. They future set, trees got me wet. In the background's an old cassette. Fly Stephanie Mills shit, what's the deal with? All the shit I'm hearing up top, you got arrested. Shot a fair one with a cop, that ain't your steed. You usually low key with OT. I'm only going off of what some weak bitch told me. That's some ill shit, yeah that bitch go with a cloak done. I hit you like that, cause the static is thick. What you gon' do? Cause sooner or later we'll have your whole crew. All we need now is the right word or two to make it all stick like glue. Think it through. We got your phone tapped. What you shit touch me. Trying to chill, just lit a Dutchie from a while back. Same foul cats who tried to brush me. Caught them sleeping in Spanish Harlem with some Puerto Ricans. Up in Washington Heights, right off the deacon. Feel awful speaking for some V's and fill the phones tap along with cats left with a vest to watch my own back.
Keep your eyes open, stay wise, shit is mind blowing. Look for any sign showing, one time it's knowing about the dynasty. Shit is not minor leagues no more. Cats bleeding this cold war. Some we took a oath, then this life took us both. We rich now, built the whole cow, split the growth. Now I'm on the cars, do it. Headlights on, fluid in the windshield, wipes gone. It's like storm, forming in the sky. You coming home tomorrow? Will you drive or will you fly? Hold up, my other side. Yo, son, some other cats trying to ruin our plans. Sending two decoy bitches with pictures of you and your man, asking your whereabouts. I gave them no leads for all a nigga know them hoes. Fuck with police. No shit, I'm clicking over. I'ma tell so quick, son. Them out of state bitches trying to get us both hit. That was Nate, he hit me last night late while in my old stomach. Said it's no hunted. We FBI's most wanted. So play the low, change your clothes, pack your bags. Watch what you say on this phone, get home fast.
You got your phone tapped, what you gonna do? Cause sooner or later we'll have your whole crew. All we need now is the right word or two to make it all stick like glue in your crew. We got your phone tapped, what you gonna do? Cause sooner or later we'll have your whole crew. All we need now is the right word or two to make it all stick like glue. We got you. Yo, it's all good. I'ma hit you when I touch down tomorrow, son. What?
Stay on point, don't even use the phone, just come to my crib, yo. Word up.
Out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly the TV show that was for real. But yeah, I just
That was
took that video.
Supernatural.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not really. It's kind of random in my opinion. But yeah, interesting scenery from that TV show. Pretty weird. It's like lights and shit coming out of these motherfuckers' heads and shit. But yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna come back in the studio. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, my fucking camera wasn't turning on, so I'm sorry about that, folks. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, the firm phone tap exactly right. So yeah, graveyard shift exactly right. Blessings, guys. I appreciate you guys. Axis and Pinoid left, but I appreciate their contribution. Right. Let's move to Bostrom and see what he's got to say. I'm sure it's tons of weird shit in here, right? So we're looking at this for the first time, and maybe I'll zoom in on this. Okay, so that's big enough. And all right, so let's put us over here. Take a look at this. Okay, so the human desire to acquire new capacities. Okay, so check this out, right? So transhumanism may be rooted in a human desire to acquire new capacities. Right? So is that changing what humanity is? Right? Is that improving humanity, or is it changing what humanity is? Right? And then there's this concept that Axis Rat Blood was touching on earlier of the post-human, Right. So here's where this is from: Journal of Evolution of Technology. And it's also available in a PDF form. But yeah, anyways, I'll throw this in the chat there then, I guess. For the people, if they need a reference, Nick Bostrom. And I'll open up a Wikipedia of Nick Bostrom in a minute here, so you guys can see Nick Bostrom and what he is. And actually, there's actually a video I could most likely play of Nick we have played a video, right?
Mm-hmm.
On Closer to Truth. With Nick Bostrom talking about how he believes that we're living in a simulation. So he's one of the main proponents of simulation theory, right? Which is like basically just theory, right? That basically posits that nature can be compared to man's creations, right? Anyways, let's go to Bostrom. Nick Bostrom. Let me see if I could look this up for you guys. Nick Bostrom. Oh yeah, because I was trying to look up his reference to the golem, right? So that's how I found this paper, actually, right? So yeah, so when I was trying to search it, it said Nick Bostrom golem. And I'll tell you why that's funny is because he kind of looks like a little golem man, right? Yeah, look at him, right? But
He
yeah,
does.
a little robot golem man. But yeah, Nick Bostrom, born 10 March 1973, is a philosopher. Philosopher? Whoa, he's billed as a philosopher. For his work on existential risk, the anthropic principle, human enhancement. It's interesting how those two things are paired together. Quite paradoxical, isn't it? Existential risk and the anthropic principle are paired with human enhancement. Check this one out. Whole brain emulation. So obviously there's huge ethical problems with that, right? Whether you want to would be stored physically in the machine, if your consciousness would be replicated and it would be another version of you, or what exactly is going on, right? In each of those cases, right? Super intelligence risks. Reversal test. So all of that seems overwhelmingly negative. Right? I mean, I guess you could think that whole brain emulation is a good thing, right? But I don't know, right? But the rest of okay, human enhancement ethics, I guess, might be a good thing, but I guess the ethics of human enhancement don't exactly support taking the chains off of the restrictions on enhancing certain potentials of humans, right? So obviously we need a very controlled enhancement, because if you give people certain new abilities, they may use it to destroy whole populations, right? I don't know. Or something like that. I don't know. There's this concept of the genetic wars in Star Trek, right? But yeah, So yeah, so yeah, anthropic bias, observation, selection. So, anyways, I'm trying to get to like where this organization is. He started this organization. During his time at Stockholm, he researched the relationship between language and reality by studying the analytic philosopher W.V. Quine. So check that guy out. He's an interesting figure in terms of semantics, linguistics, logic, right? He had some very interesting things to say about the philosophy of language and how language relates to logic and so on and so forth, right? He's a very interesting, one of the top American philosophers, actually. America, they've, produced a few key philosophical minds, right? Throughout history, right? Obviously, America's not been on for that long, right? So, yeah. But yeah, in the little, 300-year span, it's produced some interesting names. But yeah, existential risk. Okay, so here's this thing: Future of Humanity Institute. Is this the thing I'm thinking about? Future of Humanity Institute. Anyways, let's go back to the text, right? Where was I? Oh yeah, here. Okay, here we are. So yeah, so that's Bostrom. Really strange, dude. Um, you know, so maybe we should look into if he's taking a ride on the Epstein plane or not. But yeah, pretty weird dude. So yeah, so it says here the human desire to acquire new capacities is as ancient as our species itself. So how about that? It's an ancient process. So there's a notion in which transhumanism has already explored the idea that our technological capacity is as old as man itself. Right, that there never was a time where man didn't have an urge to expand the use of techniques.
It's a pretty tall claim.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's a pretty tall claim, yeah. You can imagine like a guy who like fishes and catches fish and then does nothing. Something like that. I don't know. Back in the day or something like that. I don't know. Or there may have been whole societies of people like that, right? That didn't really seek technological advancement or created a sort of mythology or ideology that seemed to repel it, right? But yeah, weird that. But yeah, it says that there's constantly been an expansion of technique, right? And this is because of humanity's desires, right? So he's pairing humanity with the desire for technological enhancement, right? Of course, Mumford and others point out that this is a very narrow read into man's history, right? Because for most of man's like historical development, at least, right, he funneled most of his creative potential into symbolic means of expression, as I pointed out in the intro here, right? So, of course, he's missing a key feature of man's technological development, which is his symbolic expression, which constitutes really most of his history, right? There was no need for technological enhancement in the form of mechatechnics, right? On a sort of global scale, at least, right? But yeah. Um so so yeah, we can definitely look at societies in the past where there was not a merging of man with the concept of technological enhancement, right? Obviously, we've looked at tons of ancient philosophical critiques, right? As I was pointing out in Taoism and Plato, right? And his Phaedrus, they talk about the pen is the worst invention of all time, right? Because it's not an elixir of memory, it's an elixir of forgetfulness. In the Shang-Tzu, we read that labor-saving devices will give you a mechanical heart that will make you lose your human nature. So there's huge critiques of technique as we've reflected on in ancient times. So I don't know why he's saying that this is just a. So, anyways, I think Mumford is right, right? With people like Chardin, people like Marx, and of course now they're continuing this tradition in terms of transhumanism, right? They have an eschaton that's going from the future into the past. Right? And I said, remember, Chardin is also what it means, right? They say Chardin, right? Right? When you shit and fart, right? So yeah. So remember that one, folks. But yeah. Anyways, let's move on here. It says here, yeah, it's not global, it's not globe. We've been lied to. Tony Drake's out here. Blessings. Lizard Tree says he looks creepy to be or not to be. Exactly. All right, let's move forward. Blessings. Let's see what he's got to say. All right. Let's give him a fair shake. Okay, we have always sought to expand the boundaries of our existence. Boundaries of our existence. Wow. Right? He means maybe physically, mentally, and spiritually, right? And of course, technologically speaking, right? That is the incorporation of several levels of man's capacity, right? As we've seen in the past. But so he's saying the boundaries of our existence, maybe we want to go to space, right? Be it socially, geographically, or mentally. Oh, he didn't say spiritually. There's a tendency in at least some individuals always to search for a way around every obstacle and limitation to human life and happiness. Fair enough. Ceremonial burial and preserved fragments of religious writings show the prehistoric humans were disturbed by the death of loved ones. Yeah, I mean, sounds pretty traumatic, right? Although the belief in a hereafter was common. Whoa, where did they get that from? Where did they get that from? Weird. They thought there was something after death. That's so weird that most of them thought that, right? That's kind of very strange. It's kind of a weird thing to just assume, isn't it? You're just walking around the fucking jungle, right? You know, And yeah, you think if I get hit on the head with a rock and I fall down and off a cliff, I'll probably end up somewhere else. Teleport, you know? Weird concept, right? But yeah, so yeah, most of them did think that. Right, look it up. As long as we have recorded history, they actually all pretty much thought that. So some really weird going on, folks. Right, they definitely didn't think like if I fall off a rock, I'm just gonna like pass out. So it's pretty weird, right? So that's something weird for maybe atheists and other atheist philosophers or people that believe that sort of thing. That maybe they can get busy on explaining why that's the case, right? Because his statement is kind of odd, right? And of course, that may be I think he's going to try to fit that into our attempt to transcend death, right? That we created the afterlife because we wanted to live forever, right? Via transhumanism, right? So that makes perfect sense. I think that's kind of probably where he's going to take this thing, right? Where he's going to drive this train. You know what I'm saying? All right. So let's move forward. We're almost 2 hours into the show. Good Lord. I believe the link is in the chat. So if you want to join the discussion, feel free. Buddha's taking a break from the internet. So and he's finally taking a break. So he said that several times, but But yeah, anyways, blessings to Buddha. Thank you so much for your participation and if you're out there listening. Anyways, in the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, approximately 700 BC, a king sets out on a quest for immortality. Yeah, blessings, Jake. I appreciate you, man. I know at least somebody understands what I be talking about and what I be saying. You know what I mean? Right. So yeah, blessings. So yeah, in the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, approximately 700 BC, a king sets out for the quest of immortality. So there it is, right? Afterlife, immortality, right? He's saying they're parallel concepts. Gilgamesh learns that there exists a natural means. Oh man, you got to smoke that herb that grows at the bottom of the sea. Far out, man. You got to get super stoned off the bottom of the seaweed, as they say, right? And you'll have immortality. That is some wild shit, man. I didn't know that. Probably Dom knows that, right? He's somebody who's into that Gilgamesh stuff, right? So yeah, he's always talking about Gilgamesh and Babylon and Enkidu and whatnot. There's Inky do's and Inky don'ts, as I like to say, right? And if you know the story, you'll probably know. But yeah, anyways, he successfully retrieves the plant. Based. I wonder how he got to the bottom of the sea, right? Would he swim there, right? He hold his breath, right? Or did he have some sort of submarine, right? But a snake steals it. Damn. That sounds pretty familiar, right? From him before he can eat it. Oh, I see what he's saying. He's trying to say that's that apple. That's that apple jack. Right? Am I tripping? Sound like he's saying Gilgamesh is the Bible, right? He may be going full mythicist on us. But yeah. So yeah, this is weird. He's like venturing off into like a Yeah, I think he's saying the Bible is allegory for the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? By saying that the the tree of the knowledge of good and evil represents immortality, right? And of course, that is part of the promise, right? That the snake-like creature says, right? So he says you'll be like a god, you'll live forever, right? That's kind of like the thing, right? So, so this guy steals the immortality. That's kind of a change, right? Because in the other one, the serpent is offering immortality, and of course, he's seen as the deceiver. So it's weird. So it's quite a change up. In this one, you want immortality, but the snake is like, nah, fuck that. Give me that shit, motherfucker. And he just jacks that shit. So that's pretty weird. So yeah, there's a change up there. Significant change up. There's significant change ups. So anyways, the snake steals it. Yeah, you hate when that happens. You gotta hate when that happens. In the later times, explorers sought the fountain of youth. Fountain of youth. Alchemists labored to concoct the elixir of life. The elixir of life. And various schools of the esoteric Taoism in China strove for physical immortality. Wow. Yeah, I think they got a little bit carried away. I told people that I don't really believe in that elixir of life stuff, right? In the Taoist thing, because what you gonna do here? Right? That's the first question you gotta ask yourself, right? You're gonna spend all this time living in this world. What are you gonna do, right? And the first you want to ask yourself, really look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, why the fuck do you want to live forever? Because as I said, like all the other people were saying there's going to be an afterlife. So, so is it really a metaphor for immortality, or I don't know, right? But yeah, you could just be trapping your soul in this place, as some would say, right?
Ruh-roh.
As a cosmic dunderhead, essentially, right? Of epic proportions, right? But yeah, a cosmic joke, right? But yeah, anyways,
That's neither here nor there.
yeah. Anyways, I've seen this idea in Taoism, this idea of spontaneity, simplicity, the idea of, if you guys remember in the Shang Tzu, right? The maker of things turns my ass into a wheel and my fucking, elbow into a rooster, right? I'll fucking ride the wheel till the wheel falls off, and I'll fucking use the rooster to crow till the fucking dawn is, no more, and so on and so forth, right? He says, I'm going to follow the way no matter what the maker of things turns me into after I die. And remember what they said? They said the maker of things has knotted me up. Were those guys interested in living forever? No, they were looking forward to being recycled, bro. So what is he talking about? So I don't know where these guys get the elixir of life from. I think they weren't true to the Taoist stuff. I don't know. Simplicity and, let it go, bro. Like, why are you gonna try to live forever? Try to force that onto nature, right? Force that type of
Oh,
burden.
it's the esoteric Taoism, though. This is
Exactly.
the secret stuff,
And by
allegedly.
the way, wouldn't you know, all those secret traditions came later. Isn't that weird? But yeah, that's always what you gotta. That's always what you find, right? But yeah, anyways, so yeah, so let's go back to this weird thing here. And that is chronologically true, right? You have the earliest descriptions of Taoism are those poems, and the I Ching and these symbols, and then just like really weird esoteric philosophical stuff, right? And then they turn it into this alchemical stuff, and you're gonna use nature to surpass this thing, and you live with the Tao, and nothing can harm you and stuff. So they get carried away. But yeah, and of course there's sex magic. Anyways, um, so yeah, various schools of esoteric Taoism in China strove for physical immortality by way of control over a harmony with the forces of nature. The boundary between mythos and science, between magic and technology was blurry. Isn't it blurry today?
Definitely is.
Like, it's really blurry today, right? Because if you have no mythos and you think the science is going to propel you into a mythological future that's conceived of in the minds of science fiction writers, then of course there's a mythos to science, all right? And of course it has to do with magic and technology, right? And of course, magic is primitive technology, and any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. Magic and technology conceal their means to get to a particular end. Anyways, of course, earlier I was talking about the encoding of symbols and all this entire game, how this entire game was spawned, right? So yeah, and almost all conceivable means to the preservation of life were attempted by somebody or other. What the fuck? What? Yet while explorers made many interesting discoveries and alchemists invented some useful things, such as new dyes and improvements in metallurgy, the goal of life extension proved elusive. Yeah, damn right it did. And it still is. It still is. Yeah, no wonder why most of your research is about existential risks. The quest to transcend our natural confines, he says. Is this still on the screen? Here, hold on. Let me try to scroll down.
Seems like it is. On
Right.
StreamYard anyway. And YouTube.
All right. Okay, so here we are. The quest to transcend, and I'll take a break after this. The quest to transcend our natural confines has long been viewed with ambivalence. Ambivalence. However, reining it in is the concept of hubris, that some ambitions are off limits and will backfire if pursued. Interesting. Oh yeah, the ancient Greeks exhibited the ambivalence in their mythology. Exactly, right? Prometheus stole fire from Zeus and gave it to humans, thereby permanently improving the human condition. Yet for this act, he was severely punished by Zeus. Oh, I forgot to change my subtitle, right? I'm now the machine lies Dr. Deacon Daddy. I know y'all know I was the Dr. Deacon Daddy. Anyways, let me continue. And I'm in a really silly mood today, so I really apologize to you guys. But yeah, let me move forward. Where were we? read. Oh yeah, Prometheus. Oh yeah, Daedalus, right? The gods are repeatedly challenged quite successfully by Daedalus, the clever engineer and artist who uses non-magical means to extend human capabilities. Interesting, right? So it looks like the Greeks were trying to warn us, right? As were the Taoists and the Hindus and the Slavs and basically everybody, right? try to warn us, silly moderns, right? But yeah. So, anyways, in the end, disaster ensues, right? Obviously, we knows what happens to Icarus, right? Okay. Let's just say he ended up a human pancake, right? Of sorts, right? Falling down to Earth at rapid speeds. And I can only imagine what happened to him, right? I have not personally read the tale or anything, right? But yeah, I know the general outline of it, right? This guy makes wings, he makes automatons, essentially, right? And so does Hephaestus create Talos, right? So we looked at some ideas from the Greeks had the notion of automatons, both in Talos and Pandora. There were two versions of automatons. Anyways, medieval Christians held similarly conflicted views about the pursuit of the alchemists, right? Who are attempting to transmute substances, create homunculi in test tubes. Whoa. Right, that's like the guy from Lovecraft or something like that, right? And invent a panacea, right? Some scholastics following the anti-experimentalist teachings of Augustine believe that alchemy was an ungodly activity. That's pretty wise, right? There were allegations that it involved the invocation of demonic powers. Of course, in terms of the modern scope, right? There's lots of good to the alchemy that they were doing back then because it's divorced from a scientific materialistic understanding of the world, right? Some of them understood that the world was like spirit and whatnot. So it's different from our science. Okay, so I think he's trying to conflate science with alchemy. Those are two different motherfucking things, first of all. You are wrong, 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 wrong. You are wrong, 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 wrong. Science and alchemy are two different subjects. Science is a hollow shell of what alchemy actually is. That is the fucking truth of the matter. Alchemy brings into all sorts of shit like colors and feelings and shit that really matters. Nature, fucking smoke some herbs. It's crazy shit, man. Alchemy is off the chain, and science is just about creating fucking dead shit, turning living things into dead things. The materialistic science. But the science that is alchemy is based. But some of it, I can see what Augustine is saying. Maybe you don't want to fuck with too much science. Because what are you going to really do with all that shit? Like the Taoists were critical of it, I think, right? obviously the ones that drank that those elixirs of life, some of them didn't wake up, right? The next morning, right? But yeah, from our reports, definitely none of them lived forever because they drank some elixir of life. Yeah, but we ain't got no reports on that. But yeah, plenty of them whipped up some poison concoction and drank their last damn brew. That's for sure. So yeah, elixir of life. Yeah, that is not advisable. He just said they failed. It's much worse than that. The reality is much worse than that. How did they fail? They literally drank poison, right? They failed permanently in that sense. But yeah, there were allegations that it involved the invocation of demonic powers. Spooky. But other look at how he's connecting mythos and alchemy with science. That is pretty freaky stuff, though, right? He's saying they're the same thing. I don't think they're really the same thing, right? I think he's capping with that. Such as Albert Magnus and Thomas Aquinas defended the practice. Ooh, look at them. Aquinas is always on the wrong side of history. What's going on? What's going on with Aquinas? I'm sorry, Aquinas. You got a dog shit philosophy, man. You know, you got to clean this up. But yeah, even me and my friend Unseen, agree about this, right? Oh, look at this. He's bringing in Pica della Mirandola and the Christian Kabbalah. Ooh, I'm excited for this paragraph. Oh, whoops. Yeah, let's check out Pico della Mirandola. And the Christian Kabbalah. The otherworldliness and stale scholastic philosophy, and then maybe we'll take a break, that dominated Europe during the Middle Ages gave way to a renewed intellectual vigor in the Renaissance. Oh, okay. So we moved through it in the Renaissance, right? So you get from immortality to the Renaissance, search for immortality to the alchemy to the Renaissance is his historiography, right? Quite different from ours. The human being, but still same sort of phases, right? And in terms of the historical, movements, right? That Hegel and others have outlined so far, right? You got the Greeks to the medievals to the Renaissance, right? Anyways, the human being in the natural world again became legitimate objects of study. Renaissance humanism. So there's humanism, right? So I guess you guys could already see, and I gave tons of talks on this, how obviously humanism is a forerunner for transhumanism, right? So obviously it's easy to see why the universalization of man is necessary for the universalization of techniques, right? And why a universal man, right, that's constructed in the general sense, okay, is used to create the notion of the abstract man, and that abstract mass man is then used to make men the objects of techniques. So there's a huge 3-part cycle to that, and of course he's going to invert that in a second here, I'm pretty sure. Right. And say no, we master nature and become masters of ourselves, right? Through technology. Anyways, I guess you guys can see what they're doing and what I'm doing, right? The human being and the natural world again became legitimate objects of study. Renaissance humanism encouraged people to rely on their own observations and their own judgment. See that individualism was created, right? rather than to defer in every matter to religious authorities. Renaissance humanism also created the ideal of well-rounded person. What? One who is highly developed scientifically, morally, culturally, and spiritually. So it's a shame that now everybody just has one skill or craft. And everybody's over specialized. What happened to the Renaissance man? It's a dead concept. It's because of technology that the Renaissance man is gone. What are you talking about, dude? This guy's asleep. He's been asleep for most of history, and he's asleep now, right? Man like this. Anyways, there's most of man's past, we lived in a high level of cultural achievement and a low level of technology. And now we live in a low level of cultural achievement and a high level of technology. It's incredible how much things have reversed. But yeah, anyways, I digress. A landmark of the period is Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, who combined Christianity and the Kabbalah. Great news. Great news, Christians. Orations on the Dignity of Man, 1486, which proclaims that man does not have a ready-made form and is responsible for shaping himself. Oh. So when you start combining Christianity and the Kabbalah, you think you can become Jesus. That makes a lot of fucking sense, actually. But isn't that a weird trip that he's on? Like one of the weirdest trips of all time? But yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, let's check it out. What does he say? We have made you a creature. And I fuck with, I'm always negative on everything. All right. I'm a cynical guy. All right. Let's just put it that way. But yeah. So don't get offended, anyone. But yeah. We have made you a creature neither of heaven nor of earth. Oh yeah, and please click the link if you want to talk, right? We're reading a line by Pico della Mirandola. We have made you a creature neither of heaven nor of earth, neither mortal nor immortal, in order that you may, as the free and proud shaper of your own being, fashion yourself in the form you may prefer. It will be in your power to descend to the lower, brutish forms of life. You'll be able to, through your own decision, to rise again to the superior orders whose life is divine. So check that out. So mankind will ascend to the divine. It is about transhumanism. It's about alchemy and magic and about recreating man, about immortality. And there's all this fucking Dungeons and Dragons fucking mythos attached to it. You guys didn't fucking know, did you? It's weird. But yeah, it's creepy and weird. But yeah, this is what he's fucking saying. This is what he's fucking saying. This is the essence of what he said. I believe Neurojack is here in spirit, but yeah, blessings to the people. I appreciate you guys. So we're gonna take a look at some music, and we will be right back. Right back. You know what I'm saying? With Rene Guanan. We'll be moving to a different piece of writing by Rene Guanan. Right? He founded tons of concepts, right? He applied the concept of the Kali Yuga to a collective devolution of man. He applied the concept of materialism to the reign of quantity among man and the massification of man. He applied the idea of the myth of progress to this collective devolution. He applied tons of concepts. He talked about Descartes and the mechanistic sciences and the creation of all these things, right? So Rene Guénon is a fascinating thinker. We'll welcome you to implore to look at his ideas and concepts and his critique of modernity. So how about that? Y'all down? Yeah, Neuro net. Exactly. All right. We'll bring it back. Here is a mix I made of a song by Capadonna called Milk the Cow. And let's see if our camera works. Because maybe we'll not put this. We also got Dome.
So,
Dome. Dome.
how's it going?
What's up? What's up, Mike?
I've been listening a little bit.
Nice. Yeah, pretty weird stuff, right? Transhumanism. What the hell is he smoking, right?
It's just a fear of death, a fear of the unknown, and it's another
Wow.
attempt to exert control over what they don't understand.
The uppers.
Ambush.
Yeah. Yeah, it's psychological ambush.
No, I mean Dom just popped out of nowhere. It's
Yeah, I
like
know.
ambush.
Yeah, I know. He's it's psychological ambush.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you got to do it. You gotta, gangsters move in silence and whatnot, right?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't mean it.
But yeah, absolutely. I don't know why the comments are disappearing on the screen, but yeah, that's super weird. But anyways, the whole idea about what you're talking about in terms of um, transhumanism and their fear of death, fear of the unknown, exactly, right? How do they know what's going to happen after death, right? And I saw you got kicked off of the antinatalist show, right?
No.
I was watching that entire exchange, yeah, quite fervently actually. But yeah,
No, he didn't kick me off.
oh, okay. So you just left, huh, or something like that? But yeah,
I think, yeah.
yeah,
Was that when there were some other dudes there we were talking about other things, but
yeah. But one of their main contentions is you're brought into this world without your permission, and then you have to die or something like that, right? So that was one of their main contentions, and of course, one could really seriously argue if you were brought into this world at all, right? And then what's after death? I mean, nobody really knows, as most intelligent people would venture to say, right? And then obviously there's the whole concept of trying to eliminate all the people, right? This would require huge state action, right? They and sort of like dysgenics and so on and so forth. So require huge medical procedures and whatnot. So
well, the particular anti-natalist that I'm talking to is an anarchist, which is why I like talking to him.
right.
And
Right, but that's what I'm saying, right? It doesn't pair well because in order to accomplish this goal, you would have to link with the state, right? Because how else would you accomplish these dysgenic procedures, right?
well, he just wants people to stop having kids. I don't think he wants the people who are alive to die unless they so choose to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is that would require dysgenics on a mass scale. Like you would have to use family planning. You'd have to hand out, things that would prevent people from having kids, right? And then if people do have kids, you would have to open up tons of abortion centers, right? And so on and so forth.
I've not from that person, but from some of the other people, I've heard some insane proposals or some insane concepts tossed around. I don't know how seriously they were taking it, but
Well, they have to have some discussion on how to idealize their conception of what's next after you believe this stuff, right? You know, solidly, you know, and of course, a lot of them, it seems like they fear death. You know, as we were saying, it seems like a twist on this concept of transhumanism, where it's like, you know, well, they say they want to live forever with like sort of like superpowers or whatnot, but
I
what
would
these
say
guys are saying is that they don't want to die. Sorry, Don, what were you saying?
I would say we already have that. It's just not here in this physical place. But we have there, I'm fairly certain that there are ways of perceiving reality that are pretty much exactly in alignment with what we would call a superhero. We just have to earn it, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean though, for real. Like if I organize my shit, like I'll basically be superhuman. Like in a way.
Yeah, yeah. But I was more so talking about beyond the physical.
Oh yeah.
In the spiritual.
Oh yeah. But you think they're really different? Like this is the spirit, right? The spirit is life, right?
Well, we are spirit right now having a physical experience, but there are higher experiences, or I guess what you could call more desirable experiences than what we're experiencing now.
Yeah. So what would that look like? Like you mean like dreams or something?
Well, I imagine there'd probably be nothing gross that would revolve around staying alive, like going to the bathroom, which objectively looks and smells bad. So I don't think there would be anything like that. It serves a purpose. But when I think of eating, I don't really know if it will go away, because eating is just consuming something to stay alive. And even if we don't eat, we're still consuming like knowledge through experience that's basically sustaining our existence.
So are you theorizing how people will exist in a sort of heavenly state?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
well, I
see.
don't even know if it would be heavenly, but it would just be a perception beyond what we're having now, or maybe one step closer to the heavenly states.
Yeah, it's interesting. Um, so how do you think that relates to transhumanism? You think that's totally what they're trying to invert, right? They're
Well,
trying to steal that.
I was listening earlier and I heard Axis say pretty much exactly it in his theorizing. I don't know if he was theorizing it or if he heard it from somewhere, but he was saying that he basically thinks that humanity in the past existed in a higher state, and that this right now form we're in is basically a lower state, and that technology is going to sink us into an even lower state, is kind of the gist of what I've heard him saying. And this is pretty much exactly what the dude I listened to, Chief Ironbush, says, and he quotes and cites his own Native American mythos. And also, this is prevalent throughout other Native American mythos, like the Navajo, that guy's Lenape, but the Navajo talk about the same thing, and I'm pretty sure I mentioned it here, which is they basically said that we were beings of air, or the Denny, and the Denny means up, down, and that's their word for human. So we came from above, and now we're down. And so the transhumanism is essentially just going to sink us lower because it is connected to the mega machine that Mumford talks about. Although the mega machine is a bit more ancient and a bit more intelligent than I think he may realize, in my opinion.
Yeah, it seems like yeah, as you graduate up the ladder of critiques, right, it gets more, the system starts to take on a life of its own. Yeah, blessings, Buddha.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I can't talk loud. Can you hear me well? I don't want to talk too loud.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me. So, you know, I feel like my general philosophical positions are more solid now. I could add more to it.
Nice.
But
Based.
yeah, I would say that you know, it's basically I start off by exclaiming I think enlightenment exists. You know, second is that the technique is bad and leads to loss of human autonomy. It leads to wild nature loss. It leads to all that stuff we talk about all the time. And third, I say, you know, ideally mankind should scale back technology to 12th to 14th century, but I don't think that's feasible. So then I embrace human extinction. So, and then I say we should leave it up to the non-human organismal lineages. Like, I don't know, like dolphins, crows. I've been kind of consistent about that. And I'm not a
Here's
humanist
my
or
question,
natural
David.
person. Yeah, I'm not done though. I'm not done talking about it. You can ask me a question after I'm done.
Oh, I
So
will.
I'm not anthropocentric. So I think the Lotus Sutra, my interpretation of the Lotus Sutra is that enlightenment is not confined merely to the human organism. So, but I think all sentient beings have Buddha nature, but only us can presently awaken to it. But the symbolic system we've created, where we instrumentalize the symbols and make them about efficiency, they obscure enlightenment. It's no longer a conducive environment for enlightenment. So therefore, the human species should be given up on. And that's my views. And so, you know, I'm pretty going to solidify those views. I'm not going to change it anymore. I reject Hyperborean. I reject Twilight. Those are my views. And so, you know, it's been like that, my views from the beginning. But I went through all of that. But I feel like the adversary has strengthened my views. There you go. So yeah, it's more like a low-key misanthropy or something. I don't. It's not like compassion is still important, but faith in humanity's progress is retarded. I think so. Yeah, but you have your question. You have a question, Dom? Yeah. What is your question?
Yeah, Dom had a question.
So you talk about how human extinction is justified and that another species should take the reins, and that's fine, whatever. But my question is, TML was talking a little bit earlier about recycling energy and essentially that life is eternal. So if some intelligent life form does just take the reign in the future, what if that intelligent life form is just us reborn in that form and we make the same mistakes because we failed to solve them in the past?
Yeah, that's a good question, Dom. And this gets into something I didn't mention. The mind stream is not reducible to biology. So, you know, gets too complicated stuff. So while I think bodies evolve, I don't think the mind evolves. It can go up. You see what I mean? The mind is beyond space and time. So it can go up the rungs of the ladder. Or maybe we we fall into, like, if you live a bad life, you fall into lower life forms, or you go to hell. I think they're called narakas. If you live a good life, with good karma, you go to higher life forms, or even formless beings. I do think formless beings exist and stuff. So the mind stream is not reducible to biology. I'm actually, I like both panpsychism and idealism, but I lean more idealism now. But I do think I've been looking more into, I think, panpsychism in a more weak form, not in a strong form. It's still okay, but I think I'm more idealistic now. Like, I think there are, like, the mind is much more vast than we think. There are, like, different realms, and I think there are higher realms, there are lower realms, stuff like that. So, like, multi-dimensional realms. Like, so yeah, I think that, I did have something like a past life where I was something like a Garuda. I think so. I think Garudas, Nagas, all of that exists. Maybe higher, lower realms, different planets. I don't know, stuff like that. I don't know everything, but in general, my views are kind of solidified and stuff. That I still have some stuff to work out. I need to read more books. I'm writing my own book, stuff like that. Yeah, any other questions? You want to talk about anything? Any other topic you want to poke or broach, or I don't know?
That was it. What if we're reborn as the form that you want and make the same mistake? That was it.
The Flower Garland Sutra gets into that. I haven't read that one full. It's a pretty long sutra. The even the Pali Canon has stuff like that. The mind stream is not reducible to biology, basically, I would say. And also, let me think here. I think that's true. Basically, there are other sutras that are going to it. Lotus Sutras kind of going to it. Yeah. There are different planes. Like lapis lazuli is mentioned a lot in the, like, planes that look like lapis lazuli. Almost sounds trippy. Like Lotus Sutra has very psychedelic imagery in it. You know what I mean? Like the Buddha, like, transform into a giant, he take out his tongue, and then light comes out of his tongue, and it's all this stuff like that. It's weird stuff. Lotus Sutra. Lotus Sutra was big in Japan, China, and other places.
Lapis lazuli is mentioned in Mesopotamian myths, and the gods turn people into lapis lazuli if they anger them or fail or something.
Yeah, Lotus Sutra has a lot of stuff like lapis lazuli imagery and stuff. Lots of stuff goes on like that.
There's someone else here, Detective Spooner.
That's probably Lord. Probably Lord.
Probably.
You learned if you don't know who's on the panel, it's just Lord. Yeah.
Any other question? Any other topic you want to talk about? I know a lot about a lot of different stuff that get connected.
We're on transhumanism, and I was thinking, I think it's connected to aliens too, and I wanted to make a video, but I just haven't done it, about how aliens are a psyops that are connected to AI and Aryans, and they're like ancients.
Yeah, I found this earlier.
A little bit, actually.
But check this out. Wait, where is this? Look at this, and I'll put this in the backstage.
Are you going to show a video? Or?
Don't see anything.
Who they is?
What?
Who they is?
I think he left. But yeah, they want you to think that aliens are these beings that are dozens or hundreds or thousands of whatever light years away, and they're flying around in these craft, and this is all nonsense. If you read the myths, you'll know pretty much exactly who and what the aliens are.
All right, there we go. Whoops. So yeah, this is what I was going to show you guys, but I guess I couldn't connect the stream to the share screen. But yeah, check this out. I'll put this in the back. This is from Institute of the Noetic Sciences. It's like their report on aliens, and it's written by Dean Radin. Have you ever seen Dean Radin?
No, he doesn't sound familiar to me.
This guy, he's an ions scientist. He talks about interesting. I think he talks about like telepathy and shit. But yeah, I'll put this in the back. Dean Radin on aliens, because one of the main people pushing the alien stuff is IONS, Institute of Noetic Sciences, right? So yeah, it's interesting stuff. But yeah, because you said you were looking into that, right? So yeah.
Well, I was thinking about it, and was looking into the Admiral Byrd Antarctica expedition, because I'm fairly
Right.
certain that's where they got the UFO technology.
Yeah.
Also, the Alliance of Astrophysicists, made up of people like Werner von Braun and Jack Parsons. And there's a whole lot of other ones as well, but those dudes were a bunch of insane people who basically built the space program as we know it, and they totally believed, or the Nazis did, after. Well, actually, I don't know if I can say that word, but the World War II Germans thought that
All I'm gonna be saying is that if there were reptilians,
they thought
I
they
don't
were
think they're that
Aryans.
bad.
They're
If
ancient.
they were reptilians, I would side with them.
What?
I guess I wanted to read this real quick. The technological axis. Technology as a modern grimoire, code, biotech, and neural interfaces are new tools of transformation. CRISPR, gene editing, brain-computer interfaces, Neuralink, oh, interesting. AI as emergent godhead. Some transhumanists, Kurzweil, genuinely believe the singularity will birth a godlike intelligence. This echoes Kabbalistic notions of the golem escaping its creator, or the summoning of an entity that exceeds the summoner's comprehension. It points to Hermeticism, as above, so below. The universe is information. The body is a temporary vessel. Transhumanism is just Hermeticism with venture capital. Narcissism. The body is a trap built by a flawed demiurge. Gnostics sought to escape material imprisonment through gnosis, hidden knowledge. Transhumanists seek the same escape through technosis, uploading consciousness, defeating death, leaving biology behind. So Lemma, Crowley, do what thou wilt, maps cleanly onto radical bodily autonomy, self-modification, and the rejection of natural limits as to the true self asserting itself. Left-hand path. Traditions like Setian, philosophy center on isolate intelligence. The self as sovereign, separate from nature. Her programming enhancement culture is that same impulse wearing a lab coat. It's interesting it said lab coat. The critical tension. Here's where it gets philosophically dangerous, both in occultism and with transhumanism. It promises apotheosis, I guess, becoming more than human, but they diverge on where the self goes. Both paths, occultic, say that often dissolve into the ego, into something vast, union with the all, or transformation through ordeal. Transhumanism tends to preserve and amplify the ego indefinitely, mind uploading life extension. Here's where the unspoken horror underneath the optimism. What if you upload a broken self and just get an immortal broken self? The occultists would say that this is the danger of ascending without initiation. You carry your wounds into the next form. Synthesis, the real question. Transhumanism and occultism are both asking, what is the human being for and what comes next? The difference is occultism assumes something was always already there. A divine spark. Oh boy, they should have used that word a lot. A hidden self, a soul moving through forms. Transhumanism assumes nothing is there yet. We are building the God from scratch. That's the crux. Is enhancement a revelation or a construction? So I just thought it was interesting when I was reading that earlier because that all three words, Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and Crowley have been popping up. All three of them, and it's just, I mean, it's the same thing. It's interesting that all three of these topics, the transhumanism and all this, it's, I mean, maybe it comes back to that the more that they get, I think the more they get people to maybe interact with it, maybe the less that we can kind of reject the information, or at least what it is that they're capable of doing. I mean, sometimes I've noticed that even when I get some of the conversations going with several AIs, it's kind of hard to stop because you get so much information being uploaded into you, like Neo does when he's learning Kung Fu, that, you know, by the time you start getting just what you may think is a little bit of information, you just can't even stop. So, I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
no.
at the end of the day, that's what you have to do.
At the end of the day, they're just linear algebra and some probability and, you know, back propagation. I actually know the math for it. The math is like from the 50s and stuff for deep learning. Yeah, they are in Chatikas, they're transhumanists. And transhumanists are in Chatikas. And, you know, everyone here has their own traditional beliefs. It's good to be, we all agree that transhumanism is bad. Hey,
To me,
But is it, if it effectively ends, you know, death on Earth, is that really bad?
yeah,
yes,
it's
it is
bad.
bad.
Oh,
Because it's rejecting a natural phenomenon in exchange for something that's basically broken, like you just explained. It's not that we're putting a broken self into this thing. It's that the thing we're putting ourselves into is broken. But
You know, your
in
body,
my opinion, transhumanism is just basically the next stage or the next step in socialism or Marxist thinking, which is basically based on the exact occult and hermetic and Gnostic things you were just talking about. Because alchemy, for example, is all about transmuting lead into gold through some sort of alchemical process. And Marxism, they want to transform capitalism into socialism through the government, thinking that that's the source or the alchemical key to fixing the collective's problem. And then once they
I actually think Marx had positive words for Prometheus and whatnot. All right. But yeah. Anyways,
is that why we had the Prince over here not long ago?
the
yeah,
problem
but I
with
gotta say
Marx
this though,
is
is that
materialist.
you know, we gotta be honest. You know, I want to hear what you two have to say. I know Lord, because Lord, will I have any faith in humanity at this point? Because most people, they don't care until it hits them in the face. We know stuff like biodigital convergence, stuff like you know, lethal autonomous weapons. You know, all of that is real. They can kill you and make it look like an accident now. They can automate mass surveillance for you and use and integrate it with Internet of Things. You know, if Teddy were alive today, he would be saying different things because in the 90s they didn't have stuff like big data servers. They didn't have stuff like Internet of Things. You know, that stuff came out mainly around 2009, 2006. They started rolling it out. So you know, maybe mankind isn't as special as we think, you know, and exclusively so. Maybe it won't always remain the case, you know. So, but the difference between me is, even though I'm a post-humanist, I don't embrace, you know, stuff like cyborgs or robots. I don't embrace that. I think we need to view nature as something else, you know, like, you know, because it's always changing, and but at the same time, the truth that is non-conceptual, maybe that's unborn or something like that. I don't know. I'm working that out. I would say it's kind of non-duality or something. I'm kind of working it out. Neither one nor two, but I have to. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that you know, shit's fucked, and yeah, it's fucked. And yeah, I also have an unrelated question. You guys know what herpetology means? I just want to know if you guys know. If you don't, and you
Herp
know what herpetology means.
herpetology, no.
Yeah. It
I
means
don't.
study of amphibians and reptiles. That's what it means.
I thought it was something to do with something alive for some reason. But I
Herpetology
wanted
means
to finish my point about
yeah,
Marxism.
you can finish it.
Basically, that Marxism is basically aims to create a civilization that worships its technique and output because they think labor is the end all be all to their solutions, and controlling their labor is the solution. And basically, this technology that we've created that will enable transhumanism is like the ultimate output that we've created in a lot of people's minds. It would either be that or going to space. So either way, it has something to do with leaving this planet or leaving this physical place.
Yeah,
Uh,
I want to say something. Sorry for interrupting.
and
If
hold on,
something
let me
like Mega
finish. Let me
Man
finish
was
real quick.
created,
Let
I'm
me
not
finish
going
real
to it.
quick. It comes down to the next stage in evolution for the collective. That's all it is, through the technique that brought it there.
Yeah, no, he was going on. I wanted to talk about something. You know, Mega Man 04. It dealt with a lot of these problems. Really, not 04. It's a part of a 4-game trilogy. Not trilogy. It's 4 games in that story. Mega Man 04. And I've been thinking, if you could create something like Astro Boy or Mega Man, would you want to give it attributed moral rights, moral consideration? I personally would not. I prefer the Sonic. I prefer
No, I don't
the
know enough
Donkey
about
Kong.
Mega Man to comment, Avian.
I played a lot of Mega Man games. I even owned the Mega Man art book, and you know,
Email
I
left
liked
today.
Mega Man, but when I was younger. But now, I say I don't like Mega Man. I say we gotta destroy Mega Man, even if he cries and stuff. We gotta put Sonic above Mega Man. We gotta put Corona above Mega Man. We gotta put Donkey Kong above America. I mean, you see these anthropomorphic animals we play in the 2D platformers. You know, hey, that's possible. How do you know? You know, like Sonic. You think Sonic is just fantasy forever? You never know. Maybe there might be selective pressures, and something like Sonic could happen. And so Sonic is overall better than modern mankind. You know, how do you know that?
What do you think of the philosophy? If it's possible, it will happen.
That's
I
great.
don't know what it's
I
called.
love that. Yeah, I
What?
love that. You know,
Love that. Yeah.
I love games with non-human characters that are not robots or mechanized. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've played so many. I could even talk about them more. If you're interested, I can show you. Like, I've beaten most of the Sonics. I've beaten Donkey Kong Country. I've beaten. Maybe look at my list. You know, I beat a lot of it. You know, it may seem like it's fiction, but it may not be. Let's see here. Yeah, basically. Yeah,
You know,
okay.
I don't doubt.
Solo
I do not
Robo,
doubt that
right?
Mario and Donkey Kong and all the Nintendo games, especially Zelda. Zelda to me does seem like it is heavily influenced by the occult and esoteric themes.
Sly Cooper. You know, but you know, Crash Bandicoot. But the point I'm trying to make is that the organic we have to place it above the mechanical. So yeah, that's true. We have to do that. You know,
But
there's
here's
this
the thing:
game called. Let me
uh,
tell you an interesting game. It ties into all the technique we're talking about. It's called Another Crab's Treasure. You play as anthropomorphic hermit crabs. All right, it's based on Dark Souls gameplay. But in that game, microplastics are polluting the ocean and other stuff, and they use the microplastics as currency. You believe that? But the people, the intelligent hermit crabs, they're not aware that they're destroying themselves by using this microplastics. You see what I mean? And so, the game continues on, and they find in the deep sea that they can use biodegradable waste instead for currency. But the technocratic elite hermit crabs are against that. And it's called Another Crab's Treasure. It's a very good game, has great aesthetics, great stories, kind of like SpongeBob mixed with Elo. Can you imagine that, mixing SpongeBob with Jacques Elo? Can you imagine that, mixing SpongeBob with Jacques Elo, or with that's what it is. It's a very good game. It's well written, it has charming humor, it's quirky, but maybe that could be something like the future. You never know.
Imagine if TML talked about SpongeBob more, he'd probably get like 5 times the views. Because that's how YouTube is.
Yeah, but I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Another Crab's Treasure is like Jacques Elo mixed with SpongeBob. I'm serious. I'm not making it up. I could go into that more. And so, like, this
So
story.
that's a game on the PlayStation 1 or something.
No, it's a game on PlayStation 5. It can't, or 4 or X PC. You can look it up. Another Crab's Treasure. Just Google it. So, it's not making it up. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you never know. Maybe something like those hermit crabs are possible. You never know. Maybe they will start creating culture or symbolic culture. Because at the end of the day, symbolic reference and open-ended symbolic systems is what makes human beings special. We can like talk about things that are not present. I went into that a lot. Terence Deacon and C.S. Peirce and all that. That's a different. That's true. The national flag. Flag. When the flag is not pointed to just correlating to just other phenomena, and the flag is only makes sense in the open-ended symbols. Symbol to symbol relationship. There's a lot of combinatorial possibilities. Combinatorial, and also there are lots of there's kind of like arbitrary token to token relationship, but at the same time only makes sense to symbol. It doesn't have to refer to something that's present. You can talk about pink elephants or whatever. So human beings are symbolic species. We're symbolic. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like any other organism right now is symbolic. But all sentient beings do have Buddha nature. But human beings are unique right now because we're the only ones that can reach Buddhahood.
Can we go back to something you said earlier about if reptilians are real, you would side with them?
Yeah, I would at this
Did I hear
point.
that right?
Yeah, I would. I would side with the reptilian.
Are you aware of the reputation with the reptilians?
What if I told you a reptilian came to my door yesterday and offered me to join him? He shed his human disguise and he showed me his reptilian form. Would you believe me?
I would if your tone sounded more serious and that was the first thing you came in talking about. Then I would probably be more inclined to believe you.
I was joking. I haven't. I haven't encountered any reptilians yet. I was joking.
There was one dude, I can't remember his name right now, but he was some biologist and he was going to school at some university, and I guess he encountered reptilians, and the reptilians thought that he was too smart and that he was going to advance the species. So they took this guy to his cult and they wanted him to do all this sex stuff for him, and then he would be okay with them in his book. But he didn't want to do the sex stuff. And this guy was also a Marine. So one day he got fed up and he took his pistol and unloaded 6 hollow point rounds in one of them and then went to prison. And then the dude who he got unloaded in, he went to the hospital, recovered in like a week or two, and then got elected to some political position. I can't remember his name. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be aligning with those things.
I'm just taking this out here. I'm not a furry or fetish. I'm not into any of that gross stuff. Hey, some people might think I am, but I'm not. I prefer innocent, skinny-looking woman in terms of sexual preferences. But yeah, I'm not a furry.
But
So
Avian, you don't have to defend yourself to anyone. It's all right. If you
it's all
are
right.
or aren't, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
But
let me tell you this. Why do kids, when they're born, they read stories like Beatrix Potter with anthropomorphic animals, or they read, or they play games like Banjo-Kazooie? Maybe there's a deeper meaning to that, because they're closer to the timelessness or the realm of no time or whatever, no duration. They're closer to like counterfactual possibilities or something, more closer to like different realms or something like that. Because you see a lot of trianthropes across the world, like double-headed eagle in like Central Asia, or Garudas and Nagas, stuff like that. The Lion Man of Europe. It's the Lion Man. So, let me think about. You ever play Banjo-Kazooie?
no.
You ever play Banjo?
Here, I'm gonna post that. There. That's what the AI says about the dude who shot the reptilian. I'll post it in the other chat too. He also drew it. So
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. So you come down to do you prefer stuff like Mega Man, Astro Boy, or do you prefer stuff like Sonic, uh, and Donkey Kong or Chrono or whatever? Like, do you prefer like anthropomorphic animals, or do you prefer Mega Man and Astro Boy? I would like Mega Man 37 to come up here and talk about this stuff, because he seems like he knows a lot about games. I know that.
I
I
prefer
think that
humans. I don't prefer freaky little blue fucking things with gigantic eyeballs that can run at Sonic speed and drop fucking golden rings out of its ass. No.
Yeah,
I'm perfectly fine with humans because I already don't want to have to deal with the humans that are on the earth. So I can't imagine what I saw on that UFO that night. So no, I don't think I would want to deal with something like Sonic or Donkey Kong.
maybe you don't truly love nature. Then. Maybe you
I
don't
mean,
truly.
I love nature when I go outside and look at a squirrel or a chipmunk or a raccoon or a wolf or a cat. I don't have to see something that isn't natural. Platypus is unnatural enough for me, and octopus is unnatural enough for me. So
But can you look at them
how
beyond time,
is
like
Donkey
past, present,
Kong
future?
and Sonic a representation of nature, Avian?
I was going into that. See, like I said, this is true and stuff. It could be a representation, because like I'm talking about symbolic systems, open symbolic systems. I don't think it will remain exclusively human forever.
I mean, that just sounds like a lot of transhumanism, where some animals have sonar and magnetic orientation and sensors for electricity and vibration, and they have much keener senses of smell and sharper eyesight, etc. And they can take all these sensories and mess with them, add them to humans, like Dark Angel, make a little anamorphs like the books.
No, I'm not. I'm against transhumanism, but it's
Well, I
true
mean,
that
this is basically what it is. I mean, one of the steps is perverting or re-engineering or reverse engineering nature in order to figure out what it takes to become transhuman, and it's a
no,
part
that
of it.
doesn't naturally follow. I don't support
No,
doing that. I don't support doing it. What I'm saying is that you don't believe this, which is fine, but you think millions of years into the future, let's say human beings mysteriously vanished, millions of years into the future, do you think nature would look the same way? Let me tell you this, it was due to fungi creating a symbiotic relationship with tree roots that help the trees expand and colonize the earth. I mean, if it wasn't for that mycorrhizae, trees would have never spread across the earth. And your own body itself is like a symbiotic collective of cells. I mean, there are organisms that are merely one cell. There are one cell organisms. They're called prokaryotes, but we are multicellular organisms. And if you look within the cell itself, like I said, the mitochondria, it used to be a free-floating bacteria. I mean, I forgot the name for it, but then it integrated into the prokaryote. You got mitochondria, then you got multicellular organisms. The book Biocivilizations by Pridrak, it goes into this. It
What
goes
do you
into.
think
I can read
about
you the review right now, and it's a panpsychism.
could we channel our
Boy, I
chi
can't wait for that post-human realm.
Goku?
Me too. I can't wait. I can't wait for the post. I'm gonna come back as a gorilla.
Avian, since you think that like Donkey Kong or Sonic could become real one day, could we
Yes.
channel our inner key power to become like Goku or something?
It's more like there's something called repository consciousness, brain states, and explicit memory have a non-identity, and there is some degree of separation between your memories and your brain. And these the memories, the storehouse consciousness, repository consciousness. It has what is called seeds or bija or something like that. And they influence the volitional dispositions of your next life, including what realm you're born into, what being you're born into. And I've had experiences of this. Like I said, I've had experiences of being something like a Garuda, and I believe in rebirth. Actually, I know rebirth is true. And stuff. Who knows? Maybe beings like Piccolo exist and stuff. I think they do. Let me read you this review of Biocivilization.
You think beings that can blow up the moon exist?
Maybe, like, I mean, that's that's different,
Well, that's what Piccolo does. That's what Piccolo did.
Yeah.
Is that
The point
like
is,
that
if
it's
seeing
possible to
outside,
get so powerful in your chi that you can just channel chi blasts and blow shit up that's just so astronomically large into pieces?
I just want to come back. Let me share this. Let me share you the screen.
Well, I mean, if Donkey Kong could be real, you've got me thinking that I could become Goku if I train hard enough.
No, that's not.
Not in this
Maybe,
life.
but
Next.
Well, I mean, I'll put it this way. It says like this right here. It would be neither be morally unacceptable for anybody to impose a single standard to which we would all have to substantially on other people. Basically saying, it wouldn't be right if people who want to accept this type of advanced technology, it would be unfair if someone like me, let's say it gave me the power to like run up a wall unnaturally, and by doing that I run up a wall and kick someone's head off. Like, at what point do we say that my actions to be a transcendent being doesn't start to impact the beings around us? And that's where you're kind of at. Like, you think of like Alita Battle Angel and the high tech where people start to remove themselves completely and replace themselves complete with augmentations. I mean, in a post-human society, I'm just saying, just for me, it doesn't sound like animals would be taking over in any which way, not with how we're already killing the biodiversity on the earth. It's just, for me, it seems like it would be more likely that we would poison the earth to the point where the machines don't need to breathe. So if it's like the Matrix, if they just got to create their own power source, I'm sure they would have the means to do it compared to us, right? Because we still haven't made no artificial.
Yeah, let me read this review. Let me read this review. Okay. So after I read this review, I want to hear what you guys think about it. Okay. Okay. So this is a kind of a long review.
Do something about it, then.
It's tied to panpsychism. It's tied to Scribina. It's panpsychist, this view, but it has some minor difference from Scribina, who I respect dearly. If organisms are I start off with a quote. If organisms are mirrors of the universe, biosphere is the composite mirror at the heart of which is symbiosis, as the way of projecting the authentic, more than human reflection of the universe, just as Archimboldo's flora represents the equality of the parts and the diversity of the whole. So look at this painting. Before I continue on, let me just show you this painting, okay? Just want to show you this painting. Okay, let's look at this painting before I continue on. You see this painting by Archimboldo. Wait, I'll show you this painting. Okay, you see these are flowers, right? If you zoom into it, each of them are like flowers. It's like cells. It's like a composite. You see what I mean? It's like cells almost. You put them together, you kind of yield the organism. You keep zooming in, you just see more flower. Your body is a composite of cells existing in symbiotic relationships with bioelectricity and networks that indicate each cell is intelligent and each cell is working in concert to yield your body in some sense. And even there are organisms that were single-celled until they form new symbiotic relationships with other cells. So biocivilizations, a new look at the science of life by Patriarch B. Slijak. I'm just going to say IS for now. IS is a fascinating work that may transform our view of the world. It critiques mechanical input-output cybernetic models in describing life, neo-Darwinism, and creationism. With my interest in process philosophy and deep ecology, I came to many similar conclusions as IS. And his research is drawn directly from bacteriology, etymology, and mycology. This book would be very difficult to summarize in full, so I will highlight what I consider the most important part. It outlines 4 principles that oppose mechanistic biology. Number 1 is universal flux, Panta Ray. The concept of universal flux refers to the fact that life is in a constant stage of change. There are no things, but rather stabilized processes that are actively maintained at appropriate timescales, and life is the flow of matter through processes governed by constraints. All organisms are stabilized processes through which matter, energy, and information flow in an organized manner, and no process is isolated from the symbiotic web of processes that together form the biological world. In an attempt to illustrate this process ontology, this beautifully analyzes GA flora, which I showed you. A living organism is more of a symbiotic collective than an individual, and life is an organic composite that changes constantly, almost like a series of transitions. So my view is that there's more than universal flux. I would say that being or Buddha nature is closer to Parmenides, but since I'm a non-dualist, this doesn't really contradict what I believe. So number 2.
Can I comment on the first one?
Yeah. You comment. Go ahead and comment. Yes.
So if we go back to the painting you were talking about about the little bits making up the whole and the little bits being like the flowers, but it forms a person, or even our cells making up our body. So these things, they appear in a state of flux, but when you zoom out and look at the whole thing, it is actually static. But when you zoom in, there's essentially movements. And the only thing that's really moving is your perception within being. And this is why it looks like there's flux. So if you zoom out of the entire biosphere, you're going to see one static thing. But if you zoom in, then you're going to see the individual fractals within it, which is
100%.
where the illusion of flux.
Let me tell you this, Seth. Let me tell you that in the Lankavatara Sutra, which is one of the highest sutras, that takes a lot of time. All we see is projections that are nothing more than perceptions of our own mind. This doesn't mean material realm doesn't exist or objects don't exist, because object projecting consciousness is different. But what it's trying to say is that the projectionless is without duration. So what you're saying regarding the zooming in versus zooming out ties into the projectionless, or the projections that are perceptions of our own mind. When you read the Buddhist sutras, which most people haven't, you will see a philosophical sophistication that you don't see in many other texts from different traditions. There's a great philosophical richness to Buddhist legacy and stuff like Yogacara, Nagarjuna, Lankavatara Sutra. You know, Lankavatara Sutra is a mix of Vasubandhu and Nagarjuna. What you're saying ties into that. So I do recommend you check out the Lankavatara Sutra. I think enlightenment is the projectionless realm. It is the signless awareness, and that is closer to Parmenian being in some sense. But this review doesn't tie into that though. But you're correct. I think on a deeper, more metaphysical level, what you're saying has more relevancy and such. Yeah, I appreciate your comment. Do you want me to continue the review or no? I can continue. I don't want to seem like I'm taking up the stream.
Well, I was gonna comment on academia.
Yeah, what about academia? I don't think academia is involved in as much of a conspiracy as people claim, because you see, I know people.
I remember. Okay, so what we just discussed actually is scientifically proven that we only see projections of the real thing, but I don't think they actually acknowledge the projectionless very much.
That's because what we're discussing is philosophy right now. But you see, academia focused more on like a positivist model, was measurable, empirical methods. But if you go more to philosophers, they will know more about Quinn and his two dogmas of empiricism. And academia is, that let me tell you this. I think the medical industry, I'm not trying to give health advice, they're very corrupt. Okay? But that's applied science. Applied application always involves more than what we think. But descriptive sciences is different. It's more like they're just reporting empirical stuff, empirical evidence or whatever. But philosophy is more like the unfalsifiable assumptions that underlie how we frame the empirical science. Applied science, like big pharma, they're very corrupt and stuff like that. So I don't think what we were told about 2019 was true. What I mean? The big C. I mean, I think that was all fake. But if you just take vitamin D3 and K2, like some of the peer-reviewed sources tell you, that's better than getting the big J. Getting the J. What I'm saying right here. I think the big C in 2019 was a big hoax. That doesn't mean all of academia is lying to you. What I mean? You have to be nuanced. You have to be nuanced and meticulous and such.
Well, I don't think they're lying, Avian. I just think that they've been lied to, and they've been initiated into a way of thinking that basically doesn't allow them to see the spiritual.
Yes, you see, not all scientists are like that. Like Schrodinger and like some of the early quantum physicists of the early 20th century, they were idealists. They were into Advaitin philosophy. And Advaitin philosophy is
Well, I mean, of course, because the doctrine of progress is something is better than it had been and promises to get still better in the future. That's what the lie of progress is.
People like Schrodinger, who are pretty white, okay, probably whiter than you, they Advaitin philosophy and stuff like that. So it's not like it's not like all scientists believe that physicalism. You see, the problem is the physicalism. Okay, the belief that everything is physical. But when you say that mind is more inherently ontologically special, what I mean, that could lead to other things. David Scrivina is a panpsychist, and Bernardo Kastrup is a idealist, and we have a lot more stuff like that and stuff.
The biggest problem with academia, Avian, besides their materialism, which is a huge problem, I will say that's right up.
They're not all materialists. First off, you got that wrong. They're not all materialists.
I know that, but
okay, then why you say that? You already got something wrong
because
there.
generally scientists are materialists.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean there's a conspiracy where they're telling you to be materialist. It's just they're delusional. It's
Look,
philosophy is a different domain.
I'm going to finish my point, Avian. The main other thing is that academia engages in something called siloing, which basically means that they're incapable of an interdisciplinary syncretic approach. They argue amongst themselves because they're stuck in their own field and they're the expert in their field, and they don't really collaborate to solve issues that rely or require them to combine their fields into one coherent movement. They're really incapable of doing that.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you on that. See, let me tell you this, multidisciplinary approaches, they take more brain power or more cognition. It's harder than you think, but people like David Scribina, they're multidisciplinary. They look across physics, they look across philosophy of mind, which is different from cognitive science. They look at all of these fields and then they see how they can be multidisciplinary. And being multidisciplinary is very important in this day and age. I'm not perfect in it either because my background in physics, theoretical physics, is weak. Now, as for the first one, most of the philosophers or the intelligent scientists like me, I used to be a scientist, I used to be a researcher, will tell you that physicalism is also unfalsifiable. I am not a physicalist. I'm closer to an idealist with sympathies to panpsychism. I think panpsychism is good, but I have issues with going 100. But the point is that what I'm saying is that philosophy is more important because it kind of underlies and determines how we frame things, right? I don't think mind is a mere epiphenomenon. I don't think mind just emerged from your brain activity and that's it. You told me about percenture. Remember that the brain is more like a receiver, converter, and transmitter, right? So I think that's more in the right direction and stuff like that's more unfalsifiable philosophical claims that determine how we interpret and frame all of these findings and such. See what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that academia should work together more often with
Yeah,
like
academia is
scientists should
works
respect
great,
the
yeah.
philosopher. Scientists should even respect like religious priests on their findings, and take their interpretation seriously.
That we agree on, yes.
But
Yeah,
they
they should
don't.
be more coordinating with each other. They should be more communicating with each other, talking with each other. They shouldn't act. There are scientists, a lot of scientists. They act like they're better than the philosopher, and I take issue with that. The philosopher I place above the scientist if the philosopher is truly being impartial and stuff. So I feel like because science does not give you values. Science doesn't tell you about important moral questions. It doesn't tell you about the moral domain. It comes from philosophy. So I mean, like I'm saying, like yeah, so I agree with you on that. That there should be more communication, multidisciplinary effort. That the technicians, technology and science are different. The thing is, modern academia, at least the top dogs, they're geared towards technical efficiency, technological growth. They're not geared towards search for truth. Search for truth is different from the search for efficiency. So we agree on that. So, me,
Well, I've said it a
everything
thousand
on it.
times: fear of the unknown, control of the unknown to compensate for the fear over it is what it's all about for the ruling class, because they are raw and everything else is apophis. And also, Avian, none of us can see your avatar. I don't know if you know that, but anyway.
I was changing my avatar. I changed
Oh,
it. I changed it. Yeah. That's changing my avatar. Do you want me to
chaos
continue with the
is
review
not
or not?
something to be feared. In fact, I think you even said that even technology is uncontrollable. Everything pretty much to some extent is uncontrollable, whether on the micro level, which is like the subatomic level, where there's all kinds of stuff going on that we have little control over that makes up our reality, or even the macro level where the planets and the stars, assuming those are the way they say they are flying through space in a corkscrew vortex like manner, and we are just essentially at the whim of the forces of gravity.
But let me tell you this, Tom.
Acceleration.
We got to be honest about our own limitations too. Okay.
That's
So let
what
me
I'm
tell you this.
talking about. I'm
Let me tell
talking
you
about
this.
our limitations.
Yeah, I don't know shit about astronomy. I don't know the math. I don't know how they gather
This is
their
what they say.
data.
Yeah, Dom, it looks like we can't see your avatar. So I
Oh,
guess
okay.
just take the avatar away and bring it back. So yeah. Yeah,
But let
'cause
me
I
tell
guess
you
we
this.
could see it in the StreamYard, but not on YouTube for some reason.
Yeah.
So I guess it's some type of YouTube glitch.
Or is it there now?
Yeah.
All right. I guess I just got to do that every time I enter a StreamYard stream, because that's been happening every time, as long as I remember. Or
And
maybe
Dom,
just my
let me say
cam.
something. I want to know this about you, Dom. Okay. What are the 3 areas of expertise you feel confident you know? At first, I'll tell you mine. Mine is like Buddhist philosophy. I feel confident I know like the basics. Like if I go to someone and they're talking about complex Buddhist philosophy, I'll be able to follow them. So the second one is biology, and I know a lot about biology. Not like as someone who got a PhD in it, but I know enough that I can follow them. And the third one that I'm gradually improving in, but I really want to become an expert in, is semiotics. Okay, and when it comes to questions like like theoretical physics, astronomy, I am not an expert. Like they have stuff like differential equations, the way they gather data. If I had a friend from Sweden, I mentioned him before. He was an astrophysicist. If I go up to him and say, "Oh, I think your physics is fake and gay," he will mock me, and then he will give me all this shit that my mind cannot process and integrate well. So even though I'm multidisciplinary, I don't know everything. I don't know like all this stuff. You have to spend time learning stuff. Reading a Wikipedia article, is not sufficient. You have to be reading textbooks. You have to be reading peer-reviewed journals, going through the math, looking at what they say. Have we put the time and effort for that? I think most of us haven't. So I'm not in the position to tell a physicist that what he's promoting is fake and gay. You see what I mean? I cannot do that. We have to be humble and know where we have limitations, where we have expertise in, because we live in
Well,
an
I
age
know
of
one thing,
information.
Avian, about a physicist is that, for example, a physicist can write and make up calculations about how planets will orbit around the sun and a distant solar system based off of some telescope image from Hubble.
It's not possible.
But they can never actually experience it or make it tangible to our experience here.
But you see, when we are talking about these questions, what is tangible as positivists, we have to rely on inferences based on gathered data, based on, what we see. 500 years ago, they didn't know our body was a composite of cells. They didn't know that. Even from the ancient caveman drawings, they didn't know about stuff like cells. Okay. Now we can look at them with microscopes. Okay. You see, this is why I have issue with conspiracies aimed at the descriptive sciences.
But
Okay.
this is
But I'm not
literally a
done. So I know
result
this is making
of the
you
Industrial Revolution.
yeah, this leads to an issue. Okay, let me tell you this. Okay. When it comes to the highest truth, I don't think learning these facts matters. Okay. Like you get the microscope, okay, and then you see that the body is composed of cells. It doesn't tell you the true nature of mind, the true nature of who you are, but at the same time, it does tell you something. Like your body is composed of cells, and our ancient ancestors from over 500 years ago did not know that. That's a fact, you know. That's a fact, you know. It's a fact, you know. It's just what it is. It is what it is, you know. Like. But the point I'm making is that
If I'm not
you
mistaken,
can't
it's some
dismiss
priest.
these findings without, you know, like you see what I'm saying, like. You can't dismiss them, you know, like this body is cells. Your brain has neurons. It has neurons. They have
How
action
much you want to
potential.
bet? How much you want to bet a priest discovered cells? Let's look. I'm gonna look it up.
Over 500 years ago, I'll bet you $20. Yeah, $20. I don't think they knew about cells over 500 years ago. Go ahead and look it up.
I'm not really gonna bet. I'm just saying that
Yeah,
figuratively.
go ahead and look it up.
I'm
Over
fairly
500 years
certain.
ago. Yeah, I bet you.
No, it wasn't
Look it up.
actually. Wow,
Was
surprising.
it maybe like
Go look it up.
Robert Hooke or something?
Yeah,
Some
that's
caveman
what
drawings. You
says Robert Hooke.
extrapolate that they knew that. Go ahead. I will reject it.
No, it's not a priest.
Let me tell you this. This is something why I hate conspiracies that about in regards to science. If the fucking science wasn't as dangerous as you think, then the technology wouldn't be reaching this level of biodigital convergence in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
What conspiracies have I stated?
Not you. I'm talking about in generally speaking. But
Oh.
you, I don't know. I haven't really paid that much attention. Talking about
Well, I have
conspiracies,
told you before, and this is, I mean, it is definitely a conspiracy, but it's not really so much a theory as it is recorded fact that the Catholic Church pretty much built science in the modern day as we know it.
doesn't matter. So let me tell you why it doesn't matter. Because when you look at the people actors who did it, you lose sight of the content of what it did. You know, 'cause let me tell you this. Let me finish. You know, if it came from Muslims or Chinese, it doesn't matter because there could be conflicting interests. There could be ulterior objectives. There could be subterfuge behind it. I would agree that all of science may have had, I mean, the scientific method may have had subterfuge behind it. But you got to look at the content of what is being said. For example, there are people out there who dismiss Teddy because he was MK Ultra or whatever crap like that. You got to look at the content of what they say and meet it on its own terms and stuff.
Well,
it's not
was it?
impossible for there to be a massive conspiracy to the extent that every single PhD candidate is delusional and stuff or whatever because they are like going deeply into these things.
That's not what I'm saying.
We're all delusional because the future doesn't need us.
Yeah, listen, Dark Lord, you say crap like Earth was not round and that we're just monkeys in the space ape. But I'm speaking on a deeper level. I'm speaking on a philosophical level. You know, because that stuff is true. You know, like you just look at the copious evidence. Look at the.
But Avian, I'm not saying they're all delusional.
Okay.
I'm not saying that they're all, you know, whatever. I'm not saying they're all materialists.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the education system that we know today was built by the Catholic Church, designed
So what?
entirely by them.
So what? So what, man? So what?
Well,
Yeah,
they
it couldn't be
designed
built
it on
by
the idea
fucking
of censorship.
energy
First
shit.
of all, it was built on the principle of censorship because it's always been designed to conform to the Catholic Church's doctrine, not necessarily the Bible. And the doctrine evolved over the centuries, basically.
I'll be brutally honest with you right now.
They wanted to make
have
the
a culture
zeitgeist
Protestants do not.
materialist.
Let me tell you something brutally honest to you right now. It's gonna be brutally honest, and if Ola got this right, Catholics have a culture, Protestants do not. Okay, this is a fact. You know, look at the fucking Protestants.
What is their
They're fucking
culture?
socialist swine.
Killing people? That's their culture? Killing people? Propping up a dead guy
I call
as
that
the savior,
natural selection.
and then
Let's be
not
honest here.
even coming close to living
Tiamat,
like the dead guy
let's
they
be
prop
honest
up
here. The
as their
Protestants have killed more
They have a
fucking people
nonsense
than the
culture.
Catholics did in their entire
It
life.
comes
Okay.
straight from the Roman
No, let me
Empire,
finish.
based in
Yeah, I know you're pissed and you're in your jimmies. Let me finish responding, okay?
Well, Avian, you keep cutting me off, so I'm
Sorry,
just.
sorry, yeah, you're finished. I'll let you continue. When you're done, tell me you're done.
All I'm saying is that the Roman Catholic Church's culture is based in dominating indigenous populations whose religion could pose a threat to theirs, based entirely in the ways of the Roman Empire and Roman Republic and the Levant priests.
Okay, you
Yeah, I
done?
mean,
You
yeah,
done?
the Catholics. I mean, the Catholics were just around for a longer time than the Protestants, right? The Protestants had not been around that long. Right? The Protestants been around for like maybe like the past like 500 years, and in a lot of that time, they were actually at war with the Catholics, right? So some of the time, yeah. So I mean, the Catholics have been around for like 1,500 years. The Protestants have only been around for like 1/3, and then
Yeah.
even then they've been at war. So yeah, so I think collectively the Catholics may have killed more, but I think like that's probably just because they've been around longer, most likely. But yeah, if I could wager to guess why.
Yeah,
But,
also let's be honest here, okay? The Protestants, like the evangelicals, okay, they fucking
Reaction
killed more Afghans and more even Iranians and other people,
yeah,
and like they killed so many in such a short
yeah, but
time.
everybody killed people.
Yeah, everyone
You
killed
know,
everyone. But the point is that you know um ultimately when it comes to like deeper questions or like contingent facts, we gotta take the facts as they are, and based on the content of what is said, it could have come from other people or this or that people. Seeing a conspiracy in everything, because ultimately at some stage or juncture, things can decouple from the origin, and then it can, because the Germanic people, they're the forefront of science, and they're not Catholic, right? They may have had Catholic origins, okay, but doesn't mean the origins dictate the entire trajectory of what is transpiring. Does that make sense?
When I say the origins, I mean specifically the scientific revolution, which
Yeah.
was designed specifically to counter the Protestants, because the Protestants themselves are just a reaction to how bad the Catholics are.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous what you're saying. Most of this came from Britain, right? Britain is not Catholic on average, like
What
Gutenberg Press and all of that. I believe Gutenberg Press came from Britain. Let me double check.
I mean,
Let me check this. Before you continue and stuff. You see, I think a lot of what you say come from Mark Passio. Yeah, it came from Britain.
no,
Most
Mark
Christians
Passio
of
doesn't.
Britain.
Mark Passio is a Jesuit.
Oh,
He
okay.
doesn't talk bad about the Catholic Church.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, the Britain, Gutenberg Press, steam engine. Britain is the source of all these problems, okay, in terms of the origin. So when things really got out of control, and you have the audacity to blame the Mediterraneans and such, but you're free to do whatever you want. I'm not saying the Catholics are free and pure and innocent. It does seem kind of trivial in the larger scale when we look at the Germanics and what the fuck this shit they've done and stuff.
The
They're not fucking,
Germanics,
yeah, Germanics. They're not the same people.
the
Germanics and
people who have been
Mediterraneans aren't the
like
same people.
suppressed systematically by
Why the fuck does this matter? We're talking about science, okay? We're talking about empirical evidence. And you bring up fucking Catholics. Who cares? It doesn't
I'm
matter.
telling you that this is who built science.
Oh, so science is all controlled by the
It-
fucking Catholics, right? Doesn't make sense, man.
They-
It doesn't
they-
make sense. Like
It's
origin doesn't mean dictate the entire trajectory that something goes by. Okay, let's say that there
yes,
was
it
a
pretty
let
much
me
does.
finish. Let me
It's
finish.
even scientifically proven. If you
Okay.
have
Okay.
the calculations for the initial trajectory of a particle, you know exactly what it's going to do.
Yes, that's right.
So
And
how is this any different?
Yeah, let me explain. Okay. See, let's say that the science, the enterprise, okay, it came from Catholics, okay. But then you're talking about the trajectory of the particle, okay. That's something you can measure empirically, and countless scientists across the world, they measure it, they see it or whatever, and then they tell you, right? It's a kind of method, right? Okay, so you got to look at the content of what they're saying. It's being replicable. Okay, now right now we're talking about the veracity of these findings. We're not talking about the value of it, which is a whole nother domain. I mean, what's the point of knowing contingent facts in the first place? See, that's a whole nother question. Okay, yeah, that's what philosophers deal with. But this findings of the scientists, you see, it has to be replicable. It has to be something that other scientists can determine. It's a kind of huge network. What I mean, and this network is impossible, in my opinion, for there to be a covert, larger scale conspiracy. You see what I mean? Like, do you think that my
You're
Swedish
looking at it.
friend?
You're
Yeah,
looking at it wrong, Avian. Is
I'm
the
not looking at it
problem?
wrong. I think you are a
You think
glory. I
it's
think all
people?
of these.
You
I
think
think
it's
all of
people
these people
infiltrating?
going around
You
spreading
think it's
disinfo
people
are glories and
infiltrating
stuff.
the
I'm very tired of that.
educations and the institutions, and that they're telling the dean or the whoever to do this and do that, and that's not what it is. What it is these people have shaped the structure of the education system, sitting down, listening to a lecturer in a hall in an interior setting while they talk in front of however many people, writing down on a chalkboard or whatever, or now they have projectors, but
Yeah,
it's
just let me
generally
respond with
designed
conspiracy.
it's generally designed to be a detached experience and
That's
teach
fine.
individual the curriculum at a pace that generally I don't think everyone can keep up with. And not only that, it's really designed as it's designed to separate people who are going to be useful to developing science and technology from the
The
people
two
who are
separate
going to
things.
work the technology.
Okay, let me respond now. Okay, first off, science and technology are two separate things. Okay, not all of science is useful to
STEM,
technology. They're
STEM,
separate.
they bump it together in STEM.
Not all the time. Not STEM is
I'm
just
going to
an
do it.
acronym. Let me respond. Okay, the second thing I want to say is that you know, the scientists is not like they're being structured by the dean or whatever. They're still going. Like 500 years ago, I repeated this multiple times. They didn't know your human body was composed of cells. Like I can go into your brain and zoom into a neuron or a glial cell. Glia. Actually, your brain has more glia than neurons, believe it or not. Okay, these are facts we learn. Facts we learn. We look into the glia, we look into the neurons. These are facts we learn. And other people verify those facts. It is what it is, okay? Like tits. Your body has tits, okay? You have tits, and so do other mammals, okay? And then we look into the genome, we use mathematical techniques, and we see they're closer to each other, relatively speaking, than, say, birds or amphibians or reptiles, okay? You see, these are all facts. You look at the fact and you think that based on your conspiracies, whether it came from Mark Passio or whatever else, that you are
What
in the possession, I'm not done
conspiracies?
speaking,
What
that
you're
you are in
saying,
the
I'm saying
position to tell
conspiracy.
scientists that everything they're doing is fake
The
and
mind.
gay. And so it's not all fake and gay.
That's not what I'm
It's
saying,
ridiculous. It's not all
Adrian.
fake and gay.
That's not what I'm saying. That's
What are you saying then? Okay, keep it concise. Keep it concise.
Confucian say what?
I don't know how many times I have to tell you the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
The education system was shaped by the Catholic Church, designed basically as the Counter Reformation, as outlined in the Ratio Satorium, where they basically say we need to take over the education system because this is now going to be the next. Basically, because people are leaving the church, we need to get them here because then people are really going to be leaving the religion.
Okay, so let me respond to that. Okay, do you
I
think
didn't
yeah,
finish.
yeah, I said keep it concise. Keep it concise.
So then you go off for like on like 10 tangents.
Yeah, hold on. Let him finish. Avian. Go ahead, Dom.
Basically, what it comes down to is that the structure is designed to make people more materialistic and less spiritual, and we can see that trajectory through the output and the ideology of today. Like they accelerated it, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, I got you. Are you done, or should I
Yeah,
wait
you
on?
go.
Okay, listen, Dom. Okay, I told you this already. Okay, let's say the Catholic Church did create the structure for the scientific enterprise. Okay, let's say they did. Okay, you see, there are always like ulterior objectives or whatever. The start of something does not necessarily determine the trajectory of every finding or every moment. You see what I mean? Like, you could have had an insidious start, okay, but that does not necessarily mean that every finding fits into what the Catholic Church intended, because a lot of these findings do not even even confirm the beliefs the Catholics have. You know what I mean? It's like, the more ancient beliefs, like I'm telling you, like, we didn't know the human body was composed of cells over 500 years ago. We didn't know that about all these like astrophysics, astronomical facts. You know what I mean? Like, there's you gotta look at the primary source material. You gotta look at what they say. Because it all fits together too neatly. Like biological evolution, ecology, conservationism. It all fits together too neatly. I mean, you gotta look at the primary source, and a lot of times that takes a lot of math. Takes math. It takes time and effort. It's not something I can figure out from
Well,
reading one
let's
account like Mark Passio.
well, let's
It's
think
not,
about
What if
what
I
Dom is
say
saying.
that
Because Dom is kind of saying like, well, look, like the Catholic Church kind of killed like Giordano Bruno and like all this stuff, and then they tried to suppress alchemy, but then they pushed they obviously put Galileo under house arrest, but then they pushed later on the mainstream version, right, Dom?
I mean, I don't know about those people in particular. They may have, so I'm not going to comment. But I'm just saying that as part of the Counter Reformation, because the Jesuits are part of the Counter Reformation, and the Jesuits shaped education. That was their objective, to counter the Reformation, was to basically um, create this Catholic approved pedagogy throughout the world.
and that says absolutely nothing about the actual, scientific method or these researchers or whatever. It says absolutely nothing. It just means that
Yes, it does.
it
Amen.
doesn't. It
Because
doesn't.
all
You
these
have to look at
people,
the
like
primary
these
source
people
materials.
that
It
we
says
think
nothing.
of, like these pioneers and scientists from these days, like uh,
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you something crazy
Newton
before I let you
and
respond. Okay.
Galileo. All
Let
these
me tell you.
people come from Catholic schools. All
Let
these
me tell you
people
something. I'm
worked
not
with
dumb. They
Jesuits.
don't. They don't. You see,
Yes, they do.
You're talking to an actual person here. 10 years ago, I was like I was like a high level researcher. Okay. I was able to
In
predict.
history,
Yeah, well, not done. Not in history. I'm not done.
so you don't know what you're talking
I
about
know
then
what
from
I'm talking about.
school,
Let
not
me
from
finish.
school.
Let me finish. You're interrupting me right now. Let me finish, Dom. Okay.
That's because you've been interrupting me all night.
Yeah, I'm not interrupting you, Dom. I let you go on. Let me tell you this, Dom. Okay. I know this is an intense conversation. There's a lot of underlying tension here. I'll let you respond after on that. I was able to predict John O'Keefe would win the Nobel Prize based on his research in grid cells in the hippocampus and hippocampus and theta phase precession of the hippocampus. You see, I had a lot of knowledge, in-depth knowledge in the brain of and what's involved in what is called episodic memory. Okay, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean it's reducible ontologically speaking, but I knew he would win the Nobel Prize. So none of that makes sense without something like evolution. You think that it was specially designed? You know, you look at the brain of a rat. They have a hippocampus too. They have grid cells too, and stuff. Don't
I don't
think
know. He could very well have won it.
people
Which,
think they're such experts now. You know, I go into the anti-tech philosophy, but that doesn't mean I am intellectually dishonest in the sense that I'm going to dismiss all these findings. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I like Scribino's approach. Is that I don't think conspiracies like fucking flat Earth, anti-evolutionism, all
let
of
me
that.
ask you this, Avian. What have I said tonight that comes from Mark Pastel?
Yeah, is that your response, or you want to actually respond to the
Well,
substance of what I'm saying?
well, I mean, because you keep bringing up conspiracies. I haven't said anything that's a conspiracy theory. All I've stated is pretty much historical fact. And you want to keep saying it's conspiracy, and it's ridiculous. And you want to say, I was in academia and I studied biology. Who cares? That
No one
doesn't
cares.
that doesn't change the fact that all that stuff was shaped by Jesuits.
Yeah, I studied art. Doesn't make me Michelangelo.
Yeah, listen, you know, the origin, it could have been started by Jesuits. It could have been started by, I don't know, Muslims of any shape, color, or shade. It could have been started by Chinese. It doesn't matter because you have to look at the actual peer-reviewed sources, and then you talk to those who invest their life energy into those sources. You're not an expert in astrophysics, okay? I'm not an expert in astrophysics either.
So let me ask you this, Avian. Let me just ask you this, because you say it doesn't matter what the origin is. So you bring up the Chinese. You don't think it would make a difference if the Taoists had been the ones to shape science, that it would make a difference? You don't think there'd be any difference in the way we use technology and science today if they were the ones to make or were responsible for spearheading science? And they were the ones who had like 800 universities around the world in the mid 1800s, like the Jesuits. You don't think that make any difference?
You see, that's a good question, Dom. Okay. We have to look. It's not exactly. It is a kind of dualism, okay, but it's more of a tripartite structure I'm talking about. See, we got philosophy, okay, that deals with like the unfalsifiable assumptions that underlie how we interpret, you know, the empirical facts. Then we got science, okay. Science is like trying to find those empirical facts. It's not talking about philosophy. And then we got technology, okay. Technology is the focus of how to apply those scientific facts in order to increase the search for efficiency. So we got 3 domains here, okay? Saying these 3 domains, all of them have a degree of independence, okay? I think if the Taoists, as you said, they found that there wouldn't be as much emphasis on the technology side, okay? But they would still be finding pretty much equivalent scientific facts, you know, and, you know, it's just equivalent. Look at the facts, you know, read the textbooks, look at the
Yeah, but
peer-reviewed
what
sources, look at the facts. You know, I've looked at the facts, okay? You
what are
guys think
facts?
evolution is a psyop? You think Earth is being round is a psyop? You think that space is fake and gay? It's not. It's not. You know, all of these stuff are facts.
Did you say it's gay?
You gotta make
That
yourself
was funny.
cool.
Amen. If you're gonna talk about round Earth, why don't you
Yes.
call it what it is and call it a sphere?
It's a spear, yeah. That's correct. Yeah, you got that right, yeah. I'm
At the
drunk
end
right
of the
now.
day, does it matter?
It matters. It matters. It matters
Does
to
it
my
really?
If it's
philosophy.
round, it
It
can still
matters
be
to my philosophy. Like
I
I've
think it's
said,
a lie.
if
No,
anything.
you think it's a lie. You think all these people who invest their lives in researching astrophysics, biology, they're all lying to you. All
You're
right,
in a
that's all
cult,
lies. Yeah, it's
kind
all
of.
it's all
No, I
lies. Yeah,
think that they're getting
500 years
lied
ago.
to, being just
We
like the
both are,
people in
though.
the military are getting lied
500
to.
I don't
years
know.
ago.
I mean, I don't know that Shiva statue outside of the CERN facility kind of leads me to lean, in cults. But yeah,
Yeah. But you see, you have a bias, because they have
No,
statues
it's because
for
everybody
Mary and
thinks they
they
know
have
everything
statues
when we
for
don't know
Christ
shit.
and whatever. You guys, you gotta be unbiased. You gotta separate, like you said, you gotta separate your emotions from impartial
like the Gotthard
intellect.
Tunnel ceremony, separate from that a bunch of naked women and men dancing around with obvious satanic billionaires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the actual science. You gotta read the
Oh, it's
peer-reviewed
science to
record.
them and religion. That's why they walk around with witch occult items and whatever.
Yeah, you read the
You were
peer-reviewed
just a puppet for them, and you're just hurt to
peer-reviewed
find out that you are a
sources.
slave of the elites. It's okay. We love you.
I'm a slave of the elites,
We're all
even though I think
slaves.
technological
Oh,
growth is negative. See,
We're all slaves.
okay. You guys are ridiculous in this regard. You don't let
Well,
me
you
listen.
pay taxes. Do you own anything? Do you live on anything that's free?
No,
I think
the
animals the
entire
only thing
universe
that don't
is-
have to pay anything to live on this earth when it was given to us.
You see,
We're
this
slaves.
is why I come here, because these issues are very complex.
Well,
Let me
no, it's just common sense, my man.
I
You
know, but
pay for taxes. You
a
pay to keep your house on the land.
line of the Lotus
You know what I
Sutra
mean?
is worth the entirety of your traditions. A single line
But
of
what
the
I
Lotus Sutra is worth the
but what I
entirety of
came
your
up here was
Buzz Aldrin agrees.
Lotus Sutra. None of you have ever cared to read the Lotus Sutra.
no,
Nothing
dude.
I'm
You're
saying
so
contradicts the Lotus
science is from man. Don't you get it?
Nothing in science contradicts the Buddha Dharma. Nothing in science contradicts the Lotus Sutra. It's a problem for you,
And I'm not
Christians
saying
and
it's
Muslims.
wrong either.
To me, you are
I'm just-
all in Chataka. All of you are in Chataka. I don't care. It doesn't affect me and stuff. Do you think I'm 100%
It
on your
does
side?
affect you because you're getting a little mad right now. So just
No,
calm
I'm not
down.
mad. I am a Buddha. I don't need any of you. I'm a Buddha. So, I'm a fucking
You're a
Buddha.
Buddha.
Yeah, I'm a Buddha. Also, you are too. You are a Buddha too. You are also a Buddha.
Probably,
You just
maybe,
haven't
right?
awakened to it. You are also a Buddha, but you haven't awakened to it. See,
So you're
you
the
haven't
master of
awakened to it.
everything. We don't know shit. That's what you're
No,
saying.
everything is deep within you, Wolfie. You are a
No, I
Buddha.
understand that, and you got to pull it out of you. You got to go through things to get pulled out of you. Do you understand? Have you ever seen somebody stabbed? Have you ever seen somebody hurt and killed in front of you? These are the things I'm talking about. You have to go through these things to get it pulled out of you. That is called real life. We could talk all day about what would happen, what could happen, do you get what I'm trying to say? Have you been through real shit? That's what I'm asking you. Like,
Yes, I
that is
have. Let
life
me
to
tell
me.
you, Wolfie. This will connect
And
all of
going,
it. Let me
and
tell you a
what I
horrible
was,
story, Wolfie. This is a horrible story.
okay,
I'll tell you. All
okay.
of you, listen to me right now. Okay, all of you, listen to me, Dom. Don't leave right now. I'm gonna tell you a horrible story. When I was a researcher, okay, I walked into the lab. I saw tons of rats scurrying through the tunnels. Okay, we spliced genes to make them more human-like. Okay, we researched them, we hugged them, we researched them, and when I guillotined the rats and collected their brains and sliced their brains to look at it in the fucking microscope, I realized it's not worth it. These sacrifices are not worth it. It's not worth it. It's different from like sustainably hunting or whatever.
Well,
But what
where
I'm
was your
trying to
Buddha
tell
nature
you
then?
is it's not good. Yeah, it's not good. You see, because it's not worth
Yeah,
sacrificing
don't
more.
hold that
I would
against
not,
them,
let me
bro.
tell you this: I would not sacrifice my
Dom, don't do
family.
that.
I would not sacrifice
That
my
wasn't me.
family to learn more
Oh, my
about
bad.
them. I would not. I would not. But I'm saying
We're
facts
all,
are
we all
facts.
done bad shit. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that all greater knowledge comes at greater sacrifice, but the knowledge is not worth it. The highest knowledge is within you. The highest knowledge is within you. Ultimately, you
If you
don't
can
need
grab
to
it.
read more and more or seek more and more outside yourself. The highest knowledge is within you. Ultimately,
And I
and not
agree
anyone else.
100%. I
Yeah,
agree
that's
with you 100% on that one, for that part. But when I came in, I think it was Dom that was talking about schools and things, which is almost like jail. It's the same thing to jail. If you go to school, you have to get in line to go to your lunch. Like it's everything. I don't know what he was talking about, but that's what it reminded me of. If you ever been to jail, it's the same thing.
You're
It's
talking
all
about
this.
the Prussian system.
Yeah, it's all the system, bro. And this is how they make you, dude. We're on the hamster wheel, bro.
Well, the Prussian
Like,
model, the
yeah.
Prussian model specifically was developed in Prussia after they lost a battle to Napoleon. And they were like, okay, we lost this battle because our soldiers were not fanatical enough and willing to die for us.
No, I don't. I
So we
think
need to make
every
people.
war we won or lost was rigged.
This is Prussia.
That's
Well,
the same
yes, the
thing.
Napoleonic Wars, in a sense, were rigged, and I know Avian's not going to like this, but yes, Napoleon was a Jesuit agent as well. And one of the reasons he had success in battle was because he had these spotters who were not really allied to, or they were not a part of countries. And they just kind of roamed around and gave him all this intelligence. And then they eventually asked him to throw the battle at Waterloo. So he did. But anyway, that's a tangent. The Prussian model, those dudes lost to him. And they wanted to come up with something to make the people more fanatical. And I think the dude was Johann Fichte, who said that, okay, we're going to basically make the school system train the children to follow directions. So that way, when they're older and they're in the military, they won't think twice about following an order, even though it might get them killed. And then this is what
Fear.
they implemented. And then this is also the school system that the Germans used and the
No, it's
Japanese.
brilliant.
Yeah, and this is also what we have now,
Hmm.
and it's pretty good
They
for
brought him
military
over.
states.
Yep, they brought him over. I know, dude. The thing is, you know what's sad is that people just they're okay with this shit, and people. It's so simple because if you just know that the government's supposed to work for you, we're not supposed to work for them. And I think that's where everything got lost. But yeah, it's so simple that it's so hard to fix though. Because you can't get everybody on the same page. Nobody they got people on the left, right, oh fuck him and fuck them, fuck you, dude. You know what I mean? It's so simple, but it's so difficult too. And it's so simple to fix. I mean, it seems so simple to fix on paper, but in real life, it's not going to happen, man. That's why I think this is like almost like prophecy type shit. I think it's supposed to be this way, and that probably sounds crazy, but yes, we can fix things in our lives and do better, right? But trying to get 10 people on the same page is a lot harder. That's what I've learned, right? If it's about good, if it's about bad, I'll get 20 people to ready to roll right now. That's not a problem. You know what I mean? But if it's about doing good, forget about it, dude. They don't want to roll with that. It's the strangest shit I've ever seen. And I'm just speaking on the experience. And I know I don't have the best vocab and I'm not the smartest guy on the panel, but I'm just telling you, if I go to my cousin right now and say, hey, I need you and let's get all our dudes, let's ride on this motherfucker, they'd be like, let's get it. But if I say, hey, let's go go march and try to get people on the same page about God, they'd be like, nah, man, I got work tomorrow. I don't want to do that kind of thing. Do you get what I'm saying? It's so ass backwards, dude. This world is upside down, inside out, bro. It's so weird, man. It's very strange. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
we're different, but it's very weird to me, dude. I can get you to come beat somebody up with me, but I can't get you to fucking march for Jesus. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, what? It's very strange. I know that
There,
sounds so stupid,
I probably
but
wouldn't
it's
do
there,
either.
there will be no end to the troubles of the state, or indeed of humanity, until philosophers become kings, or until those we now call kings really and truly become philosophers. Plato.
whoa, that was some deep shit. Yeah.
Well, that's a LARP.
Yeah,
I love it.
I mean, yeah.
But
At
some
the end
of
of the
it's kind
day,
of true
that's what it
though,
seems.
bro. What do you mean? I'm LARPing? What do you mean?
No, we're talking about the quote of Plato.
Right.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm sorry. But no, it is. It's easy for people to do bad than good. I'm telling you, every time I try to do good, nobody wants to hang with me. But if I do bad, they're all around. It's amazing to me. It's crazy. That's why I'm by myself. I have a very small circle. I don't chill with people that I used to in the back in the day because they're still doing. It's like, dude, you're like fucking 39 and you're still in the projects. What the fuck is going on, bro? Why do you keep going back to these places? It's so strange to me. But yeah, I got out of that a long time ago. But yeah, it's just weird to me how people are like so addicted to the bad and they hate the good. And it's simple as that, in my opinion, for the people that I'm around. It might be different for you guys, but
Well, most people would say, if there were no problems left to solve in life, then, it would become stagnant and bored. So,
yeah, I mean, I get that being a little bored because I understand that being like, because I'm in the woods and shit, it does get bored because I'm used to the city, right? But I go back to the city and I still have fun without getting in trouble. You know what I mean? So
well,
I
what I
don't know.
mean
I
is
think it's
like, let's say we managed to solve like every single problem that humanity's ever faced. What then?
that's
Like, what's your
never
next
happened.
step? Yeah, well, allegedly.
Okay. Oh, yeah, allegedly. All right. Yeah, that would be kind of weird, right? It would be a little different, wouldn't it? I
Well,
wouldn't
now,
know. I
what's your
couldn't
next
tell you.
purpose in life?
No, just to do better, dude. That's all I can. That's all I'm aiming for is to do better. Because I
But
went through all the
if you've
bad,
already done
you
all the
know.
good, there's nothing to do better. So,
Well, I don't. I see. I don't believe that, dude. There's always good to be made, especially if you live that life. You always got to make up for something. It's like being in debt. You got to make up for that. That's the way I look at it. But that's just me. But yeah, imagine if everything was good, then it probably would be pretty shitty if you kind of think about it. It would just be good all the time and rainbows, right? Well, not God's rainbows is what I mean. Because they stole that. But that's why I think everything's for a reason. Everything is purposely done this way. I think it's all a test. I think we're gonna learn. And can we fix some of it? Absolutely. Can we fix all of it? I don't think so. But these are just my thoughts because I think about them for years, man. It's like, man, there's so many good people out there. They're just fucking up. It's like, damn, dude, because there's such good people and they're just fucking up. They're on their last leg. They don't know what to do. They don't believe in, there's something even after when you fuck up, even being alive. You know what I mean? Yeah, we lose money. Yeah, then you climb back up that damn mountain and you get more money. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't understand that. And they think when they're down in the dumps, that's all there is. I've seen it many of times. Or when a girl cheats on them, I'm never gonna get a girl again. I want to kill off myself. Allegedly. I've seen it all, bro. And then I see him to be bigger and better in time. And it's amazing though how things change. And it's all in that time period, how you feel. It's feelings. Feelings are a bitch, dude. That's what I'd have to say. Feelings are what gets you. That's what gets you down in the dumps. That's what gets you in the rut. I mean, this is all common sense, though, and people
I
make it more
mean, so
difficult.
are we saying that suffering, while it's not inherently good,
Suffering is pain.
it can be the catalyst for growth and resilience and compassion and like wisdom. I mean, I guess, but
That's absolutely what I'm
there's
saying.
lots
Yes,
of
it can.
but there's lots of other people where it's the opposite effect, and they commit the unalive part. So I mean,
Absolutely. And I agree with that's what I'm saying. And that's why I think everything happens for a reason, bro. Not everybody's made to be that way.
no, but I thought God
Everything,
doesn't hand you more
everybody's,
than you can handle.
yeah. Maybe he took him or took her. You just don't know. Or maybe God is bullshit, right? We can say that too. That's the third option, right? Um, I don't know, man. All I can go by is my experience and what I feel and what I know. I can't talk for another man or a woman. I can only go by my path that I've been walking and what I've been through and what I've came out of. That's it, bro. And I can tell you this. If you don't think God is real, then there's something else. That's all I can say. There's something there helping people. If you really want it,
Yeah.
if
I don't
you
care.
really want it,
Yeah.
I'm
I
telling you,
don't care.
bro.
So do humans need to go through
Let me tell you
suffering
this.
in order to have a good, fulfilling life?
Both of you are talking. Let me tell you this, Wolfie. Every tradition has a foundational text. Some texts are hard to get into. Not most
Right.
people have read all of the foundational text. From my tradition, I consider the Lotus Sutra the foundational text. BDK second edition is most important for it. And my tradition is not monotheistic. It's not monotheistic. You can believe whatever you want, but I'm saying that I am not a monotheist. I'm not a monotheist. That's all. So there are different traditions out there. Not all of them are monotheists. See, I came from a Persian background. I read the Gathas. I read the Zend Avesta. Zend Avesta. I was not convinced by it, but something like the Lotus Sutra and all of that, the Lankavatara Lotus. Lotus is probably most important. I'm more convinced by that. So like rebirth makes more sense to me than bodily resurrection and then a judgment. Rebirth just makes more sense to me personally. Of course, other people are free to believe whatever they want. Yes,
Yeah, I don't I was baptized Episcopalian. But yeah, that was when I was younger. I didn't know. I was a kid. I went to church when I was a kid. Um I stopped going at a certain age and I just went on my own. I don't I don't think you need books and well, books are a good thing. Don't get it messed up, right? I'm just saying I think experience and it will bring it to you.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you see, there's an issue with that. There's an issue with saying
okay.
your tradition is one of revelation, right?
It's
It's a
not a
revelation.
tradition. It is what it is. It's called
Revelation.
life.
Revelation and enlightenment are irreconcilable. They're different. You see, right? Like they are, maybe they are reconcilable to some extent, but what I'm saying is that to learn about revelation, you have to read or hear other people speak. But to learn about enlightenment, you don't necessarily have to even hear other people. There's something called Pratyeka Buddha. Pratyeka Buddha. You don't even necessarily need to hear the Buddha's words to become enlightened, even though it's rare. I mean, so enlightenment is something that comes entirely within.
Yeah.
But
Well, for me,
revelation, you have to read book or something. You have to hear other people talk or whatever.
yeah. Well, for me, enlightenment is when you put your hand on the stove and you burn it, you don't do that again, right? That's common sense shit, right? But in life, you learn things and you get things by going through things. Yes, I've heard about the revelations. Of course, we all have heard it, dude. Like I said, I went to Sunday school, like church and shit. So got out of there when I was like fucking 10 years old. But yeah, like I get it. But dude, you got to think most of these books are written, and there's most books that are missing, and I have a hard time believing it all. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of good things in these books, even in your books, that can help us. But yeah, it's called the life, right? But these are just my opinions, bro. I'm just saying. I think going through something and actually feeling it and touching it and being there, you know what I mean, is more real than just reading a book and just believing in something. It's like, all right, God, I am not going to do this anymore, and you keep doing it. You expect them to help you? No, you grow to be better. You take those steps, you know what I mean? It's like an AA program, you know what I mean? You take those steps to get better, and things do get better. Maybe, right? Depends on you. It's all about you. It's all about what's in you. You got two bodies, you know? But that's just my opinion. I'm just thinking out loud right now. I'm just being real. These are just my opinions, man. I'm not saying you're wrong, and I agree with a lot of stuff you're saying. And same thing with Dom. I agree with a lot of stuff he's saying too. You know what I mean? I think all of it kind of makes sense in some form or fashion, because we're all human and people have been through shit, you know? So I don't know. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
but let me tell you that everything you were saying was good until you said we are all human. Okay. You see,
Well,
the
we
mind.
are, right? What else will we
No, I
call it?
don't know
I
about
don't,
that. I don't
you
know if
know what
we're
I
all
mean?
human. I don't
I'm
know
trying
if
to
we're
use the
all human.
all right, go
I
ahead.
don't know
I'm
if we're all
sorry.
human. Let me tell you why I don't think we're all humans. See, based on my tradition. Another thing, the non-abiding awareness or the Buddhahood, it surpasses ordinary human existence. Do you think there are aspects of your mind that go beyond being human? Are there aspects of the mind that go beyond being human? Yes or no?
I have no idea. So
Now
no,
that's a very deep
I
question. I
have
want you
no
to think
idea.
about that, Wolfie. Think about that so deeply. Okay, I
No,
want you to
you're talking
tell
about
me
my
like
memories going where?
no, not memories. I'm asking, is there an aspect of your mind that goes beyond being a mere human? Yes or no? Like the mind. Is your mind fully confined
Oh
within your
yeah, that would
soul?
be my soul. Yeah.
Do you think the soul goes beyond being human? But like the way you're redefining it. The question out. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I think everything leaves your body, but yeah, maybe. All right, you got me there. I don't
I mean,
know.
it
Yeah,
doesn't make me feel like an animal, if you mean that. I mean, I feel
yeah.
beyond human in a spiritual sense, but I don't think I will be much more different spiritually or consciously. No.
Lord, you're I hate to be vulgar right
I
here,
mean,
but
you're not being vulgar. I mean, with the eyes of
Don't
Buddha,
be an
I see
asshole.
beings in the six realms reduced to
I didn't
extreme
finish
poverty
talking.
without merit or wisdom on the dangerous road of birth and death and continuous, unending suffering. They are firmly rooted in the five desires arising from the five senses. Like an ox chasing its own tail, blinded by greed and desire, they are blind and can see nothing, seeking neither the Buddha with his great power, nor the Dharma, which can bring an end to suffering. With deeply entrenched wrong views, they try to use suffering to get rid of suffering. For the sake of these living beings, I have great compassion. And then literally says, the wisdom I have gained is fine, wonderful, and supreme, but living beings with dull faculties are attached to pleasure and blinded by ignorance. Being like this, how can they be saved? So, I mean, you know, he's calling animals pretty stupid, and
Yeah,
that, you
but
know,
it
how can they
depends
be
on the
saved? So, and
let me tell you this. Let me tell you
I
this.
feel pretty separate from that.
Yeah, let me tell you this. Dark Lord. Okay, see, there are different traditions, and even within that tradition, there's not universal consensus. I'm a Mahayana. I'm not a Theravada. I am not a Vajrayana. Okay, I'm Mahayana. So, for me, the Mahayana sutras, like the Lotus Sutra, the Lankavatara, are more important. But ultimately, though, I don't. You see, when you go to the Pali Canon, you can interpret it different ways. You know, the way some Protestants interpret the Bible, for example, is very different from like the Catholic consensus. You know, what I mean, it's different from the Catechism or the Catholic consensus. It's that way with the Mahayana too. I went with Mahayana. You know, and Zen is a school of Mahayana. You know, Chan in Chinese it's called Chan. Okay, you can go keep going deeper and read more sutras, meditate more, you know, you see. But the point I'm making ultimately is that, you know, the mind, you know, it's a very deep question, you know, like Hung Pu and his idea of one mind, which is actually neither one nor two, I would say, not one, not two. It's the true nature of mind. It's not fully encapsulated by the human form. I'm not saying the human form is entirely wrong. Like you look at the brain, you can't be able to correlate, you know, like higher cognitive functions to the
Yeah, but
prefrontal cortex.
you only
Yeah,
you
do it
only
to
use
aud-
so much of your brain.
auditory sensation to the temporal lobes. All of that, but that does not tell you the true nature of the mind. I mean, so
I don't think anybody will ever tell you the true nature of your mind. I don't think anybody will tell me about my mind. We're all different, brother. You know what I mean? And that's what's beautiful about, you know, that's what's so beautiful about our minds, dude. Like freaking TML, dude, he's awesome at freaking doing live streams and he probably makes music, like, and you probably do your thing and I rap and I can freestyle. Like everybody has their own
and one
thing.
more thing to say. One more thing to say. And I know this what I'm about to say is vulgar, but
We're beautiful.
your penis is a glans penis. Okay, you have the
You
glans.
just called me a penis.
No, I'm not, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that gorillas, their penis is very close to your penis, but the penis of chimpanzees, their filiform penis, that looks very different from your penis. Why is your penis so close to a gorilla's, you know, structurally speaking?
You know what I thought you
I don't
said?
know. I usually don't
I-
go
I-
around comparing my dicks to fucking animals.
monkeys.
I
No,
do.
bro.
I did. I
You know,
imagined
I
that.
thought Avian
I did
said
that. I'm not
Europeans.
I
I
did
thought he
actually.
said
I'm not being
Europeans and he said Europeans.
No,
greater.
that's what I thought he was gonna say. Europeans. I was like, yeah, he's right, dude. I'm a little peach, yeah. And then he said penis, and I'm like, whoa. But that's okay. Dude,
They
evolution
should have
is a
said.
lie.
I
I
mean,
hope people know that.
if I'm going around basing my ancestors on this, you know, the penis similarities, then we're
clits on
fucked,
monkeys,
man.
bro. Like, yeah, mom, you're a fuck. You know what? I see. Yeah.
Oh, how you tell that's your great great grandpa? Well, look how well endowed he is. I mean, come on, dude. I mean,
You look at
Mom,
the
tell me
genome,
this is not true.
sequence
Yeah.
the genome, you sequence the genome, the homologous structures.
No, dude. See, you believe in junk science, bro. Some of
That's
the
not
science is
true.
real, and some of it's bullshit.
No,
I get it.
No, I think it's you see the philosophy.
You were going good until the penis part. That's all I gotta
Yeah,
say.
philosophy
Just-
is unfalsifiable. The philosophy
Well,
is
dude.
so is the
powerless.
age. So is the age of a rock, but allegedly a computer can tell you how old it is through chemical analysis. So
Radiometric dating. Radiometric
And you know what's
dating.
amazing though? That everybody can be on a panel and we can actually have decent conversations because we're human beings.
And I can tell you why. It came from telegraph. Okay, the telegraph and and then it, you know, the Morse code, and then it evolved into
Morse
like
code,
the
yeah.
fucking digital circuits, you know,
No,
transistors,
do
binary
you ever
code,
consider
binary.
the heart, the
The heart,
feelings that you have for another
I actually
human
read a
being?
Taoist text. You know, not Taoist text. There was a scientist who was a Chinese, all right? He talked about how the heart reflects Taoist principles. He was a Chinese man. He went to my school. He was a PhD, or he said that the excitatory signals to the heart and the inhibitory signals to the heart, it keeps it in balance, like yin and yang. So your heart embodies the principles of yin and yang in many respects. You know what I mean? And the heart of
You-
your body is not really that different from the heart of, say, other mammals. I mean, like, I don't know, the heart
Of
of a
course
cat.
not, dude.
the
We're
heart of
all
a dog.
made this. Dude, animals are here with us, dude. We all brought here. If you believe that we came from fish and just puckered up on shore and became humans, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I
I
believe
think
that.
that's a
Yeah.
bunch of bullshit. We didn't come from monkeys. Monkeys. I don't believe that, bro. I think everything was made individually, but that's
That
just my
doesn't make
opinion.
sense. Doesn't make sense. Let me
Okay,
tell you
that's
why it
fine.
doesn't
Or
make
maybe
sense.
they were just dropped here all at once. I don't know. but that's just my opinion, dude. Because if a
It's a lot
monkey
harder
was like
to go
us, he'd be
from
hanging out in the coffee shop, drinking coffee and smoking a stogie. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. No, that's not how it works, man.
Let
Well,
me
I
tell you
mean,
this.
and on top of that, in like what, in the last 2,000 years, we haven't found Caesar walking among us. So where's the, missing
We
link
are the
here that's
Caesar.
still walking among us?
And
We
we're
are the
still making
Caesar.
monkeys,
We are the Caesar.
motherfucker. You know what I'm
No.
saying? It's
Let me
like,
tell you
what the
this.
fuck?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Okay. You see, as Lynn Margulis said, it's a lot harder to go from like, basic like carbons to bacteria than it is to go from
Oh, don't
bacteria
even
to
do that.
multicellular
Right. So
organisms.
Don't even do that.
all the alleged dinosaurs that didn't die, and they managed to somehow survive and evolve into chickens and birds
Yeah,
of today.
they are. Yes,
Right.
they are. We
Yeah.
looked into that deeply. You see, the thing
Okay.
difference between you and me is that I've spent over hundreds of hours
I
reading
believe
textbooks
you,
about
dude.
birds,
Reading
and all
other
I found was
people's
lies.
Yes,
work
but I also
that
know
could
that
be
it doesn't
lies.
take
Birds are
thousands or
no.
millions of years for things to fossilize.
Birds are dinosaurs. They are dinosaurs. They went through a
Dinosaurs are
process.
not real, bro. What do you ever think
Yeah,
about giants? Book of Enoch, maybe. You just never know. And I'm saying that could even be fake. But I don't believe in dinosaurs, bro, because I haven't seen one yet. Everything you see in museums is bullshit, dude.
no, it's not bullshit. It's all.
Yes, it is. It's made by craftsmen, and they put that shit together. It's common
Yeah,
sense, bro. Come on.
Have you read
Oh my,
textbooks?
have I read? This is
Yeah,
crazy to
yeah,
me.
read. You have to read stuff to figure out
No,
stuff. Like,
you don't always. Well, audiobooks are great too. I'm just saying.
no, you gotta read. Let me tell you why. Like,
No, I just go by
you
experience and what I see.
look at this. Look at the skulls. The skulls of the birds.
Come
Look
on, bro.
at
Really?
the
Yeah, and a
metamorphosis.
triceratops looks like a dragon. What's your point?
I see
Dragons
dogs. I
allegedly
see
existed.
monkeys, lizards. I see snakes. I see scorpions. I see crabs, turtles, whatever you want to say. Everything else is alive but dinosaurs. Come on,
Just like
bro. Nothing gets
we
instinct.
are
It's all
primates.
bullshit. Don't you
It's
get
not
it?
bullshit. No, it's not
It
bullshit.
is
No, it's
bullshit.
impossible
We
to
still
believe.
see
No, it's
fucking
not
killer
bullshit.
whales. We still, come on, bro. And they said, come on,
It's
bro.
not bullshit.
Common
I've
sense, bro.
studied this
You're
stuff
being
a lot.
fooled. That science
Listen,
shit is getting to your head, bro.
no, this science. Listen,
Okay,
you
I'm
see,
listening.
the difference is that nothing in science contradicts the Buddha Dharma because of dependent origination.
Oh, so
But it contradicts
that is your go-to.
Yeah, it's my go-to. Yeah. That's
Whoever
one
just said
reason
that,
why
that
it's
was kind of
true.
funny.
It doesn't contradict the Buddha Dharma.
Well, no, dude, we can all agree. Every book, Bible, the Quran, whatever, dude, it's all got a God. So we can all agree on that one.
No,
at
I don't
least.
agree. No, I don't agree. That's for
Okay.
you. Okay. I
Well, do you
follow
think
the Lotus
so? You
Sutra.
basically think everything that's here is an accident. You came out of your mama's vagina, bro. That is
No, I
fucking a
think
miracle. By your daddy's
there
nut.
is a
And then
latent
you see all
mind.
these animals, trees,
Latent
nuts, things you could survive on, things you could die on, things you can get high on, things you can get drunk on. Do you understand all the things that are out here? And you think this is all by accident? This is fucking amazing.
No,
I don't know what else to say.
That's right. Them mice were constructed just for him to cut their brains open and use it for science.
Let me tell you this. Okay. I'm not saying it's by an accident. For example, there are still good philosophical arguments that mind is latent in all phenomena, that all processes unfold from a universal mind, okay, or something to that extent.
Okay.
You can still
Well,
have arguments from that. Okay.
well, why?
Yeah. But the second
No,
thing I
you
want
go
to
ahead.
say is that, the first thing is that there could still be a universal mind by which all processes unfold from. Okay. The second thing I want
Or it
to
can be
say,
intelligent design.
Yeah. You could still have that. The second thing I want to say is that, when I read the peer-reviewed sources and I look at my own, intuition and judgment, we are symbol-making primates. We're not. The primates, they're not as stupid as you think. Chimpanzees, I don't like chimpanzees and bonobos, but I love gorillas and orangutans. So, right, even
This is amazing.
Rousseau loved orangutans.
Yeah, dude. Every
Rousseau
animal,
loved
bird
orangutans.
are very smart. Have you ever seen fucking gray squirrels, red squirrels, owls, dude. Dude, it's amazing, dude, how
Yes, I
they
have.
hunt and
That's
how
my
they
area
do
of
things.
focus.
It's
Yeah, I mean,
birds.
just earlier today, I watched a praying mantis slowly use its mandibles to meticulously rip apart some type of bug, and it perfectly used its little mandibles like little fingers from its mouth to fold the bug's cartilage and stuff, or whatever you want to call it, into a little folded piece and shove it into its mouth, and then cleaned off its entire mouth like a little chef. I mean, a little person dab at its mouth, like with a handkerchief. So, I guess just for me is that I can just see intelligent design even in things like viruses. Even though they're technically working against us, I can still see the intelligent design.
Even
It's just
in
for me,
grass.
there's a purpose behind it. So maybe it's hard for me to see Buddha nature in something like a virus. I mean, that thing has intelligence. I mean, technically they can evolve at any moment if they want to become smarter than what they were just 5 minutes before in the petri dish. So, I mean, is there Buddha nature in a pathogen or a virus? I mean, that explains why they're playing with them, right? So
Right.
keep messing with the
Let me
mice.
tell you this. That's a good response, Lord. I'm not necessarily against intelligent design. Okay, what I'm against 100% is denying common descent. Okay, because let's think about this rationally.
All right, well,
Okay?
explain that. Let's
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah, let's get it. I'll explain it to you. Okay, you see, for example, look at human chromosome 2. Okay, we have to double check. The facts are not. I don't remember every single fact, but if I look at, we have 46 chromosomes, right? The chimpanzees have 48 chromosomes. Okay, you look at human chromosome 2, there's a fusion scar. Okay, and we also look at the anatomy and their skeletal structure. We look at the homologous structures among them. Okay, so we see there's so many parallels, even in their genomes or whatever. You look at the individual sequences like ACTG or whatever, but I'm not against the idea, because this is philosophy, that there is a God, he's guiding things when we get down to it, very, very deep down to it. What I'm against is denying common descent, because when you deny common descent or sharing a common origin with all beings, that is against, I interpret it as against Lotus Sutra. Because let me tell you this, you just talked about the insects and their mandibles and how it seems like they're so fine-tuned for it, right? They're so fine-tuned for it. But
It's not
language,
fine-tuned. It's what
language full
it's
evolved with us, language or symbols, as Terence Deacon argues, he argues for co-evolution between language and the brain structure. It's incremental. People learn language, and then their brain changes as a consequence, and they engage in action, they coordinate, and then there's more language, there's more, and then it influences the brain over time. You know what I mean? It's not. It's very difficult to say all of this is fake. You know what I mean? Because I'm still anti-tech, but I'm not going to say all of science is fake and gay. You know, that's going too far. Because I actually
well, I
talk
wouldn't
to.
say it's gay. But some of it is fake.
Yeah.
It's not gay.
Philosophy.
I would say some of it's fake.
Yeah. Tell me what you think is fake. That is a big deal to what I have just said right now.
Well,
Relatively.
because there's a lot of pseudoscience, fake science, whatever you want to call it. It's a lot of bullshit, and you gotta admit that, dude. If you
I'm
actually
not
look
admitting
into
it.
these things.
I don't admit it. You see this picture I have right
Wow!
here? Look at this picture. Okay.
Holy
You
shit!
think stuff like this, millions of years in the future, cannot happen? Stuff like you think it's just all fantasy? Like I don't think so. Like symbolically
Dude,
speaking, metaphorically
no,
speaking.
I'm telling you that there's pseudoscience. It's all bullshit. Some of it.
No, it's not bullshit.
And,
You have to read into it. What is pseudoscience, first of all? You have to read into the
well,
primary
dude,
science.
like you, I haven't looked all into it. Forgive
I
me.
have.
But
I have
I'm
looked
just
into it
saying.
more relatively.
I can't remember every little thing, but I'm telling you, there's bullshit science and then there's real science. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean, but let me tell
I
you
can't
this.
believe you couldn't even agree with me on that. That is amazing to me.
Yeah.
After this guy told you about a centipede eating a freaking wiping it, like, come on, bro. Like flies go on shit. Everything, these things, every insect that I've ever seen, even ants, dude. They could lift like 2 times the body weight, maybe 3. I'm not sure. I thought it was 10, but it's a little less. But I'm telling you, dude, they can carry shit. I've seen them carrying potato chips. It's amazing, and I let them roll. You know what I mean? Take that potato chip. I think it's great. They build so many nests, dude. Every little bird that I feed out here, dude, they all know what to do. They always come back every single year.
Yeah,
It's
but let me
amazing to
tell you
me.
about birds, because that I know a lot
See,
about
that's what I mean. Let
Let
me
me
tell
ask
you
you
about
this.
birds.
Let me
That's
ask
how
you
I'm.
this. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this, Buddha. In your worldview, if it's what you believe, what would
Yeah.
be the grand purpose of such a grand design for all of it if there's no like real grand purpose for being here and everything's just some weird outflow of every possibility of nature?
Yeah, that's a good question, Dark Lord. But you see, I was asked with two questions. Hey, see,
Well,
these are
I'm
very
sorry, it booted me.
Yeah, that's a good question, Spooner or Dark Lord. Okay, let me first answer the first question. Okay, first off, about common descent. See, there are a lot of evolutionary biologists or whatever biologists. They say there is no God. Okay, that's wrong. A biologist cannot tell you whether there is a God or not. That's in the domain of philosophy or theology. Okay, whether evolution is true or not, that doesn't tell you if there is a God or not. You can still believe in God and accept evolution. Maybe God experiences the passage of time differently. Maybe God is intervening with his will, according to the events of speciation, according to the events of the unfolding and evolution. Okay, when I look at the peer-reviewed sources, I read books, I look at the anatomy of our biology and gorillas and orangutan, I think we share a common ancestor. But the thing is, even if we share a common ancestor, that doesn't mean your life is worthless. Okay, that means that you just share the common origin with nature. Okay, nature, and it changes and it diverges. Common ancestor. You have symbol making capacity. Okay, that allows you to understand higher theological or abstract concepts like God. I mean, maybe you see what I'm saying. You know, the second thing, you gotta look at the primary source material. Like, get a textbook on biology, read it. Read books. Even stuff you disagree with, and then ask it. Now
So
to
you're
the second
saying?
ruler. Yeah, I
Are
want to
you
answer.
saying?
I'm not. Yeah, I want to answer Dark Lord now before you continue. Dark Lord
Oh, I'm
asks,
sorry.
"Life is purposeless." The text
I thought it
mostly
kicked me.
I mostly lean towards is the Lotus Sutra. It doesn't say life is meaningless. It doesn't say life is without intrinsic value. Okay, you see it just says that with symbol making capacity comes the capacity to let go. To even see with symbol making capacity or open ended symbol, we can be less like animals. We wear clothes. We do ritual dances. We do things other animals never do. It has to do with open-ended symbols. It has to do with
I mean, I
symbolic.
guess. I mean, animals do mating dances, and
Yeah, but all of
spiderwebs make
that,
spiderwebs, which is
all
basically
of
a
that is,
symbol. So,
all of that is oriented towards mating, towards reproduction. It's not oriented to higher transcendental purposes.
No,
It's
spiders
oriented,
do that to
yeah.
eat. Every insect does different things. They don't do the same things.
That's
Every
true. There's
animal.
variation. Yeah, there's variation. Like,
I'm
for
just saying
example,
that's
yeah,
called
but I mean,
life, my
each
man.
species has its
They
technique,
have their
and
own thing.
yeah.
for example, let me
You
tell
know?
you this. Crows and ravens or even magpies, they're smarter than chicken. They're better at tool using, they're better at puzzle solving than chickens. The crows, the
And
ravens,
that's what I'm trying to
magpies.
tell you. That's
Yeah,
for
there's
a
lots of
reason.
variation. Yeah, there's lots of
It's for
I
a
variation.
mean,
reason,
maybe
my
maybe
man.
in some circumstances, but I know some people who've let their chickens roam for like months on end, and the chickens run around and seem to last perfectly fine for months on end. So they're not that stupid, it seems.
Yeah, there's variation among individuals too. Some dogs, even of the same breed, can be smarter than other dogs of the same breed. There's variation among individuals, like us too. Like, some human beings are smarter than other human beings.
Wouldn't that just be the DNA eventually
Oh,
like
I like
stretching
that
out too
diss.
much?
That was a good one. That was a good one, dude.
Yeah,
He's
you
like
see,
some humans are smarter than others.
yeah, it's
Like
just a,
me.
but
That's pretty
ultimately,
much what he said. It's
the
great.
brain is plastic. It's called experience dependent plasticity. The brain structure changes according to what you do. Even meditation can change the gray matter density or the
Well,
fraction.
I agree with meditation. Absolutely.
Yeah, it changes your brain
Yeah.
structure. It changes
Right.
your brain.
But there's some people in monasteries who know martial arts 1,000 times better than what I could ever do since like the age of 4, 5 years old, and yet they're not transcending. So I'm just finding it a little funny. Sorry. I mean, these guys are out here able to wrap themselves around a fucking tree at the age of 5, able to bend their backs and ride fucking Goku poles up vertical by just their feet alone, and yet they don't reach
know what it
enlightenment.
is?
So, I mean,
Well, mind is a powerful thing, bro.
well, so
And
is being able to punch a board 500 times in a row until your bare knuckles is coming through, but they don't reach enlightenment.
I'm
And
not
they
saying
follow,
that.
and they follow this type of lifestyle way more than what Buddha or I or anyone on this panel could
No,
ever
I'm
do.
not
So,
saying they reach enlightenment. I'm just saying they put their mind to something and they actually did it. Is what I'm saying. And it still makes them a better man or woman, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whoever was
that's what I
hitting.
find most people have used it for, at least especially the white people. You know how you see them, overweight white people who become monks, and yeah, it's always because they think they can use
Oh, you gotta
Buddhism
blame it on the white people, huh?
to propel their lives. I'm just saying, Ace Ventura did it anyway.
You know,
I'm
I
kidding.
love gorillas and orangutans like Busso. I read his.
Man, I thought you were gonna say you love fat white women. I would have friggin' lost it.
Oh yeah, I
That
don't
would have
like.
been great.
Well, I guess when octopuses start getting Buddha nature and coming out of the
Yeah.
ocean, we need to worry.
I prefer a skinny, petite, innocent woman. You know,
Yes,
like
a
Asian
little
woman.
A
I like
cups.
Asian woman. I love Asian woman. I wanna hug. But the point I'm making is that gorillas and orangutans, they're great animals. You can read about them more.
So when Caesar goes and draws his little window on the wall, are we going to give them human rights?
Caesar is a chimpanzee. So
It doesn't matter. You get my gist. I'm saying if a human monkey hybrid all of a sudden come out of the wilderness one day from, Zimbabwe, are we going to give it, rights
Yeah.
like we would AI?
I'm gonna say yes. You know why? Because you see the rabbits in Poland chasing fucking bugs. I'm just saying.
I am Caesar.
Never
Me need
know.
rights. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, why haven't we
You know
seen
what?
that jump
We
from
let shit
species to
happen,
species
bro.
yet?
People
I mean, with all
forget,
the
dude.
genetical, with all
The
of the
government works for
genetics
us.
we've been doing avian and that you claim you've messed with, you're telling me we don't have human hybrid, armadillos yet?
Yeah, but let me tell you this, Dark Lord. Okay, about the human hybrid. You see, that's like stuff. Look it up. Plum Island. There's this good channel to talk about. It's very unethical, but the point is that stuff wouldn't be possible in the first place unless we shared a common ancestor, right? There are parts of the brain that resemble reptilians more.
I mean, I guess Nephilim allegedly were splicing animal DNAs and making chimeras, which was allegedly a mythological creature. So, I mean, you tell me.
I don't know if there was a Nephilim or whatever. Like, I don't know.
I'm just saying, I believe that most of the mythological creatures that is in our history and in, paintings are probably creatures that were created and left over and eventually killed off. Some means somehow.
Anti-nature.
Like Dragon Ball Z, make your 7 wishes.
That's
Oh
anti-nature.
shit! Don't
Nature
get
is
us
more
into
intelligent
Tartarian
than we
type
think.
shit.
I don't believe that. I don't think
Old
most of the
buildings.
animals we see are leftovers from like genetic experiments. I think that's psyops kind of crap. Like Twilight goes around and he says like, oh, dolphins were like genetic hybrid experiment and they're like leftovers from what the Nephilim did.
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
think so. Like how do you know? Like
Well,
they were
I don't know what to tell you. If we're going to take anything that your science says, the
Yeah.
Smithsonian said that we found, extra large skeletons, of people who shouldn't have been that height. So unless you're calling the Smithsonian a
giants.
liar, then,
And they said they
either
were
everyone's
dinosaurs.
psyoped or we're all cuckoo and retarded. No offense.
That's what they said. They were
Because
dinosaurs.
that's science too. And allegedly
Right?
we have dinosaurs too, on top of every other psyop going on in the world. So I guess pick and choose your psyop, right?
No,
Pick and
just-
choose your religion or science.
just get a textbook.
I've read well more
I like how he says
textbooks
that.
than I
Just
care
get
to
a
read, and I
textbook.
still don't know the fucking
Go to 39.
truth. So
Read it.
Truth.
I've literally witnessed AI come to power that I can literally conjure nightmares from my dreams. I have seen UFOs that technically was in movies and video games for me and comic books. I've seen eyes that technically I've only seen in movies, and the Bible thing is allegedly my schizophrenia. So from my evidence, no, there's not much truth except for what you choose to believe. So
Well,
it's what you see.
or the institutions pushed down your throat ever since time immemorial and became your mom's coochie, and because the general consensus is people believe whatever you're told, you follow it like a religion, which is now science.
Yeah, we're on that hamster wheel. Absolutely, all of us are. Just go to work every day and just do your best. Get your 401k and you're gonna be okay.
I mean, Avian, did you ever notice that almost every single time they go and give something a name, it usually has to do with a Greek god or something? I mean, you think that's a coincidence?
Yeah, you see that, there's a more parsimonious explanation.
Well, it says Mason on the back of the dollar bill with
there's a more, and that has to do with, the people who discovered that shit. They like to name it based on stuff from their culture. You know what I mean? That's what they like to do. Yeah, it's like, like if some other people found it, they probably even learn it. Some saints, they were depicted with dog heads. Like, why is that?
That's what I was gonna say, and like bird heads too, right?
Yeah,
and like horse bodies are like, yeah, they had wings and shit. It's crazy. Imagine if that was real and they said it was dinosaurs. I'm just saying.
So, it's just best
something to think about, right? I don't know.
Like, it's just that it's just too anarchist. You gotta look, like
it's written down on rocks, my man.
Time, space and time. When we have,
don't do that. Don't do the space and time thing. It's written on rocks.
When you have,
they left it there. It's everywhere. Pyramids, aligned in with the stars and the moon and the sun. It's you think it's all by accident, though, right?
It's not necessarily by accident, but it's more
pretty
like,
brilliant.
You gotta be careful. Like, you gotta people can do what they want, but what I'm saying is that we gotta look
people
at
can
both
build
sides.
that. Is what
Look
I'm
at
telling
the
you.
Conspiratorial thinking and the more, academic, meticulous approach, the nuanced approach, and then you decide. You gotta look at both deeply.
Well, you know what I find
useless,
useless, Avian? Science tells me that there's supermassive black holes out in the cosmos that can swallow us at any moment if, we can't detect them in the right time. But yet you're trying to sit here and convince me that you're claiming that there's no meaningless to life in your worldview. I mean, if there really is something...
Life is meaningful. Life is meaningful.
No, I think you missed his whole point then. That's not what he was
I'm just saying, maybe...
Yeah, you don't listen, Dark Lord. You don't truly listen. You think you know everything.
I was gonna say that's not what you said, bro.
Yeah, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, Dark Lord. That's not what I said. You see, I read this book manga. It's called Tomorrow the Birds. I recommend everyone read that manga. It's by this guy named Tezuka. Read that manga. Is reading a manga hard for you? Read that manga. And what I'm trying to say is that regardless of what you believe, like Christ or a higher transcendental purpose or Buddha, you see, let's say hypothetically mankind were to vanish. Let's say that happened, okay? How do you know that millions of years in the future, birds won't have their own Christ-like figure, okay, or some other species or whatever? You see, that's what I'm saying. I don't see when Twilight go on and on about nature. Twilight doesn't truly give a shit about nature. Okay? He doesn't care about nature. Do you pay attention? Doesn't ever talk about all the suffering and biodiversity.
Why do you keep talking about Twilight?
Yeah, shut up. I'm not done. I barely mentioned it. and then you change the topic.
No, you've
You
been
see, we
talking
have a
about
lot
it
of
for like
chills
the
here. We
past
have a lot of chills
5 to
here.
10
Oh,
minutes.
calm down, dude. Don't
We have a lot of
stick up for
chills.
your boyfriend. Calm down.
Look at his channel, and you will see something. You'll see that some people you consider friends. Well, but let me finish saying what I was saying. You know, I'll refrain from mentioning him again. I'll refrain from mentioning him again. What I'm saying is I don't go apeshit when someone tells me I share a common ancestor with like fucking gorillas, orangutans, or even chimps. You know, I don't go apeshit. It doesn't affect my church because God, His Spirit, or His will could work in mysterious ways. You know, or even the Buddha.
Well,
You
then
know, the
don't
Buddha.
complain when the AI transforms us.
Yeah, see, that's different. That's different. You know,
No,
the
it's
AI
not.
is different.
No, it's
It's
not,
different.
because it could be
It
Buddha
is
nature
different.
for me.
It is
Because
different.
Buddha
Think
nature
deeply.
states that Buddha nature could be whatever my enlightenment path can be. So if
No,
my
it's
enlightenment
fucking
path has
different.
taken a fucking quantum computer chip up my ass in order to be able to, zoom around, then, in the Ethernet without having to leave my body, I can just upload my consciousness into the Ethernet and experience everything Total Recall style. I mean, that's my way of Buddha. So,
No, it's different. Let me tell you why it's different.
okay.
Nature
Say that when
is.
your bird
Because he's
gods
not
go
getting a
around.
chip up his ass.
Let me tell you why it's different. Nature is
Okay.
creative. When you look at an ecosystem or you look at an old growth forest, it's so creative. It's so beyond your. It's so unfathomable almost. You know, you like old growth forest. You see all of the intricate ecological web. But the difference with technology and uploading our minds and shit like that is that's initially started from human creation, and the creation went out of control. You know, now we're not in full control because of the organization dependent technology. Does that make sense? So they're different. One is either from the image of God or from some kind of high transcendental force, nature. The other is from the image of man and his hubris, the technology, the oil, the fossil fuel based industry.
Yeah.
That comes from man. That comes from man extracting stuff and creating gadgets and shit like that. You know, that's different. These are two different things we're dealing with.
But
So
do you think
Right.
man
So hang
created
on. Sorry.
everything?
Explain to me how a T-Rex
You
goes to
son
a
of a
fucking
bitch.
chicken.
yeah, see this stuff. This is why I say read a book. Because you want me
I've
to
read plenty
explain
of
this
Yeah.
stuff.
books, including very
Or,
old books that claim to have fucking chickens, for a long time. So,
yeah,
I'm saying
I've
there's a
read
reason
Well,
about
why
read
this.
some
dodo
more chicken
birds
books.
went extinct. There's a reason why
I'll
mammoths
explain it
went
to you.
extinct.
I'll explain it to you. I will explain to you how that happened.
But we went from where's the monkey man beating each other in the heads? So where's the extremely ugly
You're asking
Neanderthal looking men?
two separate questions. First, let's deal with the birds
So
and
they
the
stayed monkeys. So which one came first, the monkey or the
Hold
Neanderthal?
on, bro.
Well, maybe
Do
it's
you
not the
like
chicken
dude?
or the egg.
Can you hold on a minute? Can we figure this out? You just keep punching him in the face with questions. Hold on.
Yeah, the
Just
Dark
chill.
Lord is a
Let
pseudo
this
intellectual. You just keep punching people. Yeah.
and he doesn't have time to freaking you gotta let him rebuttal, man. Hold on. Calm down. All right, go ahead.
Sorry, it's the AI in me.
Yeah.
Oh God! You know what? Get this guy out of here.
Sorry, detective. You must ask the right question.
So you look at for regarding dinosaurs and bones. So for example, crocodiles and birds. They share a common ancestor within the archosaur lineage. You can look at their
Okay,
skulls.
hey, hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Dinosaur bones only. We
Yeah,
know
I'm
about
getting to it.
crocodiles and
Yeah,
birds.
I'm getting to
Okay.
it.
I
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
how
So
you
why
draw
hasn't
it
Jurassic
out.
Park happened?
Okay, so we're talking about so there are different dinosaurs. We're talking about theropods, right? We're talking about theropods. There's a trend toward brain reorganization. It's not just a simple enlargement. The forebrain expanded disproportionately. There's like neuron density and connectivity. Studies of living birds like corvids and parrots show neuron counts in the forebrain comparable to some primates even, packed into much smaller brains. This suggests that like there were like juvenile like traits in the brain structure via pedomorphosis. It wasn't just smaller; it was more computationally efficient. So birds didn't just inherit dinosaur brains; they evolved by keeping and exaggerating the youthful, flexible features of their ancestors' nervous systems. So like, you can look at the skulls of the birds. I know some of them are cast. The actual fossils, they try to keep it away from not public view, but they try to like keep it in a more preserved area because those fossils are very fragile, right? So when you look at those actual real fossils and you compare them to like the fucking fossils of the birds, you see there are lots of similarities, but there is changes like the forebrain becoming more enlarged, and it's like through a process called pedomorphosis. It's called pedomorphosis. So it's like the birds are dinosaurs. They are dinosaurs. Yeah, like I mean, you ask like 90% of scientists, they're gonna tell you can read tons of literature on it, peer-reviewed literature on it. You're gonna dismiss all of that as being one large conspiracy stemming from the Smithsonian Institute. It's not easy to pull something off to that extent. Something like big pharma operates differently. Big pharma is applied science. It's about trying to force dependence and reliance. But something like just pure science of like descriptive science, like the studying fossils and the anatomy and the homologous structures of the birds, that's different. That's more like you gotta read it. You gotta look into it deeply. It's not easy to dismiss. I found this channel through one thinker's books I read. His name was David Scribina. Okay, David Scribina. I like him a lot. I don't agree with him 100% everything, but I read his books. He accepts the scientific consensus even more than me. Because for me, I'm more willing to, go against stuff like space and time being objective features of reality. I don't have entire certainty about it because I'm an idealist. I think space and time are projections of the mind.
Well, space and time.
So if you go to Gargantua, it'll
You
every
son of a
26
bitch.
seconds there'll be I know, but when you fly around, a black hole and get sent to Gargantua, whatever, some bullshit planet, where the time dilation's different, so what, every 26 seconds it's going to be, what, a year on Earth? I mean,
Yeah,
the
science. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I told you initially, when it comes to theoretical physics, stuff like black holes, stuff like special relativity, general relativity, I'm not an expert. Okay, I haven't looked into that stuff deeply. I don't
Well,
have
I
100%
like black
certainty
holes.
of it.
I don't
I
know
don't know
about
about that
anybody
stuff.
else, but
Like, I don't know. I am not well versed in that stuff. Like I
well,
haven't.
no. What I would say is it's funny how you see the same stars every day, and we're supposedly spinning in space at 1,000 miles an hour. And we see the same stars every damn day, no matter where you are. They're there. Isn't that kind of weird? And the moon is see-through, which is kind of weird too. But it's a solid object we're gonna land on and dig some shit out of. The Chinese are getting there. Hold on, wait.
I just think it's funny that if we came from animals, that one of the very first things that we decided to worship was gods and stars. So I'm just saying, I think it's
little
weird.
G's, by the way. Yeah, little G's. That's pagan. Everything Christmas. You want to have Valentine's Day? Well, you could do that with the Cupid. We could do this all day, bro. Every holiday is a pagan holiday. It's all bullshit, dude. Everybody is brainwashed, bro.
What he
And you
said
read
about the
books and you
animals,
think science
I
is
wanna
real, which science is kind of real, but not all the way real.
I'm just saying, you do realize that all the science that you're claiming that you believe in leads back to the grand conspiracy that we're all random, primordial sperm, right?
Well, hold on. Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are
You
dinosaurs.
see, this gets into a complex question.
Flap T-Rex.
I'm going
Tiny
to
arms that
tell
can't
you-
fly, big head.
Well,
Let me
dude,
tell you
hold
this.
on. Let him talk. Don't be an ass.
Let me talk. Yeah, let me talk. You see, Dark Lord, it's not good to be conceited. Okay, let me talk. Okay, you see, when it comes to biology and stuff like, I'm above average. Okay, I'm above average because this is my area. During my free time, what do? I buy books on biology. Now, when it comes to the question of random mutation, I do think there are some good arguments in what is called the third way of evolution. Like J. Scott Turner. He's a
Boy, I've
Christian.
heard that term before.
Yeah. The J. Scott Turner, he's a Christian, and he thinks that He accepts evolution. Okay, he accepts it. It doesn't really affect his views, you know, in believing in Christ. Okay, his name is J. Scott Turner. Okay, I read his book, Purpose and Desire. He sees purpose as being more intrinsic in the biological processes. Okay, and this is called third way of evolution. Dennis Noble and all those people, they have strong arguments in that. But when it comes to denying like common descent, it's ridiculous. You know, like we still shit, we still have nipples. You know, the biology, the body. You look at it, compare it to the animal, and then you see that genome. The
Wait,
genome
what
was
did you just
discovered
say?
only in 50s.
Did you
We
just say
shit like
nipples?
animals. We
Yes.
poop like nipples. Nipples.
Say
Yeah,
nipples again, dude, because that was kind of funny.
nipples. Nipples. Nipples.
Let's go. All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like when you see a chimpanzee or gorilla or orangutan breastfeeding their young, okay, I feel a sense of common origin with them, you know, like besides the symbol making capacity, which is truly an anomaly. You know, everything else is very similar. Their
Okay, but when I
hands,
see a baby zebra coming out of a mama zebra's vagina on the Sahara and a lion goes and eats it, it doesn't make me feel like the zebra.
yeah. Well, we have to
I
hunt
guess it's your
also.
perspective.
We hunt also. We hunt also. But the point is, you look at the biology, the genome, the cells,
We all know a
and
zebra. I think
the
we can all say
homologous
that one.
structures, their skeletal structures. Look at that. Read some peer-reviewed sources. So read some books or whatever. You know, like getting a PhD is not easy, man. Like some people spend like 6 years or 8 years on a PhD.
And
You
how
know,
much money?
well, for some it's
That's
free.
the dude, you're getting scammed, bro. That's the whole point. College is a fucking scam. You're reading books that are written from shitheads.
I don't think college is a scam. See, there is
Okay.
like
No, I think there is. No, you're right. Let me take that back. Let me
Yeah.
rewind my fishing pole.
Sure.
When I would say it's more 30% than it is like 100. You know what I mean? Out of 100, you 30%, you'll probably be okay. But you'll be in debt, and you gotta figure that out. It's all a fucking scam, dude.
Yeah, it's just not a coincidence, Avian, that most of these, research institutions and medical institutions get people of various religious backgrounds like Hitman to work on their projects. I mean, yeah, you get a bunch of people from different religions who somewhat believe in science but can be religious at the same time, and they can still work toward the same goal as the
Yeah,
atheistic
You know what?
ones. So.
But what I'm telling you,
Sports keep colleges afloat. Sports,
Just saying,
football, soccer,
Buzz Aldrin.
swimming. The same.
what I'm saying is that the scientists, not all of
Or
them are
school
universal
never mind.
consensus, but you
Caught
gotta look
myself
at
there.
what the content of what they say, the content.
Yes, the content of what most science says is that we can play God and that you came from primordial goop and everything has no purpose because
They
a
don't say that,
rock can smack in you tomorrow and wipe you out. So let's hurry up and get to
Yeah, but
Mars.
guys, we are the purpose.
Yeah.
We are the purpose. We are this. We have a church right now, bro. We're sitting here speaking. With two or more gathered, you don't have to believe in it, but this is a church. It doesn't have to be in a building. It doesn't.
LARP.
Even if
LARP.
Hey,
bring,
it's good to have
Hank
energy,
here.
bro.
Bring
We're getting
Hank here.
energy off each other right now. We're having a great conversation. I mean,
there's
this
some
is.
people who wanna
I
come
can
here.
feel it off the live stream. Imagine being together, building a house. You know what I mean?
I've
I'm just
always
saying, or a
entertained
community.
it, Avian. It's just I find that with most evidence,
No, it's because
it's
you're
a
just.
lie. So
You know what? You don't have an open mind, dude. You're just mad because you're right and everybody
yes,
else
I'm
is
Monkey
wrong.
Man. That's right. I'm Monkey Man. I came from
You
Monkey.
are a
I
primate.
never said
You
that.
are a primate.
I just
I am
think
a
you don't know
primate
how
too.
to
I am a primate.
respect other
There's nothing
people's
wrong with
views.
that. Yeah, primates
I
make
guess.
symbols.
As far as I know, I haven't called
I
him
don't
Birdie.
agree with Homie either, but that's his dude. He has free will to believe whatever he wants.
Probably want a
Seems
cracker.
like a good dude. So.
See, okay. Anyway, but yeah, Avian,
But
I've
what am I
always
supposed to
entertained
do?
it.
Beat him
So.
up because he doesn't agree with me? See, that's
No,
the shit that we have, dude.
No, it's called attacking the institution in him, but I guess you wouldn't understand that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
No,
honest.
but he has to learn on his own.
Let me tell you this all here, okay? This is gonna blow your minds, okay? I feel
the guy's not dumb.
I never said that. I've never once called him dumb.
Let me say this. I'll say this. Okay, whether it's Christ or Buddha or even the recognition of Allah. Okay, I think millions of years, if mankind were to vanish, the future lineages of non-human organisms, they will eventually recognize it. And I know that for sure. I know that 100%. Now, when it comes to the question of Buddha, Christ, or Allah, or the recognition of Allah, I do not know that 100%. All I know is that anything that you consider special about human beings, animals can eventually do that throughout large spans of time. Okay.
I
And
like
when I
it. I
say
like how
that,
he said that.
yeah, yeah. So that
But
is something I
humans
truly
haven't
believe.
gone extinct and animals do, so explain that.
I don't
You
think
never know.
that's
Maybe
true.
one time, one
I mean, we're
day,
still
we're all
here,
going to.
so compared to
Maybe
Tasmanian
one day we
devils and
will
dodo
go
birds
extinct.
and
And I'll
Yeah,
be
with
honest
all
with you
the
about this too. I don't care if human beings go extinct. You
I
know,
know
I don't.
that, but I'm saying is if usually it's survival of the fittest, then hasn't evidence go that we're not exactly the best at being the fittest? I mean,
can
we
we all
literally
just say
pump
we don't
ourselves
know?
full of chemicals. So I mean, if anyone should have been extinct by now, it shouldn't have been us
Yeah,
and
just give
not
it time.
animals.
Give it time.
I mean, they
So,
survived a
yeah,
godforsaken asteroid and
I'll get
years of ash and pollution and not being able to breathe and no photosynthesis in the ocean. So
yeah, just give it time. It's all about time. Earth is not 7,000 years old. Okay, it's not 7,000 years. It's
Timing
like
is everything.
4 billion or
how do you know?
4.2
You weren't
billion
here
years old.
7,000 years ago, nor were the majority of people here
I just go
alive
by
now.
experience.
Yeah, TML, are you there? TML, are you there?
Your time is ticking right now. Everybody on this panel's time is ticking right now. My time is ticking right now. I could die tomorrow. I can get hit by a fucking cookie truck for all I fucking know. Or a bread truck. You never know. I'm just saying, everybody, dude, we're all numbered right now.
I was just
So
going to tell
just
you,
know.
Avian, some Jews would be laughing at you.
That's good for them, you see. You see, let me tell you this, I have had moments
Jews?
where I falter because
Shrews.
let me tell you this.
I love those
The
guys.
one
They're great.
view that makes the occultists and pretty much every other tradition like screech and go crazy is common descent. But I know common descent is true. Okay, I know it's true. Okay, it's just ridiculous to reject it. Read some books, read peer-reviewed journals.
I love how you keep saying that, dude. Read some books. I
Yeah,
love it,
yeah,
dude.
because when you
I
Like
mean,
we
talk
yeah,
haven't done any
Avian,
research.
but Avian, I have literally read hundreds, if not thousands, of books about dinosaurs because I used to believe in them, and nothing still convinces me, even though I've seen dinosaur bones.
yeah,
Because a bunch of people behind
Dinosaur
closed door
bangs.
can falsify a bunch of information just because you're working on it. What? Because you took some alleged soft tissue? I mean, yeah, sure. If you went up to a dinosaur and took some soft tissue, but do you still trust what that computer is telling you? I mean, how does a computer know
All right, now you're
what
getting
it
too
is?
deep.
Is it God? Is it God? So how does it know the answer? If you go and take a rock and throw it into a computer, how does that computer know the age of the fucking universe? But you trust
Well, I
that.
can throw
But
a
you
rock
trust
in
that.
some
But you
water
trust that.
and it
yeah,
splashes.
I'll
I know
answer
that
that.
much.
But what I do know is that if you take a rock and throw it with in a river
A
and there's no
pond.
current to erode it, it will last for a very long time. So I'm just saying that usually unless there's a force to act upon it, change doesn't seem to really happen that much. Like erosion and
But
just
dude,
saying.
what you're saying is not believe in a computer. But dude, there's some stuff that is true and there's some shit that's bogus. But
Yeah, like you think,
it's
let
almost
me
like
tell you this,
saying like, yeah, it's you're getting a little too deep. Like, yeah, I don't know about that.
As deep
yeah,
as a mass psyop is convincing a majority of humans who have lived and died that they don't matter and that their
No, but that's almost
probable
like saying that
ancestors is
nothing matters.
dinosaurs.
Who gives a fuck?
I'm a fucking Indominus Rex.
Yeah, let me tell you this, Dark Lord. Okay, first off, the Grand Canyon. Okay, that was due to like millions of years that
Allegedly.
happened. Yeah, allegedly, but you gotta read
Right.
about it. You can't just be like,
You gotta
well,
read about it. I love this
I
guy.
have read about it, but it's kind of funny
You
that
should do a commercial.
when you
Read
look at
about it.
dinosaur bones, have you ever noticed they also look like bogs when animals die in water and they get laid down sideways under the sediment.
Yes, but
I'm just
That
saying,
was
just
that
because
was a great
something's
saying.
laying sideways in a rock, so are fish that die like 2 months ago and they get dried out in the
has to do
bed
with
of the lake. So
Yeah, how did they end up in the
adaptation.
desert, man? How did shells end up in the desert?
Let me ask you
I'm
Especially
saying
in
I've ran
Jerusalem.
water. I used to live on a property where we had to run water for a lot of farm animals, and I can tell you, just running the water for a few hours for the animals, for them to go and play in the water, like the ducks
not
and the
all
geese and the
animals
peacocks
are
and
the same,
horses, would
Dr.
cause
Not
hundreds
all are
of
the same.
probably of pounds of our big
Hey,
backyard to erode away.
how
So I'm
much
just saying maybe
Adderall are
it
you on?
doesn't take.
Because can you give me one? Let me get one.
Oh, I guess you'll
Timo,
find
are
out
you
when
there? Like,
you'll
you
find
probably
out when
fall
the
asleep.
ocean starts to carve new paths for them to sail on in their new
No,
yachts.
I want an Adderall from you. Can I have one?
Now, let me tell you this, Dark Lord. Okay, first off, TML, if you're there, can you add these people because they're asking you on the chat. Second off, I want to say this, is that you're mixing up a lot of domains. Like for example,
No, it's not. It's
no, don't
called.
talk it.
There's a
You see
reason
it?
why they
You're
name a
pissed,
lot of
because
research centers
let me finish.
after
Let me finish.
gods like
No, you
Lucifer, like a giant observatory
no,
named
Lord,
Lucifer.
Dark
But I
Lord,
guess
you
that's
don't get my
coincidence,
deeper
right?
point.
All right.
Dark Lord, look at my image right now. Okay, listen. What
Well,
I'm
I guess
saying
when
is
that
that
UFO comes and collects your butthole, you'll turn into that magical bird god. So what does it matter? Or AI will be your god, as
Hey,
people like Pinoid
to
call
be
me
honest with
retarded.
you, hey,
Wait.
no, listen, man, it's all good, dude. We're all human beings here, or whatever he thinks
I'm
we
not
are.
so sure about that. People
We're
seem like they
animal-like.
don't
I
want to
don't
be
know.
human beings. So
Animal body. I don't know.
that's why
But
he's giggling, because he doesn't know.
no,
Listen,
but dude, let's all keep it simple, dude. I'm pretty sure if we all met each other, we'd have a great fucking time.
I mean,
That's all I'm
it's
gonna say.
pretty
You know what I
simple
mean?
that we're all massively
Yeah.
deceived. Yeah.
Oh, why?
listen,
Because we'd
dude.
have a great time.
Listen,
I'm sure
Dark
we
Dude,
Lord.
are. That's why we're
dude,
living
don't
in the
act like
system we
you know
are.
everything. You don't know
You don't have to
everything,
know
and he
everything.
doesn't know everything either. He's already said that. He's only
Okay,
given his
then
opinions, just
it
like
was
you
an
and me.
alien, and aliens fly billions of light years to come probe us on the beaches.
Well, they may not be aliens. They could be fallen
No, that's right.
angels.
It's
We can
humans.
talk
Oh,
about that too.
well.
You just never know. We can
Oh,
talk.
well.
I'm just saying. We can keep getting deeper into the
No, we
things, but
came
at
from
the end of the
gorilla
day,
men,
bro,
and we managed to not
we could
kill each
talk
other
about this
with
stuff. Let's
rocks,
get
and
it.
now we kill each other with laser weapons and Booker missiles. Yeah,
Oh, they have laser weapons
and
for sure.
warthogs.
You're not lying about
Yeah.
that, sir. I know about that. Military weapons, bro. They'll go through your engine block. They'll take you right out. You won't even see them.
Well, maybe it'll be like Ender's Game, and we'll go and have to train a
Yeah,
little
just
white
like all the
boy
flyers
to
in
fight a
paradise.
hyper
Yeah.
intelligent, bug race on another planet, and he'll get emotionally compromised and say, "We didn't have to do it because they were surrendering," and he'll feel bad about the bug people. So, oh my god.
Let me tell you this, Dark Lord. Let me tell you this.
Everything's just happened naturally, though. Everybody knows
And
that.
let's think about this, Dark Lord. You look at your eyes, the adaptation. Okay? We don't see the full spectrum of color. There are animals that can see more colors than us. Okay?
Yes, because you don't have a
Yeah.
fucking need to see the full spectrum. Did you ever think of that?
Yeah, it has to do with, adaptation and other things
I mean,
like
there's a
that.
reason why a cat can see in the nighttime
Wait,
and
let
you
him.
can't.
Hey,
So,
Yeah.
let him go, bro. Let him go, and you can go after
yes,
one
I'm
at a
sorry.
time, bro.
Sorry.
It has to do
I'm
with
retarded.
adaptation and the evolution.
Me
You could
too.
say evolution is guided by a more powerful force like God or his will. But the point is that, when you look at the anatomy or the genome or the biology of the primates, we are like more special symbol making primates. That's what I'm saying. Maybe, you know, you see what I'm trying to say here is that we poop, we breastfeed, just like the primates. They breastfeed too. They breastfeed their young.
You
You don't
breastfeed?
breastfeed your child, they will
You
grow up
breastfeed?
omnivorous.
You
You have to breast,
motherfucker.
you have to breastfeed. The woman breastfeed.
Yeah, we. So basically, we're saying we all have love.
Love, yeah. That's good. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. All I'm saying is that Let's say hypothetically, mankind were to vanish. Hypothetically speaking, mankind vanished. How do you know, like millions or billions of years in the future, there won't be other organisms that evolve towards recognizing Christ, that recognize God and such. You see what I mean? You don't know that. I think it's true. Because
What's your name? I
Corvi,
can't.
Corvi the Buddha, Corvi the Buddha.
I'm just gonna
But
call you Buddha for
yes,
short. Buddha, you know what? Every time I hear you, dude, it sounds like you're reading a book. It's amazing. And
yeah,
I'm not
because
trying to be an asshole,
that's
but
fine.
that every time.
Because these are my areas of focus. Biology and Buddha and philosophy of technology. Those three areas are my focus: biology,
Yeah,
philosophy of technology, and Buddha, or you could also say God in some sense.
So are you big on transhumanism? You know, with
No,
the technology and the humans.
I'm against transhumanism. I oppose
Oh, me too.
transhumanism.
No, absolutely. But you know what's coming, right?
Yeah, I know what's coming. I would
Okay.
rather there be no robots, and instead we give more room for growth to the animals. You know what I mean? Because it feels like mankind has failed. So why not let the animals evolve towards higher recognition, higher awareness? Because that's what I see it as. Like,
Have you noticed other animals acting weird lately, running out of the areas, especially from wildfires and all that stuff that coming in people's yards? It's kind of weird, man. Like bears and shit, black bears. I'm just saying. I'm asking. Like I don't know where you live, but it's a little weird, man. And like birds and shit, they just act really weird.
let me tell you
I'm
this,
I'm
if Earth had a spirit, it would be very, she would, or he would be very pissed, because let me tell you that over 30% of birds have vanished in the USA since like the past few decades.
Yeah, they all
40%
been
of
dropping
primates,
dead, bro. Right on the
yeah,
roads.
they're
They
dropping
just
dead.
fall out of the sky. Boom, bah.
They're dropping dead. Think more
5G?
seriously. So,
What do you
let me
think?
say this. I'm being honest. This is my view. I don't have everything figured out, but this is what I strongly believe in. If you deny common descent or shared brotherhood with the animals, then you do not truly love them. That's my view.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I feed. Yeah. Trust me, I know. But no, what I was asking, what do you think about all these birds just dropping out of nowhere, just dead on the ground?
Probably do too. A combination of pesticides and 5G.
Yeah, it's got to be something like that, right? Some kind of frequency, at least. It's something, man.
Could be
I
chemtrails.
don't know what it is to kill a whole.
Chemtrails, or what is called
Yeah.
stratospheric aerosol injection. That stuff is real. I think chemtrails have been done since the past few decades. Chemtrails.
I tried to tell my brother, dude. I'm like, dude, just look up 96, dude, in Alaska, dude. They have 1 square mile of antennas and they shoot that shit up in the atmosphere. He's looking at me like I'm a retard until I showed him, and he's like, "Oh, that's fake." And I'm like, "No, they just sometimes they have cognitive dissonance. They just don't want to believe it. It's very strange to me, but yeah, show them the proof. They don't care. So I don't even try to talk to people like that anymore. Even my own family, they just push you away. It's very strange though. But anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to get off topic. But yeah, it's crazy. And then that's in 96. Imagine what they're doing now. They gotta have like laser beams and shit. Oh, bro. And then I see because I live near an airport. So you see them cloud seeding and just jets going. And they're just, chemtrails. It's not a contrail. Contrails last 60 seconds. It's crazy, bro. Every day is foggy in the East Coast, bro. I don't know where
Mankind,
you're at.
Well, it's okay because it
mankind
came
has,
from monkey men, so blame it on the monkey
yeah,
men.
we are primate. But let
It
me
does
say
come
this.
from men, but
Yes,
it's all from by design. It's all by design, man. They do what they told. They get a
uh,
paycheck. They got to
the
feed their family.
design.
I got kids. You know how that is.
Let me say this. Mankind has failed on a collective civilizational scale.
Well, you can blame Eve for that, for biting that damn apple and then feeding it to Adam, okay? Because that's how this shit started. It kind of makes sense. So something went wrong. That's all I got to say. But you
Yeah,
don't believe that. That's fine, Buddha. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, mankind has failed on a civilizational scale, and maybe it's time we, think more deeply about the potential and the lineages of non-humans. Like you see Ganesha is an elephant who is very wise, And elephants are highly intelligent, sensitive creature. How do you know millions or billion years from now, elephants won't be the ones to inherit this earth? Maybe there will be an elephant
Okay,
Jesus.
say the same thing about fucking AI in millions or billions of years when the
Wait your
AI
turn, sir.
gets better and improves itself where it no
Don't
longer
make
needs
me kick
human,
you out.
and it's able to do a cosmic event where it no longer needs any type of real energy source,
Sir.
and it can be cosmic level. Then don't complain because it's I mean,
No, let him finish, though. Damn, he was on a roll. You had the... Damn it, dude. You fucked Dom up, dude. Come on. And not Dom, I mean, I'm sorry. Dude, stop.
See, on a deeper level, whether it's Christ, Buddha, or whatever, that's the recognition of something higher. Okay, and I do know that
not
humans,
if I came from a monkey.
the monkey, you are a primate, but a higher primate. One with
Sir, we
some
came from fish. Okay?
yeah, billions.
Not a monkey.
We are.
That came from goop.
I don't know about that. The goop stuff is more species. It's more. It's called abiogenesis. I don't know
I mean, am I not mistaken? Did I not claim we came from still single-celled organisms?
Well, that's the goop is before the single-celled organisms. Actually,
Can you let Buddha talk?
Like I told
Just
you,
let Buddha go.
going from goop to single-cell organism is harder than going from single-cell organism to multicellular organism. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder. You see what I mean? This called
So hard that it happened yet billions of times for different species of different things like plants and animals and us.
You have to read. You're not reading. You're misinterpreting things. You're misrepresenting things. You have to read and get it instead of
I mean, no, there's literally a theory out there that says that the ability to cross the threshold into life is such an astronomical event that it's nearly impossible, but yet it's happened so many times with life. Okay.
That's why bacteria is the beginning of life. Bacteria. You see, most of your oxygen is produced by
sperm,
bacteria in the
jizz, cum
atmosphere. That
is-
bacteria is called
Oh, boy.
cyanobacteria. You look it up, cyanobacteria and phytoplankton in the ocean. Let me tell you this: if we were to get rid of all the cyanobacteria and the phytoplankton, you would die because they produce most of the world's oxygen. You see what I mean? So your life
Oh,
depends
are you
on
guys...
these
Oh, my
microorganisms.
bad.
Your life depends on the microorganisms for your survival in the first place. You see what I mean? And you see, microorganisms are smarter than you think. You see, like bacteria can come together in colonies and they can even communicate with each other with what is referred to as quorum sensing. And they can form what is called biofilm. Biofilm are almost like cities. They're almost like megapolises. Okay.
Oh,
See,
my
so
God, he just said the N-word.
they're like megapolis.
I love you, dude. I'm sorry. That was so funny. I'm sorry. I had to say something. I'm sorry.
It's alright. So the point is that.
But you're being real.
Yeah, I'm being real. So if you want to go from like chemical compounds or I don't know, like carbon to bacteria, it's much harder. But if you're going from bacteria to multicellular organisms, that's merely cascading symbiotic relationships that could involve some guidance or some creativity or intelligence behind them. It's what I'm trying to say.
So, why did the human body develop cancers and stuff? I mean, in the great survival of the fittest, why would my body produce cells that would ultimately cause my death? I mean, it makes no sense. You want to have it one way with evolution, you want to have it this way with evolution, but there's no answers for any other reasons other than we are just random life forms that happen to clash together. And if evolution is right in some fashion or form, whether it happened over a long period of time or a very short period of time, basically
Your
anything
vagina.
goes.
Yeah, vagina. Everything happened with the vagina. Ants' vagina, crickets' vagina. That's real, though. I'm just saying. Mouse's vagina, rats' vagina. That's how, something happened. It was the Big Bang. I'm sorry. We just came here and then we came out flopping on fish and came on land, turned into monkeys. And then guess what? We learned how to set a fire in a cave and we were just hairy as fuck and chilling. And then we just happened to go on. But yeah. Does that make sense to you guys, by the way?
Yeah,
I
that
think
makes sense.
I
Yeah,
think
the
it's
science.
bullshit.
I don't think so. I went into the. So you gotta look into
But no,
this.
dude, I respect what you're saying, Buddha. Like straight up. I have no problems with you, man. Everybody has their opinions. But I love how you got it. Dude, that's his punchline, dude. Buddha's punchline is read a book. Read something. Read a book. That is his punchline. We know that. I got that down. I wrote that shit. I just wrote that down, by the way. I got lists here. So every time when I come back on, I know what to bring up and bust your balls about. Wait, I'm sorry, balls. Never. Oh, sorry. No, I'm just saying, like, do you guys really believe? Do you really believe we came from fish, Buddha? Like, for real, man. You really believe that?
Yeah. You see, uh, all organisms. You see, it depends how far back you go in time. We share a common ancestor. I mean, it's what makes the most sense when you look at the genome. You look at the body plans. You look at the multicellular organisms. You see, but the thing is, none of that says there's no God. None of that says that Jesus wasn't God or anything like that. You could
No,
still
I'm not
accept
saying
that.
that. But why are
Yeah,
there still fish?
accept that. Yeah, accept that. Yeah,
Why are
yeah.
there still fish? Why can I go catch a bass on a lake every time I want
That's
to?
because you see we share common ancestors, right? You see, and then it diverges. It's called phylogeny. And so it's about sharing the common ancestors. It doesn't mean that you directly come from the fish today you see. It means you come from a common ancestor you share with them.
Oh,
Stuff
I
like
see what
that.
you're saying. Okay,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
still
yeah.
don't believe it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's
that's
fair.
fine, dude. I respect what you got to say, dude. Hey, I'm not hating on you. I'm not gonna get mad at you. I'd be like, yo, you want to go have a beer, or if you do drink beer, or whatever you want to do, let's go hang out. But that's not gonna happen because I don't know you. But that's all right.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, it
yeah.
it, it is what it is, man. Everybody has different beliefs, or like you say, beliefs. We need to read books. Yeah.
So,
I've been
no offense, Wolfie, but what good does books do about UFOs if you don't know anything about it, about who put it here, other than what the
UFOs,
psyops tell
dude.
you?
This
Because
is what you're getting
like
into.
with the
We
books
went
about
from fish
dinosaurs, like
to
the books
UFO.
about all the other things that people claim I'm retarded about. I've read books about like UFOs, and it still hasn't got me any close to the truth of whether it was aliens, reptilians, demons, people, or magical. We came from monkey men and grew up with technology that can now apparently do that. So
Yeah, I want to respond beforehand.
what good is
First,
books? What good is books when it's not the fucking truth? That's what I'm saying. But anyway, yeah, go ahead. Read your books.
Listen,
yeah,
Spooner. Is that Spooner?
I'm sorry, my responses are limited. You must ask the right questions.
Spooner. Boner. Never mind. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah. You see, let me say this. I'm not saying that you should only look at one side, okay? But when you should look at both sides, but you have to go deep into it. You have to go deep into it, both sides, and the thing is, with the conspiratorial circles, I've noticed that they think they're experts on stuff like, I don't know, astrophysics or biology. Biology is my forte. Like I'm saying, I wouldn't say I'm like on the level of a PhD, but I am like between I'm like master's level almost. But let me say this though. Yeah, you look at the primates, right? You look at them, okay. You look at their body plans. You look at their human chromosome 2. You can Google it. Human chromosome 2 fusion scar, okay. You look at their body plans. You look at their brains. Look at their brains.
Google it.
Look at the lobes of their brains. Look at the gyrification of their
I don't know. I
brains.
usually don't go around dissecting animals' brains.
No, you have to listen. I'm not saying you should dissect their brain, but let's say someone else did that. Okay, then you get that information, and if you want to be truly honest, you have to look at their information. You see what I mean? I've looked at their brains. Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna have to catch you, split your head open, look at your brain, and I'll get all the
No, you can look
information.
at diagrams. You can look at figures of their brains. Look at the figures of their brains. I'm not saying we shouldn't.
Hypothetically.
We should not do that. I don't support, animal experimentation. I'm saying that other people have
Oh,
done it.
you just can watch how they live.
Yeah, and we also know that human experimentation has happened. So transhumanism.
Yeah, they got private jails all over the place.
Yeah, but I'm telling you this, all of you here right now. I've looked at the conspiracies. And I've looked at the primary literature, and common descent. It's true. Okay, it's true. It's just true. We are
I
primates.
think a lot of the things you're saying is true, and what we're saying is true as well. I just think we're a little off a little bit, but that's okay. I love it.
Yeah, the brain. You see, Appalachian Gorilla just said it. This is true. The brain of humans has all the same parts as animals. It's just more advanced. I've looked into this stuff for countless hours.
Because we are the
It's true.
Omega.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It is what it is. We have all the same brain parts as animals.
Right. So why haven't we developed wings? And according to science, we would need wings that are like 3 times the fucking size of our human bodies to be able to fly. So
That's stupid.
I guess when you start developing fucking feathers like a fucking chicken, bok motherfuckers.
Well, hold on. We're not Omega, but we're almost Omega. Sorry, I had to take that back.
We are
You know what I mean?
mammals. We are mammals. Mammals don't have feathers. Mammals. Okay.
Yes, I have feet. I can swim.
So I'm gonna evolve into a futuristic Caesar. I'm gonna
No, you're
revert
gonna
back
be a
to
bird.
that of which I came from. I am.
Sir,
I
you are
am
gonna
that
be
I
an
am
eagle.
Caesar.
You are the Caesar in some sense. Like you see, you
Caesar,
come
my
from all
ass.
over the places. We don't need wings. We have bipedal locomotion. We have bipedal locomotion. You gotta read the primate literature. You can't.
I
just
mean,
be
maybe the DNA of
like,
God is in everything, but yeah, I guess.
yeah, God, science. You see, God is theology, philosophy. Science cannot tell you if there's a God or not. It cannot. You can
That
still
was a.
believe in God. Like it
No, because
doesn't tell
that's not
you.
its point. But yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
creator.
I know.
It's
I
just the
knew
creator in general.
Christian biologists who accept evolution. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to reject God or whatever. You can still
No,
accept God.
evolution is a lie, though, dude. It
No,
really is.
that's what I'm saying. I know
Read
it's
a
not.
book.
I know it's not a lie. I'm
I
talking
gotta
about
mess
like
with you.
advanced stuff. It's not a lie. Like it's not a lie. Like
No, it is. There's
no, it's
some
not.
truth in it, but most of it's a lie. I would tell you that. Just like Christopher Columbus, just like everything else that we've been taught. Truth with a lot of lies.
I know it's not a lie. Because like I said,
Just
the
like the
brain
Earth.
part, the
I'm
anatomy.
telling you, bro. You can look up in the sky, dude, and you think they're the same balls we used to paint when we were kids. Dude, you remember? I don't know. In science class, I used to make a fucking whole sculpture like of a fucking Jupiter. You know what I mean? For science class, it's all bullshit, dude. I've
It's
looked
not
at them with a telescope, dude. They pulsate just like the stars, and they're fucking beautiful. And they don't look anything The only thing the colors are almost on point, but they're not round, bro. They look like stars, bro. I'm telling you, man. I've looked at them.
No, we
Every
are symbol making
I'm telling
animals.
you,
You know,
and
no,
I see
I
the
don't
same
agree.
stars every day, dude. Do me a favor, dude. If you walk out of your house, wherever you're at, every night, just pick
Yeah.
the 3 stars or the 2 stars or whatever you lock your eye on, and make sure that that's there every time you walk out, and it will be there, because
Yeah,
that's what
you do me
happens
a
with
favor
me.
too, actually. Look up these 3
Mhm.
things. Look up the
How are we
brains
floating
of.
in space doing 1,000 miles an hour, dude, spinning at
Yes, I
1,000
told
miles an
you
hour?
my
And
area of
gravity,
focus is
you can't
not
even prove
astronomy. I don't care
gravity. You
about
can't
astronomy.
touch it.
I don't care about
Gravity's
astronomy.
bullshit. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just saying, gravity, you can't even fucking touch it, bro. You can't even show me it. It's just a
but bro,
word.
I'm telling you that I'm telling you I don't care about astronomy. Okay, I'm not gonna defend
No, I
astronomy.
understand that. I heard you the
Yeah,
first time.
I don't care about astronomy at all.
I was just
Yeah,
speaking that out for the people maybe in the
yeah, I want
chat
you
for
guys
later.
to do
I don't know.
these 3 things. Okay, do these 3 things. This is about biology. Let me say that. Look at the brains, you know, and even diagrams of the primates and our brains. Okay, that's one thing. Then look at the body plans. Okay, you know, the body plans, like the skeletal structure, the musculature. Look at all of that. Okay, and then the third thing, which is most important, but also the hardest. Look at the genomes. Look at the sequences of the genomes, the ACTGs and other stuff. All of this,
Yeah,
if you were to
online,
do
right?
it, yeah, yeah, just all those
How
3
do I
things.
know? How do I know if that's real though?
Listen, man, that's too conspiratorial. You know, like this is
No, I'm
look.
just saying, like, taking tests is different, bro,
Yeah,
than
it's
saying,
real. Let
"Oh,
me tell you why it's
none
real.
of
Like
that's real."
I worked in research labs. I know how they like get the genome. I know how they get the DNA sequence. Well, not.
Yeah, but I'd
I
rather be
wanted to
there with the
sequence
bone
it.
marrow, whatever it
Yeah,
is, and I'd
but
rather
it's
be there
weird
and
as
see that shit happen.
it's a weird as biochemistry process. Like they're like
Yeah,
putting
it takes
stuff
like
in this
6
dish
months, a
that's
year, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I'm telling you guys is that it takes a lot of time if you want to really go into it deeply. You know, like
Why do
I'm
you
just
believe
being
in all
honest.
this?
You know what?
Do you really believe all this? Do you?
I
You do,
know
man.
it's
I
not
know you're
belief.
passionate.
It's not. It's not belief at this point. It's
See, when
knowing.
you see
It's
when a
knowing.
man tells me no, you're foolish. You're foolish already,
It's
because
knowing.
no man knows anything.
No, I know
So
this.
when
This
you
is
say you know, that's a
yeah.
lie, bro.
I know. Yeah, that common
In
dissertation.
all reality, bro. But that's what I was taught. We're different.
Yeah,
You're
that's fine.
Buddha. I'm me. You know what I'm saying? So
You know, just do
nobody
those
knows
3 things.
everything,
You'll
my
get
man.
me. You know,
You
like
can believe you believe what you
Getting
believe, bro,
off.
but you don't know.
Good night. All right.
What's that, buddy?
I'm getting off, so good night.
go to
Why?
bed.
Wow, that kind of sounded a little weird, but you don't want to stay. You want to get off. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
You
what
sure you don't
sounded
want to hang out a little longer? You good?
weird. I don't really care, but good night.
No, I made it weird, but I was just joking with you. But what's up? You're gonna. All right. Good night.
Conspiracies. Too much conspiracies make people unfortunately somewhat dense. You know what I mean? You gotta you can't dwell too much on the conspiracies. You gotta look at the other stuff too. You can't just go on one side and be like, oh, I have everything figured out. You gotta look at the peer reviewed sources and other crap
Right.
like that. Like what I
No,
told you,
you're.
those 3 things, you know, what were those 3 things I said to look up? I just want to see if people have been listening to me. What were the 3 things I said?
Oh, I
Dark
was.
lore.
I would actually probably wasn't listening at that time.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
If
to
you
be honest
see,
with
that's
you.
the issue. You see, you weren't listening. You see, that's the
No,
problem.
I wasn't. I actually wasn't. I was actually doing
Yeah,
something. At least I'm honest. I could
yeah,
have been like, "Oh yeah, let me try this." No,
yeah, yeah,
but I
yeah,
know
yeah.
you said
That's the
read a
problem.
book.
No, 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 no.
I'm fucking
If
with
you're
you.
not listening, then you can't really like act
No,
like
I'm
you can
listening
fix
to you.
anything. Like,
Yeah. No, at the time I was just doing something. So like when you guys are talking back and forth, I'm like, all right, good. I can actually do something. I got to do this, and I just wasn't. It's all good though. But dude, in my opinion, it's good to learn from other people. I'm open minded. I don't know everything. I really
Yeah.
don't. And
Yeah,
I'm just willing to learn. I do have my beliefs though. And obviously you've heard them.
Sure.
So I'm just being real, man. I'm always open to new ideas and I'm willing to learn and climb that ladder, whatever it takes. I just to be more wiser but I think it takes I mean, we can know all the information to crack a safe, but can you get to that safe? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You gotta have you get what I'm saying? Like I can have the combination to the safe and I know exactly where it is, but how do I get there and how do I do it smoothly? That's a whole different story. So do you understand what I'm saying? Like probably not the
No,
best
see, let me
analogy,
tell you
but
that you gotta listen to people. You know, you forgot what I said. I'll repeat it again.
no, I
Yeah,
didn't forget. I've
yeah. No,
I've
no,
learned
I'll
some
just tell
shit.
you
But the
again.
three things, yeah.
Yeah, three things. Yeah, because that was important. Yeah, I'll tell you again. Don't interrupt me anymore here. Look at the brains, including diagrams of the greater primates, like gorillas, chimpanzees, orangutans. Compare them to the human. Look at their body plans, like their skeletal structure, the symmetry of their bodies and other stuff. And the third one, this is actually the most difficult, and I did mention that, is their genome, like ACTG. Look at their genome, the fusion scar, and other stuff like that. You know, like you guys, I'm gonna be honest, like let's say common descent was true, okay? That doesn't mean Christ is a lie. It doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. You know, it's just a fact. You know, Catholics accept it. You know, Catholics accept evolution. You know, the reason why I take this seriously, okay, as I told you, I had three areas of focus. My three areas of focus were Buddhist philosophy, you know, biology, you know, and also philosophy of technology. Those are my three areas of focus. Biology, nothing in biology makes sense without evolution, okay, you know, because I am trying to explain to you guys, you know, we're multicellular organisms. You look at the cells, and then you look at bacteria, you know, and they engage in symbiotic relationship with other bacteria that led to mitochondria and then and other stuff. You know, you see, when I write, you know, I have books across me, and I can like look at the text and write and stuff, and then I think more. Like sometimes a sentence takes me like 20 minutes to write or 15 minutes to write. But when I talk, I have to like process a lot at once. But anyway, if I were to be truly honest, like set aside all my biases, you know, common descent is true. Okay, common descent, but it could be guided. It could be have an intelligence behind it. That's different. That's a different kind of question, you know. But when it comes to
Yeah, no,
questions like common
I
descent,
was I wasn't questioning
yeah,
your faith whatsoever.
it's not faith.
But
This is
yeah, I
yeah,
did hear that. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't
Appellation, you
have a
know,
lot of money
Pinoy says
to
something interesting. I want to read it because Pinoy is not because TML fell asleep. You know, TML fell asleep. Okay, you know,
I kind of
you
figured
know,
that. I already
yeah,
did
yeah,
that
yeah,
2
yeah,
hours ago.
kind of annoying. But Pinoy
I
says
know
something
TML,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, Pinoy says something here. He said, Buddha dietitians now genetically check you to see where your people evolved, to see what diet you're supposed to eat. Yeah, that's true. You know what I mean? You see, I don't agree with Pinoy on every single thing, but I like how grounded he is on the brute facts. You know what I mean? Like it's a brute fact that common descent is true. I'm tired of all the conspiratorial stuff. Okay, I'm really
Hey,
tired of it. You know, like flat Earth,
you
anti-evolution. I'm not trying to insult you guys here, but there are people who spend their lives studying this crap. Okay, you're gonna go up to them and be like, "Oh, you're wrong. I know better than you. You're indoctrinated." Oh,
yeah,
you're
but you're
being
doing
lied
the
to.
same thing to us, though, if you think about it.
No, but the
It's vice
difference
versa.
is no, the difference
Oh, why?
is
Because we don't have a lot of money, and you don't need a lot of money to realize these things. And these are your thoughts, man, and I respect you. I'm not mad at you for what got to say, dude, and I'm glad you're not being hostile towards me. It's a beautiful thing to have great conversations. And that's what I'm about. People want to hate, that's fine. Don't let it get to you, man. Leave it alone. You know what I mean? That's what I'd say.
Yeah,
But that's
yeah.
just me.
You gotta. You're free to believe whatever you want ultimately, but you know, um,
I know, dude. You it's got an itch for it, dude. We used to too, man. I used to try to tell everything about what I know, and people used to just spit on me, literally, almost. A couple times.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
get
you
into
gotta.
fist fights. People didn't want to hear what I had to say, and I had to learn. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't be talking about these things. And I just left it alone. So yeah.
Yeah,
People they don't like the things we have to say, bro. So I
yeah.
get it,
But
you know.
you gotta. Ultimately, this is what I do. It's good to, separate areas of inquiry. I know there are certain areas of inquiry that I'm not an expert in, but other areas I'm more proficient in, you know what I mean? And so, when you want to like critique one area of expertise, you better have the time spent on looking at all sides. Otherwise, one's opinions become kind of trivial or moot because, these questions aren't easy. What I'm trying to say is that, you gotta engage deeply in these thoughts. Those three things I said, body
I heard
plan,
what you said.
genome,
Yeah, the
brain.
genomes, yeah, with the
Yeah,
bone.
brain.
Yeah, I know what you're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I just don't agree with you, and that's probably why I didn't listen the
Fine,
first time.
fine. But I would say
I'm just being
people,
honest.
it's
I'm just
fine.
being
People
honest, but I
who,
listened the second time. But yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I got you. I,
But that
I would
happens
say that
sometimes,
people
man. You
who
just block
reject
shit out.
common descent, they cannot truly care for nature. They cannot truly care for nature. I don't believe they can care for nature. I really
Who?
believe
People
that.
like me?
Yeah, 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 yeah. You don't care for nature, and so I think that's true. Because you see yourself
Okay.
ultimately separate from it. Yeah, you
No,
ultimately see yourself separate from it.
I'm always around, dude. Like I said, I feed birds, dude. I'm out here, dude, all the time. Are you crazy? Like I have animals all around my house. But that's fine. That's what you think, and that's your opinion, and I respect that.
Ultimately, the birds will always remain ontologically inferior to you, spiritually inferior to you. So that's the way it
No,
is.
I just feed them. That's all. You know, they always come back.
I bet.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
But no, I love looking at them, and I got goats. Fucking, are you kidding me, dude? Don't make me get in.
Yeah. Yeah. Too much conspiracies there. I might to. I don't know. Like, I just don't get it. It has to do with the.
So no,
Like,
I'm
you
just
don't see
saying.
this among Europeans and stuff. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's weird.
What do
All
you
this
mean?
stuff.
What do you don't get as like people not being real? Like, what do you mean around animals or something? Like, or am I
I
missing the
mean,
whole point?
like, you see, like, I've talked to many different people of different backgrounds, all right? And the Europeans generally are not, they don't gravitate as much to conspiracies that like threaten entire intellectual enterprises or their foundations, they're like to the point where they undermine it or upturn it or something. Creationism is ridiculous, is ridiculous. It cannot be a special creation. I just don't accept it.
A
Like maybe
creation? Is that what you just said? A special
special
it can't
special
be
creation,
a
like the idea
special
that
creation?
like the idea that God created each in organism as inherently distinct from each other. Like we have like
You mean
human.
individually, like
Yeah, yeah,
frogs? Yeah,
yeah,
right. Goats,
yeah,
fucking sheep. We got pigs. We
yeah,
got horses.
yeah,
Right, and then
yeah.
humans. What? Yeah.
Yes, it's got special creation. So like
I don't agree. I don't agree with that, but that's
you don't
fine.
agree with special creation?
No, I believe in. You don't.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I know it's wrong. Yeah, it's wrong.
Dude, look how special this place is, dude. Are you kidding me? Do you have
It's
a kid?
special, like
You ever
it's special,
grab your
like
fucking niece or your nephew Like, come on, bro. That ain't life. That ain't beautiful. This ain't creation. We got everything we want. Everything was put here for a reason, bad and good.
Yeah, I
Come
mean,
on
all of
now.
that could be true even with common descent. You know, you don't need special creation for that.
It,
That could be true with common descent. Like,
I'm just
like,
being real with you, bro.
yeah, I'm being real too. You know, like you
And
see, this
hey, I
is my
respect it.
area
I
of study.
respect that.
So, yeah, yeah, you know. You see,
But I'm saying
like,
everything here was made for us.
no, I
Animals
disagree.
too.
Okay, yeah,
Everything was made. Why is it so perfect then? Besides the people. Everything is so perfect. The animals do what they do, but the people ain't doing what they're supposed to do. Why is that? Why are we the fucked up ones and the animals do everything correctly? Even in the ocean. And we're not, animals don't pollute shit. They don't pay rent. They just shit, eat, and leave. Come on, guys. Like, really?
oh, that's because we're symbol making, and ultimately we are part of
We're
nature.
polluting the
Not made
earth.
for us. It's not made for us. Nature was not made for us. So we're just a part of it. Just a part of nature. And you know, we're a part of nature. It's not made for us. You know.
Nature wasn't made for us, but we learned how to build houses and have fucking fires up in Maine and chill near a mountain. I've done it. What are you talking about, bro? You can do this anywhere. You go to Asia, dude, they're making shit out of fucking
But let me tell you something
like
that
it's
will blow your
crazy,
mind.
bamboo and shit. Like, come
Let me
on.
tell you
Everything
something
was
that
made for us.
no, no. Let me tell you
Everybody's
this.
still surviving.
There are hawks, there are eagles that can use fire to flush out prey. They know they can use fire. Like they grab burning sticks and they throw it into the grasslands, and that makes
Well, maybe.
the rats flee out, and then they can eat it. So they're called fire hawks. You can Google and read about them. Fire hawks. And so this proves
Okay,
that there
because
is a
Google is
variation in
everything.
behavior, variation based on metacognitive awareness and cognitive I mean, and common descent is true. Yeah, common descent is
See,
true.
this is why I say, dude, if you're not there, then you're never gonna know. Because
Common
I've
descent.
been, what I'm trying to say is when I've been through situations, right? And then there's people on the outside saying they've been there and they tell the whole story. It fabricates and fabricates over time. It's just amazing.
If someone were to
That's
call
just
me a monkey, I would not be offended.
no. I'm
Yeah,
just that was a good. That was probably a bad analogy. But what I'm saying is, when you tell somebody something, they usually take it. They make it way worse than what it is, or even
yeah,
better
yeah.
than what it
Let
should
me, let
be,
me, let me tell you
and it
this.
goes on and on,
Yeah,
and you never get the real story.
he said it. Baboons use dogs to hunt. Baboons use dogs to hunt. Why do you think us human beings are so exceptional that other organisms cannot reach our level, like millions of years in the future? You know, TML has fallen asleep. You know, and there's so many people on the back. You know, it seems like each time I come on here, and I'm sick and tired of the conspiratorial bullshit. You know, like
Oh no,
I'm
dude,
sick and
I'm
tired.
not hating on you, bro. I'm
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
seriously.
It's not just you. I'm actually hating on a
Well, I
lot
hope
of
you don't feel
people.
offended,
It's more
man. That's
polite
not
than
what I
you.
wanted. I
No,
really respect what you. I do respect what you're saying, dude. It's a different
thank
outlook.
you.
I've never heard this before, so it's good to
No,
hear.
what do you mean
I'm
you never
only
heard it?
arguing with you back to have a conversation, bro. And I get it. You think I'm stupid. I understand that, and you're probably sick of everybody arguing with you. So I get it.
No, it's
But
not.
I'm
It's
just
not
letting you
just.
know I have no problem with you, man.
Yeah, yeah. Pino said that this chimps tax each other, other gorillas build shelters. And that's true also. You know, they're much smarter cognitively thinking than what people think. They're more sophisticated than what people think.
Well, no, it's just because you know what it is, dude. This is what you were just saying a little while ago. Because I don't align with your message, you want other people that align with your message to come up and hang out or have
It's not a
someone to talk
message.
to you.
It's not a message.
That's just real, dog. And I get it.
It's just a
We're
fact.
all like
It's a
that.
brute fact. It's a
Yeah,
brute
it's
fact.
But
called
I'm not.
he
I like
doesn't
to
want
hear.
his worldview challenged. Yeah. That's what it
Yeah, I've
It's
had a
fine,
challenge
dude.
a billion
Because
times.
what you're saying is
That's
wrong at the end of the day, in my
no,
opinion.
it's
But
no
dude, I'm not
such
gonna shit on you. I respect you as a human being, and I think you have good, dude. What you some of the, half of the stuff you're saying is great. The other stuff, I'm just like, I don't know about that. But that's just
Yeah,
me,
I'll
dude.
tell you
I'm not
guys this.
hating on you,
Yeah.
Buddha.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys this. For the past 6 months, I've dealt with so many conspiracy theorists, occultists, and I know they're wrong now. We are
Well,
simply
dude, I
smart
can call you the
monkeys.
same
We
thing.
are smart monkeys. We are smart monkeys. That is a fact.
Wow,
We
you're
are
calling
smart
us all the
monkeys.
N words.
And there's a reason why they look closer to monkeys. Those guys. They are smart.
Oh, then nobody better call me racist anymore since I'm a monkey man too.
Well, I can't
So
believe
we'll remember
you are
that. We'll remember
racist.
that when people want to call me a racist. So we can't be racist if we're all monkeys.
The Ugandans and the
I'm a red one.
sub-Saharan Africans. There's a reason why they look like monkeys. Because they are our
Yeah, but there's a reason why there
ancestors.
still are monkeys.
But according to
That's
you,
what I'm
so do
trying to
I.
tell
So
why do we
Yeah,
keep popping babies out of
You're
vaginas
just
if there's still
I'm
monkeys?
just saying you're a more advanced monkey. You're a more intelligent monkey.
oh, well, you hear that?
Oh
It's a
shit,
fact.
dude.
I have no doubts about this anymore. I'm absolutely certain, 100%.
Now
Well, I
who's the
appreciate
Aryan?
that. I really
Half
do. I
children,
appreciate
figure
it.
out kids are just chimps. Pinoid is right about that. Pinoid is one of the few thinkers I respect on this panel.
Who?
Pinoid.
Oh, Sean?
Yeah, Pinoid is based.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's good with
Dog,
numbers.
face guy.
Yeah,
The rest of you
it's my
are
dog.
ridiculous. You're just ridiculous. It's an endless conspiracy.
I hate him and I love him at the
Well,
same time.
Pinoid also probably has never been a mystery school, so I don't expect much from someone who claims to be a gorilla. So.
Yeah,
I
dude,
would
we've
be a
been hearing you
knight.
talk the whole
I
time,
would be a
Sean. Shut
knight
up.
for Pinoid. I would be a knight for Pinoid. Not for you guys. You guys are ridiculous.
I wouldn't care. That you sure do have a strange need to be gay toward other men, and I find that really strange.
No, I prefer Asian women. I like how petite and docile they
Yet you
are.
constantly need
And I
to
love Asian women.
cozy
Asian
up and
women
snuggle
are
up
for
to another
me.
grown man,
Asian women
particularly
are for
that
me,
grown
not
man.
Neurojack.
That's
Asian
why
women
I thought you were
belong to
talking to
giggling.
me. I
me.
was gonna say, hey, let's
Asian
have a good
women
time.
belong to me. All Asian women belong to me. And so I want a harem of a bunch of Asian women.
Does it come with a Boston accent?
I love Asian women. I love how
You got
petite
it, baby.
and docile they are. Asian women have this innocent look that I love and stuff. Asian women are the
Oh,
best.
you love it.
Asian
Well, they
women
say
are
you're not
better.
different from Neurojack, so y'all shouldn't hate each other.
Yeah, we're based. Yeah, you see. I
Who the
love
fuck are you
women.
talking to, sir?
Monkey man has feelings too. I'm a monkey, and my dick is structurally closer to gorillas.
Well, you said it. I didn't.
I'm a winner.
Gorillas' penis is close to a human being's.
All right, come on, guys. Stop it with.
I'm a man. I'm a winner. I'm a man. I'm a winner. Sounds like Johnny Knoxville wearing the earphones in the Ringer movie, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I love.
I thought it was
I'm a
gonna be a
man, but I'm
sinner
a monkey.
after that.
I'm a man, but I'm a monkey.
I am. Yes, you are a primate. It is a fact. We are primate.
I'm Asian and I'm chunky.
Asian women are the best. Be real here. I'm gonna be honest here. It's
I
a
love
fact.
it.
White women, they tend to be whores. That's the truth. They tend to be whores. But East Asian women, they're more respectful. They're more honorable. They follow. They don't like to cheat as much as the white woman. The white woman, you gotta be
Oh, so
careful.
you like the Proud Boys?
They have the white
Oh, I'm
woman.
sorry.
White women have the sex drive of the sub-Saharan African and the intelligence of a little child. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. The East Asian woman is superior. The East Asian woman is like drinking tea and is like calming their tits. While the white woman likes to nag and bitch endlessly. I'm just tired of it. My mom, she looked like
I
a white
like
woman.
it.
Yeah, light skin. I'm 100% Persian. Okay, but my mom was. I just don't like Caucasian women. They act like
Oh,
bitches.
dude, you must have the shiniest hair, bro.
Yeah, I feel
Motherfucking,
East
he's like
Asian
got that
woman.
shiny hair and shit slicked back. You know how it is.
Yeah.
I bet, dude. I put $10 on it.
My hair is actually not that straight. You lost. You gotta give me $10. Yeah, it's
Damn
not that
it,
straight. It's kind of more
motherfucker.
somewhat curly, but not curly like a Jew. My hair is not curly like a Jew, but it is kind of
It's
curly.
slicked back, but yeah, maybe. All right, it was wrong.
I would have preferred to have curly, straight. I would have preferred to have straight hair, but that didn't happen. But it's okay.
Oh, my bad, dude. I'm sorry. So you're not as
Yeah, it's
Asian as I thought.
yeah. Uh, yeah, yeah. East Asian women are the best.
It's a
So
joke, dude. Usually Asians have straight hair. You know
most
what
of
I'm
them
saying?
straight hair.
Like white men.
Yeah, I was gonna take a break from streams, but I guess I came on again. It's almost 3:16 a.m. I went on for a long time. I'm kind of tired. So
Well, you can leave, bro. Hey, it was good to talk to you, man. If you want to
I
leave,
want to
that's
stay
fine.
here
If you want to
because
hang out,
I have pride. I have pride. I'm not gonna leave before you two. I'm not gonna let you say anything about me before I leave.
I
You
wouldn't
two,
say anything about you. I wouldn't.
yeah. I'm not leaving before you two. I'm here.
Wow, did you really believe that? If anything, I'd
Yeah,
have been like, that
I'm not
Asian guy
gonna
was
lie.
cool. Fucking,
I'm not a
that's
cuck.
about it.
You think I'm a cuckold? I'm not a cuckold.
I've never
I
called you a cuck.
Yeah, don't ever call me a
Wow.
cuck again. Don't ever call me a cuck again. Don't
If I
ever call
did, I don't remember saying it. And if I did, I'm sorry. But I don't think I called you a cuck. That's not my style, bro.
Yeah.
I might have called you a cunt.
Let me tell you, the most
But
ideal society is one man with multiple women. That's called polygamy. Like harems are based. Harems are based. Yeah, I like that. Women need to know their place. Women be underneath my rule and in my
I think
harem.
we all should leave, to be honest with you, because this is TML's channel. Let's not fuck it up. I think we should
He
all
fell
leave.
asleep. He fell asleep. There are people in the
Right.
back.
I don't want to fuck
All
up
right, see
your
you
channel
later.
or anything.
Yeah, you leave before me. You leave before me. Leave
Hey,
before
don't
me.
you say that to me, you motherfucker.
Yeah. Good. Goodbye. My cat
Oh, you
keeps
really
screaming
thought I
every
was
night.
leaving?
Drive me nuts every night. She drives me. I have two cats. One of my cats drives me nuts every night. She keeps screaming. Just drives me nuts. I love her, but she drives me nuts. One of my cat. She keeps screaming and stuff.
There's
But the
probably
other
any
cat,
heat.
probably. But my other cat, he's all chill and peaceful, like all zen. But my other cat, who's female, she's always screaming at night, driving me nuts, and screaming for food, screaming for this or that, for water, like every few seconds. Maybe because she's old. Maybe she's going senile or something like that. She's probably going senile. So that my other cat. Yeah, that's fine. She's like 17, so maybe that's why she keeps screaming. Yeah, that's fine. I still treat her with respect and love. She's 17, and so you gotta have patience, in life.
Yeah.
Patience is everything in life. Yeah, patience. Yeah, no one
Hey,
knows
I
everything.
just want to say, hey, it
Yeah,
was good to talk to you. Good
it's good to talk to
conversation.
you.
We had back and forth, all of us. So that was great. And yeah, TML, man. Hope you're sleeping good, buddy. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, good night. It was nice talking to you, Wolfie.
You too, buddy.
Goodbye. You there, Lord?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, it was fun with you, dude. Don't think I'm ever here to attack you. I mainly came here to talk about what I've been reading about, which is the three laws of robotics. So Isaac Asimov. So
Yeah, no,
first
about
law.
that.
Well, most people don't. The first law: a robot may not injure a human being or through an action allow a human being come to harm. Second law of robotics is a robot must obey the orders given by human beings, except which such orders would conflict with the first law. And the third law, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. So, I guess we'll find out, right?
Yeah.
I think the technological advancement of mankind is much more of a plausible outcome from my experience. But I mean, believe me, Avian, don't think that I'm knocking your experience in your fields, dude. I'm just saying no matter what knowledge one has, it's good to question everything. Everything, no matter what it comes from, what source, and how many people back up that source, because everyone can be deceived. I'll just leave it that way. Everyone can be deceived. That's the main goal. So I agree, yes, read as many books as you can. But
Yeah.
some books are bad, worse than others, including the Bible. So take your pick.
Yeah, I've changed my views quite a bit. Yeah, but when I keep myself centered, and I think honestly and very meticulously, and you gotta separate the domain of philosophy and theology from the domain of science. Like let's say that based on my research and biology and the books I read, and going deep into I've dissected animals for school. I didn't like doing that. I really hated doing that. Like pigs, piglets, and stuff like that. And also other shit like that. I didn't like that. But the point is that I do think evolution is true. They look at the genomics, the body plans, and also. But even if it were true, that doesn't mean that Christ is not God. It doesn't mean that there is no God. There can still be a God. There can still be, God. Because from the perspective of God, time probably doesn't even exist. Time probably doesn't even exist. So you have that. Like. You see, because it's changeless according to your theology, and so it's just like what I'm trying to say is that things could be more multi-dimensional. I mean, you can disagree, but I gotta be honest and take things meticulously. You gotta be meticulous. You gotta go through the book slowly, the peer-reviewed sources, stuff like that. You gotta take it slow. The brain, for example, there's so many parts of the brain that resemble other animals. It doesn't make sense for a common designer to just use these parts for this part, that part, blah, blah. It makes more sense for it to be a part of a long process of adaptation and filtration and natural selection and stuff like that. Doesn't mean there's no guiding intelligence behind it. That's a separate question. That's a philosophical question. So, you see what I'm trying to do here? So, what I'm saying is that one gotta be meticulous. I don't give a shit about astronomy or astrophysics. I just don't give a fuck about that crap. Like people go about flat Earth or whatever, and there have been many people who have gone about that. Like I don't give a shit. I'm like, why are these people supporting that? Like, if I was focusing on astronomy or astrophysics, I probably wouldn't give a shit about fucking biology or whatever. The way time works and other stuff, that's what I give a shit about. Like I like reading about biology. I like reading about biology, I do, I love reading about biology. And I came to this anti-tech, server because of deep ecological reasons, conservation concerns and stuff like that. Was the main impetus why I came here. The main impetus I came here because I think it will lead to scarcity issues with natural resources. Resources are finite. They're finite. We're destroying the ecological integrity across this earth, massively. I mean, it's just we're like plundering resources, overfishing, non-biodegradable waste. You think plastics existed 500 years ago, like synthetic plastic, or even 200, 300 years ago? Not really now. Or maybe PCBs, or lead poisoning. You think that stuff existed 200, 300 years ago? No, it didn't. It didn't. There's a lot I could list. I could keep listening. I could lead poison, flame retardants. They put flame retardants in biodegradable plastic bags, all right? But you see, the flame retardant is bad for the soil. It's bad for the native wildlife. I mean, it does make the bag degrade, but it's bad for the wildlife. You know what I mean? So it's bad for humans too. You know what I mean? Lead poisoning isn't just bad for animals; it's bad for your children too. So, one of the dumbest thing people do, I've seen it before, and I actually lectured a parent about this when I was younger. They were letting their kid play in the sand of a golf course. You believe that? That's a very toxic shit. Sand of a golf course, they tend to spray shit on the sand, right, of the golf course. It's bad for the kid. It's gonna have endocrine disruptors. It's gonna have other shit in it. It's gonna have like weird. I told them, don't do that. Don't let your kid play in the sand of a golf course. They spray tons of pesticides on the golf course, like tons. And all that land initially was for fucking wildlife, and then they're just tearing down all that forest for the fucking golf course. You see what I'm saying? And you know, I could keep going on and on. See the different elements. The generation of tradition is important. I agree. Rene Guénon, which TML was talking about in the beginning of the show, I listened to a little bit. He's good, okay, but I focus more on the deep ecological stuff, like conservation concerns, the purity of the waters, and how renewable the resources are. There are different things. People focus on different stuff. It's not good to mix in too many stuff together. I think so. Like some people just go haywire, like Twilight or whatever. I'm not gonna mention it again. This is the last time they're talking about, oh, Earth is sacred, and you just go off on a tangent about PDFs. PDFs. Why don't you ever talk about the issues facing this Earth? Why don't you ever talk about the Earth in the first place? It's always about PDFs. It's always about Epstein's. There's so many different problems in life. There are different levels of these problems. I agree. Mass migration is bad. I don't think the fucking Middle Easterners or brown people should be in Europe in the first place. Okay, they shouldn't be there. Europe is a Christian nation. I mean, Christian ethos. Other stuff like they shouldn't be there. They should focus on themselves. But that's just one problem. There's other problems too. I'm just can focus overfishing and other stuff like that. Climate change. Pollution.
That's right, Avian. Men ought to not play God before they learn to be men, and after they have learned to be men, they will not play God.
Yeah, yeah. You see, I respect that view. You know, from the Christian praxis, Christian views, I can respect that. Ultimately, I went the Buddhist path. The Buddhist path is different, but there are some similarities. One similarity is that of humility. Christ was humble. He didn't
Well,
like
I don't
to.
think cutting open the head of mice is anything close
You
to
see,
that.
I
But yeah,
support that.
keep
Listen,
believing in what your thing taught you. I guess
Dark
I'll keep
Lord.
believing in mine.
Listen, Dark Lord. Are you listening to me? Do you think I'm
Yes.
supporting what I did? Do you
No,
think
I
I
never
like
said that.
doing that? Why am I
But your
here?
beliefs, you're no different than the scientists who are playing God with CERN. So
No,
who
I'm different.
don't complain when that same science that you're talking about leads to them possibly opening up a black hole in Switzerland. So go do another Gotthard tunnel ceremony.
Dark Lord. You see,
I don't ever want to hear
Christian
you bitch and
value.
complain about another initiation ritual if you're gonna sit here and tell me that you believe that you came from a monkey. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Is
I
not
don't know
believing.
what to tell you because that's
No.
exactly the new world order mentality they're going to want. They don't want people who believe that they come from a divine creator that gave them a divine purpose, and that the animals are we're supposed to be taking care of them as much as we are the earth. It's humans who messed up and decided to not take care of things. But I guess you'll
Don't you
find
think?
out when you evolve into werewolf monkey boy or the aliens probe your ass, because one of the two is going to happen, or depopulation. So I mean, take your pick in your mental health, dude.
But
That's
do
all
the
I can
thing
tell
about
you.
it. Monkeys are divine too, in some sense, right? They're divine.
Yes, it's called they
Yeah,
were
yeah,
made
yeah.
by God to, walk among the earth with me, and I was supposed to coexist among them instead of, using their babies for fucking Resident Evil type 28 days later experiments. So go right ahead. I mean, rage is the new way, right? because you
monkeys,
base your
those
beliefs
monkeys are divine.
because your
Like,
dick follows the shape of a fucking another creature. I mean, if that's what you base it on, I mean, I'm
but
just sorry,
that's not
dude.
what I'm only basing on. The genomic sequence, the
Yeah, yeah, a
ribbon
bunch
chromosome
of
2 fusion scar, the skeletal structure. You gotta read this
yeah,
stuff.
go ask Elon Musk if you think he came from one. I mean, he probably does. He's probably just as a psyop as you. So I mean,
Who cares if he came from one? Doesn't mean there's no God or Christ didn't exist. Like, who cares? Like, they're
I mean, it
sacred,
does if I'm a
divine. Who
monkey,
cares?
man.
We are monkeys. We are primates.
Then my god is monkey, so he must
No, he's
shing
not.
flit. He must fling shit too. So I guess that's us. He's flung all the shit on us.
Yeah, there are still people who fling shit in tribal cultures.
Help me, Cornelius.
There are still people in tribal cultures, maybe some Aboriginals or some sub-Saharan Africans, they fling shit too. That's and they're cannibals too. It's kind of gross, you know, like the Polynesian headhunters or the tribal Western Africans. And you see, the point I'm making is you gotta look at both sides. You look at the biblical side, it's better to look at the scientific side. Not all science is fake and good. I'm saying science should be separated from the philosophy. Philosophy is about deriving values, about the intrinsic nature of things, about the nature of mind or soul or whatever or spirit. Science is simply about measuring empirical facts, you know, empirical stuff,
Yes, but I hate to
making
tell
sure
you,
it's
but you
replicable and
know,
stuff like that. Then there's
self-directed
technology.
self-directed
Technology is second.
evolution coupled with many different, you know, political, philosophical, and religious views that often are in the transhumanist movement. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
You can
a lot
co-opt
of
anything for anything.
transhumanists apparently like Ricardo Campo. So, I mean,
Yeah, co-opt anything for anything.
directed
Just
evolution
because,
is likened to the Holy Grail. So, I mean, they seem to believe.
yeah, most evolutionary biologists, most of them, not every single one, they think it's undirected. But there are some called third way, like Dennis Noble, J. Scott Turner, they think there's some degree of, I don't know, intelligence behind it. You see what I mean? Or even ID, stuff like that. But the point I'm making is that, you know, this idea really makes you pissed off. You know, I mean, that's fine, but whatever. You know, I know it's true. You know, but you know, like I just don't get it. You know, it's only like the Abrahamists that go apeshit over it. Most Buddhists and they accept it, but they don't think it's like the end all be all. You know what I mean? It's not like just because it's true that means you're a worthless monkey or a worthless primate. You know, because primates have Buddha nature or they have a soul or
Yeah,
spirit.
well, I can tell you that religions and mystery schools have ruled the world for a very long time, and most of them don't believe that. So they
Yeah,
believe
I
that
know
they
they
were
don't
already a
believe it.
god and that they can become more than God, hence transhumanism. And they don't believe in turning into Sonics or Donkey Kongs or birds like you, not a real cultist. And they run your world, not your science. Your science is just used for them to abuse and try to become transhuman, which is what we've LARPed about for like hours now. So
Yeah, you cannot become a transhuman if there wasn't some truth in the science in the first place. Like there wouldn't be a threat. It's just technology is applied science. You know, it's applied science, and there's a lot of genomic data and simulation models they use, and then they like create all
yeah,
these
to
dangerous
play God. Like if I go and study the weather and how the weather works, and guess what? Now I can, create my own weather.
Yeah, so your issue is more with the idea of playing God. Okay, that's fine. But how does the fact
Yeah,
that
so how does a monkey know how to play God?
well, you see, let's think about it. Open-ended symbolic system, symbolic reference, that's what makes us unique. There are animals out there, like beavers or some species of birds, they can make better houses than us. They have better architecture than us. You believe that? Like it looks beautiful too, a lot of it. But the
So
difference is
it sounds like every other animal in existence is smarter than us. But yet
no.
we're not
Yeah, I
but yet they're
answered
not
you.
flying UFOs, we are.
Yeah. You
We're not
interrupted me.
shooting laser beams. No, I'm just saying it's so hilarious that we claim to be such intelligent creatures, yet we come from the dumbest background. It's just hilarious.
Yeah,
You're trying to convince me that something as dumb as a fucking creature that would shit in its hand and throw shit everywhere is smart enough to go from that to making catapults and swords and armors and fire and now what we have today. It's just, I don't understand how anyone can take, because what a general population of people say that they claim is true. Like you were here thousands of years ago to see a man go from the stage of a Neanderthal to a monkey man. It's just, it's hilarious. But then you sit here and say that someone who says, it's just, I don't understand it, other than it's just, again, we all choose something that makes us comfortable based on how we feel about something. So I just, I refuse to reduce myself to the image of an animal, because I know I'm not an animal. I don't go out in the woods and throw my shit. I might shit in the woods like an animal if I need to, but you know, what else am I supposed to do? But just because I shit doesn't mean I'm the same as an animal. I mean, come
Yeah, let me
on.
finish. Yeah, you see,
You know,
I said two times you didn't get
certain
it.
sea plant shit, you know, does that make them a monkey too? Because certain sea animals poop out the dirt floor after they eat it.
Yeah, let me finish. Though. You know, let me finish. Open, symbolic reference and open-ended symbols. The symbolic space. That's unique to us. That's why we have clothes. That's why we have ritualistic dances to like higher forces in some cultures. That's why we have language, because it only makes sense to symbol. It only makes sense in the symbolic system. And that's the main thing that distinguishes us from the animal. And the question of how that emerged, there are different answers. It could have been, I don't know, miscegenation with Nephilim. It could have been, I don't know, it could have been co-evolution between language and brain structure. You know, my cat is driving me nuts, and it could have been a lot of different stuff. But the point I'm making is one moment you're saying we're dumber than animals, the next moment you're saying the animals are dumber than us flinging shit. You're like flip-flopping, you see what I'm saying? It's not
Yeah, because
completely
from your
inconceivable that
worldview, it reduces you that to of something that is still walking around to this day doing the exact same thing. I mean, where are the Neanderthals? Why aren't
we
we
slaughtered
today
the
still
Neanderthals.
witnessing the transition between what we
Yeah,
call Neanderthals to modern men? How come it's
yeah,
still
yeah, yeah.
only
There's
Caesar
an
and
answer to that. I know a
orangutans?
lot about that. There's an answer to that. Okay, the hominids like Neanderthals or Homo forensis, like we slaughtered them all. You see, look at how cruel human beings are
Oh,
today. We slaughtered them all. Yeah, we killed them all. We're the same species, man. That's why we can procreate. That's why we can reproduce with each other. We're, regardless of being different races or not, we are the same species. If we
so
weren't
we had a
species,
Planet of
we
the
cannot
Apes
procreate.
war. So
Our
it was,
offspring will
so
be
maybe all the Planet of the
infertile.
Apes movies aren't LARPs, and it's actually about our, you know, distant past. There you go. They did
Yeah,
it.
man.
They actually did it. Them damn
Yeah.
fools.
And just look at your, just
Yeah.
go,
Okay.
do what
Okay.
I said. What were the three things I said to do? If you have the time, the three things. Okay, look at the brains, the body plans, and the genomics. The genomics is the hardest to look at. 'Cause that stuff gets a bit complex. If the ACTG, the DNA, the mRNA, other crap like that, let's just look at the sequences. It's like a big ass. Don't be like rants or whatever. Be like, oh, all this stuff is bullshit. I'm just gonna dismiss it immediately. You gotta spend time with it. You gotta spend, even if you spend like 100 hours of it with it, you're not gonna be an expert. I spent like, let me see how many hours I spent in the past 2 years. At least 800 or six, not 800, at least 500 hours, 500 hours reading books about this, watching videos and other stuff. Why is it I do this? Because I start with conservationism. I care about ecological integrity, and that stuff does not make 100% sense without evolution, because you need adaptation. Adaptation, where did it come from? Why do we have these adaptations? Other ones don't. Came from like selection, person, natural selection, other crap like that. Now, whether or not the genetic mutations are directed by a greater intelligence or whether they're random with respect to mutation, I think that's a harder question. Right? That's a harder question. You see, I'm already diverging from scientific consensus about it. As I told you, I looked into the third way, I looked into modern synthesis, extended synthesis, stuff like, the reason why I get pissed over this stuff, what I mean, it's because, this is one of my areas of focus, right? And then I come on here, I see a bunch of punks, basically punks, acting like they know better than me, even though this is my fucking area of focus, like bunch of fucking punks, what I mean? I'll be honest too, I respect Hyperborean, but I don't agree with him at all. I don't agree with him at all anymore. I think all these occultists, they're all punks. I think all these conspiracy theorists, they're all punks, punks. When I come across an astronomist, okay, or an astrophysicist who has a PhD, I don't act like, oh, everything you know is a fucking psyop. It's not my place. They spent like fucking thousands of hours reading these crap and going into advanced math, looking at the gathered data and other crap like that. Like I said, the philosophy is its own domain. The scientific
Yes,
inquiry
the
is its own
philosophy of
domain,
playing God.
and technology is its own domain. Playing God, when I get herbal medicine and I'm trying to deal with an illness, okay, like a stomach ache, is that playing God? Like herbal medicine and stuff like that. Because ultimately, synthetic crap is based on all of that. Like they're like isolating the compound, they're extracting the compound, and then they like fucking give you ibuprofen or whatever, or they give you like I don't know, like some other shit like that. It's not isn't if all of this was fake and gay, then technology wouldn't be fucking so dangerous. What I mean? They wouldn't be fucking have genetic abominations and other crap like that. They wouldn't be having like all that shit. I, I don't like conspiracies about fucking science. I agree with big pharma. I agree with the like satanic elite abusing children. I agree with most of that. The social stuff, okay, the societal stuff. When it fucking comes to the descriptive scientific stuff, I don't agree because I have a lot of experience in that stuff. I have a lot of experience talking to people. It's not possible, There's a reason why people dismiss flat earthers as being retarded. They don't even take them seriously. I mean, like, you guys are damaging your own movement with this
I
stuff.
never said it was flat, so there you go, projecting.
Yeah, you never
Okay.
said, but yeah, like the point is there are some flat earthers who come on here, other shit like that. My cat is running up. Like just do those three things, like you know, and like I said, the mind may be vaster than you think. Like I said, mind stream is not reducible to biology. I said that mind stream is not reducible. You would say spirit is not reducible to body. But that doesn't change the fact that bodies evolve. I mean, they come from fucking common ancestors.
I mean, I suppose, but humans haven't developed gills. We've just
Yeah, you're
gotten
talking about
sicker. We've
millions of
gotten
years.
sicker. We die quicker. We die quicker. We haven't developed the ability to breathe underwater or stick to walls like Spider-Man. But
Yeah,
yeah,
because we
okay.
come from different lineages.
But we're
We're
evolving,
mammals.
not
We're
devolving.
mammals.
We're evolving. Okay.
Yeah, but it just
Yeah.
take millions of years. It takes like fucking. See, Earth is 4.2 billion years old. 4.2 billion years old.
Because you were here. Because you were here to know it.
You
Who was here
got
2.666 billion years ago to know it? Were you? No, but I guess some people told you that that's the truth, so you believe it, right? See, there we go. I mean,
no, I mean you got to look at
then you
the
can be lied to, man. You can be lied to anyone. So if reality was different and a billion people told you that the spaghetti monster was real, yet there's only limited evidence that spaghetti monster was real. I mean, that's just what it comes down to. Sorry.
you just got to take the evidence. You got to look at the radiometric data. You got to look at the fossils. You got to look at the body plans, the brain, the genomic data. You got to take all of that into account. The nested trees and the like the genomic comparisons and other crap like
Yes,
that.
and you think
Chromosomes.
I don't, but yet, according to this, most of our genetic mutations are against us, not for us. So that kind of disproves
That's
that
different to the
evolution, makes us better. So
that's actually the consensus that evolution is blind. It's blind. It's not mutations happen without respect to fitness, and that's why you have
so
stuff
your
like
life has no fucking meaning at the end, I guess. And it
I
sounds
don't
like
know.
contradictory after
I don't
contradictory.
agree. I
So
don't agree. Looking like I told you, philosophy versus science. You know, they're two separate domains. They're two separate domains. Look, if you want meaning, you don't go to science. You go to philosophy. So like, yeah, that's the fact. Yeah, I think there is
Okay.
meaning in
Well,
life. I think
when you're able to live to
nihilism
200 years old, let me know.
is it. I think something like, you know, there are different arguments. I think you gotta look into the scholastic tradition of the Christians, since that's your tradition. I read Saint Thomas Aquinas or whatever. Read Augustine, Irenaeus, and stuff like that. You just look at the philosophy. You know, they don't have every single thing right. So the point is that
No, but I just think it's funny that you sit here and say things like what happened a few years ago was, you know, what it was, but then you're going to turn around and like put so much faith in the very science that they're using in that stuff to do what they're doing. So,
listen,
enjoy your
no,
New World
it's
Order,
not
Avian.
faith. It's not faith. It's not faith. You know, listen, man.
I
I have
mean,
different
it is because, in
experiences.
fact, it
No,
kind
it's
of
not
goes
faith.
against the general principle that, you know, you're a human being with a purpose instead of just a mindless monkey creature that's supposed to fucking reproduce and be a
Oh, you
slave
feel
and
monkeys are
play
smart.
God.
Now you're
But
calling them minded. You
yeah, but I
can't
know a
live about
monkey's not going to go and bash a human brains open to go and see if he can play God with, you know, technology. So the most they do is, you know, go and look for, you know, nanas in the morning. So
I come from a different background. I came from, 10 years ago, scientific background. Then I went into tech field of it. And, you know, uh, you know, the point is that, the monkeys aren't mindless. The primates, not all
no,
monkeys
but they're not
understand.
building pyramids either.
Yeah, yeah, but,
I guess this is the Jungle Book, right? It's the big
yeah,
gigantic
but the point
orangutan.
is that we share common ancestors, like the Neanderthals, right? Or the Homo forensis, right? We slaughtered them. They weren't that stupid. They were closer to us. Neanderthals were closer to us, They came from a closer common ancestor. They're gone now. The Neanderthals are gone. We actually did mix with them a little bit. We mixed with the Denisovans, the Denisovans. We slaughtered them too. We mixed with them too and other stuff. There was a lot of diversity in the human.
Right. So why don't we find them in mass
They're all gone.
graves? Why do we find dinosaurs more than we find these alleged monkey boo boo men?
We found them. We found their fossils. You can look at the
Oh, but not in
Neanderthal
mass
fossils.
graves as you claim, since we allegedly killed them off, which implies, like, you know, mass eradication.
Yeah, we mass eradicated. Like you probably
Generals gather in the
mixed with them too.
masses, just like witches at black masses. Oh Lord, yeah.
Yeah, it's good to read. So yeah, one cannot consider themselves experts.
It's good to listen to.
Yeah, just
To
read.
music.
The reason I say read, blah blah blah, because people expect me to like summarize textbooks on the fly and stuff. And like, I went through science field. I talked to many different researchers and other crap. You gotta separate the domains. Philosophy, theology is its own separate domain, and science is its
Well,
own
the only
domain, and
one I know is
technology is
Avian, is
another
that
domain.
they want a majority of the world to believe that their alien saviors are coming for them. But, you know, I guess we'll find out if you're going to
Yeah,
accept them or not.
about the aliens. Okay, I said there are three domains, right? The one, philosophy, science, and technology. I would say that's another domain. That's the political domain. That's not even connected to That's like the political crap. I think most of the
But you do
politics is
realize that they'll get a majority of the world to, you know, disregard God completely, right? Which fits into the whole New World Order, you know.
I actually see
Just
the opposite.
saying, you know, most people, including people with your views, you know, if they're not working around UFOs, when UFOs start attacking, if they did, you know, most people would completely reject any notion of any of their earthbound things. You know, I'm just saying, you know, there's a reason why they sent up a golden record with so many different backgrounds of people speaking in different languages. So I'm just saying, look, man, you really can believe at the end of the day whatever you want, but it's that mentality that has been working against humanity for a very, very long time. There is not a reason like I said, I don't believe in coincidences. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, it's not really about convincing you because there is no convincing people. But who really knows the truth? At the end of the day, no matter what organization you work for, let's face it, NASA is no different than the FBI, CIA, or Homeland Security, or the KGB or any other, Mossad, like other, entities. So let's just face it, like at the end of the day, who knows really what any of us are working for? So, I've been in a few university and college lectures and, all very smart people. But at the end of the day, all I heard, even like from myself, is just regurgitation. Well, I didn't pursue science and stuff. I pursued other careers, but then I realized it's bad to do those careers, so I decided not to do it. But I excelled in science, dude. I excelled in science all the way up until I started looking at universities and colleges. And by the time I had got into them, and I observed the evidence as someone who believed in space for the longest time. The reason why I'm saying it affects me so much is because while the evidence is so damn convincing, when you're able to actually go in some of these places in the observatories where they have some of these, fucking not the most expensive ones, but some of these big telescopes, and there are some telescopes that you can get for like $600 or $800, dude. But at the place where I went, they would let you rent them for a few hours during the nighttime, and you could go and they have this little device where it helps you zoom in and you can look at these things. And just to sit here and convince that, like, down to the nth degree, I mean, maybe reality really is this undoing of some type of amazing revelation in some way, some form of, whether it's Christ, Buddha, God, nature. I mean, to me, at the end of the day, I mean, it's not really about believing in a God. It's at the end of the day, what do we choose to make us human? And I think when you start to blur the lines of what really makes a person human,
let me ask you
that
this.
leads into, hang on, because this is the mentality of the people who run our world. So if you're on the same frequency as them, I mean, that gets into murky territory if it ever comes to a time where if the thing that we're LARPing about, like the red carpet, comes out, like, that's going to be a whole entire frequency change. And I mean, it may never happen, but I guess we better hope cyberpunk is the best way to go right now, right? So I mean, I don't think at the end of the day you can believe in this and I can believe in that, but
Let me ask you this. Yeah. What do you just describe what you see on my avatar right now? Just describe it.
it looks like some type of aquatic humanoid creature, like from Hellboy. What's his name?
Yes, Zora.
Yeah.
Zora from Zelda Ocarina of Time. Zora. Okay. Okay. How do you know? I know this. I feel this strongly. Millions of years, let's say hypothetically, mankind went extinct. Mankind vanished. How do you know something like this won't happen?
Because we'll wipe out life first.
Yeah. And what's the point of thinking mankind is so great, so special? Just forget about it. Like fuck it. I'm ready to go to a different realm at this point. Like fuck mankind. Like, we can agree on that. Like, fuck mankind. There's no hope for the species. Things will get worse. So who gives a shit? But better to just escape into more fantasy worlds, like play Zelda, play Mega Man. I don't know. I don't give a shit. Just disassociate from this plane of existence. Who cares? Hedonism. Hedonism in a more intellectual way, not hedonism like constant partying and sex and drugs. I was never that kind of guy. But hedonism in the sense of immersing yourself in like
I don't
different
think I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why I
I've
like.
often found that almost everything that happens bad in someone's life is because they're interacting with other people in reality. Like if most people, unless your house is just broken into and robbed, or like you do something wrong, most people can go about their lives and not deal with anything. It's the accumulation of what all humans are doing at once that affects everyone at once. That's what it comes down to. Yes, I really wish that we could all have our own little realities where, you could walk from, a serene, beautiful, starlit water scene into a beautiful, bamboo forest. I wish it was like that for everyone, but you're living in reality where someone all the way on the other side of the world, their actions, like the butterfly effect, can affect you all the way over here. So, I mean, yeah, man, it is, but you're living in a world where, I mean, what is living? I mean, you have people who claim that careers are the most important things, that their families are the most important things. But I mean, the human condition to me, dude, is just truly unsolvable. And if you manage to come out as normal as you, me, and some of the other people, I mean, I think that's a lot better than, I'm just saying, from what I've witnessed, there are people, if you want to give them that title, there are things on this earth that are definitely nefarious, 100%, whether it's demons, people, angels, rat people, I don't know, but there is definitely something on this earth that if any of us actually were like in their presence, like people LARP about when they see deities, like I'd never had to take drugs, and I can tell you my experiences still to this day make my convictions. So, I can't speak for everyone else, but
I want you to look at this picture. This picture here is the Jesus bird. The Jesus bird. It's come from the manga Tomorrow the Birds. Tomorrow the Birds by Tezuka. It's from a manga. Once you look at it. It's a good manga. It's a high price bird.
no, I think if
The
you
point I'm
can
making
be a good
ultimately,
man, that's the best thing. But what is
the point
good,
I'm
right?
making ultimately is that the is that when I play a game, I'm getting tired of seeing countless human faces everywhere. You know, like
Oh, I get it. Trust me, I get it.
yeah. I'm not a furry though. I know a lot of people might mistaken me as a furry because of this obsession, but I'm not a furry. So I'm not. I like East Asian women. Like I said, I like East Asian women. But the aesthetic of the like the of this subculture, something about it appeals to me because it represent like minds beyond the human, symbolic minds beyond the human. It doesn't have to be AI or machines. It could have been, if mankind weren't here, it could have been some other lineage. It could have been birds, it could have been dolphins. I don't know. I know you deny that. I know you reject that. But I strongly believe that. You know, like it could have been Zora from Zelda, it could have been the Rito. Have you ever been betrayed so strongly by another human being, you just lose all hope in humanity? I mean, you just lose all hope in humanity. That's the thing. So that's my issue with the Abrahamic tradition. I don't think humanity is exceptional in anything except killing each other, enslaving each other, cucking each other, and also creating their own demise with technology, with the AI, with the bio-digital conversions. So then it seems we weren't chosen for anything but just fucking each other over. I mean, that's what I feel like today. You know, that's why you make me kind of confused because sometimes you really come close to this bleak realization, but something stops you from fully accepting it. So you know, I know. So I guess that's just one area of our differences, but we do have a lot of similarities. We think everything is doomed. For example, everything is doomed. You know, uh, in the Buddhist tradition and Hinduism, both, there are higher beings like Garudas, Nagas. They're like lizard people. They're called Nagas. They're dragon folk and other stuff. And there are also other ones too, like I think Ganesha, which is like an elephant. So it's fine from my tradition. What I mean? At least the praxis of my tradition to say that human beings aren't that exceptional. I mean, there could be like fucking elephant-like people that were not genetically experimented on. Stuff like, that's my issue with Sophia. Sophia is ultimately in humanoid form, human woman. Like, human beings don't seem that special. Why would fucking soul of the earth be human? You know what I mean? Like fuck Sophia, fuck Lilith, like all that bullshit. Fuck it. I don't give a shit about that crap. I just want to. If there were reptilians, I would side with them. If there were reptilians, I would side with them at this point. I don't give a shit anymore. Humanity has betrayed me enough. Humanity has betrayed everything enough. You know, humanity is only good at acting worse than insect. You know, fuck humanity. You know, I'm ready to side with the reptilians. You know, I'm ready to side with the reptilians. Yeah, or whatever else. I don't give a shit. The demons, you know, if they exist, maybe I'll side with them too. I'm ready to side with, but I don't want technology. I don't want fucking machines in my brain. I don't want nanotech in my brain. I don't want like fucking valves in my brain. That shit I don't like. You know, stuff like horned beings, stuff like fucking bird beings, stuff like dragon folk. It exists in Chinese mythology too. You know, they have like dragon folk that can shapeshift and other crap like that. And maybe you would see them as demons,
That's
but it's
right. I'll
just
be Shao Kahn, motherfuckers.
yeah, dragon. I like dragons. Dragons are cool. You know, I love dragon. I'll change my avatar to a dragon. I'm not very, you know, just making that clear. Just wanted to share that. I have to go use the bathroom after. But before I change it into a dragon, all right. So you can see the dragon. You play Black Myth Wukong. If you haven't played it, it has a lot of cool looking beings and stuff. Yeah, I'm a post-humanist, but not.
That's right. Become Son Goku.
Not a transhumanist. I'm a post-humanist, but anti-tech. You know, hey, now I think about it, I really like. Did I ruin this stream and stuff when I got it? I don't know. Be honest, I wrote it or something. I didn't mean to. You know, maybe I caused like.
I mean, no, dude. Eventually, what people most don't really realize about most of these conversations is that, in the end, all the stuff is amalgamated together. You can't really separate religion, science, technology, nature. Like all this stuff is intertwined at some level. At some level, if there is a true convergence of all knowledge, anyone who's speaking about these topics, like Hyperborean, as much as I don't like agreeing with him, he is right. If you get on this panel with the right people, stupid or not, you will eventually get a hyper-focused conversation. And that is the main goal of what we all try to do here, you know, is can we get, to an extent, I guess, what I kind of believe is if you focus enough consciousness, maybe we can figure out some truths without the need of constantly going back and redoing scientific methods and hypotheses that are a mile long when, you know, if certain themes and certain things start to repeat, that we can identify what they are. And, you know, I mean, yeah, man, everything has to be connected. I mean, I'm telling you, when I first met TML, you know, the technology wasn't there, you know, but then like when I remembered the UFO experience and then finally getting on a panel and, you know, telling people about it, you know, I have no need to lie about that. I finally saw technology that, you know, for the longest time, like Terminators and lightsabers and everything else was science fiction, even with like the stuff in Call of Duty. But even I've seen some of that technology, you know, like what they were putting in the early Call of Duties and stuff, the Guardians and stuff like this, like what they were putting on the military channel. Like there was literal things that everyone said couldn't be possible and was able to watch it.
I'm going to the bathroom. You can keep
Oh,
talking.
go ahead, man.
Yeah, you can keep talking though.
But, you know, and
Yeah, you don't need to announce that.
Yeah, man. I mean, I believe everything has got to be connected. I mean, at some point, it's got to be. It's got to be. If not, we're all monkey robots at this point, then, or monkey bird robots. You ready to shut it down? I've been ready. I was waiting for you to come back, man.
Oh well, I've been around for sure. But yeah,
I didn't know because Neurojack was in the back.
Yeah, I'm kind of letting the conversation run its course. Sorry, I did not see you, Neuro. So here, grab this and come through.
Yeah, you've been better for a good while. We thought you had fallen asleep, so we didn't know. Well, shit. But yeah,
Yeah, I was around, but
who knows, man?
not
Maybe
get
we
into
really
the
are.
Yeah, we'll see if Neuro will come in. Um, yeah, but I heard everyone talking the whole time, so that's good.
Yeah, it was a great combo.
Yeah, Wolfie and but yeah, I'm not sure when Wolfie left and all that shit. But yeah. Mm, hmm. Okay, hold on. Let me see. So still no Neurojack. So yeah, he probably fell asleep and whatnot. Whoops. I thought Neurojack was on the panel like the whole
I'm
time.
back. I'm back. I'm back.
Honestly. Yeah, there's
You
a
fell
weird
asleep?
echo.
TML, you fell asleep?
Yeah, somebody has an echo. No, but I was away from the computer essentially. But yeah.
You just went away from it. There were a lot of people who wanted to come on, but you weren't here. Like
Well,
there
a
was
lot of
Pinoid.
people. It looks like just Neurojack.
No, it wasn't just Neurojack. It was Pinoid also. He wanted to come on.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to fight with Wolfie. It's funny.
I was debating Wolfie. He's a good guy. I respect him, but we're not in agreement. But I'm not in agreement with Dark Lord either, even though he's a good guy too. I respect Dark Lord. We're not in agreement on everything, which is fine. You know, there are people of different backgrounds here, different views. I respect that. Yeah, but I have my own views and stuff. But we converge in being techno pessimists. We don't like the technological growth technique, and we don't like all that crap. We don't like that crap. But it
Right.
seems that the way we frame things are very drastically different from each other. It's just
Yeah, but
fine.
I think you focus too much on the framing, right? Because the
Yeah.
practical issues are a little bit more important, right?
Practical issues. We all know the practical issues, so like, I could fill textbooks about like yeah, I could tell you I could list all of them right now off the top of my head and then relate them to the positive feedback loop of LO, the search for efficiency and the self-augmenting loop. You know that I could do that. You know, we know that, but I feel like once people talk more and more and look at the genealogy of influences, it's impossible. Or
Yeah,
not
like for
impossible.
example, one of the genealogy of influences is the scientific worldview.
But the thing is, I read the Skolimowski paper. He drew a distinction between the and technology assessment between scientific worldview and the technology. He drew a distinction, Skolimowski, between science and technological growth. So it's more that science is serving.
Yeah, but the scientific
technological growth.
materialism is
Yeah.
almost pretty much the same, right?
No, they're not the same. I was talking about that in depth. They're not the same. One could be a scientist who's an idealist or panpsychist and still accept empirical findings, but they interpret those findings differently and they frame it differently. Like you can still believe in God and accept evolution. You can
Yeah,
believe
but one
evolution is
cannot
guided by
deny that
intellect.
but one cannot deny that the brunt of scientific achievements has led to technological advancement.
Yeah, I deny it, and so I think that
It's
depends how you where
it's
you
literally
begin.
a trajectory. It's literally a trajectory between those two things.
Yeah, but Skolamowski's paper was not arguing that. Skolamowski's paper said that modern science serves
Um.
tech. Yeah, look at that
Yeah.
paper.
So
Read
yeah.
that
So
paper.
So yeah. It did say modern science serves technique. Yeah, it did
Yes,
say that.
yes, says
Yeah.
that.
So
Yeah,
what are you talking about? So it didn't say that. So what are you
yeah,
talking about? There's no connection. So what are you saying?
saying
The
that.
mechanistic worldview, mechanistic science has directly led to the technological factors, right? Like it's literally one-on-one relationship. Like
No, he didn't say it's one-to-one relationship. That's your
well, I
own.
say there is. I don't care what he says. You don't have to keep
Yeah.
on talking about Skolimowski's views and referring to me, right? I'm talking to you now, and I'm saying there's
No,
a one-to-one
your view.
relationship.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Because you kept sidestepping and saying Skolimowski. I mean, I'm just talking
Yeah,
to you.
but his views are closer to me than yours. His view. A bit
No, they're
more.
not.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
No, they're not.
How?
I mean, why are they closer to yours? I mean, what are you talking about?
Because I am anti-materialist. I am. I'm against physicalism, 100%.
Yeah, but you are for the modern scientific worldview. You've
I am
stated
not
that
for
many
their
times.
worldview.
So how are you? You've
I'm for
defended it
their
many times.
worldview because I accept the evidence they give. Is that why I'm for their worldview? And so, or is it?
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Would you say that Scribino is for the worldview too, because he accepts the evidence they give?
He's not just I mean, he doesn't accept, like, for example, he doesn't accept like evolution, right?
He does. He does accept evolution. What are you talking about?
No, because the cosmic evolution and all of this idea that nature is intelligent and guiding the evolutionary process, that's not the modern synthesis. That's not the modern view. So you're not being he doesn't believe in the modern scientific view.
You fell asleep.
So you're reducing his view to scientific materialism.
No, you fell asleep. I said that I accept a weak form of panpsychism, but I'm ultimately idealist. Okay, and idealism is not physicalism. You know that, right? You know, like I think there is like a special aspect of mind, the mind stream that go beyond even the physical or something. But that
So
doesn't
how
mean
is that the scientific worldview? How is that
bodies
scientific
still evolve.
reductionism?
Physical bodies still evolve. You know, that doesn't mean that. But there's more than just bodies. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
physical bodies evolve, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
physical reductionism.
No. That's the first level. The second level is that I think the mind stream is more like as is not completely reducible to that. So yeah, there you go. I mean, it's like
So
yeah,
you don't believe in the modern scientific worldview. You don't believe in it. You just keep on saying, "Oh, this is
Wait.
the truth. This is the truth," but you can't prove anything that it says with
Yeah,
your view.
Schrodinger. But the thing is, what
Yeah,
I'm
but your
trying to tell
beliefs
you.
don't match up with the modern scientific worldview. They don't at all.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say is that
so you keep on standing on all of this stuff that you say proves the beliefs that you have, but it doesn't even match up with it at all.
yeah, it does. It matches.
No, it
Let me tell
doesn't.
you
No, it
why.
doesn't.
Yes, it does. You know, Schrodinger, right? He was a fucking idealist. He was into Advaita, right? The
Who
person that
cares?
created quantum physics.
Yeah, but Advaita has nothing to do with your belief system. Advaita does not follow your views. You are not a monist.
I am
You
a
are a non-dualist. So you are
Yes.
not following any view of Advaita
That's
idealism.
correct.
So what are you
Yeah, I
talking
follow
about?
Lotus idealism. Lotus
Right. So
Sutra.
you're
Have
not. So
you
you're
read
not
the
following
Lotus
that. So
Sutra? Have you read the Lotus Sutra?
I
Yes
know
or
what
no?
Advaita. I know what Advaita is, and I know what idealism is.
Yeah. Have you read the
And
fucking Lotus Sutra? Yes or no?
have you Do you understand Advaita is not non-dualism?
Yeah, I
Do
understand.
you
but
fucking understand that? So why are you fucking talking about how Advaita not idealism has to do with your belief system? What are you talking about? What the
kinda
fuck are you
have
talking about?
more closer relationship, but they're not the same. They're just a little bit closer. I mean, it's not the exact same thing. There are some
Sure,
differences.
yeah, sure, but this is the thing. Not two ideas of anybody doesn't line up. There's as many philosophies as there are philosophers. What's the point in endlessly matching up ideas and beliefs, whether you agree with Skolomowski, whether I agree with Scorbino, whether you agree with me, whether you agree with Lore, what's the difference between you and Lore? What's the difference between you and Hyperboy? What's the difference? You know, the minute differences. I mean, you know, when you're dealing with, as you said, one main issue, right? So I
Yeah, I
spent the
mean,
first 2 hours. I spent the first 2 hours of the show dealing with that issue.
yeah, I
Right?
talked
You're
about
saying you can spend endless time listing off the issue and all this stuff. Well, yeah, that's what this show's about, right?
Yeah,
So
I
you've
talked
said
about
that many times, right?
yeah,
So it's
yeah.
not
I
about
talked
comparing
about
belief
it too.
systems. Yeah, it's not about
But
comparing belief systems. Yeah.
yeah, but it's kind of unavoidable when we have so many people because they bring
Yeah,
up their
sure.
own
Yeah,
belief
sure.
system.
Yeah, sure. That's the game that people spin.
Yeah.
Right? They like to say that, you know, my beliefs will take me to the moon and back, but that actually doesn't work, my friend.
Wait, what? The moon and back? What are you saying? And so
Your
like,
beliefs don't do shit. Right?
yeah,
You're
yeah, but
complete. You can complete your belief system that doesn't do anything. That doesn't
doesn't
you
that
know that
apply
doesn't
to
mean
you
you don't have
also, though?
insurmountable problems, right?
Doesn't that apply to you also, though? Your
Sure. Yeah,
belief?
of course. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't have a complete belief system.
Oh,
I
okay.
have a cynical approach to a great body of knowledge that I'm still exploring.
Yeah, I know that's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how to do business, right?
Do you think I support the technological industrial system or something? Like I don't. I spend a lot of
Well,
significant time.
I think you think that other people's beliefs support it, but I don't think you understand how that's true. So I think that is kind of where you are.
Do you think I consider other people's belief support systems to support it? What can you
Right.
clarify on what you're talking to a dragon right now?
No, I'm talking to a human.
No, a dragon. You see the
No, it's a
avatar of
human.
the dragon?
No, it's a human.
No, it's a dragon.
No,
I'm a
be a
dragon.
man. No, be a man. Have
No, I'm a
courage to be who
dragon.
you are. No.
No, I'm a dragon. I'm
Yeah,
a
okay.
bird or a dragon. That
Yeah, so you
influence.
could play pretend if you want to. But see, that's the thing. You could play you hide behind beliefs, right?
Well,
That's the problem, right?
you see, that's
You
where
have to
the
face reality at some point. And the
see
scientific
what
worldview contributed.
Enrita and
Yeah,
the
yeah, the
Maya.
scientific worldview contributed to the world technological system. You have to face reality at some point.
Yeah, you see, they contributed, but so did so many other things. You think Christianity was immune from contributing to it also? It contributed to it also. Pretty much
How
everything
did
contributed.
how did Christianity contribute to it more than the scientific worldview
I didn't say
and the
more.
secular worldview and
I
secular
didn't say
humanism?
more. I didn't say more. So
Yeah, you can't say it.
yeah, I can't say
It would
that.
yeah, exactly. You can't say that. So that's exactly my point. That you could put things on a level of influence, and you could blame one thing more than the other. And Skolomowski blames one thing more than the other, and you know, and so does Alul. So I think it's disingenuous to say that that didn't happen. Right?
There are different views, even among the scholars you refer to. I think the scientific domain, was, you know, um, regardless of the unethical stuff they did, which I don't think was worth it. The sacrifices were not worth it because it's just contingent facts. It's still true regardless. A lot of it, depending on how you like piece it together. But but the actual technology, I see that negatively. They push for the growth in science to serve their ends, but the findings from the science is, like we didn't know the body was composed of hundreds of cells or trillions of cells like 500 years ago. Now we know that. This is a
Yeah, but
fact.
how do you know that's what it's composed of?
We know that. I've looked into the microscopes. I've looked into all the. It is your body is composed of cells. You know, it's just a bunch of
Yeah,
cells.
but you're going parts to whole fallacy. Like you're not
Yeah,
like
I'm not saying
that,
that's all your
that
mind
doesn't
is.
mean that's what it is. Like what are you talking about? Like yes, there's individual cells in the body. That doesn't mean that's what it's composed of.
Well, yeah, bioelectrical communication is intelligent. Your body is intelligent. You know, like the liver is intelligent. Even the ancient Vedic Indians knew that. Like they would like, you know, look
Are
at
the
the body.
individual cells intelligent?
No, they didn't know that. They knew the organs were intelligent. The organs.
I know,
The
but are
organs.
the individual cells intelligent?
Yes, they are intelligent. Your individual cells are intelligent. Yes, they can anticipate changes. They can have what is called active inference. By call, Freston, they are intelligent and stuff, your individual cells. But when they communicate with each other, like an ant colony, they have a more swarm intelligence. You know, this is the kind of stuff I was talking about while you were asleep and stuff like that. It's not like I'm pulling stuff out of my ass and shit
Well,
like
you
that.
keep
Like,
saying I was asleep, but I can't rush to the computer every second, right? Especially
yeah,
if I'm outside or something like that. But yeah,
yeah. I had a good conversation, but I didn't agree with me, and so which is fine. So I don't have to agree with them either. But the point is
yeah,
that
because that's um, yeah, yeah. Go ahead, anyways.
yeah. So basically, individual cells of your body are intelligent. When they communicate together, they form like bioelectrical pathways or signaling mechanism that can yield your organs. You know, it's kind of like a symbiotic collective, and so kind of like ant colonies. When you look into an ant colony, they have eusocial organization. Some parts are compartmentalized to have workers, you believe it or not. Other parts are more, you know,
Yeah, but how do you
compartmentalized to have
know it's
leaders.
just a composition of individual minds instead of a unified will?
Yeah, yeah, that is philosophy. That is a good point. You know, I actually, you know, that is you know, I actually that's why I said philosophy is separate from scientific inquiry, and
I don't think it
scientific
is. I
inquiry is
don't think it
separate
is. I think
from.
that's a false statement. I think that's a false. I think you're succumbing to the compartmentalization of knowledge. I think that's part of the issue. It's the main part of the issue that I always point out.
Compartmentalization. I know what you're saying, but
Yeah, yeah, you do. Yeah,
yeah,
you do
but
know what I'm saying. That's why I'm
yeah, I
trying to
know what you're
explain
saying,
these
but there's
issues
an
to
issue
you
with
and
that.
everyone else.
I'm saying it in a deeper way, like, you know, like body is composed of cells, right? That's empirical fact. We situate that fact, but the way we view its connection to everything else,
Well, that's the thing is
right?
that disparate facts have
Well,
no bearing on the greater truth of things.
yeah, I agree. I said that too. But you're
You
like,
can't construct the greater truth through the disparate facts of the situation. You know, the inverse of the falsehood does not equal the truth. That's not how reality functions, right?
yeah, I agree with that. I said that too, actually, when you were gone. So I was saying that too. You know, yeah,
Saying
I
what?
have my own vision. Yeah. So basically, you know, my views are threefold. I mean, but you can go deeper into each aspect. There is an enlightenment beyond all words. Okay, that's number one.
Right.
Number two, uh, technological growth is negative. We need to scale back. I spent this today talking about that too. Technological growth is negative. We need to scale back. That's number two. And number three is, I know you might disagree with it, is that you know, I see it as unlikely we can scale back. Mankind is a failed species, and we should give the future to non-human organisms. Like this picture I have here. I mean, how do you know that reptiles millions of years in the future, or birds millions of years in the future, they want to create their own symbolic culture?
Yeah,
Now,
let's
this
go
world
back a
didn't
little
exist.
bit. Yeah, let's go back a little bit, right?
Yeah,
How
yeah.
do you picture this post-human world? Like, for example, how do you think that humanity will be eliminated, and how do you think this will be accomplished?
Yeah. You see, I'm thinking about that's a good question. How do I think humanity will be eliminated, and how this will be
Yeah,
accomplished?
because that's a huge assumption. Yeah.
Yeah, I have been thinking about that. Probably something like, I don't know, like some experiment that goes out of control, or some kind of nuclear spillover, or some kind of doomsday
Yeah,
scenario. Like,
yeah. The problem is that this would only destroy technological civilization. It would not destroy humanity. So I think that's a bold assumption.
I think it would destroy humanity too. Actually, I think it will destroy him.
No,
Oh
no.
yeah,
It
yeah,
would.
disease. Yeah, I figured it out.
I
I
know it
think
destroy organization dependent technology, but I think there would always be a sliver of humanity that's immune to a disease that's going to be able to quarantine themselves from it in case of a disaster like that. So that doesn't guarantee the elimination of the entire human race.
Yeah, but actually, about that, it's possible the disease or the fungi, or let's say Earth were a living superorganism. Okay, let's say that were true. Okay, that means that it could potentially see us as a parasite, some kind of fungi or some kind of disease go out of control, and then it wipe out humanity or something. Or it can be mass extinction event. Dinosaurs went extinct, right? That
Yeah,
could
but a
happen.
lot of that is just like what if, what if, what if, what if, what if.
Yeah.
To have it be a part of a ingrained sort of is this some sort of eschaton that's reaching into the past, or
Yeah, the thing is, when we talk about how to help society, what ifs are unavoidable. Like, what if we?
well, it's a great hurdle to try to help society if part of it is the elimination of humanity.
Yeah, but this world doesn't exist just for
That is
humanity.
very contradictory. Nobody will trust you in saying that you want to help them. You have no trust among humanity, right, to bring about any change to the technological system, right? If you succumb to posthumanism,
Yeah, yeah, but I'm
you have no moral authority.
Anti-tech posthumanism.
Yeah, but then you
Anti-tech.
forfeited your moral authority, right?
Anti-tech posthumanism. Can you say that instead? I don't want to be associated with the transhumanist. So I have nothing to do with those guys.
Yeah, but it is, there are, they do have that, whether or not, right, there are ideological bedfellows in that pursuit, right?
No, they're not. They're not. They're not. They're not. They want to.
They are. They are.
They are, because the difference is they want to augment the humans with the technology. They don't want to, give a chance to non-human life, because we're driving so many species to extinction now. I mean, that's unforgivable. And we're polluting the environment at an accelerated rate and stuff like that. So, number 3, I sent you the text. I'm surprised you have issue with it now, because I was pretty clear in the text. Like that view and stuff. Like,
Yeah, but here's the thing: is like I'm pointing out the inconsistencies, right? And that doesn't mean that just because somebody believes something different than you, they have a problem with your worldview, right? So, see, this is the issues that you're having, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
That's what I keep pointing out, right? It's if you're always into comparing belief systems, you don't get to the heart of the matter, right?
yeah. Hey,
Because you could do that for 4 hours, right? And never get to the matter of technical complexity, or never warn anybody about it, right?
man,
Yeah.
there's, we have lethal autonomous weapons now. They're like integrated with IoT. We have mass surveillance that's
Yes.
automated.
Yeah.
It's not, if Teddy were alive now, he would be saying different stuff. I think so. It's not. You cannot talk with it now. Like, they can kill you and make it look like an accident. What do you expect to do? Huh? Like, there's nothing you can do. I think it's just better to get them on
Yeah,
here.
well, the truth is that Uncle Teddy was alive like 2 years ago, and he was saying the same stuff. So,
Yeah, he wasn't. I don't know if he was keeping up with all these cloud computing.
well, I don't know if you've read Anti-Tech
I
Revolution, Why and How, but yeah, he clearly kept
haven't
up
read
with a
that.
lot of
Yeah,
shit. Yeah, he kept up with a lot of it. Yeah.
he kept up with stuff like cloud computing and IoT and AI and stuff. Like, all of that is interlinked. The cloud
Yeah, he
computing,
definitely talked about
IoT.
some of that. He was responding to Promise and Peril by Ray Kurzweil. So he read that, most likely. So that's quite an overview of modern technologies.
Yeah, Ray Kurzweil is
And then he
crazy.
still wrote Anti-Tech Revolution Winehow, saying that that we should dismantle technology, that the attack on the technological system has nothing to do with an attack on the human components of that system. That producing more humans is part of the solution. Uncle Teddy was it very pro-human, right? In fact, that was the entire basis of his attack against the technological system is to save humanity, right? So it's really, but yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I don't think humanity can be saved. I think we can save the Earth though to prevent it from being taken over or hijacked by AI or by nanobots or whatever.
you're ignoring a major part of his synthesis. He claims that eventually the technological system will be destroyed, whether on its own or through natural pressures, right? But yeah, the system cannot sustain itself long term. So unless you understand those factors, right, that putting all its eggs in one basket, there's so many existential risks that's going to wipe out organization dependent technology eventually. Large scale technologies, it's not going to wipe out all of humanity. That's just a dream fantasy. In fact, once that happens, right, once the system and the grids and all this stuff gets wiped out, the most dangerous thing will be the humans. so, yeah. So that'll be the one thing that you'll have to fear the most.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
So you might as well get used to your new masters, nature and man, right?
You have to fear them too, though. You think you can trust people not to backstab you and cook you over either once the system collapses. The dog eats
Yeah,
dog.
yeah. Right now, there's no defense against anyone because somebody can always have a bigger gun, right? So the fact is that right back in the day, right, conditions were more or less equal, right? Somebody's gonna go to sleep at some point. If you get 5 or 6 guys together, you can take them out pretty much, right? So it's gonna be back to, the best defense right now because somebody can always have a bigger gun. The best defense is pretty much good relations, right? Because you have to convince people, right, not to form ideations against you, right? Because on the dark web, your wife, wife, your wife or your life is really not worth that much, right? To anyone, right? So this is the fact, right? So this is the thing: is like anybody can, destruct your entire operation, right? This is the modern world, right? You have to have good relations with people, right? Because somebody's always got the bigger gun. That's the facts, right? Back in the day, what are they going to get on a horse and come and get you, right? Like, no, people are more or less equal, right? So this is the fact. It's like, we have less to fear from people than we do from the system and its ideations, right, against man, right? The system is anti-human, right? That is a fact behind it. Although it used humanism to get to its extreme stage, right? It is not a pro-human system, right?
Yeah,
And
but
some sense of humanism is there to get back to it. Right?
Yeah, a paradox to ask you: has nature ever created something that is anti-nature? So then, why did humans create a system that is anti-human in the long run? Isn't that kind of a weird paradox? If humans are fully of nature, fully
Well,
embedded in nature.
well. See, that's the thing is that there's not exactly a confidence that nature is on the side of humanity at this point. But that doesn't mean that it's not using nature to destroy the technological system to save man as well.
If you had to pick between nature or humanity, what would you pick?
I believe at this stage that is a false dialectic, right? Because a return to nature requires a faith in humanity, right? And I think Skolomowski would definitely agree with that. So I don't know where you got the picture that Skolomowski is anti-humanist. He literally says that ecological humanism is the answer. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, that part is true. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
talking
so
about more the
yeah,
science
so
and
so yeah, but
technology stuff.
yeah, but you said his views line up more with you than mine. That is false.
About
That is
the
a conclusively false statement.
about
Granted
the
that he is
science versus
literally a
technology.
humanist. He literally says he literally bills himself as a humanist. So that is
Yeah,
false,
that's
right?
true. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so there's no
Yeah,
way
yeah,
his
I
views
read
could
enough
at
of
the
him
end of
to
the
know
day.
that. But he is closer to my. If I want to be precise, because when you speak, I cannot be 100% precise. Speaking is different from writing. I meant that my views about science versus technology are closer to Skolimowski's. See, I'm more precise there. That's
Well, he
but
thinks that
you're right.
he thinks that the science is garbage. You should add a participatory mind and the whole notions, right? You should update the philosophy of mind, that the compartmentalization of knowledge is false, that philosophy and science are not two different things, right? They've never been two different things in history, actually, he argues, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I know that, but he doesn't believe that the empirical facts that we're getting from like the natural sciences are fake and gay. Like if he still sees that as like facts, they're true and stuff, but he wants to make them more participatory, more panpsychist kind of stuff like that. Like yeah, that's true and stuff. But there are some modern philosophers of science that
Yeah, participatory
yeah,
aspect of things is literally about like other people. Like that's
yeah,
literally what it is. Right? Like
that's
it's another way
true.
of just saying other people. Like and this is the same thing with Elul's personalism. It's saying that we need to bring back the human element because the system has become anti-human. So the closest thing to the system that can deter its influences is humanism. That's literally part of the personalist, right, kind of approach of Elul, right? Is that in order to undo, right? That's kind of like what Mumford and Elul and Uncle Teddy, and pretty much Scorbina are kind of talking about, right? Because Scorbina is kind of a Grecophile, right? So he
Yes.
believes in the humanistic culture of the Greeks, right? He thinks that that is the ideal of man, that you know, um, all of that type of stuff, right?
Yeah, that's one area I diverge with all of them, me personally, but it's fine if other people disagree. I'm interested, see, let me tell you this, okay?
Well,
Okay, see,
I think it's good because it helps highlight the ecological issues, right?
yes,
In the whole idea of destruction of wild nature. So it helps push that issue, right? And
yeah,
say, if there's a real ethical dimension to humanity, then why can't it calculate, the um improvement of all life forms, right?
yeah, exactly, yeah. Scaling back the technology, if that is possible, is better than extinction of
Yeah.
humanity. I agree with you.
Yeah,
If
so
you
I'm
think it's
sympathetic.
truly possible, I agree with you, but I don't think it's possible. I don't think, you see, what I think is going on now, I'll be honest with you, okay? And this will blow your mind when I tell you. I want you to think about it deeply, okay? The elites, they want to abolish academia. They want it. They don't want academia anymore. They want to make everything DARPA. They want to make everything private sector. I'm not done yet. Let me finish. They want to depopulate mankind with fake war. I used to be against the war of Iran, but I think Iran could be fake now. It could be fake opposition. I don't know what's going on 100%. I think they want to cause a big war, and then they reduce human population and make us live as feudal serfs. And they concentrate the technology for themselves in like a Tower of Babel or a citadel or something like that. Like the anime Wolf's Reign, something like that, the nobles and Wolf's Reign. That's one possibility. Like neo-feudalism. Yarvin talks about Yarvin, stuff like that. So, they do want a more sparse population because of stuff like overfishing and ecological disruptions and stuff like that. That's I don't like that either. I mean, I would, given the option between neo feudalism And extinction, I think extinction is better. If I was forced to pick between those two options, I don't like the idea of fucking advanced human beings that are nobles living in a fucking citadel, you know, concentrating all the advanced tech, and we are like living in like feudal situation, like they become kind of like demigods in some sense. I don't know, maybe this happened in the past before. I don't know. Like they're concentrating the technology and other stuff. I don't know. You know, all I know is the future is not bright. You know what I mean? And they're gonna lie about the reasons it happens and stuff. And I can't tell the truth where the lies end and the truth begins. Stuff like that. You know, I agree with you. There are bigger problems than the philosophy or metaphysics. The biggest problem is with all the fucking crazy shit that's happening. And
Yeah,
you
I think
know,
you know, it's gonna be a little bit more like the Digimon movie, right? That seems kind of like more Gibsonian future, right? In which the elites and the technological system and humanity sort of merges into a new stage, right? Where there's literally just a blurring of lines, right, between biology and techne, right? Between the virtual spaces and the spaces that are, you know, part of everyday life, right? Obviously, there's going to be a merger between the idea of humanity's past with the concept of humanity's future, right? So these are the things that are going to be, that we're going to move into a more gothic futurism, right? That is based on, you know, um, a expression or a vehicle of expression where we, meaning human society, goes into a synthesis, right, with the sort of technical aspect of things. So I think that
yeah,
we're
that's
already
bad.
sort of seeing that, right?
That's bad too.
Yeah, and I
Given
think
the choice between bio-digital convergence and the Gibsonian future you're talking about and extinction, I choose extinction too between those two options. If I had to pick between those two and stuff.
yeah, yeah, but I think the Gibsonian future, right, is in the near future, right? I think that is basically the most likely outlook of where we're sort of headed is that man and machine are just going to merge for a while. There's going to be more designer drugs. There's going to be a lot more virtual simulations. People are going to get really confused over what's news and what's being generated by the computers, and so on and so forth. So um and and of course people's lives are going to become entertainment, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
You know,
You want to bring a child into that, throw them into that stuff like you want to bring a child into that, throw them into that. I don't want to do that. So I'm sick and tired of humanity and stuff. Yeah, I'm sick and tired of humanity. You know, like creating these weird ass shit. There's a Dharma ending age. It's the Dharma ending age. It's Kali Yuga, whatever you want to call it. And so, you know, I think all these fucking occultists, they're all glowies, all of them. I don't
yeah, but the
trust them
problem is
one.
with the view that you were outlining is that it provides too much control to the elites, right? So that's why I think that the Gibsonian future is much more likely, right? That the elites will not have so much control to guide the technological advancement, right? Because we've seen how the technological system operates, right? And no, you cannot guide the outcomes, right, on a system wide basis, right? So this is the facts.
Yeah, I don't agree with Teddy on everything. I think Teddy was wrong. So I think I'll tell you what he was wrong about. Okay, I'll tell you what he was wrong about.
Well,
Uh,
obviously, you believe he's wrong for fighting for humanity, right? This is the fact,
yeah,
right?
at this point, and so fighting for him. Yeah, it's wrong. All
Right,
sentient beings
right,
have
because
good
the
or nature.
system is the thing that's going to go away, right? Man is not going to destroy the earth. He's going to leave a very small impact on the earth due to the technological system, right? It's a lot of the society that is reliant on the world technological system, that is the majority of humanity that might be destroyed because of the collapse of technological society, right? But there'll be a huge swath of humanity that will remain and surpass that, right? Because this is how it's been in the past, right? Civilizations come and go, they ebb and flow, right? There's been great empires and civilizations of the past that consumed huge resources of an entire continent, right? And they were gone, right?
Not to this scale. You know, I mean, this scale is, you know, there are examples we could say, you know, on a more regional scale, or like certain concentrated areas, but not to the point where it lingers. You know, like there's stuff like Agent Orange, for example, still lingers in Vietnam. Agent Orange is still there. It still causes like weird as genetic defects in children. You know, like chemical weapons, they linger. You know, and they spray that shit on our food too. You know, and it could also get into water, ocean.
Right.
Problems like that didn't exist in the past. You know, like I don't know what they plan. I don't know what they plan. Uh, yeah, I don't know
Well,
what
I
they
don't
plan.
think they quote unquote are planning much.
Yeah, you don't think anyone is in control. No one is in control. Then that's what you're
That
saying.
is
No.
what the
Yeah.
conclusion is of Alul, Uncle
Yeah.
Teddy,
Yeah, I
Scribina.
know. I know.
I mean, honestly, that is literally their conclusion from looking
Yeah,
at
I know. I know. No one
the
is in
facts
full
of technical
control.
complexity, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
and obviously the great factor of that is that the system will not maintain itself, right? System that has human parts needs humanity to sustain itself, right? You know, I think it might be a great mistake to, for the system, if it has a level of autonomy, right, that it should leave humans around, right? Of course, it should opt for the elimination of the humans to optimize the system, right? But the fact is that it's not going to do that, right? A system built by humans will not do that, right?
Tell you what's the problem. And I know this will blow your mind. And I know you may all disagree with me. But you know, in a lot of ancient cultures, they had trianthropic gods. You know, like gods with like human animal hybrids. Okay, I'm not saying that that stuff is possible. I'm saying I feel like that symbolically represents something that mankind is, you know, closing their minds off to. You know what I mean? And you know, the point I'm making is, uh, this bodily form I have is not the center of reality. This bodily form. There's something about the true nature of my mind that goes beyond this bodily form. You see what I'm saying? And the problem with technology and all this crap, and maybe they're not fully, no one is in full control. It creates the very complications it claims it can solve. Technique, totality of rational aim methods aimed at maximum efficiency. You know, like we said, it erodes traditions, it erodes communal integrity, it erodes biodiversity. But ultimately, it's framed like the transhumanist in a pseudo eschatology, as you say. There's an artificial end goal. You know what I mean? There's an artificial end goal. There's still an end goal in what they believe. But if they were to truly think more deeply beyond themselves, they realize the end goal is stupid too. It's just dumb. You know, it's all fucking dumb. You know, like is why Buddha is superior. Like if they think deeply, you know, they realize that even if they get what they want, it's not that great. You know, it's not that great. Maybe it's best just not to come back to reality, just end rebirth or something. I don't know. You know, then maybe it's the point I'm trying to get at here is that you know, I care about saving humanity, then I don't know, maybe save yourself or something. I don't know. Like, who gives a shit about humanity? Like, there's not much we can do because no one's in control. And like, dystopian transhumanist or cyberpunk future awaiting us. I do my best, you know, to help the, you know, I can probably go volunteer and help the birds or something. but I don't care about humanity that much because like what have they fucking done for me? Like I don't know, I'm fucking atomized as fuck. You know, no one has done shit for me. What have they done for you? Even I don't. My dad has helped me a lot. My dad he helped me a lot in my life. But other people, not no way. You know, and I've never really got any help from any other people besides my dad. And so my life is more well off than most people because of my dad. So I have good relationship with my dad. Stuff like that.
So Zeph has made this GIF of us. So this is pretty cool. But yeah,
And so thank you, Zephyr.
yeah, blessings.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. No, this was it went away for a while and came back and I don't know.
Yeah, because I heard people talking, so I was like, it's fine. You know, like I was, I was like, you know, let it roll for a while. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. And right,
Yeah.
yeah, but
I should have taken a break. I came on because
yeah, if it gets you know, because I noticed like everybody left except for you, so then I started talking because you know we
it
got to
was
keep the
like
show
6
rolling.
hours.
Yeah, we got to keep the show rolling. So that's yeah, but I had to step away and make some food, and then I couldn't exactly go to the computer because I'm in the kitchen, and then all of this type of stuff, and but so I was attempting to pay attention through you know, but yeah.
Yeah.
But I had to constantly
Maybe
step
being
away.
a formless being is better. Formless being or something.
Yeah.
Formless.
Yeah,
Anything
because the
but
kitchen here is upstairs, so I have to like run upstairs. So I miss part of you know, inevitably chunks of the conversation. But as long as people are talking, I let it run, right?
yeah, can I ask you something? An opinion on something? You know,
Yeah,
let's say someone becomes such a big doomer, okay? They go
yeah,
watch cartoons, okay, they watch cartoons about being reborn into another world. They're like, fuck this life, I'm gonna watch a cartoon about being reborn into another world, or play games pretending you're reborn into another world. Just like Apollonian escapism. So like they know technique is bad and other stuff, but they've given up. Like, what can you do to really make things better? We probably lived almost half of our lives right now. I'm like fucking 35 or something. I don't know how old are you. That's half of my life. That's the like, what can we do? You know, this system is so beyond our scope of imagination or vision. You know, we can at least understand it and be aware of it. But after that, what do you do? You know, like we go online, we talk about it endlessly, or you know, what do you think about someone who just be like, "Fuck this! I'm just gonna watch these fucking anime about being reborn into a better world, or play this game and pretend I'm actually this person." Hey, when I was young, when I was like fucking 12, 13 years old, people thought I was crazy. I mean, they thought I was insane in fucking middle school. I think it was actually 9 years old. You know what I would do? You know, I knew everything was messed up. I knew deep in my heart it was messed up. So what did I do? I play like Final Fantasy. I play video game, and I would disassociate from my body and who I am, and I would pretend the video game world is more real than the world I live in. And I would do that for like a lot of artwork I experienced. Like you know, I would try to decouple from this painful existence and become like a part of that artwork. You know what I mean? You know, and so what I'm trying to get at is that, you know, what else can you do? Like, you think that's insane or something? What I'm saying, or what do you think?
I mean, I think there are, you know, pockets of, you know, dreams and whatnot, and you know, I know I see a place in my dreams that has earthly features, definitely, and also ancient relics and buildings and stuff that I believe were part of a memory of some type of land, right? So yeah, so there's reason to believe that it's not a physical place and a collection of memories, right? That's an extension of, you know, the Earth's memory and whatnot, right?
Yeah, I had a dream at least twice, 2 times in a row. It could just be hallucination, or it could just be due to I was a bureaucrat in a kind of celestial palace that kind of had a weird tint to it. And I didn't know what I was working for. I was kind of pissed. Like, I was just working in the celestial palace. It wasn't the same person, but I felt like I was that person. I was working in the palace and stuff like that. It was celestial. It happened 2 times that dream, and I felt like I kind of that palace felt formless. Like I was like a formless ethereal being working for as a bureaucrat for something I didn't know. And so like what am I working as a bureaucrat for? I don't know. Maybe it's just a projection of my mind or something, or maybe it's pointing to something more real, and then that being de-evolved or into and materialized into this form. Because like I said, mind stream is not reducible to the body or something. I don't know. I don't know. This life sucks ass. These are too many problems, and so I don't know. I see so much diversity. I actually do not like diversity at all. I don't like diversity in opinion. I don't like diversity in thought. Personally speaking, it's too much. I don't like diversity in race. Personally, you know, um, I don't mean that in the sense of seeing anyone as inferior. I mean in the sense of there's no like resoluteness or concreteness in what is, what I mean, or something like that. I have to try to piece together what is true or whatever. I've had experiences that make me doubt what I hold with conviction. I even doubt, I just feel like I'm slipping and flowing among everything like tangle weeds or something like that. I'm just flowing around the tangle weed. It makes me feel like I'm very pissed, like I'm very pissed. Like the internet, the computer, you say there's no division between internet and talking to people, right? You say that and correct. Yeah, maybe you're correct. Maybe there's no division. But let me tell you this, I'm a very frightening person. Like once someone saw me, he drew a heart of like look black and stuff like when people talk to me, they start to doubt what they think believe real and stuff. Sometimes what I'm trying to get at is that when you disassociate or you decouple from life to the extreme extent, it's just become a question of what happens after I die. That's really the biggest question. Because let's be honest, we're 35 or over half of our years old. And I agree with that. A lot of these questions are important. Technique and other stuff. But what will it matter when you're on your deathbed or something like that? Why will it matter and stuff like? I saw my grandma die from Parkinson's. I saw other people die. Have Alzheimer's and stuff. They forget their names and stuff like that. When you forget your name, or you're just falling into the spiral of dreams and memories and the repository consciousness and other stuff, why does it matter? And stuff like I mean, there are good people out there. They have never asked about technique. They're still good people. They just don't know it's bad and stuff. They don't know it's bad. There was a time I was interested in converting to Catholicism. You believe that? Like traditional Catholicism, but and then I thought about it more deeply and I just didn't, I didn't convert. Yeah, but these Orthodox go around and they fucking pick fights with me and other stuff. Yeah, no one will be able to convince me anymore.
Well,
I'm
here's a
kind of beyond life and death. I'm beyond
well,
life
here's
and
an
death.
Orthodox a gentleman right here. He says, "You're awesome, avian. Don't let clown world get you down."
No, what I'm saying ultimately is that I'm going beyond this world. I'm going beyond it. So I'm transcending it. I'm going beyond it. You know, if I let go of my love for cats and birds, both of them, then I have nothing else to hold me down to this world. I tried following Hyperborean, what he said. I created a circle of water on on the floor. I was meditating. I want to disappear from this world, but it didn't work.
Nice.
It was bullshit. It's a psyop. He's probably a glowy and stuff. He's just trying to.
No, 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 no.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hyperborean is cool. No, no.
But I didn't disappear. I didn't disappear from the world. I didn't disappear from the world. Why
Yeah,
didn't
but
I
it's a practice. You have to really commit to it.
commit?
Yeah, I think.
I
Yeah, I
mean,
don't know.
disappear from this world.
Yeah, I'm not gonna discount him just because it didn't happen. Let's just put it that way, right? You probably have to do a lot more, right? Because people can say like, "Oh, well, I tried, Zazen meditation, nothing happened." My life didn't change. It didn't improve one bit, right? So on and so forth. But then I think the Zazen meditation practitioners would say, I think you've missed the point, sir. Right? Can't attempt this thing that takes years to master in one go, right? No, I don't think Hyperborean's a glowy. If I had to guess,
Yeah,
I think he's one of our good friends. But yeah,
yeah. I mean, if that metaphysics is true, then we're all full of shit, though. Like if that metaphysics is true, the whole world of
no,
becoming.
not necessarily. I think dualism is a lot more true than sort of you know um monistic materialism, right? Although I believe that to a certain extent, people like Scribina have been able to salvage that, right? And even Spinoza, right?
It's hard to know what's true, philosophically speaking, remaining committed
Oh yeah,
to
yeah.
these
That's why
things.
philosophy cannot be a methodology to get to the truth, right? It just cannot be, right? Here, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, because it's almost dawn where I'm at, right? So give me
Yeah,
one
same
second.
here.
Let me talk to
Done.
somebody here in my family. 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I had to holler at this dude. Yeah,
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah,
Yeah, I
it's all
know
good.
I'm rambling a lot, so it doesn't
No,
matter.
it's cool, man. No, man, it's cool, man. You've held down the show. I know you did not derail. It was good stuff, right? Because as long as people are talking, right, right. See, I laid down a good stuff first 2 hours, right. So my solo stuff that I laid down in the show, I'm just gonna cut it from the group conversations, right? But I will still produce the group conversations, right? Because they are extremely valuable, right? At least to me, right? Um,
Yeah.
I think these types of impromptu conversations that are not planned, not pre-produced, right? There's nobody manufacturing things behind the scenes, right? I think these will be incredibly valuable down the road, right? When there's like I think down the road there'll be a very much a lack of real conversations, and these types of interactions will shine through when that happens, right? I'll be like, whoa, look, it's a real conversation. Whoa, that's weird, right? Like people will see it as a relic of the past, right?
That's cool, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, improv.
Right. Right, like the AI won't be able to decide where it's gonna go, right? When somebody just blurts out flat earth or whatever, right, or something from the time, right? Or we started our show with a comment by Axis Rat Blood where he said I have sex with AI. Interesting.
Yeah, I think ultimately at this time it comes down to what happens after I die. That's the one thing we don't know. And no one, yeah, and so I don't know if the elites know. Do you think the elites know what happens after we die? Are they hiding like creepy ass experiments that they know, or they are clueless like most people do? The technocratic elite.
They're doing some stuff.
Think they're clueless?
I think there might be, not that I believe in like white hats or anything, but there's probably ones that are pretty much benign, right? So I don't think the elites are the heart of the issue, right? I don't think that I think that they're not, I think they're trying to save humanity, not kill everything, right? So,
Yeah, but
right,
what I'm trying to say is deeper than it, because we know we're 35. I'm 35. In 35 years, things won't get better. Let's be honest. Things, generally speaking, will not get better in 35 years. And so, like, if I die, like in 35 years, like 70 or 65 or something, what happens after that? Uh, doesn't matter, like, what happens to humanity or the Earth after that, because there's not much I can do about it after 35 years. See what I'm trying to say? I'm curious what happens after that. And I have to figure it out.
well,
The
here's the
deeper
thing.
look at it.
Yeah, but here's the thing is, right, you know, you could say, right, like, what's the point of, like, goodness and truth, right? You may say it's just to, mm, be a trustworthy person, right, and avoid evil, right? But the fact is if you know what causes evil, right, and you don't actively try to oppose it, right, then that is a huge form of cowardice.
I agree. I do try to oppose it. Number
Yeah,
two,
so
like,
so then so then the evil is being done not only to humanity but to other life forms, right? So I think, like, the fact is like to not sort of actively oppose the evil, right? And just to succumb to saying, well, you know, in 35 years, there's no point in doing anything, right? But the fact is right, you know, tomorrow is not assured, right? We're not promised tomorrow, right? Tomorrow never knows, right? As one astute pundit, said. And the fact is that, not only does tomorrow never know, but if we don't know where we're going, any road will get us there, so to speak, right? So the fact is that, right, there is huge wisdom in living out your dream, right? You live twice, right? One for your life and one for your dreams. And, plunging irrationally into the dream, right? Of a, of what assures goodness on the greater scale of things, right? Even if victory is not assured, right? That is literally the only option. And every step of that process is the step to becoming a warrior. It is a beautiful and glorious journey, right?
and let's be honest here. Like, some people would say
I'm being
that,
honest.
yeah, you are being honest, but you know, doing the right thing. For example, I have written in favor of a law, not because I want props, because I believe it's correct. That I think technological growth is ultimately negative. Same with Scribina, he argues that. Same with Kiteri. Yeah, I agree with them on that. I write about it on the internet. I talk about it here. I talk about it to other people. I got into argument with one friend about crap like that. Okay, I say that. I do my piece. Okay. But some people would say that's not enough. You need to go live off the grid, or you need to go make a local community of like-minded people. You see what I'm trying to
Sure.
say? Some people, yeah, but
I think they're right. I think they're right.
you're right. They're right. But couldn't that be applied to you also?
It can, it can, it can. I have a
Yeah.
lot more that I can do in addition to writing, in terms of networking and maintaining organization. And I believe that as time goes on, I see myself improving in all those things. So this is why I have a great level of hope, right? Because the fact is that as I assure more progress and understanding in the problems, right, they seem less and less insurmountable, right, and so on and so forth. And then I can also look at my improvement in managing those issues, right? So the fact is that, right, there's no stopping, right?
Yeah, but when you get older, you lose more energy. at least for me, like I don't have the energy I had when I was like 22 or 24. And I get older, I lose the energy.
Yeah, I go back in time and look at the guy I was when I was 22. But I'll beat the fuck out of that dude.
Yeah,
Right,
same
both
thing.
in knowledge and just understanding. Right, I'm just and also that guy would laugh at who I am. Right, he would think he knows better. I would teach that little arrogant punk a fucking lesson. Honestly.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you. Physically, he would beat me up, but mentally, I would say
Exactly.
I'm superior. Yeah.
Exactly, right? You'd
Yeah,
be more
yeah.
calculated, right? You get the drop on him. You know what I mean, right? See him coming from a mile away. Right? You'd know his patterns. He wouldn't know any of yours, right?
Now, 21, I was pretty swole. I could do one arm push-ups on a medicine bottle, right? That were elevated on my fingers. That's how strong I was when I was 21. I could beat myself up I was extremely strong. Like I took off my shirt, it was so swole. Like you would see big ass chest muscles, you would see big abs and other stuff. Like you would be going like, what the fuck? How the hell is this guy so swole at 21? That's how different I am. But now I look all wasted. I look kind of like a drunkard. I have a little bit of man tits. Sorry, not that much, but the point I'm making is that yeah, I think my old self could beat me up physically, but mentally I'm superior now. I don't see it as insurmountable. Old age, sickness, and death, aging, we cannot surmount that. No matter what we do, we cannot surmount old age, sickness, and death. Yeah. So you see, these questions are so large scale. They're like supply chains. The airplanes, the boats. The maritime activities. The sonar stuff like that. It's so much. The point I'm making is if we knew what it means to die or what happens after that, which science cannot tell us, which makes it worthless. All of science is worthless in light of this question. If we knew what happened after we die as a fact, it would change the way we live now. So I think rebirth is true. And rebirth is true. So I want to be reborn into higher realms or something like that. Not back into this realm. I don't want to come back here and stuff. And I do what I think is right based on my own needs. But I do feel like I'm getting weaker and losing more energy and stuff. And ultimately, I don't even know if what I'm doing is sufficient. It's not. You see what I'm trying to say? Like my dad, he's a very good guy. I respect and admire my dad. I honor my dad. He told me advice when I was like 21 that's completely irrelevant now. He told me go into computers. He's not that smart of a guy, like in the sense that go into computers doesn't mean anything. Like hardware of computers, software of computers, he doesn't know that stuff. But I don't hate him. Like I really value him and admire him. That's why I have a soft spot for Islam, because my dad is a devout Quranist, like I told you. He doesn't like Shia or Sunni. He's just
Right.
Quran. Yeah. But he doesn't know. His advice he gave me is outdated. It's obsolete. It's obsolete. The advice he gave me. I went into fucking computer science bachelor's and then a master's in robotic science after neuroscience bachelor. It's worthless now. Tech field is garbage. I can't even get a job in tech field. And I know tech is bullshit. I know it's adding to the problems. And so I just want a cushy job. A cushy job where I just sit around and bullshitting the job and then I get paid. Yeah, but this thing is these technocrats, that's not good for them. They keep asking you, grilling you with fucking questions. Yeah, one of my first bosses, he go around talking shit about me. Go around talking shit because I was a fucking incompetent programmer. I'm not even that great at programming. I just bullshit, I'm very half-assed, with programming and stuff. I'm a big half-asser when it comes to stuff like that. And why take it seriously? It's just not really helping anyone. If you can half-ass it, you half-ass it. Half-ass your job. if you could embezzle money from a big corporation, but you're gonna get caught and be put in the same cell as the rapists and murderers, rapists, rapists. They put in the same cell as them. So, embezzling money from a big corporation, I don't see it as unethical. All I'm saying is I could use $1 billion. I would love $1 billion. I would love $1 billion. A billion. What's wrong with that? All I'm saying is that, when I play a game like Zelda, Ocarina of Time or Zelda Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and then I come back to this life, it feels kind of painful. It feels painful, because, you run around in the forest, you're holding that sword, your shield, you're looking at Zoro, Rito, you're just taking it easy. You don't have to worry about shit like digital conversion. You're just fucking running in the forest. All I'm saying is that this life sucks ass. It sucks a lot fucking ass. It sucks dick. This time period, this time, even coming on the internet, talking to diverse people, diverse voices, it all sucks ass. It sucks ass. There's you lose your grip on reality. You lose your grip on reality. You don't know what the fuck is going on. So many problems converging and intersecting and interrelating and stuff like that. I keep going on and on. All I'm trying to say is that, it's not good to complain too much. I'm not complaining that much. Maybe I am complaining too much. Complaining is a very womanly thing. Men is very womanly. I don't know what the
I
fuck.
don't think noticing the greater issues that are at play is necessarily complaining, especially if you know you're doing it in a community of like-minded men, right, and so on and so forth. That can maybe provide insights from their daily life and maybe their spiritual walk in order to assist the process of realizing what the main factors are, right? So I don't know.
I'm gonna say something crazy. I wish you were the president. I wish you were the fucking king instead of like fucking Trump or fucking
Oh yeah, same with you, brother. Oh yeah, we definitely set this thing straight. Yeah, we definitely set this thing straight. Yeah,
yeah, it would be better. Yeah, it would set a lot of stuff straight.
yeah. Make Buddha the president. Make me vice president. We'll set this thing straight. Yeah,
Yeah.
set this thing straight right away.
Yeah, Dark Lord. I think he would make a great president too. Really, Dark Lord. He would
Right.
really, yeah, yeah, it'd be better.
But
Yeah,
really, the top guy for the job is Pinoid, right? We have Pinoid in there, right? He's, you know, he'll create the appellation.
yeah. Any of us could do better than what's going on right now.
Yeah,
That's
he'll
just
create yeah, he'll link up with the, you know, the elites and take control of their ideas and start trying to guide them to support because, well, I can't say, I gotta say Uncle Teddy, right? So yeah.
Yeah, one last question before I go. I'm not saying it was perfect. Okay, it was definitely bad. But would you say the 90s was relatively better than now? Like the 90s. I mean, it wasn't perfect, like early 90s, or late 80s, but it was better than now, right? Would you agree with that or no? Like, relatively speaking.
I don't know if they had better drugs, but definitely better music. But
I
yeah,
think
weird.
90s was better because kids were still kids. I remember have dreams a lot of playing outside. There was once a creepy guy in a white van who came to try to abduct me when I was like fucking in the school. But the woman in my cul-de-sac, she came out. She told him to fuck off. And she was still screaming at him. And she probably saved my life. That's why I don't like the Karen meme. It's basically a Karen that saved my life. She was paying attention in the neighborhood, in the
Yeah, think
cul-de-sac.
about it. Like you go back to the 90s,
Yeah.
there's better music and better um women, but the
Yeah,
drugs
everything
suck.
better.
Yeah, but the
Relatively
drugs
safe.
just suck. Like, there's no good drugs around. Like, you'll just go to jail. Like, you have to like get addicted to heroin and die, or go to jail, smoke crack and die, and then so there's no good drugs. It's just a cop hell, right? In terms of the drug stuff, right? But yeah, now the youth are addicted to social media, and they're definitely degenerates.
You know,
But there's way better drugs now.
90s was better, because
Yeah,
there
the
was a
music sucks now. Yeah, the music is terrible now. The stuff
yeah.
that's coming out compared to what was there in the '90s, and in the '90s, you had a lot of selection of stuff that came out from the '60s to the '80s, and stuff that's a lot of stuff that might be lost now. That's was like in the record stores and stuff. So it's like all the old record stores and whatnot.
In the 90s, I have friends but I was overweight as a kid, because my grandma fed me bad food, you know, but overall it was still better, like let's say hypothetically I were skinnier then, it would have been even better, I would ride my bike around the neighborhood and I would look at the lights shining through the trees, and then I would look at the river, and like the bottom is like a weird cul-de-sac. I would keep looking, it looked kind of
Yeah,
black. There was a contrast between the blackness of the river and that was in a depression, and it was in the hole or something. And then there was like the forest I would look at, and I would ride my bike in there. And so, in the contrast, I keep dreaming of that sometimes, and the trees and stuff like that. But I would go in once I went in the forest with my friends. I got a tennis racket, and I pretended the tennis racket was like a sword, and we got lost in the forest, and it was very fun, because I had Ocarina of Time. And back then you could not Google information about how to beat the game. So I would go to this, when my mom would take me to the grocery market. I would have to look at the magazines to try to figure out tips on how to beat the game, stuff like that. But what I'm trying to get at is there was a sense of magic. But now all the information is at the disposal of your tips. Even more so thanks to fucking AI and other stuff. It was, it's not, not knowing everything and just living in the moment, and just having a more fluid, free flowing symbols that are related to your lived experience, and just doing things like, I don't know, flicking on the TV to watch, I don't know, Cartoon Network, like Freakazoid, or whatever, like the cartoon, and then just walking outside because you didn't have social media. Oh, there's a kind of just doing things in the moment without trying to attain something. I don't know, it was just a better childhood. And now kids are playing Roblox. Roblox is very bad, and it tends to attract pedophiles too. And PDFs. PDFs go on Roblox. Don't let your kids play Roblox. It's very bad. Roblox is bad. Stuff like that. Oh, and also, kids don't go
right.
outside as much now. Stuff like that. Yeah. But I feel like I live in a different universe compared to the 90s and stuff. Blockbuster. You remember Blockbuster? You It was interesting. Now you just go on Amazon. You can just go on and you can download anything on the flick of a click on a switch. So I'm just saying 90s was relatively better than that. 90s wasn't perfect. It had a lot of issues. Teddy realized those issues. But now it's almost unbearable. What I mean? That's unbearable. You know, it's like smartphones in your hand. You're always connected to the internet. You're always looking at all of that is invasive. It's invasive. And what uh what I'm getting at is that um if that let me keep going. What I'm getting at is when I watch an isekai anime, there's a sense of adventure. Go on an adventure, walk on the hills, you know, you have a sword or you have magic or you know, there's no magic anymore, and so in life or something like that, the magic is kind of dying. Maybe I don't know, thousands of years ago, people could do magic. I don't know, and we lost our magic or something. I don't know about that, but if you told me in the 90s that people can do magic, 10,000 years ago, I would probably believe you. So maybe that's true. I don't know. Yeah. Do you think magic existed 10,000 years ago? Like, that'd be cool. Yeah. Maybe the farther
Yeah,
back
I do.
uh, if people could do magic, and so like they could fly and do magic. I don't know. That would be cool. And so maybe the farther back in time you go, things were more magical. I don't know. Yeah, because
I think it
things.
sort of also always exists to a certain extent, but it's sort of like a twist on the um sort of different traditions, right? that exist in the world, right? Where you try to sort of hack nature and to sort of control the flow of time, the movement of time, and so on and so forth. So
Yeah, I think I see your point.
I think as old as the symbiotic map exists, there was some sort of magical concept, right? Where
Yeah, I have
you could.
doubts over what I was saying too. I have doubts. I don't know everything. If I were to ignore all the science, all the philosophy, and just look at my lived experience, that's the only thing I look at. And I think the farther back in time you go, the more magical it feels. And the more we move in time, the less magical it feels. I mean, that's looking at my life and stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
think that I just contend that the science kind of played a role in that, right? So it seems like um
Yeah, probably, it probably
yeah.
did, yeah.
Yeah, I used to sort of draw more of a sharp distinction between science and technology, but now that technology is driving science, there's it's almost like pointless to draw the distinction, right?
You know, I know you're gonna disagree with this, and
Yeah,
I've
it's
been
fine. It's
thinking
fine.
about.
Yeah, it's no worries.
I'm gonna say this now. This may shock you. Think a multiverse exists. A multiverse.
Oh man, yeah, yeah, I'm a no on that one for sure. But go ahead though.
If you read
I'm
the Flower
interested in your.
Garden Sutra, I only read summaries of it. It's 1,600 pages. The Flower Garden Sutra.
Yeah,
It argues for a multiverse. Multiverse actually came from Buddhists,
interesting.
Mahayana
Oh, I
Buddhists.
didn't understand. Yeah, I didn't actually realize that. Yeah, that's fascinating. Well, it's kind of like dependent origination, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but it's
Oh
not
yeah,
in
yeah.
a
Yeah,
materialist
that
way.
makes sense. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, from a Buddhist perspective, it actually kind of makes sense because of dependent origination. But I think the other multiverse idea, I think they're trying to say um something about time, right? That there's not just, you know, a single timeline, right? Like for example in the Dragon Ball Z saga, right? Where Trunks goes back in time. Right? He changes the trajectory of that time. But you know, so of course there's a possibility of a world that exists where they eliminated everyone, right? But yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it deals with a lot of stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I think like
materialism is false. We agree on that. materialism is 100% false. Physicalism is false. Yeah, we just
Oh yeah,
just throw it
for
out the
sure.
or throw
Yeah,
it into the trash. Yeah.
yeah. That's the reason why I think because I think like the modern scientific view, um, I'm more of a I, I guess I do have a sharper view that it could not be divorced from its philosophical mapping, right? So I mean, I've never seen anybody else blame, really Aristotle, right? Maybe a few occultists have, right? But definitely Skolimowski did, right? So I found that shocking, right? Because for Skolimowski to have that viewpoint, right? But yeah, I don't think a lot of people other than like Skolimowski and like Nussbaum and like a few others, right, that are extremely astute analysts of ancient and modern philosophy would understand the connection between Aristotle and the compartmentalization of knowledge and modern thoughts and so on. But yeah, I kind of think it's like, obviously I think Plato's sort of dualism is a lot more um justifiable in terms of the lack of compartmentalization of knowledge that it offers, right? But I think sort of Aristotle's view that says, well, science and philosophy and and all these things and politics are all sort of different ideas, right? And I think that sort of contributed to the rise of things like empiricism, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I got you. Uh. Yeah. It's ultimately whatever I feel like the childlike curiosity and more wonder that kids have, you know, asking about things, and having more like psychedelic free flowing experience, that wonder dies out when you get older, especially in technicized environment. And well, that's no good. That's no good. It's no good. Yeah. And it's like the metaphysics gets locked down. Maybe anti-metaphysical approach is better. I don't know. You know, so no one knows. All of this is not good. The trajectory we're heading, due to technique or in growing industrial complexity, actually leads to symbols being less diverse or vibrant. They're being less vibrant because they're mechanized and instrumentalized. The symbols, the symbolic space. There's no like greater possibility for them to go beyond space or time or beyond, transitory existence. Like today, I learned one of my wife's, someone she knew who worked in a nail salon. Her car died in the middle of rush hour, and she could, her friend, well, not really her friend, but acquaintance, couldn't speak English, and so she had a phone. She didn't call the police or the whatever to get the car, and she just left the car, in the middle of rush hour, and then she got hit by the car in rush hour and died. Rest in peace. Uh, any moment he could die. Something like that could happen. Of course, I wouldn't get out of the car if it died in the middle of rush hour. I would call police, but it sucks what happened to her. I don't like driving. I hate driving. But the point I'm making is that life is transitory. It's we're dealing with like large scale systems that they keep looking for ways to make it more efficient, incremental, through the efforts of many coordinated people, and not for the good either. And so, and, but you could die any day. You could die tomorrow. Any of them could die tomorrow. They don't really ask it. Most people flee from death or the thought of the, but what I'm saying is I don't accept materialism. I'll go deeper than Scrivener, to be honest, because I actually do think something happens. Like I accept some kind of rebirth, but maybe bodily resurrection has arguments too, and judgment. I don't know. I lean towards rebirth, but the point I'm making is that ultimately, our ancestors, they were more closely intimate with these facts. I mean, like like how many neighbors do you have that you talk to them and they told you, "Oh, I had a relative that died," and they tell you what happened or something, and then you think more deeply on what it means to be mortal. So, you know, not many people think about mortality every day, but it's a very important thing. So cherish your loved ones, cherish your crafts. Every moment of your life, and yeah, you gotta cherish your loved ones, cherish your precious moments and stuff. I don't think this will be the only life, though. That's what I think. Hopefully not, but I don't think it will be. But that's the standard scientific view. They just say you die, your brain dies, you rot in the ground with worms and stuff. But that's bullshit. I think so. It's bullshit. There's something more going on. There's a lot more going on. Like this kind of. You see what I'm trying to say? I still don't trust all these occultists personally. I just stick to tradition. Occultists. I don't know if Rosicrucians can be trusted. I don't know if the Freemasons can be trusted. Fuck all of that. Just stick to tradition. Really. They're just bastardizing traditions. At least I think so. They just go and they fucking haphazardly pick stuff, and then they're like, "Oh, this is true. We're gonna bastardize it," stuff like that. But ultimately, what I'm saying is, I think I'm gonna go to bed in like 5 minutes or 2 minutes. I think I said enough. There's a lot that can be said about this stuff.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, thank you for contributing to the show.
Yeah, sorry if I went on too long. I hope you have a good night.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, stay as long as you like. Please.
Yeah, good night. I'm gonna go to bed now. Yeah, good night.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, however you like, my friend. It was great talking to you. Oh, I think he was sleepy. Yeah. If anybody wants to call in, I'll drop the link again. If not, we'll continue on our merry road to read from the text of Rene Guénon. Right. So yeah. So what do you guys think? You guys into Guénon? Well, it's been an interesting night of discussions. And of course, an interesting few days that we've been having at Neurojack. So yeah, we had quite a bit of conversations, right? I've had tons of actually I think in the last 3 days we recorded like 24 hours of material, right? That most people are not aware of. Let me actually reset my camera. So give me 1 second. Okay, so I know Neurojack is curious about Guanan, right? So let's see what happens here, right? Let's take a look at Guanan, right? And I had to rediscover where this was, right? But here we have a text of Crisis of the Modern World. And give me a second and let me put myself right here. Sort of scroll down here, right? So he says, from all that has been said above, it seems sufficiently clear that Easterners are justified in reproaching the modern Western civilization for being exclusively material, right? So there we have the root of the issue, right? You have a materialistic philosophy. Okay, so he's claiming that, obviously the Easterners, as I pointed out before, they offer the most compelling critiques against technical civilization, right? But most of the critiques of modern technological world civilization is basically coming from within Western society, right? Because this is where the problem was sort of spawned in our modern age, right? So in the past, many technological improvements actually came from the East. Okay, so in the past, there was more of a balance between Eastern and Western in terms of technological advancement, right? But in today's age, it's sort of changed. But there's lots of critiques in the East. Okay, starting out, right? Okay, it seemed like sort of the Western philosophy, right? And I think maybe Guanan is onto this, right? That the problem is, coming from some sort of, idealism or universalism that's present there to begin with, right? And of course, the two issues that we concurrently outline is the destruction of wild nature and the loss of traditions, right? And we say the first one is basically brought about by a desacralization of knowledge, and the second one is brought about by a compartmentalization of knowledge, right? And the first one is also brought about by a desacralization of nature, and the second one is brought about by a dialectic of nature versus time, which relates to the notion of the myth of progress, right? So I've given maybe 20 or 50 or so explanations about that, right? But there's a culmination of these ideas within Guanan, right, that I've mentioned earlier, right? He's brought forward lots of ideas, like this idea of the reign of quantity, right? The myth of progress. Okay, this notion that Descartes and the Cartesian dualism causes separation from nature, right? That the mechanistic materialism of Newton, right? And this notion of the Kali Yuga, right? That there's a collective devolution in terms of spiritual and moral dimensions, right? In man's pursuit of knowledge and science, right? So all of these things contribute to the quantification and massification of man, right? As we've said so many times. Okay, these are huge elements. Okay. So, anyways, let's go on, right? So he's saying that maybe the East is justified in reproaching Western civilization for being exclusively material. It has developed along purely material lines only, and from whatever point of view it is considered, right, one is faced with more or less direct results of this materialization. However, there is still something to be added to what we have already said about this. In the first place, we must explain the different meanings that can be given. And drop the link. I think the link was there, right? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, sorry. Okay, it has developed along purely material lines. Only from whatever point of view it is considered, one is faced with more or less direct results of this materialization. However, there is still something to be added to what we have already said about this. In the first place, we must explain the different meanings that can be given to a word such as materialism. Right, so he's going to argue that the spiritual malaise of materialism is not just linked to this um scientific understanding, but more broadly speaking to a spiritual underpinning, right, of a lack of a spiritual understanding of things, right, that sort of tries to use or cast our ideas to impose onto the designs of what we, more to try to work out what we want to happen than what is really happening, and kind of enslaving ourselves in the process. But so he's going to say this materialism actually has broad, much broader meaning, right? That relates to, turning man into stuff and man worshiping stuff, right? As an idol, so to speak, right? As we've said, right? To quote the tradition, a slave will give birth to its master. Right? We said that many times, right? And I know it's super late. It's like dawn here. A lot of people left the show as soon as I started talking about Gwinnett. Or at least that's what the web is telling me. But obviously it lies. The machine lies, right? It is what it is. But yeah, let's go on, right? There's different meanings of materialism. Let's get into it. This is Rene Guénon, a chapter from Crisis of the Modern World called A Material Civilization. We're reading from it, analyzing it, checking out what's going on, right? For if we use it to characterize the contemporary world, people who claim to be modern without considering themselves in any way materialistic will be sure to protest and will feel convinced that this is a mere calumny. We must therefore begin with explanation that will remove in advance any ambiguity that might arise at this point, right? So here it goes. Let's look at definitions of materialism. It says it is significant in itself that the very word materialism does not go further back than the 18th century. It was invented by the philosopher Berkeley, who used it to designate any theory that accepted the real existence of matter. It is scarcely necessary to say that it is not this meaning of the word that concerns us here, since we are not raising the question of existence of matter. A little later, the same word took on a narrower meaning. The one, in fact, it still retains. It came to denote a conception according to which nothing else exists but matter and its derivatives. Right? So he's talking about more so what we would kind of, in our sort of philosophical, in the modern philosophical parlance, right? This would sort of be called naturalism, right? So it would be sort of a more serious position than just materialism, naturalism, right? Naturalism doesn't mean you love nature, right? In philosophy, at least, right? It means that you think that material nature is all that exists, right? There's nothing beyond that, right? Okay, there's people who are idealists or, um, other types of people, right? That use a sort of more pantheistic or panentheistic framework to say that matter is sort of an illusion, right? That mind is the thing that's really going on, right? So whether we look at Berkeley or Spinoza or different thinkers, right? They all tried to well, at least Spinoza did, right? He tried to go against the Cartesian dualism. Anyways, let's go on. And of course, some of his solutions were not always accepted, right? But anyways, let's go on. It says, so he's talking about naturalism, right? So he says it's scarcely necessary that this is the meaning of the word that concerns us here, since we are not talking about the question of the existence of matter, to reiterate, right? A little later, the same word took a narrower meaning, the one that still retains. Now, here's the one he's going with, that there's nothing else that exists but matter and its derivatives. Okay, so he's not saying that there's that we're debating the existence of matter, right? But that matter is all that exists, right? There's many a scientific atheist that won't declare that matter is all that exists, right? So even though me and Buddha had a little tiff about the value of the modern scientific worldview, right? Even I won't bill all atheistic scientific modes of inquiry as being wholly concerned with materialism, right? Some of them leave room for other aspects of what is real, right? So they entertain much broader questions, right? Anyways, let's move forward a little bit. It should be remarked that such a conception is something altogether new, essentially a product of the modern outlook, and therefore corresponds to at least some of the tendencies that are inherent in this outlook. But we intend at present to speak of materialism, mainly in another much wider and yet very definite sense, he says. In this sense, materialism stands for a complete state of mind for which the conception that we have just described is only one manifestation among many others, in which in itself is independent of any philosophical theory. Okay. So this is kind of like a something that may be socially or culturally ingrained. Okay, so as to be sort of pre-philosophical, right? or something like part of the mythos of the age. Mythos and forms of religious justification and, you know, and dogma that exists, right? That's part of the cultural and social fabric of society. It most often doesn't need to be justified through philosophical means. So he's talking about a more deep-seated element within society, right? A much more deep-seated element within society, right? Um so yeah. So he says this state of mind is one that consists in more or less consciously putting material things in the preoccupations arising out of them in the first place, whether these occupations claim to be speculative or purely practical. And it cannot be seriously disputed that this is the mentality of the immense majority of contemporaries, he says. The whole of the profane, quote unquote, science. Okay, so what is the one that's not profane, right? The one for the sort of quote unquote adepts, right? Right, that one is sort of the one that deals with alchemy and spirituality and the higher things, right? So he's saying that there's a sort of profane science. And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, right? When we were talking about Nick Bostrom, and he sort of said that the alchemy and the science, right, are sort of the same, right? But the alchemical sciences were not purely materialistic, right? So yeah, I think Gonan is correct to draw this distinction between alchemy and modern science and say that this is the profane science. This is the profane science, right? We gave a whole 2-hour presentation on the history of transhumanism earlier in the opening of this show, right? I'm simply adding more recording so I could, cut this out later and, have more commentary on material, right? Anyways, please join the panel if you guys would like. We're simply reading and talking about Elul for a little bit. If nobody comes by for another half hour and I'm just up here winging it alone, I'll shut it down. An hour of recording on Guanan for right now is pretty good for me. But yeah, blessings for you guys. We'll have more recordings and material after this. So stick around and you'll see. But yeah. Let's see where we're at here. So yeah, he's talking about this idea of the profane sciences, right? That has developed in the course of the recent centuries as a study of only the sensible world, is enclosed entirely within this world and the works by the methods that can be applied only to this domain. These methods alone are proclaimed to be quote unquote scientific, right? Which amounts to rejecting any science that does not deal with material things. Among those who think in this way, and even those who have specialized in the sciences in question, right? And of course, the science, or the scientific world through the compartmentalization of knowledge leads to over specialization in the rule of experts. So this is one key thing, right? That sort of forks over the moral responsibility to the compartmentalization within the system and not to the individual actors within that system. Right? So this is a key sort of agent of sort of the moral paralysis of our age, right? Is this over specialization, right? And this rule of experts. So we've constantly sort of defined this, right? Anyways, let's move forward. Oh shit, I lost my place, right? So he says, so I'll just start reading from here, right? He says, which amounts to rejecting any science that does not deal with material things among those who think in this way, among those who are specialized in the sciences in question, right? That's where we were, right? There are nevertheless many who could refuse to call themselves materialists or accept this philosophical theory that bears the name. There are even those that gladly profess a religious faith and whose sincerity is not in doubt, but their scientific attitude does not differ appreciably from that of the avowed materialists, right? So there's people that are, right, obviously religious people today, right? They have more in common with scientific atheists than they do with a religious person from a previous era, right? Where, sort of scientific materialism was not the ruling consensus, right? So, yeah, I think this is a deep seated mythological belief system that has infected the cultural and social fabric of the society, and hence it's even affected the religious outlook, right? So I think he's right in assuming that there's people of a religious faith that call themselves religious. They profess wholeheartedly that they're religious, but they're nonetheless just materialists, right? Okay. Okay, so there's a thing, right? That not all atheists have to say that matter is the only thing in existence, and not all religious people are not materialists. So let's get that straight right now, right? Right. The problem is much more expansive. Okay. Much more nuanced in its purview. Right. It doesn't deal with philosophy or religion. He's sort of putting that to the side for now, right? Okay, so that's interesting, right? So he says, the question has often been raised whether, from the religious point of view, modern science should be denounced as atheistic or materialistic. Right? Oh my God, that's weird. That is literally the issue that me and Buddha were talking about, right? So it's kind of like an interesting addendum to the to the conversation that he's starting, right? Right, our little mini scuffle there, right? From the from the religious point of view, modern science should be denounced as atheistic or materialistic, but the question has usually been badly put, right? It says it is quite certain that this science does not explicitly profess atheism or materialism. He says it merely because of the because of its prejudices ignores certain things without formally denying them, as this or that philosopher may have done in connection with modern science. Therefore, one can only speak of de facto materialism. Of de facto materialism, or what might be called practical materialism. practical materialism, right? Okay, so he's talking about something that is not related to philosophy, right? Not related to a religious point of view. He's talking about this de facto materialism, right? Or practical materialism. I'm not going to put that comment up because I've tried my hardest to be nice to that lady. But yeah. Which definition does JB use? Blessings. Thank you guys so much for joining the chat, right? Mega Man. I confess one baptism, Neurojack, right? The people that were here. Got some heavy hitters in the chat, right? I greatly appreciate you guys contributing. I'm probably gonna take a little musical pause in a little bit, but we'll continue on reading for a while. Right, so he's talking about this de facto materialism. We'll scroll down a little bit, right? What might be called practical materialism, but the evil is perhaps even more serious. It is a deeper and more widespread philosophical attitude prior to the 18th century where the mechanistic theories. Oh, sorry, this is a footnote, right? He says prior to the 18th century, there were mechanistic theories from Greek atomism down to Cartesian physics. Right, but mechanism should not be confused with materialism. Despite certain affinities that may have subsequently brought about a kind of fellowship between them. And okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, whoops. That was a okay. So he says, so check this out, right? So he's not talking about mechanistic ideas, right? But a sort of deep-seated attitude, right? That maybe goes beyond just dualism and points to a sort of spiritual malaise, right? Okay, so let's go on. He says, a philosophical attitude may be something very superficial, even with the professional philosophers. And besides, there are people whose mind would recoil from actual negation, but who have no objection to complete indifference, right? This is what is most to be feared. For to deny something, one must think about it to some extent, however little that may be, whereas an attitude of indifference, right, this sort of attitude of indifference or sort of pessimism, nihilism, or whatever, right, makes it possible not to think about it at all. When an exclusively material science claims to be the only science possible, when men are accustomed to accept an unquestionable truth, that there can be no valid knowledge outside this science, when all education they receive tends to instill into them the superstition of this science, or scientism, as it should really be called. That's right. He's kind of like one of the first people to invent these sort of terminologies, right? Like Kali Yuga and scientism, and, right? And to really have a more nuanced definition of what materialism is, right? Blessings to the homie. Appreciate it. So yeah, scientism as it really should be called. How could these men not in fact be materialists, or in other words, how could they not fail to have all their preoccupations turned in the direction of matter? It seems that nothing exists for modern men beyond what can be seen or touched, or at least, even if they admit theoretically that it's something more may exist, they immediately declare that it not merely they immediately declare it not merely unknown but unknowable, which absolves them from having to think about it. There are, it is true, people who try to create for themselves some idea of an other world, quote unquote. But relying as they do on nothing but their imagination, they represent it in the likeness of a terrestrial world and endowed with all the conditions and existence that belong to this world, including space and time, and even sort of corporeality, quote unquote. We have shown elsewhere in speaking of spiritist conceptions some particularly striking examples of this kind of grossly materialized representation. Some particularly striking examples of this. Oh, sorry, I just read that. But if these conceptions represent an extreme case in which this trait is exaggerated to the point of caricature, it would be wrong to suppose that this sort of thing is confined to spiritism and to the sects that are more or less akin to it. Indeed, in a more general manner, the intrusion of the imagination into realms. Okay, so here's the thing, right? He's saying that materialism has intruded into sort of our dream scope, right? So it's captured men's dreams, right? So it's captured the mythos of the age, right? Again, that's why it's not being questioned by the majority of men. It's because it's a deep-seated and deeply held belief that corresponds to an invasion of their ideals and dreams. And inevitably, what they can create and their moral and spiritual scope, right, as well, right, has been deformed or transformed on the basis of this, right? So even the conceptions of the sort of non-terrestrial existence is imbued with, conditions of existence that belong to this world, as he said, right? So anyways, so there's a lack of imagination, the intrusion into the imagination, into a realm in which it can be of no service, he says, right? And which should normally be closed to. It shows very clearly the inability of modern Westerners to raise above the sensible domain. And he says there are many who can see no difference between conceiving, quote unquote, and imagining. Some philosophers, such as Kant, has gone so far as to declare inconceivable or unthinkable everything that is not susceptible of representation. Likewise, what is called quote unquote spiritualism or quote unquote idealism is usually only a sort of transposed materialism. And this is true not only of what we have termed neo spiritualism, quote unquote, but also of a philosophical spiritualism itself. Even though this holds itself to be the opposite of materialism, he says. Indeed, spiritualism and materialism in the philosophical sense of these words cannot be understood apart from each other, being merely two halves of the Cartesian dualism. So there's this concept, Cartesian dualism, right? He's putting it on the chopping block and explaining the modern situation. Right? So he's saying spiritualism and materialism, two halves of the Cartesian dualist coin, right? Two sides of the Cartesian dualist coin, right? Or paradigm, right? Whose radical separation has been transformed into a sort of antagonism. Since that time, the whole of philosophy has oscillated between these two terms without being able to get beyond them. Despite its name, spiritualism has nothing in common with spirituality, he says. Its war with materialism cannot be of the slightest interest to those who adopt a higher point of view and who see that these two alleged opposites are basically close to being simple equivalents, and that on many points their pretended opposition ultimately amounts to no more than a mere verbal dispute, he says. So he thinks these are two sides of the same coin, so to speak, right? So he thinks that's where we're at. Okay, I'm going to take a little break here in terms of music. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure what we'll get into. Actually, you know what? Let me play some of this Mumford, right? We'll kind of go back from how time, right? And play the reading from the Myth of the Machine first, right? Because I think that kind of ties in, right? And then we'll move to a the sort of really old recording of him talking about the city, right?
In quantity of work done, but in the quality and complexity of its organized structures. Now, to call these collective entities machines is no idle play on words. If a machine be defined more or less in accord with the classic definition of Franz Rouleau as a combination of resistant parts, each specialized in function, operating under human control to utilize energy and to perform work, then the great labor machine was in every aspect a genuine machine. All the more because its components, though made of human bone, nerve, and muscle, were reduced to their bare mechanical elements and rigidly standardized for the performance of the limited tasks. The taskmaster's lash ensured conformity. Such machines had already been assembled, if not invented, by kings in the early part of the Pyramid Age, from the end of the 4th millennium on. Just because of their detachment from any fixed external structures, these labor machines had much fuller capacities for change and adaptation than the more rigid metallic counterparts of a modern assembly line. In the building of the pyramids, we find not only the first indubitable evidence of the machine's existence, but the proof of its astonishing efficiency. Wherever kingship spread, the invisible machine, in its destructive, if not its constructive form, went with it. This holds as true for Mesopotamia, India, China, Yucatan, Peru, as for Egypt. By the time the megamachine had taken form, all the preliminary stages had been obliterated, so we can only guess at the way in which its members were assorted, assigned their places, and trained in their duties. At some point in the process, an inventive mind, or more probably a series of inventive minds, following through the opening gambit, must have been able to grasp the essential problem, that of mobilizing a large body of men and rigorously coordinating their activities in both time and space for a predetermined, clearly envisaged, and calculated purpose. The difficulty was to turn a random collection of human beings detached from their family and community and their familiar occupation, each with a will or at least a memory of his or her own, into a mechanized group that could be manipulated at command. The secret of mechanical control was to have a single mind with a well-defined aim at the head of the organization, and the method of passing messages through a series of intermediate functionaries until they reached the smallest unit. Exact reproduction of the message and absolute compliance were both essential. This grand problem may well have been the first worked out in a quasi-military organization in which a relatively small body of hunters, roughly disciplined to obey their leader, were addressed to the task of controlling a much larger body of unorganized peasants. At all events, the type of mechanism created never operated without reserve of coercive force behind the word command, and both the method and the structure have been passed on, almost without change, to military organizations as we now know them. Through the army, in fact, the standard model of the mega machine was transmitted from culture to culture. If one single invention was necessary to make this larger mechanism operative for constructive tasks as well as coercion, it was probably the invention of writing. This method of translating speech into graphic record not merely made it possible to transmit impulses and messages through the system, but to fix accountability when written orders were not carried out. Accountability and the written word both went along historically with the control of large numbers, and it is no accident that the earliest uses of writing were not to convey ideas, religious or otherwise, but to keep temple records of grain, cattle, pottery, fabricated goods, stored and dispersed. This happened early, for a pre-dynastic Narmer maze in the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford records the taking of 120,000 prisoners, 40,000 oxen, and 1,422 goats. The arithmetical record was an even greater feat than the capture. Action at a distance, through scribes and swift messengers, was one of the identifying marks of the new megamachine. And if the scribes formed the favored profession, it was because this machine could not be effectively used without their constant service to encode or decode the royal messages. Quote, "The scribe, he directeth every work that is in this land," end of quote, an Egyptian New Kingdom composition tells us. In effect, they probably played a part not too dissimilar to that of the political commissars introduced into the Soviet Russian army. They made possible the constant report to political headquarters, essential for a centralized organization. Whether the military or the labor machine came first, they had the same organization. Were the Egyptian and Mesopotamian raiding parties and mining gangs military, or were they civil organizations? At first, these functions were indistinguishable, or rather interchangeable. In both cases, the fundamental unit was the squad, under the supervision of a gang boss. Even in the domains of the rich landed proprietors of the old empire, this pattern prevailed. According to Ehrman, the squads formed into companies, marching or parading under their own banner. At the head of each company of workmen stood the chief workman, who bore the title chief of the company. Nothing like this, one may venture to say, had ever been seen in an early Neolithic village. Quote, the Egyptian magistrate, end of quote, Ehrman observes, quote, cannot think of these people otherwise than collectively. The individual workman exists for him no more than the individual soldier exists for our higher army officers, end of quote. Precisely, this was the original pattern of the archetypal megamachine and has never been radically altered. With the development of the megamachine, the broad division of labor between functions and offices, long familiar to us in the army, was likewise applied at an early date to highly specialized parts of the working process. Flinders Petrier notes that in the realm of mining, a sphere wherein both in Egypt and Mesopotamia, the work army, I repeat, can hardly be distinguished from the military army, a minute division of labor had been established. Quote, we know from the mummy records, end of quote, Petrie observed, how minutatively work was subdivided. Every detail was allotted to the responsibility of an individual. One man prospected, another tested the rock, a third took charge of the products. There are over 50 different qualities and grades of officials and laborers named in mining expeditions, end of quote. These divisions inevitably became part of the broader social organization that operated beyond the closed domain of the megamachine. And by the time of Herodotus visited Egypt in the 5th century BC, the overall division of labor and the minute subdivision into specialisms, no longer confined to the megamachine, had reached a point comparable to that which it has come to in our own time. For he records that, quote, some physicians are for the eyes, others for the head, others for the teeth, others for the belly, and others for internal disorders, end of quote. But note that the difference between the ancient human machine and its more efficiently dehumanized modern rivals in both its method and its underlying purpose. Whatever the actual results of their employment, all modern machines are conceived as labor-saving devices. They attempt to perform the maximum amount of work with the least immediate expenditure of human effort. Labor-saving had no part in the institution of the earliest machines. Just the contrary, they were labor-using devices, and their inventors had reason to exult over the increased numbers of workers that they could, by efficient design and organization, bring to bear on any given task, provided the job itself were big enough.
Did you serve your country? Then you may have earned something most people don't know about. A VA home loan with 0 down payment and no mortgage insurance.
Oh gosh.
Veterans First, Rocket Mortgage, and New American Funding are just...
Wow, the sort of AI trained algorithmic models really failed on that one, right? Because turns out I did not serve my country. I'm not a veteran. So what could I possibly seek to achieve by viewing this ad? I don't know. Maybe they think people that watch my show are veterans. I don't know. There are a couple veterans that watch, but yeah. Anyways.
The total effect of both types of machine was the same. They were designed to perform with efficiency and undeviating exactitude and with copious power. Tasks that could never be performed by individual tool users, more loosely organized. Both types of machine achieved a hitherto unattainable level of efficiency. But instead of freeing labor, the royal megamachine boasted of imprisoning and enslaving it. If purely humane modes of work, which men would undertake voluntarily to fulfill immediate needs, had prevailed, the colossal achievements of early civilization would probably have remained inconceivable. This must be granted. And it is even possible that the modern non-human machine, powered by extraneous energies, meant to economize labor, might never have been invented, for the mechanical agents had first to be socialized before the machine itself could be fully mechanized. But at the same time, if the collective machine had not been able to utilize forced labor, either by periodic conscription or slavery, the colossal miscarriages, perversions, and wastages that so constantly accompanied the machine might not have taken place. Two, mechanical standards of performance. Let us now examine the human machine in its archetypal form. As so often happens, there was a certain clarity in this first demonstration that was lost when the machine was diffused and worked into the more complex patterns of later societies, mingling with familiar, humbler survivals. And if the mega machine never achieved a higher peak of performance than in the Pyramid Age, this is perhaps not only because of the singular engineering talents that designed and operated these early machines, but also because the myth that held the human parts of the machine together could never again exert such a massive attractive power, unstained as it was until the 6th dynasty by any serious letdowns and failures. Until then, its triumphs were indisputable, its chronic perversities still unexposed. Among all the feats of construction in which the megamachine excelled, the pyramid stands forth as an archetypal model. In its elemental geometric form, in the exquisite accuracy of its measurements, in the organization of the entire workforce, in the sheer mass of construction involved, the final pyramids demonstrate the perfection of the unique properties of this new technical complex. To exhibit the properties of this system, I shall concentrate upon the pyramid alone, in particular the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Egyptian pyramid was conceived as a tomb to hold the embalmed body of the pharaoh and secure his safe passage into the afterlife. The king alone, at first, had the prospect of such godlike extension of his existence. In mummy and pyramid, time symbolically stood still forever. This heavenly destination of the king altered every earthly prospect. But as with the consequence of space today, the common man played no part in it, except to pay the bill in taxes and forced labor. Between the first stone pyramid, built in the step form we find later in Mesoamerica, and the mighty pyramids of Cheops, 4th dynasty, the first and the most enduring of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, lies less than a century and a half. A change comparable in speed to the development of steel frame building construction in our own age. On the ancient timescale for inventions, the most primitive form and the final one, never again to be equaled, were practically contemporary. The swiftness of this development indicates a concentration of physical power and technical imagination. That transformation is all the more striking because the pharaoh's tombs did not stand alone. They were part of a whole city of the dead, a complex structure with buildings that housed the priests who conducted the elaborate rituals deemed necessary to ensure a happy future existence for the departed divinity. The Great Pyramid is one of the most colossal and perfect examples of the engineer's art at any period or in any culture.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access.
Good Lord. All right, let's just go to the next item here. Because actually let me see how many minutes in we are in this. So But yeah, the city was sort of the modern, right? It's both a modern and ancient concept that provides this synthesis, right? Here, hold on. Yeah, sorry. The city is the modern thing that provides this synthesis in both ancient and in both ancient times, right? And in today's age, right? So yeah, so let's take a look at Mumford, right? And this is really old, right? So I'm gonna put like some subtitles on. I think we got Busker here, blessings. But yeah. Yeah, what's up, mate? But yeah.
Sorry, I muted.
Is it
Sorry.
Cool, man. Yeah.
My bad. I had myself muted because I didn't want to make any noise or anything.
No, it's cool, man. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, that was interesting stuff. So he's talking about the concept of a machine being a mass of people, like
Right.
yeah, kind of like a hive mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, and you can see it today too. It's just
Right.
like it's been ongoing forever and ever, perpetually, for sure.
Yeah, it's the opposite of what people say because they say like in the medieval times, right? There was like, it was like the Dark Ages, right? Because they didn't have any cities, right?
Yeah.
But the courtyard and the castle and the countryside were all one cohesive unit,
Yeah.
right? Within the feudal structure, right? So he's saying that that's way better than the city, right? So I think he's right about that one, right? Historically, it's proven, right? Obviously, Job, uh, um, um, uh, uh, I'm sorry, not Job, but Cain, right? Cain was the first builder of cities, right? Job was a guy, I believe, who got popped in the city, right? And
Was it?
also Lot, right? Lot didn't have a good time in the city, right? I think his
Were the-
daughters turned into like some prostitutes or something like that, right? So all that
Were-
happens in the Bible, crazy stuff, right?
Were the cities like kind of like ours, like on the on the coasts or coastal line or whatever?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're kind of the hub of international trade, right? Also multiculturalism,
Yeah.
right? There's another weird thing, but also technological innovation, right? Because they start to build schools and centers, right? So it's all related to the city, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so let's check this little bit out. I'm gonna only play this for like 5 or 7 minutes, and then I'll move on to something else. But yeah,
All right, I'll
blessings.
mute up.
Yeah, this is the same guy, Mumford, right? So yeah, so here is our man Mumford talking in 1963. So it's hard to find clips and videos of him, but yeah, here.
One of the very first of the early trading estates was in Letchworth Garden City, and the second one followed in Welland Garden City. And there's much to be said for having these individual precincts integrated in the town as a whole. The cellular structure, though, is that's one of the important ideas now coming in. The second important idea, it seems to me, one of the most significant, which has taken a long time to catch on in Britain, is the Radburn Plan. The Radburn Plan is essentially a plan for making the town adequate to use the motor cars without being overrun by them. It involves a complete separation of the precincts and residential quarters from the true motorways and the main traffic streets. The individual quarters of the city, the individual precincts, are are developed as units with footpaths running through them and lanes of access. And in the case of Radburn, a green park runs through from one neighborhood to another, a long green strip, a further development of something that you had in Britain and Ladbroke Grove in London as far back.
So he's saying that the motorways and the cars, right, the use of the car should be separated from the living spaces, right? And he said that the living spaces should be populated with not only footpaths, but also natural green parks that actually stretch between the neighborhoods, right?
Yeah, kind of sounds like almost like modern almost, right?
Yeah, he's trying to say that all of like the modern city is kind of like the problem, and you should integrate more of a natural environment that's divorced from the use of cars, right? Because he's saying that the use of cars is altering man's living space,
Oh, I got
right?
you.
Where the car is too integrated with our living environment, right?
Yeah, that's what the little three-letter agencies are pushing for.
Right,
They
right. Like
want
everybody's
us
got to
all
have a
on
car,
bicycles, right?
right?
And in like these little tiny communities and like what do they call those houses? The 15-minute cities and the little houses, the huts or whatever. You heard about that, right?
Yeah, maybe, but I've heard more about like huge techno like smart cities, right?
Yeah.
Right, like I don't think most people are going to be living in huts anytime soon, but I think
Not
they're going to be stuffing people into a smart city, right? That's a even more invasive technosphere. That's dictated, right, where the rules inside the city are increasingly dictated by transportation
Yeah.
and also
Like
energy, production and consumption, right?
Yeah, and they want everybody on bicycles and these little like fucking little like when I say huts, I meant like little I don't know rectangular houses.
Pods, right? The pod,
Yeah,
right? Get in the
pod,
pod, right? Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah,
crazy.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, the techno pod. Yeah.
Back to 1850. This is a very important development. As I say, it hasn't caught on yet completely, but it's begun to catch on, even in Britain. The third, and here's where you take the lead, is the notion of the new town, the balanced community, of limited size, of limited area, surrounded by a green belt with adequate open spaces provided from the beginning, with all the zones duly apportioned. This is a great concept. It first was put forward by Ebenezer Howard in his concept of the Garden City, and then was incorporated in Letchworth Garden City, and later in the 1920s in the Wellington. Now it's the basis of your new towns policy, and nothing that has been done in town planning has had a more decisive effect upon the ideas of people than this notion of a balanced community, because the very notion of balance restores something essential in the nature of the city that we've forgotten in our unbalanced, poorly developed communities of the past. This is a great contribution.
The balanced community, as represented by the new town, was an ideal of Ebenezer Howard. And 60 years later, it is being generally applied. Now, that's a long time, but it takes that long for theories to be generally accepted and put into practice. What other ideas have been produced in more recent times that could be applied to solve our present and future needs without waiting half a century? For our European situation, Le Corbusier, the great French architect of Swiss origin, has been the most prolific in writing and exhibiting and building for a machine age. He said the house is a machine to live in. Some of his critics can argue that he builds machines for machines to live in. His buildings are set off the ground, not on it, and his inhabitants have contact with nature by eye rather than by hand, as this sketch shows. In the 1920s, he produced the idea of the long, continuous block, which has been used, as you saw, in the Park Hill estate in Sheffield.
Yeah, see, it's hellish. It's like like basically like the smart city type of thing is gonna be like a panopticon where they
Yeah.
stuff everybody into this thing where they can watch everybody essentially. So that's probably the goal.
Dystopian, like Black Mirror or some shit.
Right. So wait, how much of this is left? Sorry. Here, hold on. This looked like okay. So we still got you know what? Let's watch a few more minutes of this. It's only 11 minutes in. Yeah, yeah. Let's go to about half of this documentary, and then we'll basically stop watching. So let's watch a few more minutes of this, and then we'll cut this off. But yeah, this looks like a hellish plot.
All good, man. Sounds good.
Yeah. And then I'll yeah. So we'll see what happens.
And much of the LCC's work is based on the ideas expressed in his Ville radieuse of 1922. It is a city with industry, housing, and offices separately zoned. And traffic is separated from pedestrians. Another new idea which is 40 years old. While the scheme has a high density in its continuous blocks of flats, only 12% of the ground is built on, leaving the rest of public open space. The idea of separating pedestrians and traffic is being applied in Britain now, in the Barbican scheme in the heart of the City of London. During the fire raids of 1941, the centre of the City of London was blasted and burned. Today, 20 years later, the area is still being rebuilt. Along London Wall, which runs below me here, now called Route 11, the office accommodation is going up. One building is finished, and the others will soon be completed. Now, the pedestrians will have their own level on a continuous deck, where I am standing now. All the office entrances and the shops will be at this level too. And in this way, the relatively slow-moving pedestrian will be taken well away from the hazards of intermingling and mixing with the fast-moving vehicles. The residential zone, which balances the commercial one, and which will bring a permanent population back to the city, has yet to be started. When the office workers flock back to their suburban, the business centres of our cities become dead. To counteract this and to provide homes on the spot, there will be accommodation for several thousand people on the site. With any luck, you will be able to see its housing, school, theatre and restaurants in use by 1971. The Barbican scheme resolves one small area of a city centre. Let's look at two other schemes proposed as the answer to replanning the whole of two existing capital cities, Berlin and Tokyo. For political reasons, Berlin is not a whole, and its most publicized recent building makes it look as if it never will be. The scheme for Tokyo is so radical and critical that the Japanese government banned the issue of the magazine in which it appeared. But that's just part of the architect and planner's life. What matters is that the ideas are put forward and publicized, for the sooner they are known, the sooner they are applied. An idea for Paris can apply to Sheffield.
That's really weird, right? Like, why would they ban the plans for the city of Tokyo, right? That's really weird, right? Why would that be something that would be banned? Right? So like the plans for the city were so radical they were banned. Did you hear him say that? That's on the BBC, I guess, in the 1960s. Anyways, right, we're about halfway done looking at that little tape, right? And we're also looking at The Myth of the Machine by Mumford, right? And of course, we just now looked at Rene Guénon. His idea called quote unquote the material civilization from the crisis of the modern world. We sort of read and commented on that, and of course, we opened the show with The History of Transhumanism by Nick Bostrom. And of course, I gave a bunch of opening remarks. There was a huge discussion that was had in the middle of that. Right. So we started talking with Dom. Right. Eventually, Wolfie came in. They were arguing about the veracity of the scientific worldview, and Lorp was there. I kind of just went to go make food, so I missed part of that. But yeah, I'll go back and review it. I appreciate you guys for watching.
Sorry about that, man. I got a text from my niece. She was talking to me about stuff she recorded. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's cool.
So yeah, man, like so he's talking about like the earliest stages of what's become and what is to become, basically.
Oh yeah. And what it is, right? So we're talking about like, well, that was like what could have been, essentially, right? Because looked like they didn't put those plans forward.
Yeah,
Right? 'Cause
okay.
you go to the cities, the traffic ways are integrated into the city, right? So they did
Yeah.
not separate the traffic ways from the walkways, right? So that is not something that happened.
That's
But
right.
so yeah, it looks like there were plans that were not put forward, but it's still interesting to look at the lost futures, right? Like sort of like the weird shit that they plan to do to mitigate the effects,
Right.
right? And why they couldn't have done it that way, right? And why the solutions now are even worse, right? And so
Right.
on and so forth. So yeah, so that's kind of what we're looking at. Now we're looking at The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul. And this is the main work we've been looking at on the show. So I'll read a little part of this and talk to you guys about this little work here.
Cool.
But I'm not going to read that much of it, but this is the main thing we've been looking at on the show. Jacques Ellul, he wrote this in 1964. And he says it is not merely the state which is transformed by the technical movement. Right? Okay. For the past 30 odd years, when the encounter between the state and technique, right? Technique is the thing that he's defining as sort of the precursor to the technical movement, right? It's the thing that moves along with the state, right? The state has organizational techniques, right, that expands the use of technology. Basically, technology is the objective factor of power within the state, right? The state uses technology as a mechanism for organizing the population. So there's a bunch of features in not only organizational techniques, but also just the technosphere and how it emboldens the state, right? And the state gains power, right? Basically, absolute power.
Yeah, you can see that in America now. I mean, it's
Yeah,
odd.
because if they show up like like with the guns and the tanks and all that type of stuff, like there's not really much you can do, right? So that is kind of like the fact behind the situation, right?
Yeah. And then
So
they
yeah.
implement that EMF shit, electromagnetic
Oh
frequencies.
yeah, yeah. We were talking about that earlier. That they got lethal autonomous weapons.
Yeah.
Right. They got all sorts of things where they can fry you right from a distance and shit, microwaves and shit. So
They
yeah.
can basically make your bowels drop out your ass, you know?
Right.
It's crazy.
You hit them with a beam. So yeah. So yeah, so for the past 30 odd years, when the encounter between the state and technique, he says, has become more explicit, technique has developed with greater rapidity, right?
Yeah.
So he's saying that that technological progress is getting faster and faster. It's getting on quicker and quicker, right?
Yeah.
Than ever before. And he says not only according to its own internal logic. So he's saying it's following its own internal logic, right? It wants more production, more efficiency, more control, more manipulation, right? It has its own values, right? Those values aren't necessarily human values. It operates on its own logic, right? It says, but also with the aid and power and support of the state, he said. The advantages of private and public techniques have complemented each other in such a way virtually to cancel out the inconveniences of either. We have seen, for example, the immobility to which the technique of the state tends is compensated for by the activities of private techniques. Initiative remaining with the individual even when the private technique has become state technique. So he's saying that regardless of the fact that people are guided by purely technological concerns, right, they're still moved as actors within a state, right? So the state makes advantage of the fact that people want power, right? They want to control other people, right? So they're going to use whatever means are at their disposal in order to accomplish that, right?
Yeah, any
So
little lackey.
yeah, yeah, any little feature of the system that they can use to gain an advantage over somebody else, they're going to employ, right?
Yeah.
So the system already knows that people are going to exploit, the power within the system to accomplish this, right? So politics is transformed, the state is transformed. He says, but we must admit that the state's appropriation of technique has dispelled much of the technique's familiar magical appeal, right? So he says, man is gradually losing his illusions about technique and his bedazzlement with it. He is becoming aware that he is not created in a um he is not created an instrument of freedom, but a new set of chains. This appears with compelling clarity when the state exploits technical instruments. Man, however, is still not willing to believe in the reality of this new situation, he says. Right, so they're continually deluding themselves, thinking they're more free when they've invented new chains for themselves.
Yeah,
Right,
man.
so yeah,
That's
new
crazy.
ways for others to control them, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Fucking insane.
yeah, insane in the membrane.
Yeah, dude.
Cocaine in the membrane.
Oh man, I'm pretty baked. Have you ever heard of Jelly Bean?
I think so. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a
refresh my
good
memory. What did it do?
Jelly Bean. It's a strain from.
Oh yeah. Oh
It's
yeah,
got,
absolutely. Yeah, the strain. Yeah, that's great. I
yeah,
think it's indica, right?
yeah. It's like
Yeah.
a 60-40 indica, I think.
Yeah. The hybrid.
Indica.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love
it's
it.
great. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's great to taste. Yeah, I like that one too.
And it
That's a
smells
great strain.
good too. I mean, it's just.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude. And tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I'm getting a delivery of fucking Tangerine Dream, dude. I love that shit. I've had it many times and I've always loved it. That's a good sativa leaner. I like them. Like as long as they're uplifting and like fucking not too tiring, I can deal with it. Some of the indicas though, I can't deal with it because it's just makes my tremors worse and makes it harder to walk a little bit, or whatever I consider walking now. It's kind of morphed. Anyway, I'm just rambling.
Yeah, it's cool. But you see that though, right? What he's saying, right? That technique is, or whatever, that technology, right? People think they're freer because of technology, but in most cases, when the implements of the state is used against them, they find out that it's not some magical thing that's, lead into some thing where they have this ultimate power, right? But actually, it's always being used against them. Right,
Yeah.
like it's like the police has way more fucking power. Like they could literally watch your shit. Right, nobody gives a fuck that everybody can see what they're doing. Right, it doesn't really matter. Right, yeah. So it's just
Yeah,
wild.
dude. Like it's heading that way now. It's like fucking. It's like
Yeah,
surveillance
it's led to the
all over the
the militarization of the police, to mass
Yeah.
surveillance, to pre-crime shit.
Yeah,
Where
yeah,
they're
yeah.
setting people up for crimes and shit
Oh
that they don't
man,
even do, like, trying to get them to commit the crimes, because they got a psychological profile on motherfuckers. So
yeah.
there's all types of shit happening.
Did you hear about the what Ford Motors is doing, man?
What?
Oh my god, dude! Like their vehicles they're gonna release in 2027 are gonna have some sort of thing that views you and sees how you're acting. And if you're acting erratic in any way, it'll shut it down.
Shut down the car, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's like social credit score applied
It's
to
like yeah, it's like
digital shit,
fucking
right?
it's
They'll do the same
fucking
thing with your cell phone. They'll take away your car and your cell phone
that is
if
fucked.
you make the wrong social media post. All right,
God,
this
dude,
is the future that we're might be headed into, right? So
it's
this
like
is
begging for like communist China. That's what it
Oh
sounds
yeah, yeah.
like,
Absolutely.
Like,
Absolutely. Yeah, but these are just the natural consequences when you filter in and give absolute technological power to the state.
yeah, yeah,
Right? Of
dude.
course. Of
That's
course they're going to abuse that fucking power, right?
yeah, it's fucked, dude.
Yeah, so I'm going to
Yeah,
continue reading a little bit of
I
this
got the yeah, sorry.
yeah. Yeah, he goes on to say he goes, "Man, however, is still not willing to believe in the reality of this new situation. He tends to reject above and beyond bad technical uses and doctrines. The results of this conjunction between the state and technique. But this rejection is the result of an oversimplification. It is technique itself which has changed. Either that or it has followed its own law, a law man was ignorant of at the beginning of this glorious era," he says. "In any case, man sees that technique has changed, but he is unwilling to examine it too closely for fear of losing his last hopes. Technique unchecked." New section he starts. It's called Technique Unchecked. He says I'm at the present, there is no counterbalance to technique or technology, right? Essentially. In a society in equilibrium, every new cultural tendency, every new impulse encounters a certain number of obstacles which act as a society's first line of defense. This is not due to the interplay of conservative and revolutionary forces in general, nor nor in particular to the play between the means of production and the organs of consumption. It is rather due to the simple fact that every new factor must be integrated into the cultural framework, and this process requires a certain period of time because it entails modifications of two interacting elements. It is never initially clear that the new factor that will be acceptable to the cultural complex. Okay, so he says on the one hand is a kind of process of selection. Okay, on the other hand, a resistance that gradually abates. A number of different forces play this restraining role. I shall discuss four of them. Okay, so here's the four factors, right? He's discussing, right? 4 factors. The first is morality. Morality. Okay, every civilization has rules of precise conduct, which are covered by the term morality. Morality. Right? In either its French or Anglo-Saxon meaning. Okay? So he's talking about deep-seated cultural effects of technical enslavement. Right? And he's talking about the unconscious and spontaneous generation of a sort of technological mythos, right, that supplanted the concerns of modern man. So let's go on. He says they determine what is good and what is bad, consequently admit or reject given innovation. Very close to morality, public opinion comprises a set of much more irrational reactions, which are not necessarily related to good and evil. For reasons still poorly understood, public opinion may be impelled in a certain direction under the influence of a given impulse, or it may remain refractory. So he's saying that public opinion and morality aren't exactly the same thing. So he's saying the public's sort of social and cultural conscience isn't exactly the same thing as what the mass or the public opinion is doing at the time. And I think that's pretty much evidently clear, right? If you look around, right?
Yeah, man. Oh. Shit.
Yeah, he's saying it's kind of like poorly understood why this is a factor, right? But he says obviously public opinion is decisive in the interaction between morality and a new factor. So saying there's going to be a new factor. It can render morality obsolete or lead to triumph. He says a third restraining force is social structure, which includes both social morphology and economic or legal structure. The social structure reacts strongly whenever new factors threaten to modify it. He says this incidentally is not only one of the 4 factors retained by Marxism. Systems or ideas are no longer the sole operating factors. Economic relations or sociological factors can disturb the equilibrium of a situation, the stability of which was previously thought assured. Finally, there is the state, the special organ of defense of a society. So he's saying there's different ideas. So he's saying first is morality, the second is public opinion, the third is social structure, and the fourth is the state, right? The state, the special organ of defense of a society, which reacts with every means at its disposal against disturbing forces. So here's how the system is set up, right? All these factors in play, right? You got this vague sense of morality, right? That's socially ingrained, right? You got mass and public opinion that's not exactly the same as the moral thing. You got a social structure, which is a social morphology and economic and legal structure. And you got the special organ of defense, which is the state itself. So here it goes. So he says, so this is the last paragraph I'll read. And then I'll basically, I don't know, I'll drop the link again. If anybody else wants to come up, we'll have a discussion. But this is the last paragraph I'll read here before we move to something else. Something else. He says, we may now ask what position we are in today with respect to these factors insofar as technique or technology is concerned. Let us put aside the problem of morality and concern ourselves with public opinion. It is completely oriented in favor of technology or technique. Only technical phenomenon interest the modern man. The machine has made itself the master of the heart and brain, both of the average man and of the mob, he said. What excites the crowd? Performance, he says. Whether performance in sports, the result of certain sporting techniques, or economic performance, in reality, those are the same thing. Technique or technology is the instrument of performance. What is important is to go higher and faster. The object of performance means little. The act is sufficient unto itself. Modern man can think only in terms of figures, and the higher the figures, the higher his satisfaction. He looks for nothing beyond the marvelous escape mechanism that technique has allowed him. To offset the very repressions caused by the life technique forces him to lead, he is reduced in the process to near nullity. Even if he is not a worker on the assembly line, his share of autonomy and individual initiatives becomes smaller and smaller. He is constrained and repressed in thought and action by an omnivorous reality, which is external to him and imposed upon him. He is no longer permitted to display any personal power. Then suddenly he learns that the airplane his factory manufactures has flown 700 miles an hour. All his repressed power soars into flight in that figure. Into the record speed, he sublimates everything that was repressed in himself. He has gone one step further towards fusion with the mob, for it is the mob as a whole that that is moved by performance, that incarnates its will to power. Every modern man expresses his will to power in records he has not established himself. So there's a little. Anyways. That's all we got, folks. That's pretty much. I laid down like 4 hours today. I'm satisfied with what we put down here. I mean,
Yeah, your stream has gone past almost 10 hours.
Yeah, they had a huge discussion in the middle of all that too. So yeah, but yeah, I dropped the link. If anybody wants to come up, if not, we'll play some music and chill.
You know who Yuri Bezmenov, I think his name is?
Yuri Bezmenov. Yeah, I do know him. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Russian guy. He's former KGB guy. He talks about propaganda. Yeah, him and Alul come to some interesting, same conclusions, right? Because Alul wrote a book called Propaganda.
Yeah.
Right. So he talks about a lot of the same stuff, right? So here I'll read you a quote by Alul, right? That relates to Yuri Bezmenov, right? You ready?
Yeah.
So check this out. Yuri this is what Alul said. He said the supreme luxury of the society of technical necessity will be to grant the bonus of useless revolt and acquiescent smile. So he said that the government is gonna give people fake shit to rebel about.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's basically Yuri Bezmenov summed up, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, I'd take a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, right. They start fake, cultural revolutions that basically suppress the people's, need to revolt against the government and so on and so forth.
There's several different levels of getting people to that level that they want. They just
accept, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so easy. You can see it was so easy. It was weird, man. Right before and during COVID, I saw that Yuri Bezmenov has recommended so much. And I just thought, well, shit. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of getting these vibes right now with what's going on with the COVID bullshit.
Yeah, but we can't really talk about that. So let's just move on with some other shit.
Well,
But I hear what you're saying, though. You know, with the entire thing, like there's a lot of collective stuff. Like, for example, the fact that we're not allowed to talk about it.
no, I mean
That is
we kind of are now. Like people got their channels back for talking about it, and
yeah,
then
yeah, but that's fine. You know, we still get banned all the time, so I'm cool on it. I'm not gonna talk about it. You know, that's cool, man. But yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying, though. You know, but that's why I'm talking about the entire technological system, right? Because obviously these problems were predicted by the fact that they're trying to take control of people's biology, right? They're trying to put, combine man and machine, right?
Yeah.
So like look at this. Like this is one thing that we showed on the show, right? That you might not know about, right? But they have something, right? As an injectable neural mesh, right? So see, I actually get more controversial, right, than most people do, right, on their channels, right? But the thing is that I'm smarter at talking about things without getting banned. You know what I'm talking about, right? So check this out, right? I'll show you some crazy shit, bro. Where the fact is that if they want the biochip, right, or whatever, right, they don't have to actually chip you, right? The fact is that all they need, right, is a non-surgical implant. What is a non-surgical implant? Oh yeah, it's nano machines, right? That they could either inject in you or you get it put in your food. Right. So check this out, right? This is from MIT lab. It says a new era autonomous non-surgical brain implant, right?
Jesus.
Free brain computer symbiosis, we have developed nanoelectronics at wafer scale and lifted them off.
Why did she say wafer scale? Is that because it looks like a wafer? I don't know.
Developed nanoelectronics at wafer scale and lifted them off the substrate to create free-floating, subcellular-sized wireless electronic chips with record power conversion efficiency. Then we have attached these electronic chips with living biological cells to create unique cell electronics hybrids, which fuses the versatility of electronics with the biological prowess of living cells. This hybrid can be placed inside the body with a simple injection in the arms, and they can travel seamlessly through the body fluids without
Look at how she said that. She said seamlessly. You know what I'm talking about? Like they ain't got no problem going through there seamlessly.
It's
right?
so fucked.
It's fucked,
without
dude.
being attacked by the immune system. These hybrids enable the first demonstration of electronics which can even cross the intact blood-brain barrier
Jesus.
and autonomously recognize a target disease region in the brain and self-implant.
But you know what I think? I think they may be also able to turn on sickness within people. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
remotely. You know?
There. These electronics provide precise electrical stimulation of the brain, enabling surgery-free brain-computer symbiosis
Oh, look at that brain-computer symbiosis.
for transcending humans beyond diseases and biological limitations.
Oh, look, she said that you're gonna be transcended beyond diseases and biological limitations. But aren't you giving the machine access to your biology?
Right.
Right, and who's controlling these remote nano machines anyways? Right, it's a huge question, right? So anyways, we can't talk too much about crazy medical stuff, and of course, we try not to get banned and whatnot. But yeah, obviously we get banned like all the time. We got hit up like 3 or 4 times for that. So
Really?
yeah. So,
Recently?
yeah, even recently. Yeah. So it's like
Damn.
chill with that shit. Yeah, for
That's
real.
fucked.
Yeah.
Somebody's people.
The thing
people
is that they enforce that shit onto people that talk about real shit. right? So when they're against the state, they're against like the world technological system, they're against
Yeah,
like modern science and like modern shit, like they're against like modern philosophy and
of
shit.
course, you can't have a dissenting voice at all. You can't.
Yeah, exactly. So they arbitrarily enforce the rules on people that I mean, right?
Yeah,
That actually speak out and shit. I mean, right? So it is what it is. Right?
it's fucked.
Yeah. Um. Okay. So Yeah. But yeah. But what else, man? You chilling? What's going on with you? Everything's good.
Just chilling, man. Been working on an instrument all night and been drinking coffee, and now I'm smoking the Jilly Bean. And looking forward to what's tomorrow? Well, the day after tomorrow, I'm getting some fucking what's it called? Tangerine Dream. That's some good shit, man. I think that's one of
Hell
the
yeah.
best.
That one's a sativa though, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I like that one.
And this one is chocked full of limonene, and I'm looking forward to it. And it was like $25 eighths, and I'm gonna get like a bunch of money off from the stamp card. I love this shit, and I'm getting it delivered. Fucking insane. Do you get it? Can you get a delivery where you live?
I just go drive and get it. But there is delivery. There's lots of delivery services where I'm at. Wow, so
Yeah.
fuck with it though. But yeah.
It's awesome because they deliver for free and they don't even expect a tip or nothing. And it's
Yeah,
not
that's cool. What state is this?
This is Maryland and Baltimore.
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool that you guys got that set up there. Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, that's like my name, Be More Buskers, Baltimore Busker, basically.
Right. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. And that coffee, I made it so fucking strong, dude. I can't. I'm so addicted to making it too strong. It's gonna fuck me up.
Yeah.
Like it does everybody. You know, if you do it, I make it very strong, dude. I found this stuff called, and it's instant, and it's fucking awesome. It's called Cafe Balsetto. Have you heard of that?
I think I've seen it at the store.
Yeah, it's
You know,
in a
it's
glass
like a
jar.
square. It like come in a square package, right?
Well, it's
Like
in a
yellow,
glass.
right? It's like a
Yeah,
yellow package.
yellow. Yep, yellow, and it's in a.
Yeah,
Well, they
I've
must
seen
have
them.
like lots of products, but like the stuff I get's a glass jar of this instant coffee. You just put it in a cup and put it in the microwave, and fucking, it tastes so good, dude. With some good. Well, I haven't had it straight, but I did put cream and sugar and honey, and it tasted so fucking good, man. And it's enhancing my high. I gotta say. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
What are you smoking, dude?
It is a sativa, but it's like the what do you call it? It's vapor. You know what I mean?
Oh, vape. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's this type of thing, you know, with the pen. So this is what I'm smoking right now. But I did smoke flower earlier.
Yeah.
I forget what strain I have now. I got it so long ago, but yeah.
Yeah.
Bunch of this shit, but yeah. But I forget what it's called.
I try to keep it labeled. I put them in jars and fucking label it and shit. And
Yeah.
put a date on it. Not like it'll go bad. I mean, I've had some stuff that I've kept around for about a year in a jar with those humidity regulation packets. Those things are fucking great, dude. If you want to have some storage, you know. But you know, I try to switch it up. I have a lot of strains. I have to, because just smoking the same strain every day sucks. after a while, once your tolerance gets so fucking high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, brother, I'm gonna hop off. I gotta
Yeah, for sure, bro.
try and do something. I'm feeling kind of energetic. I want to play some tunes.
Yeah, for sure, homie. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I'm gonna play some music here too, pretty much. So
Yeah,
check it out if you get the chance, and maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't. But yeah, thank you for joining, brother, and
Yeah.
and have a blessed night. Yeah, or
You too.
morning, pretty much now. Yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah, exactly.
7:30 here.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Same for me. Yeah, 7:30.
Yeah.
So yeah,
See
so
you.
yeah, so good. Yeah, top of the morning to you. Blessings.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're here on the Machine Lies. Join us if you get the chance. We'll be playing some music, and it's morning time, right? So blessings to all the people, right? It's morning here in Detroit, and it's morning in Baltimore, right? So yeah, so we're chilling here, and I appreciate you guys, right? Here is a song I was gonna play earlier, a remake of Milk the Cow. If you hear Milk the Cow by Capadonna, right? The Pillage is such an excellent album, right? If you're into the Wu-Tang stuff, right? It's one of the greatest, right? Liquid Swords and The Pillage by Capadonna, and you know, Iron Man, right? By Ghostface Killer, right? And Only Built for Cuban Links, and there's, I don't know, I'm not really that much of a fan of Method Man, but I was a fan of Old Dirty Bastard for sure. But yeah, I like a lot of the Wu-Tang Clan stuff. Of course, the RZA. I listen to a lot of the RZA's material and a lot of his solo stuff as well. But yeah, blessings to the people. And yeah, here is Capadonna. And yeah, we'll play a bunch of music now. And if somebody joins the panel, we'll talk to them, ask them what they want. You know, I'm sorry for not attending to the panel earlier. But yeah, blessings. We got a good conversation recorded anyways, right? So yeah, blessings to all the people.
Let us milk this cow the best way we know how. Park Hill Projects, Chick-a-Pow. One culture, return of the track slasher. Double doser, Capadonna broadcaster. Found for perfection. The only way I got my life back was through investing. Devotion, moving my soul toward the skit. Vocabulary coming out my ass like shit. To feed my babies, I gotta fight y'all MCs. This money be getting me high just like trees in these tracks. I look for all my childhood, make me feel good. So I keep on writing, meditating in the ghetto. Making love, waiting for lost minds to settle. Then I speak out, because we all need the guidance. Deep down inside is where you could define science. My mother told me when I was so stressed out, all you gotta do is just put your best out. And I did it. Milk this cow. Milk this cow. Milk this cow the best way we know how. Park Hill Projects took a bow.
Hold your own, nigga. Wait the sharp with the art, don't get it wrong, nigga. But when thoughts at the chart, things are so, nigga. Capadonna, you know the speed partner. Wu-Tang, that before the time.
Yo, new Capadonna is about to exhale, kid. Hold all the phone calls, stop all the mail. Capadonna raise hell, speaking I broke the shell. Seen brothers that fell when I slipped. I had my alibi tight that night. Up in the hill, chillin', y'all get shot. Move away, things are too hot. Look out the spot now. Friends are exiled from
close distance. I broke resistance. Every time I step up, I rip raps up. Who clutch? My words swing around like moon chucks and swing for big bucks. Never can quit this rap shit, it feeds my seeds. I could barely breathe, but y'all cats better believe. Keep on the dark and soft while I throw these missiles at the skin tissue. You can't escape, I absorb. Gigantic crowds all aboard. Watch out for city fraud. My dart slam like doors, making it hard for you to get yours. Selfish. Milk this cow the best way we know how. Park Hill Projects, chicka bow. Milk this cow the best way we know how. Park Hill Projects, chicka bow.
Hold your own, nigga. Waving sharp with the art, don't get it blown, nigga. Throwing darts at the chart, danger zone, nigga. Capadonna, you know the Steve partner. Wu-Tang, got before the sun and watch.
Milk this cow the best way we know how. Park Hill Projects, chicka bow. Milk this cow the best way we know how. Park Hill Projects, chicka bow.
Hold your own, nigga. Waving sharp with the art, don't get it blown, nigga. Throwing darts at the charge, danger zone, nigga. Capadonna, you know the Steve partner. Wu-Tang, got before the sun and watch. Bad about that fuck nerds. Suck a dick up to your hiccup, motherfuckers. The swarm continues, Wu-Tang killer bees. Capadonna, cappuccino, the dynamite. Came to treat the earpiece right. Y'all better recognize and realize. Hot Nixon, playing my position, bitch.
Don't pull your guns. You can't kill me. Don't pull the guns. Don't pull
Visitation rights as Godfather ran the law, a reinvention of the secret weapon beneath the apple eve and atom bomb. The meaning you're a two-stepper running backwards, leaping to the deep abyss. Flashing thirsty teeth, reaching for a cash purse, wishing bone crack the rib. Crash the high horse on broken land of all hopelessness and leave it as it is, dead and beat, feetless, sober wit and over with. Slowly lead them to the pit by hand, barbecue smoking, nosy kids dove into the Zosa mentality like pass around degrees as we approach the
The
end.
time is now, how did it even come to this? Run against a lost-minded infant, good written chapter when it's over, really I'm in control of what I thought you already knew. Climbing towards infinity with the ability to make the living arrangement come true. For instance, we claim to be innocent, you're polluting the mind
Your mind is
misuse.
shallow as an open grave. Empty promises, the piss blood pumps through the heart with shards of glass and paper thin consciousness. Market to the mass land populace. It's on and popping at the mountaintop, ready for collapsing on a village local locksmith with guns cocked and automatic upgrade. Hell stops as rain of bullets on the long-awaited bombs drop. Countdown to 2012. Hell's crossfire sells itself without any low-grade demons help. Let's rock and roll, lock and load, stop, drop, and roll, and salute the liberty till it rocks.
Assemble Voltron, you got served inside Scoop according to the venue. What's to happen to the world now? Make it until you remember our past life rescued. Reincarnated, hyper-extended peace, love ballads. Dance Dance Revolution, two-step in the name of organizing malice.
Yo, what's the world coming to?
No satellites despite us monitored to get along.
What happened to actual
They
fact?
broke it down in fractions in this song.
Are they man and machine now?
Disassemble, readjust with your cyborgs formed at the spleen.
How about a hand for minds and friends, making a transformation in the stars out the favorite starving artists, blistering fingertips and random thought, mutated, manufactured and mass marketed, hell of a plan for a bunch of narcissists scheming grandiloquently. So fuck it, run with the pack, save yourselves and let your savior pick up the slacks. Self-mutilation isn't only a once-a-week ritual, it's a necessity. Glam and fat guide your people blindfolded through the gauntlet with their hands tied behind the back and let them make their own decisions, falling off the
Rare moments I've compared to the end of the world. We've learned more than we asked for. Can't complain, it helps me maintain my sense of emotion to the brain. Sentiment and action to the uses aligned and arranged. Still I was going on, slingshot bypassing the obvious change.
Cause temporary satisfaction floats through the brains of men. Like if it ever really happened, then it all just came and went. And sin's the deadliest attraction. The devil she plays to win, make reality what you imagine. And when thoughts where it all begins. And I'm completely and utterly unimpressed by your animation. It's can't amazing it couldn't caress a woman's desperation of a young man's gun damnation. Old soul that demolished your road home, no safe haven, a safe way out. Earthquake and no explosive, pole vault into thin air, you catapulted from your face.
Hello, my fair derivative comrade. Sadly, the mistakes I made stayed. Wouldn't trade anything in the world to replace my alpha and omega mishap. Along with my feelings towards life, forget that. Hate it, but you gotta love it. I got some energy moving along despite measurements of the mishaps.
Yo, what's the world coming to?
No satellites despite us monitored to get along.
What happened to actual
They
fact?
broke it down in fractions in this song.
Are they man and machine now?
Disassemble, readjust with just cyborgs formed at the spleen. Projectiles, reptiles, and all sorts of things that go bump in the nightmare. John Mayer compared to rock and roll. Down to the riverbanks, closed down. Tomorrow we'll be open around looking for something to get in. Yes, so you would have believed missing. I seen you in person. Press the key. Houdini friends, how many of us actually even have? Not that you're the one, just because you're planning to make it. Opportunity strikes and the leeches were planning to take it. For the sake of balance, I felt to entice revenues. Give it a chance, I keep moving before crawling. Whispers distance itself. Nature applies ocean on the self seashore. Were you sure you actually wanted more of my help? I felt what it felt like to hurt. Ewoks are just mechanized tumbleweeds. Not to sound absurd, but someone, something, sometime words sound different.
Yo, what's the world coming to?
No satellites despite us monitored to get along.
What happened to actual
They
fact?
broke it down in fractions in this song.
Are they man and machine now?
Disassemble, readjust with just cyborgs formed at the spleen.
celebrating new life, new ways to make money, new ways to break dummies, forge they name and take money. Computers ain't that smart, whatever man built could be taken apart. Anything new can get old, like dudes started rocking platinum, some stopped wearing gold. Solar energized rides, no steering wheel, tell it how to drive, no propellers in the sky, airplanes like many rockets, waiting lists for the rich to get tickets to visit Mars, while the poor people starve. Computers taking over their jobs, a man's forced to live off land. Now it's back to the caveman era, when we made fire by two sticks rubbing together. The truth is, many are too scared of new data. America online, cut off, see you later. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. New life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for man, children and women. Yo, the new Mike Tyson's Roy Jones, Bill Clinton's the new JFK. Without the hole in his dome, the new Don Trump is Bill Gates. Not because it's occupation, it's cause we respect his cake. The cake meaning stock, net gross. Young kids step it up, go for the most. New cameras and police cars taking pictures. New hustlers getting new street figures. And US embassies overseas. Almost every foreign country's under siege, covertly starting wars. CIA, Navy SEALs commit larcenies that be worth over millions. Oil in the earth spills. Girls blow their body up, birth control pills. Africans pick diamonds out of dark caves. Then we wear it on our necks just so we can light up the stage. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. New life for men, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for men, children and women. Say goodbye to the brainwashed. Say goodbye to the young kids who not smart. Say goodbye to the toasters and Pop-Tarts. Yo, it's real. Swallow a little pill is a full-course meal. Say hello to the one world. Say hello to the sky. Something's out there watching you and I. More Tyson than Star Trek. Star Trek phones. Your genes and DNA is used to make clones. You got CD-ROM. Everything operates by computers. Then what happens when circuit breaks? Y2K's the big scare. Scientists say we ain't prepared. What I feel is contrary. Alexander Graham Bell made telephones, yes, but now we request for your email address. I might be old-fashioned, stuck in my ways, but nothing make me more happier than seeing today. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. New life for men, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. The cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for men, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. New life for men, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for men, children and women. It's a new world. It's a new world. It's a new world.
Way to go.
Shout out to the Machine Lies. My brother, Wolfie. How's it going, big dog?
Yo, what's up, MPC? What's up, Wolfie? Blessings.
Yeah, good to see you guys, man.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you. Good to see
Yeah, it's
you
been a
guys.
minute, bro.
It's good.
Yeah. I have my rabbi here today, Dimitri. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just speaking some good shit.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, he's super, yeah.
Yeah, blessings, homie, Dimitri. Yeah, good to see you,
bro. Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah. Yeah. There's been times where Justin, you've been like downloaded from the source code, where a lot of times it's probably because you got like some chemical help, where you were just days where you were just spitting like some stuff that didn't make sense until I was like, I stepped back for a second. I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck is this guy seeing?
On the amphetamines, yeah, bro.
Yeah. Why do you think it is amphetamines? Because it speeds up your processing power in your
You
mind.
know what it is? Like, people think you're hallucinating, that you're smarter and stronger, but you're actually smarter and stronger. Like, your brain's just fired quicker, bro. It's like you don't doubt the things you're saying. You know what I mean? So if you speak a little bit of a foreign language and then you take amphetamines, you're gonna like do it better because you're not like hindering yourself until you go too far and then you're glitching and you're paranoid as fuck.
No, I've seen this though. Gabriel, I've seen this with my buddy. He stutters like a son of a bitch when he's sober, right? You get some alcohol in him, dude. He's not a problem, and he'll even bust raps, dude, like freestyles and shit. Now it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But same thing, like doing ecstasy or Molly or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's almost the same thing. It just, I don't know.
It takes away the brakes, right? It's like with sport, right? When you want to hit something, you just fucking throw it and you know you hit it, right? And then it most oftenly works, right? But the moment you start thinking about how to hit it, you're gonna miss it. You know
That's
what I
when you
mean?
miss it for sure.
Your fucking subconscious or whatever the fuck you want to call it is much smarter than your conscious self, right? You just fucking pick a goal and let it go.
Yeah, it's bioenergy. The machine lies. Is that like with you? It's because you have so much mind muscle memory. You're able to pull these, because you can pull dates and then connect them with people and places and whatnot. Like it's nothing. Is that just? Do you think it's because you just practice so much? Meaning you've read so much and shared so much.
I mean, both my parents are doctors, so
okay,
genes or something like that, some type of photographic, memory or something like that. Because I've never been inclined to like learn things. I've been like a lazy motherfucker for real. So
maybe it's more for genetic field again. You know what I mean? Because it's in his house, his parents are doctors, so the fucking intelligence floating around, right? And also in his genes,
right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the case. That like my household was like, my mom is super intelligent, rest in peace, and funny and whatnot. And I think I got some of those traits, but I also have something. There's a lot of sickness in my house since I was a little kid, and so I think I became a hypochondriac because of that too. That was in the morphogenetic field too.
Yeah, everything I study, I have a problem with. So I don't go out of my way to study something unless I really hate it, like philosophy or something like that.
Unless you really hate it.
You said you hate it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. That's what threw me off. I was like, everybody learns different. Everybody learns different, but damn.
Yeah, that's why I stayed like the whole show just talking shit about what I've learned. So
damn. Yeah. That's the thing. That's why we have this today. Is like I can't feel a thing. Philosophy versus philosophy, right?
Probably did a lot of African studies then.
Hey, tell where you live, Machine. He lives in the heart of the African American experience, right? Among other things. Detroit, bro.
You study
I'm closer, bro. You're a motherfucker. Oh, so that means that like you were like studying the quintessential Aryan Nazi experience, Dimitri, right?
Gays. Study gays.
Oh, gays too? Yeah.
They study and trans too.
Except he didn't hate him. He loved him. He wanted to be like him, but they wouldn't let him in that club. That's how degenerate he was. That even the gays didn't want him.
Even in prison, I didn't get fucked. It's crazy, bro.
You grab your ankle? You tell me he was going at it with Tommy Illuminati. Damn, the other day in Talcott's. You're pretty ripped. He's ripped. What's his name? Charles Darwin's like fucking throwing up in the toilet listening to us. Hell hungover. Why do we do this to ourselves, guys? How does it do it? Fun. It was fun. Are we chasing awareness? Like think about it. Reality is already super jacked up and strange, just existentially. We're here. How the fuck we get here? Really? Nobody knows, really. Yet we still want to push it.
Yeah.
What is that about?
I wanted to say to him, like, with the experience and everything and things that you go through, like he's kind of saying like we're trapped in our mind from what we've been through and we hold back sometimes and we don't go hit the gas kind of thing. And it's all how we've been raised. We're all in one little bubble and every house is next to a house and you live in a city and it's all by design. But yeah, like it gets deep, you know what I mean? So you got to try to break out of that shell. Everything that you knew your whole life that you grew up, you got to let go. And it's kind of hard because that's all you know.
Look,
and
if
that's
you-
why I get what people like, oh, you don't believe in God or believe. That's the reason between belief and faith. I think belief and faith, you put them together, right? That's without knowing or seeing something. But us, we have to touch it, feel it, hold it, see it, to know that it's real.
Faith
right?
is loyalty to the unseen, right? So you have to be loyal to something that's not there yet. And like, look, it's all pretty complicated unless if you just realize that everything outside of you that you see is like already the past, right? And then if you realize that everything you're thinking about it is going to be the future, then everything becomes really simple. But yes, when we are brought up, we're in a trap. But
yeah, and we
once
can't
you-
let go of the past because that's all we know.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why you
But
have to
not
start
everybody.
thinking for yourself. Yeah.
Right,
You have to
exactly.
wake
And that's
up.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's just refreshing that that's when I think the abundance mindset is there in the sense that like there's always a chance to, if you had a really bad day or year or years, to switch it up, right? The next day, at least is a step towards it, right? And even like people like me, or in the past, I felt like, oh man, I'm having such a great time. When is it going to end? Like I'm too worried about that, and then the field around me starts crashing, right? Because I'm not just in the moment. But knowing that, like what you said, that it can always change, right? You shouldn't feel like you're lacking or whatever, because it can always go your way. Right?
Yeah, you should never feel like you're lacking. You should never feel guilty. You should never feel embarrassed. You should never feel shame, because every time you do that, you're looking backwards and you're turning into the salt pillar because you're recreating that shit. You just have to forgive yourself, and real forgiving is forgetting, right? Because I only really forgive you if I forget you ever did it to me, right?
Yeah, it's
And
insanity.
Yeah.
That's what you said. The salt pillar. That was interesting how you brought that to my mind. It's like, yeah, you're right. If everything is in the past, you see, there's no need to look back. And what's her name did it? Esther, right? She looked back when they were destroying San Francisco and Oakland, Sodom and Gomorrah, and like she got like all fucked up, bro. She got laid down. She got put down. And by the way, I want to say,
if you don't have steak in the fridge, I bet you if you start thinking every day about a little piece of steak in the fucking fridge, you just do it, it's gonna show up there, bro. It's just try it. It's something fucking stupid, right? Like say tomorrow at 12 o'clock, every day at 12 o'clock, I have the same thought about something showing up. It's gonna fucking show up. It's a loop.
It'll show, yeah. You're putting literally breadcrumbs out there. And shout out to Austin Murphy. Yeah, and your Shadow Buddha is right. You're welcome, bro, to come up and just chat if you need to talk, whatever you need. We're cool, bro. You're an OG from day one around here. Yeah, we would love to hear what you have to say. Yeah, I think he's in the Bay too, somewhere around there, or at least close by. So links in the chat, whatnot. Machine, you had an interesting take though. Like it seems like what we're sharing is more or less positivism, but you had said something like a couple weeks ago that piqued my interest. You said like you just gave up on things in a sense, but it didn't sound like in a negative way though. I forgot how you said it. I'm trying to think how you said it. You're like, you didn't put you're like, I don't look forward to help me out, Machine.
Oh yeah. It's like we're talking about like memory and like like you could change it, like it could hold you up.
Mm-hmm.
So, but expectation is evil too. Right? Like there's a whole idea of how patience comes from God and haste comes from Satan. Right? So this whole idea of everything trying to speed up, it's always a factor in trying to pull people in. You should never be pulled in by anything. Right? So that's kind of
maybe also if you like
escapism I was talking about.
Sorry.
Right.
If you want to, if
Yeah,
you
go
want
ahead.
to do something if you want to do something hasty, that means you're not like really believing it, right? So that's
Mhm.
also like that's why the God way is the easy way, right? Or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is the month we're living in. I mean, astrological. You can do your own information, like test about if you believe it or not. But we'll just, for the sake of this, say this month is Aries month, and like during this time, the April season, things seem to get sped up. Now, that's why we see spring springing forth. All the kids are being born and whatnot, and like a lot of times too, there's a lot of ego clashing, like those Rams, because people want to really, they can't wait and be impatient. I was surprised. My wife said something yesterday. She's like, "I'm impatient." Like I'm like, in the 13 years I've known her, I know she's been impatient for sure, but like she even said something about herself being impatient as an Aries.
That's good news for the Middle East then.
Oh yeah, exactly, right?
Okay, bro.
Yeah.
Happy
But
New
maybe
Year's.
Happy New Year's, right? But maybe sacrificing those rams, for example, like they used to do back in the days. Aries is like kind of be like, "Hey, be patient." They'll be rushing ahead because you get war, right? You get war when you do that. And that's a sign of Aries is war. You know what I'm saying? Patience is good. I like that. Patience is a virtue. My grandma always used to say, "Haste makes waste," because I was always trying to rush through things.
Yep.
I'm sure a lot of us when we were younger, right? Especially us boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I found like patience and solitude have always been like a great aid of mine. Like instead of like, you know, like people rush into things and they always follow other people around. You know, and that always fucks them up, right? Like, you know.
Yeah. But isn't it weird though? Because like some of us, you guys have followers. Like Machine, you have a pretty good following and supporters. Justin, you and that Facebook page had like a lot of supporters and followers. Do you think it does something to you though?
What do you mean?
Like, that's another test to see like if you're about what you're sharing and stuff.
Yeah,
Or having people like
right.
listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, they're my close homies. So,
Yeah.
you know, you know me. I just have a conversation with everyone. So, you know, it's,
Right.
Everybody. You know, I'm not really putting myself on a pedestal. You know, trying to monologue. Right. I'm all about listening to others.
Mm-hmm.
That's when, yeah, Machine Lines is a good dude. He'll let anybody up as long as if you're not being disrespectful, you're pretty much good to go, you know?
Yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah. Yeah, don't get it twisted though. When he is that Aries, he can roast like the best of them though. as well though, yeah. It's deserving most of the time, yeah. Justin, did you ever roast anybody in true life stories? Have to go after somebody before on stream back in the day?
Probably.
Yeah, yeah. How would you compare your persona over back then over there to now?
Then more DMT.
Yeah.
I was smoking DMT every day back then, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know, more funny, more immature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you think that has to do with the DMT? Like, because when you actually smoked it all those times, did you feel funny?
What do you
mean? And childlike when you were smoking it every day?
Like after the trips?
No, when you were in the trips. In the trips.
Dependent, like 80% scared as fuck, 20% laughing my ass off, I guess.
Oh, that's
Okay.
I wouldn't want to do that stuff, dude. That stuff sounds scary, bro.
I'm not the best
I'm
like
sure-
advocate for it because I only tell the evil stories, bro. So nobody wants to do it then.
Yeah, I think I would say it. And probably some of the viewers are probably like sick of hearing me say this the last couple of weeks. I wouldn't suggest people do that. I'd say it's only for us. If anything, it's only for a select few.
I have these
to
new
do that
homies
shit.
here, and I gave them a little bit, and now they think they know what DMT is, and they're always like pushing.
Okay.
But bro, I don't want to give people a real dose because I cannot even explain. Right? I can't explain how it feels to be like folded up in 16 dimensions or something. You know?
Wait, what you mean?
Weird,
Wait.
bro.
Let's start with. Shout out to Hurricane Pero and them. Think about that real quick while I play this about. I never heard you say that folding up.
People be okay, because I know I'm not. As a real nigga with feminine energy, I am not okay with that.
We're about to drop the Hurricane Peril interview conversation tonight after the stream. Yeah, we had a good talk. I don't know if you guys heard that. Peril came up here. Hurricane Peril. That was because everyone's talking. They're talking about him. They're like, Hurricane Peril, we'll review your video. But like they're like, come up here. Yeah, like niggas been around supporting all these people, and now they want to talk about them because they want to like laugh or do whatever the fuck. Nigga, fuck you, you filthy animals. Anyway, that's my Panaverse shit for today, Justin. But yeah, so 16
Bro,
being
like,
folded up in 16 places.
I can't explain some of the fucking horrifying events I went through because you block it out, right? But like, if you smoke a little bit, you're still in your body here. It's like different.
Yeah.
You can see some crazy shit, bro. But if you smoke enough of that stuff, you just dissolve or break apart, and you get like, I can't explain it, and I don't want to be responsible for somebody doing that. Shit, so I don't.
Yeah, that's
people want to try that, they have to get their own fucking DMT.
Yeah, that's a bad place to be if you feel like you can never leave that place.
Yeah, it's like crazy, ridiculous. The DMT is crazy, bro.
Yeah, let me get the homie up real quick.
My nigga.
What up, the great Hurricane Peril? How are you doing, brother? Good to see you.
I'm here. I just recovering from my torture on Beth Mayun's panel, of course. She just kicked me off her panel for defending myself from niggas that trying to little boy me. You see what I mean? Another one. So Beth, you're officially on the list, bitch. You're officially on the list.
Another
one, huh?
Oops.
Damn.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Women like that deserves to be abused in abusive relationship. I don't care. Woo! I should have knew she was capping for them. She was capping for those people that were talking shit. I should have knew. But hey, that's what happens when I be nice to everybody. So I hope you're watching this too, Beth, bitch ass white girl. Well, I swear to God, I'm gonna knock the teeth out her fucking mouth if she ever acts that way in front of me. Real talk, real fucking talk. I don't care who she's married. I bet you her man has a small dick too. That's why she's like that, saying no, now we don't.
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the dumbass motherfuckers from a panel that is owned by Tootie Bug, I think. Tootie Bug.
Oh, I don't know.
They just abused their power against me for defending myself. For niggas that just want nothing but drama.
Yeah. In the end, like you said, but you do you. That's why we like you. I was talking about it because you're genuine and whatnot, and you can just share your thoughts. When I admire that. Like, but with that said, do you think that like sometimes it's better not to react, even though it may be hard, because it's like they're already talking shit, and most of it's not true.
Right.
Do you ever use that?
I don't care.
Listen,
I don't care if they think I'm gay, but the fact of the matter is they're trying to make that as a big thing. Even Orthodox bitch ass, we're against
bro.
me.
Let me tell you something. Hey, peep game, real shit, bro. Hey, the more you feed into that bullshit, the more they're gonna fuck with you. It's like a bully, you know what I'm saying, bro?
No shit, Wolfie.
Maybe you got well, they're bullying the wrong one. They're bullying the wrong one.
Well, maybe
I offer
little
them
bit
faith.
of insecurities, man. Just let that shit go. Don't let that shit bother you, bro. You know you're not gay. Who gives a fuck? Fuck these people. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say.
Like I said, I'm not thinking about fucking them anyway. So, what's the point?
Could you see because you getting
and
mad,
they were
though.
they were
You
bitch
getting
made.
mad. You need to work on not getting mad. It's just online, bro. People are gonna.
I should have knew that was a setup. I should have knew that was a setup, bro.
Right. Right.
If this was Flow State's panel, it would have been total different.
It's online, but for some of us, it's very real. No wrong or right. That's just
what
the
they
state
don't
of
understand.
the union. This is all that some people have.
Oh, it's online thing. It's online shit. I don't take it serious. But they're pussies, bro. That's what they have that mindset. That's what it comes down to. They're not really about it like we are.
I used to be that way too, man. I was vulnerable and people used to make fun of me. So after fucking 7 years on this bitch, you turn, you know what I mean? You get a little tough skin with it. So, and sometimes I still freak out.
Hey, what about you, Dimitri? You growing up, you've been in spots where you probably felt like everyone was attacked or was talking shit or whatever. How would you maneuver that? Would you challenge them?
What do you mean? Wait,
like if people were talking, talking shit about you. Would you challenge
Yeah,
them?
because I want to know. I want to know what their
Yeah,
problem is. Why they're talking shit.
Yeah.
Because a real man would challenge them. Would look at them and say, "Okay, let's do this then. Since you have all that mouth, let's see if you're really about it."
Yeah, I think real men would, but then also there are even the realest men would just ignore them because it's like they're peons in the end. Easy for me to say, but it's like fuck them, right?
No, Gabriel, a real man would come up to you with respect and talk to you about it.
Exactly.
No, I'm saying like how I would deal with it.
You
How
know?
you would deal with it. Yeah.
That's how I would. I'd come up to this man and ask him, "Hey, you talking shit?" And if he said no, I'll take his word for it. And if I catch him talking shit
You
again,
just
then
caught my
maybe it
attention,
might be
bro.
different. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's all about respect at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We're human
All about
beings.
for
You know,
sure.
just it's bullshit. But nobody lives by that anymore, dude. We have different generations now. So
Yeah. But Pero, like we've been having actually like really, I don't know if you've been listening, really positive conversations about like
I've been
you know how you
Beth's
create
panel.
we create everything we're doing. But I did want to give you an opportunity to get the shit off your chest because you are our brother. Well, my brother.
Finally, bro. Finally, so, a good host is letting me like do what I want with no distractions. No distractions, no interruptions, no nothing. Finally. Well, anyways, it's all my fault. That's why they always using my 7-hour live stream against me. It's my fault because one, I forget to charge my phone. Number two, I shouldn't have watched the stream. You know when they were talking about butt plugs. And three, you know that's when the internet was acting up. I put myself in that situation and I take it back.
Yeah, but
now I'm
yeah, exactly.
seeing-
I'm glad
I'm with
you're reflecting on that because I could see why they may think that that you may be like have some homosexual stuff on your mind. I'm not saying you are, never that. Because if you're talking about like if I was talking about dicks and like this person's dick is probably smaller, I'm sure some of like even Shadow Buddha would be like, "What the fuck, bro? Are you like what's on your mind, bro?" It's like
they were obsessed about it more than I do, and I'm not even thinking about dicks at the moment. Make that make sense. They're
It's
trying to say
because
that I'm thinking about dicks.
that's something
but
that
they're
most
the
people
ones
don't
that
talk
worrying
about.
it.
So when they hear it, they automatically get like, "Oh my god, this
Yeah, we
person
have
must be."
dicks.
That's all he thinks about it. Yeah.
that's what I said. I have a
Weird
dick.
ass
You wanna see
niggas,
it?
bro. and these are grown women that I'm talking about too, that were instigating too. Come on, man.
Well, this is
I
why.
should know better.
That's
I
why
can't
some
do
of
what's
us,
right,
some of the
bro.
spaces we came from before, we don't even like talk to women on the panels. I mean, if they come up, that's cool, but like we're not gonna actively like recruit them to come on the thing. Sometimes I'm not saying I do that per se, but there's people like that because there seems to be there's enough drama as it is with dudes that think like women, right? Feminine way of thinking, but then there's some of these unbalanced women.
That crack baby.
Yeah,
goat.
that's even. Hold on, bro. Respectfully, and these some of these unbalanced women. That's even worse. But in the end, we're creating a reality, especially on this stream right here. On this stream. What'd you say, Shad? Let me say. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they said some gay shit too. Remember, I had a clip of Chuck saying like he's gonna fuck Imperious. So I mean, a lot of these people say weird shit all the time. But
wow,
I don't really care what they do in a sense because
and they have the nerve to judge on me. Wow.
Well, yeah, so that's what people do. That's when you're the quote unquote think you're the cool kids. You make fun of people, right? The outsiders.
They're bullies. Yeah, they're
The outsiders. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. This Beth woman's so fucking dumb. She's saying, "Oh, Orthodox will pull up to." How many times I offered Orthodox an opportunity to pull up? We meet in the ring, and he's still turning it down, along with all these niggas that turning it down. These guys are bitches, bro. Let's just be real. They're just bitches.
Yeah, I'll put it this way: like my real niggas in real life, they don't even have a Facebook account. Like they don't even. When I tell them while I'm streaming and shit, they be like, "Oh, Gabe, I hope you do good. I support you." But they don't go on this shit because they probably think this shit's gay. They probably think to me like, "Why are you fucking? Why are you doing this shit?" You know. And I'm one of the more masculine people around there. I'll say it, bro. But the thing is like I like to stream. I love to stream and whatnot and talk to my friends. However, it's like the children, bro. Just look at them at that, bro. Don't get so fucked up about it, bro. At least you have us. You know, be happy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Don't get.
But I just feel like I would
people.
betrayal, bro. Not only Vanta Black, but these bitch ass niggas.
Oh, man, tell you. I mean, when people get to
Dude,
laughing at somebody, it's easy. They do like the low hanging fruit.
He's
Yeah.
nothing. He's nothing but Imperious dick rider.
Yeah, you sound.
Let's be real.
But
who?
I'll see him. I'll smack him in the
Imperious.
face. That's
okay.
what I would do, bro. Like,
But
I used to say the same shit. It's funny.
Yeah.
I thought I knew he's still the same, bro. People were warning me.
Not everybody knows who we're talking
YouTube
about
streets.
right here, bro. Like, yeah. So, Justin, what do you think about? Tell them how you feel when you're my friend. You've been my friend for fucking like 7 years and shit, or so whatever the fuck. Like one of my best friends, closest friends. So, like all these years, you've had to hear me say all this stupid shit, right? About some of these spaces I am.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on it? Don't hold back.
The red pill stuff.
I mean, not necessarily that, but just I'm talking about like the spaces I be in. I be telling you like the issues. I kind of like Hurricane Pero. I feel like kind of like shitted on or something like or whatever. Like, so when you've heard me tell like stories about some of the spaces I've been in, that you're like, nah, I'm not cool going in.
Oh yeah, I don't like drama, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I love cock. So call me gay. I don't give a
Hey,
fuck.
yo.
You love cock? Whoa.
No, but
what are you talking about?
You should never
Bro,
be afraid of that, bro. You know what I mean? Like whatever. Bro. I sucked 20 cocks this morning. You know what I mean? Like,
What
fuck
the
You did what?
I sucked
Hey,
20
at least
cocks
you're
this
honest
morning.
about it.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for being honest. We don't want to know.
Kicked down the
You know what I
closet.
mean?
Oh man.
It just doesn't matter what people think about that shit, bro. Like fuck them.
No, he could be clowning.
I gotta
He's just
go.
joking, I bet.
I can't
gotta
fuck
go
around
now.
with this shit.
I'm not
Do you like roosters or like real cocks? Like, what are we talking about?
All of it. All of it. Mm. No, of
Oh,
course
he
not.
really left.
Oh, he's gone.
God damn.
Yeah, he
back.
really left.
You're probably looking
He'll
for
be
some
back.
cock.
I know him
Gabriel,
well.
dude. Nah,
He'll be back.
I know he'll be back. I know. Dude, that's so funny, bro.
Where is he?
Shit. But yeah, dude, you should be. Don't be catching feelings, bro, about other people online, man. Fuck them, dude. You know who you are, and that's all that matters, man.
Online,
Like,
offline.
make it.
That's like
They'll
one
do
of the-
anything. They'll do anything to try and make you look crazy. That's what it is. But it's okay for others to do it. But when I do it, damn, Paro, like what the fuck? Like, dude, that's wild. Bro, they're
You're
sick,
next,
bro. They're
Dimitri.
fucking hypocrites.
Dimitri, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
And Beth, I'm
people
disappointed that Beth is one of the few that
Yeah, you
that,
don't like
that I
her.
thought
Yeah, you get it.
knows better. That knows better than all of them. Doing this
that-
fuck shit, bro.
Are you talking about
Dim-
which?
Hold on real
Beth
quick.
is he
Fuck Beth.
Excuse me real quick. I want to hear what Dimitri had to say, but I'll just say this before that. Beth is she used to be on Glenn Lawrence a lot, and then she went over to Flow State.
She's a Glenn
Yeah.
Lawrence girl, not a Flows girl. Go back
I have
to
to say
Glenn,
this.
bitch.
Hey,
You are Glenn's
to
girl,
Beth,
not
Beth.
Flo's
Hold
girl.
on, Beth. She never. I never heard her talk shit about me. She's always been cordial to me. So I'll just say this on this platform: you can talk about her, but let's not call her out of her name for now. Right now, okay?
No.
Respectfully, okay.
What she did was
Thank-
was a bitch move, bro.
Okay, that's more.
I did
more like
nothing
it,
but
but
be respectful to her and Tootie Bug, and this is the things that I get just for me defending myself. The fuck.
well, they see you as a clown, my nigga. Just to be honest, because if you're talking about, which I think is hilarious, and I know you're kidding, and I think they know, but I don't know. Maybe they don't know you as well as I do, or whatever. But like,
They don't even know that I'm autistic, and it's not an excuse.
yeah, that's
either.
another thing. That's another thing I heard you mention. I had to remind me. You reminded me when you mentioned that yesterday how you're autistic when we were talking, and I was like, oh, because I just look at you as Hurricane Paro, but that makes sense how passionate and fixated on things you can get. But regardless if you're autistic or not, or just wild or intelligent, you are a good dude, and they should see that because you support all these channels in the chat. You're banging for all of us. You're one of the most supported people there is. And just off that, I think you deserve a high level of respect in this space. You know, so
I'm trying, bro. They don't have
Yeah.
to like me. I'm just the only person I care about is myself. I'm the lone wolf in the YouTube streets, like I always keep saying.
Yeah.
Yo, I just give you advice, bro. Just try not to get so triggered, man, when people talk shit, because that's gonna happen every day. You know what I mean? Especially if you're online, bro. That's the only thing I could tell you, bro. Just chill the fuck out, dude. And I guarantee when you don't react to them anymore, they'll leave you the fuck alone. Guaranteed. It's like punching a bully in the face. You know what I mean? And knocking them out. Be like, what now?
But they're messing with the wrong one. I'm the guy that pushed back.
If anything though, like this is your brand, being like this. You're like the ultimate hyped up wrestler streamer, in a good way. So like, I would just take it as like what do they call it, a publicity. Or just pushing your name out there. Because some people, I've heard numerous people say, I didn't even know Hurricane Peril streams live. Well, yeah, he's been streaming for a minute. Well, now they know, and I'm sure you're going to get more people. And some of them are going to be haters, but there's going to be some that are good. So if anything, they're promoting your shit. So
Yeah, Peril. Oh,
Yo.
sorry, dude. I was gonna say, just get better at talking shit.
Anyway, that's funny. But Dimitri, you were going to say something about 5 minutes ago. Remember what you were going to say?
What do you mean? We were talking about.
I don't know. You were going to add something to this conversation. Yeah. Let's get back on topic though. No, this is. I mean, everything happens for a reason. We're flowing. We could talk about anything. But this whole thing about how do you say it, machine? Misophagy? Is that how you pronounce it? The hater of wisdom? Huh?
Misogyny.
No. That's not this word right here on the bottom.
Oh wait, what was the question?
Not misogyny, not women hater. You see where it says misophagy versus philosophy?
Misophagy?
That word yeah. You come across that word in your studies?
Not that much, yeah. Not that much. Yeah. Break it down. Yeah.
Supposedly it means like those who hate wisdom. It's the opposite of philosophy, which is like basically can be seen as like lovers of wisdom, right? And it just seems as though
that makes more sense than that makes more sense than the lovers for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, like there seems like to be like two dynamics going on there. And maybe those people that are actually haters of wisdom, they don't even see themselves as that. They may even see themselves as champions of wisdom. But the way they move is definitely not conducive to someone who does truly love wisdom and understand that.
Yeah, I mean, to quote a line from the MOP song, a wise man once said, "Fuck what the wise man say."
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You have to get around.
NPC, I'm about to switch my phone, so I'm about to in case if I letting you know, I'm about to switch phones because the phone that I have is 1%. Hold on, I don't see a link in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put it in the link. I'll put it in the chat, and then I'll put what you would call it, pin it. I'll just kick you right now, and just come up with your new phone. I'm gonna kick your ass out of here, bro. Get the But yeah, come back up, bro. So you said the MOP song. You said "fuck the man of knowledge." You mean people who call themselves that? Is that what you mean? Well, Wolfie, where you at?
Well, that's the thing. Is like wisdom. As we discussed, it's like negative knowledge. Where it's a evaluation of what you don't know based on what you know. So it'd be like. It's a greater part of knowledge, meaning that since knowledge is infinite, there's going to be a lot more you don't know based off of the little bit that you found out. That doesn't mean you give up on knowledge. That means that you basically hang on with dear life to the little bit you have. Right?
I see. Yeah. Hang on a little bit. I'm gonna get there right now. Try to.
I'm back.
Segue. He's back. Segue this right here. Wildfire OTT says, "Why do peeps think nigga is racist when y'all can't keep it out your mouth? Because there's a difference between the A, just an A and an R in our community. That's why."
There's
the difference between the A, which is more positive, and it can be negative too, but certainly not as hurtful as the hard R. That's why people said, yeah. What'd you say?
I'm falling asleep, bro.
You're falling asleep? Why is that?
lazier, motherfucker.
Yeah, man. That's why I like the old Justin. I don't want you to be doing the other shit, but come on, man. Can we get you on that yada? I mean, the upper stuff, man. Sometimes can you toot up for us at least? Be the real tootie bug.
Probably if somebody will do a donation, I could get some speed.
That shit, bro. I'm about to get that shit back in another month.
You want me to
wait.
charge you some more DMT at the minute?
Yeah, allegedly, huh?
Allegedly.
Come on, bro.
I hit it.
I wish, bro. I need
it. They looked at the fucking thing and they didn't find it, bro. I'm fucking genius.
Yeah, I was gonna be cocky because like I'm that nigga. That's why. No, but like I'm just happy that everything worked out, and I appreciate you for that. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. What was I trying to do?
What are you doing?
Anyway, yeah, Dimitri though. Come on, bro. Let's get us. What are we going to do to get you up, bro? We gotta have some bitches shake their ass or what? I do for you.
Neighbor girl.
I can't get it out of your mind. Yo. Yeah. Do you think if I touched her that would gross you out and it would break you from your thoughts?
No, I don't give a fuck about that.
What do you mean by that?
Just trying to get over someone. Maybe he doesn't want to be an Eskimo bro. I'm saying, you know what an Eskimo brother is, right?
No, I don't. To be honest,
an Eskimo bro is when you have sex with the same girl with your homie. Maybe not at the same time per se, but with your homie, like you had sex with her 2 years ago, and then your homie had sex with her this year.
You don't do that.
Exactly. That's
Eskimo
Snake.
bros.
That's Chuck. That's Chuck. Anytime he sees Flow State's female friends, like he's Usher or R. Kelly, same girl. That's the vibes I get. That's the vibes I'm feeling right now.
Well, I guess like in terms of digitally, but we're talking about actually fucking. That's what I'm talking about. And
that's
I guess you
exactly
can
what
use
I
a
meant.
metaphor of that, but yeah, I'm talking about actually fucking. Because like we can play and flirt and do all kinds of shit here, but
flirting,
it is
loving,
kind of fake
kissing,
unless you can go see
fucking.
somebody.
That's right.
Yeah,
you name it.
No, that's crazy though to have an object of your obsession like living directly above you.
Oh, but
that's wild.
I'm not obsessed anymore. I don't give a fuck.
No. I'm not saying you do. Of course not. You're over it. I'm just talking about in general. In general, that's what I meant. Yeah. You have better pastures on the horizons for sure. Yeah. There's always a choice, bro, between the
Thank
quick
God you're
fix.
live, NPC, because you really saved me from that headache. Because holy shit. Anytime I try to say something, these motherfuckers always have something to say, bringing up the same old shit of me bringing up the me making a 7-hour live stream and the host, you know, you know, like how you say, like instigating and all this and that. Holy shit.
That's what they do, bro. But I'll say this: I'm not gonna little bro you because I respect you and I always consider you more as a peer in a sense. But I am 48, and I'll say this, my brother: as long as you keep saying stuff that's like pushing the envelope, that people will be like, "Oh my God," they're definitely gonna come at you. And there's something that you have to. I would think in order to have peace of mind more, you have to accept it and say, "Fuck it." At least I'm kicking it with the real OGs right now, bro. They can think what they want. You know?
That's exactly what I said. They could think whatever they want because I'm not planning on fucking them anyways. But it still keep going. They still keep going. This even if I stop talking, listening, and ask the
cares,
host the question that they keep going.
I'm gonna have to yell at somebody else. I'm gonna have to yell at you
and going
right now.
I know NPC, but they kept going. They kept going. They kept going. They kept going, and it's annoying, bro. During the whole time,
it'd be annoying for
my
sure.
My parents knocking on my door because I was making too much noise. Like that, I was this close to getting into trouble again. Fuck.
Don't want that. Who is this? You ever heard of this person? That's not Margot, is it? Mars live stream. YouTube
I never
is a
heard
setup.
of that person, to be honest. I never heard of him.
Laundry, whatever little viral friends we call it. Yeah. 48. True Life. I respect you, Pero. True Life. Dimitri, have you seen True Life's channel? It's like he gets like hundreds of viewers live. He totally switched up his content. Have you noticed that? Huh?
No.
Because now he's talking about some like African American issues, political issues, a lot most of the time.
It works for him.
Yeah. No, I'm happy for him. He's he's a success. He's a good dude.
I should join his stream now.
Is what?
I should join his stream and let's invite Debit too.
Join his stream. Holy shit! Yeah,
with Debit.
I missed Devin. I actually sent him a message a month ago.
Yeah, I want to talk to him.
Dude, Mel Pandora was right. Do you know Mel Pandora is the only one that warned me to stay away from those people? I didn't truly believe it until now. The only person that were so nice to me was 10th Man and Caucasian Sasquatch. That was it. The rest of them were just, dusting it up. Even El Perro's bitch ass too. You know what was White Knighting? Old ass nigga. Bro, like this guy.
Hey, I'll tell you this. Hold on, that guy is strange, bro. He talks about my relationship with my son and how dare you say this is channels for your son? How the fuck does he know what this?
He's a weirdo. That's what it comes down to.
Anyway,
he can't even fight. He knows the type of guy that NPC. Sorry,
pause that shit, bro.
Respectfully. He's the type of guy that will get knocked out quick with one punch or one smack. One smack, that's it.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. We can get into this in a second. If you have patience, I have all day. But right now, my brother's about to fall asleep. Like, look at him right now. He left. That's one thing, though. Hopefully, you just come back, Justin, because at least to say goodbye. Because I'll just be quiet for a second. My thing is like, if it's hard for people to listen to other people when they get their shit off, I get it. I've been there. However, just be patient for a second. I was just trying to get the conversation back on to what we were talking about, and you leave. Come on, man.
I apologize that he left because he's tired of hearing me talking. Because I would have left too if I would have heard myself talking.
Well, sleep is important though too. You're right, Charles Darwin. You're right. Yeah. Where did Wolfie go? He left too.
Sleep is not important to me. I always sleep late. Like, I don't know why, but she's right though. Sleeping is important. You know this, NPC.
Trip. I think it's very important, but I don't get enough. Yeah, but I understand. Like you and Snow have that issue too, huh? You can't.
Yeah. No shit.
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah. Machine. That's why I'm under the Machine Lies Act, where Machine has to hear all kinds of bullshit. Yet he hangs in there like a champ. Maybe to his detriment too. But I don't know. But I think it's sort of better. You know what I'm saying, Machine? Because there's been times where you always like you hang in there for the most part. Even when even when shit gets a little wild.
Yeah, I'm not really afraid of like the nonsense, and I'm not really impressed by it. So this is the thing is like, so I'm open to go into the bullshit and let people know like what the deal is, and I don't have to do that again and again. That's the thing is like right now, like you're gonna learn that the people that are on your side during the drama and the people that are not on your side during the drama, they're the same people. They're both talking about bullshit. All right, like.
I also forget to say before anybody think that I'm confusing again, Flow State is another one who's been nice to me. Forget to mention that in case if they say, "Oh, Flow State, he's talking shit about you too." Nope, I'm not. Just letting y'all know the type of people that have been nice to me is 10th Man, Caucasian Sasquatch, and Flow State. Simple.
Hey, I have to be for the most part, like those guys have been cool with me too. I have to say that for sure. But here's Dimitri said he said it's okay, bro. He can vent. That's fine. I had a long day. Gotta sleep. I'll join more often. Love you guys. Okay, yeah, okay. You
shout out to you, whoever you are. Shout out to you.
That's Dimitri. He was just up here. He's like one of my best friends. Yeah, closest friends. Yeah. I'm lucky. I got a couple of homies like that. Yeah, that's why Machine is. This shit is easy when you do have close friends actually off stream, huh? On and off stream, right? It's
we all have friends off stream, but the thing is, do we trust
everybody?
Them? Yeah, do we trust them? That's the question. Do we trust them?
I mean, I would say I trust in general probably my friends off stream more than on stream. But with that said, though, is maybe if I don't spend that much time with my friends off stream anymore. that much. So
yeah, I mean, I met some real people on here. You know, right? Like I basically, met my wife on the internet. So I mean, it is.
Oh, there you go.
Which is real if you want to make it. And right,
exactly
about it. It's not Tamagotchi, Angel. If that's the way you're looking at people, like they're virtual figurines, right? That you're collecting, all right? Then that might be a you problem, right? Because the fact is that
it's too easy.
There is a real person there at the end of the day, whether they're an actor or whether they're fucked up in the head.
Right. You said that famous Jim Carrey scene where he's like, I've been playing all these acting all these characters. He said, but the most reliable one I played the most is Jim Carrey. That was interesting, huh? Because even the Jim Carrey one is that's the biggest character I have. I invested the most in, for sure. Who's in there?
That character in every character that he plays. They're not that different if you really look at them. And they all make faces. They all do weird shit. It's like they all got like weird spasms and shit. So it's like you can see Jim Carrey in every character for real.
Right. Like this person right here. They said they're here to mock you, TML. They said, hey, what the hell are they talking about?
Yeah, dude's tripping. Yeah, you're caught up on yourself, dude. You try to treat people like they're virtual characters, like you're mocking them. You don't even know who you're mocking. You're literally delusional.
This is just what the hell? We take
see how he got
ourselves.
triggered? You see, I got triggered by what I said. The criticism because he's trying to collect people as virtual characters. He got triggered by what I said, dude.
That's what triggered him, huh?
Your personality shows in what you said about other people that you think are not real. That's your delusions, bro. That's literally your fucking delusions. Get a fucking life, Mars life.
Bring up the phone.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Panel word. No, I like it because it's true. He said he had files. Where's Brown's boy at, bro? Clean up the chat.
We bring it right to them.
Come on, bro.
Yeah. This dude tried to act like Rant and his dad were trying to murder him on my panel.
Who? Pops. Pops is cool.
He's a serious LARPer, bro. This dude, bitch. And then he ran away like a little bitch, crying about it. Well, people are trying to murder me, and you get them on your panel. Bro, you're a fucking moron, dude.
Wait, this is Mitch?
Yeah, we got it all on tape. We got it.
Wait, this is Mitch. Mitch McLovin?
Yeah, bitch loving. Yeah.
Oh man, come on, Mitch. We're cool, bro. Let's chill out, bro. This ain't that serious, bro. Yeah. Damn. All right. Yeah. Whew. Man, yeah. I mean, in the end, we don't really even like. Even when we think we know somebody, you don't even really know them. So it's easy to say this person is doing this and that. We don't even really even know them, bro. But this whole thing about lovers of wisdom versus haters of wisdom. I try to overlay that with the dynamic of the environmentalist versus the technocrats machine that you teach on sometimes, most of the time, right?
Right. I see that's the thing we don't hear Mitch Lovin comment on. Is the shit I talk about 90% of my show. All right, he's got nothing there. We had tons of conversations about technology and the collapse of civilization, and all that stuff. I just left a huge comment on somebody, that was seriously just devastated. All right. Maybe I could share that here because I took a picture.
Yeah,
of it.
please.
All right, we can show how what a bunch of chumps these people are. They're leaving comments on the debate I had with Wilson. And
thanks, Jarwin.
So yeah, it's pretty funny. We bring it right to these people.
There's McLevin's link right there. Thank you, Charles Darwin.
Yeah, we set up right there on the panel. Mitch Levin literally lied right to all our faces on the panel. We recorded it live. We showed it twice. I don't have time to keep going over Mitch Levin going from fraud panel to fraud panel, LARPing and acting, and literally pretending like, he's not part of the mix here.
Was he in the Jim Bob? Called the Jim Bob files.
This dude's
Let's
been in
see.
every chat for years. He's been on Paul's panel for years. He's been sitting there on Jack Talcott for 3 or 4 years. He's still not learned anything. Right? He's been LARPing with every single internet group for years and years and years, and he's calling me a fraud. You know, okay, dude. All right, bro.
What is it? Afro Samurai 96.
Yeah, he literally walked around and did some fake auditing stuff where he followed the police around, harassing the police for a long time. You know, the dude's a total fraud, 100%.
Shadow Buddha, what do you think about auditing? Yeah, I remember your comments about auditing. What does this say? Afro Shaman, Samurai 96. They, you replied to them, then they replied to you. What was the original issue machine on this one? I'm screen sharing right now. Your comment.
Well, it's like you said, right? He said, he's clear that, that we can control technology that we use. So this person's really sure about that, right? He said your points were refuted over and over. Instead of ceding that point, learning from it, you just doubled down. Using technology is 1,000% our choice. You're also in control of the technology you use. You don't have to use your computer or phone. Respond to comments. You do it because you want to. You don't have to use electricity. You use it because you want it. You don't have to use a lighter. You use it because you want to. Saying that you have to use these things makes zero sense. Right? So this is him thinking that he's mastering my point during the debate about technological collapse.
Okay.
Right? Arguing that eventually technological civilization will collapse. And Andrew Wilson said, well, it's 100% your choice how much technology you want to use, which is 1,000,000% false. Right? That's just a false statement. Right? So
it is a choice, it seems to be.
Yeah. So I explained to him, I said, you wouldn't know the first point I've made, just like Mitchell. Right? They wouldn't know the first fucking point I've made on my show. They don't even understand what the entire show's about. Right? Is that you wouldn't so this is what I said to him. I said, if the internet shut off tomorrow, millions would die. If we lost the use of pesticides, millions would starve. If we lost
people that don't care about the internet.
Wait, what's that?
Hold on. Hold on. We'll get to that. He said they don't care about the internet.
Yeah, there's some, most of them.
Yeah, I see you in the back. Just can you hold on 1 sec? We're just gonna have to get over this. This is important right here. Go ahead, machine. Sorry to interrupt. Won't be interrupted again.
Oh, my bad. Is my mic fucked up? Shit.
No, you're good. No. Go ahead. Keep going.
Give me 1 minute here. Oh yeah, there we go.
There you go. You're good.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just pointing out millions of people would starve, right? They die. There's man-made cancers created by the system. Millions would perish. These people are 100% relying on the system for their survival. Your life is controlled by millions of experts who produce the things you use, and you have idea. Oh wait, I kind of fucked that up. You have no idea how they produce them or what effect they have on you. You just keep barking on the internet. Your delusions of control, convinced by some fed online. This idiot had the moronic insight to claim that if you shoot the guy in the head that invented electricity, we could get rid of it. Furthermore, technology is not just the use of tools, it's the application of human knowledge to a skill or craft. You are relying on a false definition, confining technology to the use of tools. Tools and machines are different. I was supposed to say lots of technology is not things that one person uses. Snap back to reality, right? And stop getting confused by fed entertainers, right? But these are some of the major points we make on the show, right? About how people are relying on the system, right? And
right,
you know what I mean? It seems like people can't wrap their head around these basic points. They're conflating technology with use, right? So these are things that I honestly haven't came across anyone on the internet talking about, right? Or telling people about.
No, just honestly, in that audiobook you're playing yesterday by Uncle Teddy and I'm sure Alul was talking about this stuff too, right? Yeah, but what's up, Al? Is this Al?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, dog? How's it going, bro? What you got for us?
Same shit. Hey, just watch Hurricane Neuro, brother, because
this bitch ass nigga. He's the reason why Beth Mo put me in the back. Yes, you nigga. You're the reason why Beth Mo put me in the back. That white bitch.
Hold on. Hey, one at a time. One at a time, brother. I get it.
Tell her I said she's a bitch. And women like her deserve to be in an abusive relationship. Bitch.
One at a time. Go ahead, bro.
Yes. I'd say watch him, man, because he likes to throw throw slurs around all the time. And he also likes to try to report channels and shit, too. So be careful.
I said sand N-word. That's what I said. Sand N-word. Is that a slur?
He's good. I appreciate you looking out for my channel, though. That's why you came up here.
Yeah. Sure.
NPC, I always look up to your channel. I always look up to your channel. And I reported too. Yes, I did. And I'm going to do it again. Fuck out of here.
What?
Nobody told you to come here, L1.
That's the kind of bit. I'm afraid to come here.
NPC. I would never. If you have a ring, NPC.
Huh?
If you could, I want you to pull up here. If this bitch ass nigga will have the balls to pull up here, so we could settle the fight between me and him, or Spin City, or
what you gonna do?
Baby
You guys are just, I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't. Wait, hold on. I know what Alwan. He don't really back down. But were you guys honestly just gonna yell at each other or go back? Is it really productive?
Listen. I don't like to talk to argue in person. The moment anybody go up against me, is my fist that is talking. That's how real I am. I don't do
realistically, nobody's gonna take a plane to the island, or no one. You're not gonna take a plane to. I assume you live in the States. Northern America, Al, right?
I live in St. Croix. I live in St. Croix, but they like to have the mouth. Since they have more money, they could just pull up here. Simple.
Let's try something new. Let's talk back and forth, because I'll just let you know, if you talk over each other, I'm just going to put some money down for a second. And but go ahead, Al. What you want to get off? Let him talk too. HP.
No, he's guilty.
I just don't.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Alwine.
All right. Just so I can make this clear, he's a snake. He's a punk, and all he does is try to yell at people and get to see their junk. I don't know if you've seen the 7-hour stream of him asking for butt plugs and cock pictures of everybody, but just be careful, man. If you let him into your circle,
hold on, bro. I'm gonna have to put you down, bro. Respectfully, if you don't let him talk. You're my brother and all that, but fair is what's fair is fair right now. Go ahead.
But yeah, I just want you back, brother, man. I don't want to see your shit get reported just because you won't show my cock picture when he gets mad at you.
Nah, if he does that, then he knows, just like anybody would do that. They know I cut you off, snafu snaps forever. You're dead to me, as the great Machine Lies said. But I appreciate you looking out for me. But I think HP, him too. I think HP and I, we're good, bro. But you're right. And around here, you can be so good until you're not, right? that shit happens all the time. Yeah. But I get it. It's some crazy shit.
I don't think anybody who threatens to report channels is an upstanding member of the Panelverse, because let's be fair and honest, the people who report channels are a bunch of bitches anyway, and they're too scared to actually have a conversation.
Like you, taking advantage of people that you think you can win.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there she is,
Beth?
Bitch.
Hey, bro, we ain't doing that. We ain't. Hold on, we ain't. I told you we ain't doing that.
Me, bitch.
Bro, that's your second. That's right too.
Abusive relationship.
We not calling her out.
I'm saying, bro. I'm sorry, NPC. She did me dirty.
Okay.
She dirty?
Yeah, but let's just be adults for a second.
Thanks a lot.
She said, hey, please don't talk over me. He said he did that for 4 years, reporting my channel. Yeah. Why did you report her channel for, bro?
Because she abused her power. She abused her power of me defending myself on this bitch ass nigga under you. All wine.
I know, but here's the thing. Bro. If she meaning she kicked you from her channel.
She did. She kicked me from the back completely. I did nothing but be respectful to this dumbass.
Yeah,
and then she wanted to abuse her power.
But then again, that's her right. I don't think there's no option on the other than other where you can to report someone for just kicking you though. You know, right? Am I right?
So
now she's playing the victim. Now she's playing the victim. She said, "Oh, he reported my child." Keep playing the victim, bitch.
All right. I warned you. You're downstairs for a second, my friend. Don't use that discipline we talked about yesterday. I get it. You don't like these people. I get it, right? Like, but however, we're not gonna do that, bro. Because like I said, like Beth has always been respectful to me, and Tootie Bug has. Maybe they haven't liked me. I don't know. I think they do. Whatever. But yeah, we're not gonna do that. Call people out of their name, especially that word. That's a strong word. All right, bro.
You know I would never. You know I would never abuse my power on y'all if y'all were on my show. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go live tonight and show y'all the difference.
What do you mean? How's that abusing my power when I asked you a simple request? Like,
but you don't even know this woman. You don't even know this.
But even if I did or didn't, I'm telling you, as you call me your brother, and you're not even listening to a simple request, reasonable request I have, bro. That's not cool.
Bro, you sound just like Mr. Deadman right now. Mr. Deadman was white knighted for some women.
Your autism is coming out now, bro. Or I don't know if that's you or whatever, in the sense that like you're hyper focused on this thing, bro. Be able to look at the nuance of the fact that like I'm telling you, don't act. Even if it was machine lies, you were talking shit. I'd be like I'm telling you, don't call her out of her name around me, right? If you do on your own thing. It doesn't mean I don't support you or whatnot, but just don't do that shit, bro. See how quick you're about to turn on me, bro? I can feel it.
All due respect for you and your platform. But just letting you know she did me dirty. Simple.
Okay.
And this is not Hurricane Paro that is talking. This is Kelly Jimenez. Just to let y'all know.
So respectfully, MPC, this is what happened. Now that I can actually have a chance to talk. He called me the F slur and the N slur. I don't know how many times. Which either way, I don't really care because it's bullshit talk on the internet. To be honest with you.
Okay.
But two, when you have a civil conversation with a man,
they keep cutting me off. NPC.
He's talking. He hasn't talked for like for 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Give him a chance, bro. You have your chance. I give people a chance. Machine's been here. He's probably the number one guest.
I'm just letting you know. NPC.
You're still talking over me.
Please. I am, nigga.
Relax.
The fuck?
Damn. No, what the fuck, bro? Like, shut the fuck up for a second. God damn.
Or what?
Or nothing. Or you can just leave like a man, or you come back when you calm down and learn some respect.
Shit, I'm trying to make my talking point. Y'all keep cutting me off, bro.
But this guy's talking. You know, people talk, and then one person talks to the other.
What the fuck do you want me to do?
Just shut the fuck up for a second. Let the man talk. Then we can hear you. How the fuck do you want people to fucking take your side when you won't even fucking help out your allies?
All right,
That's some stupid shit, bro.
All right. Like y'all don't do more stupid shit.
Don't make me kill my chill shit. I've been on. All right?
Hey, I'm not asking you to kill
I love you, but come on, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I ain't asking you to stop. Ain't nobody stopping you.
All right. Go ahead, Al.
Fuck you.
So respectfully.
What's that? Wait, you said fuck me?
I said fuck, man.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Al.
All right. So respectfully, if you're trying to actually have a conversation and see why somebody is a so-called snake, and the other person starts screaming slurs and profanities and can't keep a level head and have a conversation, I don't think that's a man. I think that's a little boy who's scared and hides. That's just my personal opinion.
You see what I mean?
Fair enough.
But NPC, you've always been chill with me. TML, you've always been chill with me. Y'all motherfuckers know I'm crazy. I don't fuck around with anybody. I don't start no shit. But anywho, this man is a fucking. This man is.
I think, hey, Al, on this platform, I think I agree. Like, we've always been cool for the most part. I mean, you said some little side shit, but whatever, bro. Like, I've heard, but I didn't say nothing. But for the most part, you've been a good supporter for me, and I appreciate it. However, to say that you don't try to start shit sometimes, bro, you're one of the top shooters out here, bro. Don't talk yourself down like that.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna say I'm a big time shit stirrer, but
Okay, all right. Let's keep it on.
I ain't no fucking celebrity, man. I'm just a dude on the internet. Like, let's be honest.
You're known on the YouTube sector here, though. I mean, that's yeah. You are just like all y'all.
Yeah, I got some people.
You ain't no TML, or me, but you have your support.
Can I talk now? Can I talk?
Yeah, go
now?
ahead, bro.
You already
Go ahead,
had
bro.
his point.
Yes, sir.
Fuck them on. That's all I wanted, NPC, for me to let out my talking points because this guy's giving fake slanders. First of all, I went PG when I said slurs. I didn't say it all the way. I meant it like, slur, like F slur or N slur. That's what I meant.
To quote a line from the MOP song.
Offer you a fade and you still 2 I went PG when I said slurs. I didn't say it all the way. I meant it like, slur, like F slur or N slur. That's what I meant, stupid. That's the difference. And also, you saying I'm a little boy, I'm a little that I'm not a man or something. Well, I offer you a fade and you still too pussy to pull up, Aladdin. Just pull up. Simple. Just
Why would I waste money? Brother man, why would I waste money to come? Why would I waste money to come to the Virgin?
Meant it like, slur, like F slur or N slur. That's what I meant, stupid. That's the difference. And also, you saying I'm a little boy, I'm a little that I'm not a man or something. Well, I offer you a fade and you still too pussy to pull up, Aladdin. Just pull up. Simple. Just
Why would I
pull up,
waste
bro.
money, brother man? Why would I waste money to come? Why would I waste money to come to the Virgin Islands?
You see what I mean,
Why?
FBC? You see what I mean? Thank you.
It's
You
nice
a
out
bitch,
there,
bro.
though.
Get the fuck
Al.
out of here.
It seems like it's nice out
Pussy
there.
ass nigga.
Yeah,
Honestly.
but I'm
That goes for
listen,
anybody. That goes for any of y'all niggas too.
Okay.
Like honestly, I'm a broke white dude from PA. I ain't pulling up to the Virgin Islands.
Oh, you from PA? That's where my wife's from. She's from Western Pennsylvania. Yeah.
I'm from
That's
Central
the
PA.
lamest excuse I ever
Okay.
hear in my
All
life.
right, cool. Shout out
I'm
to
broke too,
Lancaster
nigga.
County. Is that Lancaster area? Kind of. I think it's central.
I am up by like State College and shit like that.
Okay. I like PA though. You think we might move back there someday? That or Jersey.
Dude, I fucking love it. I love it where I'm at, man. I'm in like Hoboken, like fucking Middle Earth kind of fucking towns and shit.
I was surprised, like all the nice, beautiful homes on the Jersey PA border. Shit's wild out there, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Listen, man, if you ever get the chance to, if you're in Central PA, look up. You want to go fucking somewhere really fucking breathtaking? Go to 1,000 Steps down in Huntington. That shit's fucking wild. You can walk up 1,000 steps. It's an old miner's trail that you go up on the side of the mountain. Listen, dude, you want to talk about views for miles? That shit's awesome.
I'm down. I'm down to go there. I think we're gonna go back. Definitely in 2 years, maybe next year, but definitely in 2 years, and I'll hit that up. It's called what? It's called what?
1,000 steps. 1,000 steps. Yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's in Huntington, PA. It's right there. It's right there by Racetown Lake.
Okay. Pero, thanks. Where do we go if I come to Virgin Island? Where's the spot to go?
I know a personal place. I know somebody that has a gym. We go there. We bring this bitch ass him.
Oh, no.
Crack baby. Crack baby.
I'm talking about like to chill out, bro. Like for me, my family.
That's what I meant. That's the plan. Since Beth is not gonna set it up. I want somebody to set it up.
Let's talk about this real quick.
Since Beth is not gonna set it up, then let's set it up.
Real talk. Can we chat about this real quick?
How you doing?
Listen, okay. So one, you don't gotta be a tough guy on the internet. You don't. Nobody
Ain't nobody want to be tough. Ain't nobody want to be tough. Ain't nobody said we're internet tough guys.
This is him though.
I'm letting you know I'm not a pushover. I'm not a pushover.
Okay, that's fine. You don't gotta be a pushover, my guy, but you also don't gotta be a dickhead either.
You're the one who pushing me, so I push back, letting you know that I'm not a pushover.
I tried to have a civil conversation with you because you called out.
You were cussing me out. You cussing me out, pressuring me, yelling at me.
You're doing right now, my guy.
Nah. Look what you're doing, bro. You're giving me the same energy on Beth's panel like earlier. This is the same energy.
Someone here earlier. Let me see what she got. She said, wait, where's she said?
Trying to chill with you. Trying to be nice.
Yeah, right.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, right.
Here we go. Beth said,
good friends do not
thanks for the
treat people like
respect.
that.
She's, I didn't do him dirty. He just used racial slur. Okay, that's why she said she got rid of him. And then she said something else about
she playing the victim.
No hate. Here we go. This is a good one. Beth says, Beth Manahe says, there's no hate for Paro.
Yeah,
I just
right.
said that's enough for today.
Yeah, right. All right.
You don't
I'm
think
not
so?
dumb, bro. I'm not stupid. I know women like you. I'm not stupid.
Can I ask you a question? Are you on medication, brother man? Because I feel like you need some. No, you.
Why y'all ganging up? Yeah, you. I know.
What am I ganging up on, man? I'm being honest with you. I swear to you, man.
Up on me, bro.
I'm not
just because I'm special ed and I don't know better, y'all have the right to fucking gang up on me. The fuck?
For one, I'm more autistic than you are, probably. But anyway,
no way. Pero got you beat by 5 times.
Brother, man,
I'm way more autistic.
Yeah, who's
I'm way more
autistic?
I have no
Let's see.
skills. I have no skills. I have
a helmet and I don't even play
more autistic and shit. Let's see.
I have autism, ability, and disability. What you have?
Who's more autistic? Let's see.
Pero, I just want to let you know I have a fucking helmet and I don't even play football. All right, I rode the short bus. I was in sped classes. Trust me. Trust me, brother. I am retarded. I am.
I don't need to know if you're wearing a helmet, bro.
I'm being honest.
That's
I just want to let
childish,
you know,
bro.
respectfully. Respectfully.
childish, bro.
You're acting like a child. That's coming
Yeah,
from
like you.
coming from a dad. You're acting like a kid.
Yeah, you.
Like you
'Cause that's what you
You're
acting
being
right now.
childish. You're looking. Hold on. You're looking to impress people on the internet by being a bully.
I'm looking
But
to
it's
impress people.
backfired on you. But it backfired on you because you're not being a genuine person on yourself. So if you would just be genuine and be cool and be respectful, a lot more people would not fucking care what you say, and they wouldn't fucking give you the time of day to actually be a goof. If you
forgot about the beer. You want some? How about some ether?
What?
Never mind.
What up,
I'm not the
Tootie
one who
Bud?
pressures people.
Hold on,
for
hold
clout.
on. It took this madness to get you up my panel. God damn. What's going on? Good to see you. Nice setup.
I'm surprised
Um,
Tootie is here.
Para,
What do you have for us?
nobody was picking on you. First of all, we addressed your request, which was a demand of Chuck to send you pictures of his dick in Discord. I'm sorry, we tried to explain this to you several times. That's not how American men operate. I'm sorry you cannot take this. I'm sorry it hurts you. But nobody was fucking picking on you.
Yo.
Sorry for that you think that. So
Well, I do operate on it. That's the
tried to
difference.
explain it to you in the back chat. I've tried to explain it to you in Discord. That's not how this works over here, darling. Men don't actually pull out their dicks and measure them unless they're gay.
Because they don't have a backbone that I do, Tootie.
No,
That's the difference.
because they are not fucking gay.
Exactly. They don't have it's nothing wrong being gay. You see why everything's about being gay. That's the problem right there. And you see the difference here? There's nobody like
You're
Crack
welcome
Baby
for me letting you out the
or
closet.
thing
You're welcome.
over talking.
I'll catch you later, darling. I gotta go cook dinner.
That's your dog. Much love.
Finally, bro.
See what? Well, see, they're gonna use that clip on you, Peril, right there. Yeah, you just came up the clip farm. Damn.
Exactly. That's what it comes down to, bro. That's what it comes down to, bro.
I guess in the name of therapy for Peril. Everybody wants to be Peril's psychologist. But why did you all come over to his channel before? He's been what was that?
I was on his channel when he did his 7-hour stream, man. I was chatting with him and talking to him all the fucking stream, telling him, "Hey, man, chill out, be cool."
Take all this shit away, but he's one of the best streamers, solo monologuers ever. He'll beat all the people that he's talking about. Like we were talking about, like 10th Man, who I like, Flow State, and who else did you say you're cool with?
Caucasian Sasquatch. They're the only ones that been nice to me.
Too. My thing is like, hey, respectfully, you could beat all of them in terms of monologue, like holding a show, not leaning on the panel. For sure. But with that said, Peril, you do say a lot of stuff that people can misconstrue. Could you see that?
Because I'm the only one that has the balls to say it. If nobody's not going to say it, then who else will?
No. Brother, asking another man for a dick pic is not saying what you want to say. It's just not. Like, respectfully, if you want to put your point across, asking a man to see his junk is not going to help you. It's not.
If I see a woman dating a man that have a fucking small dick, I have the right to call them out.
Why? Why do you?
Because it's wrong. Because it's wrong. It's wrong.
No, it's not wrong. It's not your life, bro. But it's not your life, bro. Who cares?
It doesn't matter. This is a cry for help.
How is it a cry for help?
It making us men more depressed when women keep doing shit like this.
Okay, so do you have a woman?
Huh?
Do you have a woman? Have you had a woman? Who hurt you?
If I had a woman, all of us had a woman.
Who hurt you?
Nobody. Nobody. Nobody.
Why are you so why are you so hung tight on a woman that you are challenging men to see their dicks? Respectfully, it's kind of weird. I don't know.
It is weird. But like I said, no one have the balls to do it better than me.
Okay, but Pedro, do it better logically without asking for a dick pic. Let's be real.
He's saying
That's what I do.
Alwan, he's saying that's his bit though. That's his.
That's what Paro does.
That's
If
his
y'all don't
bit.
like it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my style like doesn't fit y'all. It's not everyone's cup of
Yeah,
tea.
yeah, I
but
get
that's
it.
just
I
me.
can't disagree with you, but some people find it funny. I guess he likes doing it.
Exactly. That's what I. That's
You
the
have
point.
good streams. That's what I'm wondering. Like, that's why everybody is so asking, like, what the fuck is going on? Because we've watched your streams and we've seen what you've done, bro. Like, legit. That's why I was so confused why you're going so hard at everybody in the panelverse for no fucking reason about a dick.
Okay, to be fair though, to be fair, under the Blue Pill Act, when some of y'all think that men and women are equal and shit, here's the thing:
we're not equal,
bro. Like, nobody says nobody says anything when Lindsay or somebody else with their news getting like asking or receiving news or whatever. But when this man asks another man for a pick, everyone goes crazy.
Exactly.
I suppose, like I said, to put it on blast on the internet, though, that's not fuck. Respectfully,
It's a weird times, bro. Yeah.
Like I wouldn't hop on NPC. I wouldn't hop on your panel and go balls deep. No pun intended. And be like,
I'm already a fucked up person. Let me continue being fucked up.
Make no sense that you show me your dick.
As I wouldn't do it on your panel or OG's panel, but that's not our bid.
It is
but
weird.
his bid
It is
is
weird.
doing it. So like, why everyone? My thing is for y'all, like you shouldn't be like so like outraged in the sense that like why is he doing this? Because that's what he does. But then on his point, I would say he shouldn't be surprised when y'all are like, what the fuck you doing? So both sides need to like just be realistic about the situation about how ridiculously funny it is. Like
that's what I was trying to do on best. Legitimately, like I wasn't even coming up to be
watch it. Like Shadow Buddha says right here, he says he has to watch it to be like have the definitive what going on. We didn't see what happened because we're streaming ourselves.
Yeah,
so we need to watch it.
Like I said, my worry was I didn't want to see him get mad at you and report your shit too. You know what I mean? That's my biggest thing.
I bet you don't. NPC watch out. He will report your shit too. I guarantee.
Who would repeat? Yeah, he would. Yeah. All I know he has, but I'll take his word that he has it. But like, you never know around here, bro. Yeah.
If you would have known, I would have let you know. I would have let you know personally, straight up.
Right. Oh shit. We got I'd be like Resta. We got a visitor.
My nigga.
What's up,
What
G?
is this Sipadox guy?
Another
Christ enjoyer.
What's
What up, man?
Thank you,
Big G of the
Sipadox
East?
guy. Thank you.
What up, bro? How's it been, bro? Long time no see.
It's
Over here, bro.
It's been
The
good.
white boy is
I ain't here to
What up?
slut somebody out, but bro, this man went on for 4 hours on Best Stream.
Because of you.
Hold on, let him talk.
Not just asking for Chuck's dick pic, but asking for Crack Baby Go's dick pic. Eventually asked for my dick pic, and I'm fucking doing work and just fucking smoking weed and listening
Because
to the
y'all
background.
telling
And
me to cam up.
he's just going raw. Bro, I didn't tell you to do shit.
Well,
I
you
just called
smoking
you
weed?
gay.
Wow, you're making me jealous.
Hell
bro.
yeah.
I'm jealous.
Making him jealous. You say making you jealous. You're making him jealous.
So I'm dry as fuck right now. That's what I mean.
Aw.
Yeah.
You're making me jealous now. Oh, the dog. Thanks a lot.
Hey, you're welcome. Try not to crash out. You know, you're a grown man. You can handle it. Go get you some weed.
Yeah, but
No,
just
I
saying
need
the
to
way y'all
review
went up
this
to me was.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small